简介：这是一个强者为尊的世界。原本的志愿就是当一个纨绔公子，可是一场意外让他获得了一个系统。叶天有些诧异：系统？你是不是搞错了？我一个世袭小王爷，你让我当皇帝，可是系统并没有更改，甚至还给他了一个非常豪华的新手大礼包。叶天只好满脸笑意地接受了。要我当皇帝也不是不行嘛。叶天，皇帝小儿既然让神钱凌驾于皇钱之上，这是对皇钱的侮辱。既然如此，那么叶天只能站出来大喊道：皇帝轮流坐今年到我家。
Within the confines of the establishment, there were over 200 enchanting songstresses and alluring dancers, alongside their attendants and bodyguards. Merely contemplating the cost of sustaining them induced a headache. After all, it required a substantial amount of silver. The old gentleman stroked his beard and remarked, isn't this akin to a brothel? Easily incited by a few words from others, Dottie pondered whether it was time to send you off to the barracks. Yution quickly adopted a pleading tone, exclaiming, please, no, grandfather. Just spare me this once. I promise I shall not dare again. The old gentleman, somewhat exasperated by Yution's antics, relented, saying, very well. This is the last time. Go on. Go on. Upon receiving his consent, Yution dashed outside with great eagerness. At that moment, old Feng approached, observing Yution's retreating figure with eyes filled with affection and concern. Yi Xiaotian, sensing the gaze, called out to old Feng. Hey, you old rascal, what kind of look is that? Old Feng, slightly embarrassed, chuckled, hee, I'm just happy. Happy. Yi Xiaotian paid it no mind. Old Feng, whose original name was Feng Xiu, was not only his sworn brother through life and death but also a relative who had stood by his side throughout the years. Had it not been for a battle 4 decades prior that rendered him incapable of fathering children, he might have married and had offspring, becoming a general in his own right. However, due to Yi Xiaotian's influence, Feng Xiu had always resided with the Yi family, witnessing the growth of 3 generations. Yi Xiaotian was well aware of Feng Xiu's character. He tossed the book he held onto the table, his expression darkening. Have we ascertained the source of the poisoning from yesterday? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's countenance hardened, exuding an air of menace. Multiple pieces of evidence indicate that it is indeed the work of the Wang family. Yi Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Is at the imperial censor Wang Yulong. He wouldn't dare to undermine the foundation of the Yi family. Have the shadow guards continue their investigation. I must know who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Indeed, Yution was the very foundation of the Yi family. Due to certain circumstances, he was the sole survivor of the 3rd generation. Should Yution perish, the Yi family would meet its end. Yet, they had never contemplated the grave consequences of provoking the Yi family. Understood. Feng Xiu inclined his body respectfully before turning to leave, his eyes betraying no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. Just as he reached the doorway, a voice resonated from within. Chapter 3. The Past of the Yi Family. Little brother Yang Tianxi, since the Wang family has meddled, let us eradicate them. It is high time to teach those individuals a lesson. Feng Xiu nodded in agreement, finding nothing amiss in the sentiment. As an observer, he was acutely aware of the sacrifices the Yi family had made for the greater good of the Deqian. Many were aware that among the 2nd generation of the Yi family, there were only 2 sons and 1 daughter. Yet, numerous elders recalled that the Yi family once had another son, Yi Wushuang, a prodigy whose brilliance was truly dazzling. He was the eldest son of the 2nd generation, able to read at 3, trained in martial arts by 5, achieving the status of a Geo-level expert by 12, and attaining the rank of a king-level warrior by 15. Many believed that Yi Wushuang would be the first in the entire Qingyan prefecture to shatter the constraints of martial arts and become a legendary figure. Indeed, at just 15, Yi Wushuang fought alongside Yi Xiaotian in battles across the land, expanding the territories of the Deqian. However, during the final confrontation, tragedy struck as the 16-year-old Yi Wushuang fell on the battlefield. When Yi Xiaotian's wife learned of this calamity, she succumbed to despair. This marked the first occasion Feng Xiu witnessed Yi Xiaotian weep. At that time, Yi Wuyin was merely 2 years old. The name Yi Wushuang became a taboo within the Yi family, never to be uttered again. Subsequently, Yi Wudi also proved to be extraordinarily gifted, marrying the princess of the Lihua kingdom. This union granted the newly stabilized Deqian a moment of respite. Otherwise, the Lihua kingdom might have sent troops against the recently established Deqian. However, this period of tranquility was short-lived. In the 2nd year after Yution's birth, Yi Wudi's wife, the princess of the Lihua kingdom, Nangong Xia, was assassinated on her return from a prayer. On the same day, Yi Wuhui's fiancé, Yi Su Wenjing, also met with a fatal attack at home. It is worth noting that the Su family was no insignificant clan. They were the rulers of Xuanwu City, one of the 4 major cities, commanding an army of 100,000. This incident turned the Su and Yi families into mortal enemies, prompting the Lihua kingdom to dispatch troops to invade the Deqian. Upon hearing this news, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui immediately gathered their forces and returned to the city. At that moment, the world realized the tremendous influence the Yi family held in the military. It was known that without a formal order, not a single soldier was permitted to return to the imperial city. Moreover, the Yi brothers led an army of 100,000 back to the capital. That day, had it not been for the intervention of the White Tiger Temple and Emperor Li Jiuxiao hastily designating a cult as a scapegoat, a civil unrest might have erupted within the imperial city. 11 years have passed, and many noble families in the imperial city may have forgotten the stature of the Yi family. During this time, countless assassins targeting Yutian have attempted their missions, yet all were apprehended in advance by the Shadow Guards. However, last night's assassination attempt nearly claimed Yutian's life, were it not for Yu Xiaoyan's timely arrival. Expending his own spiritual energy and utilizing the Yi family's resources, Yutian might have truly perished. Yet, the wrath of the Yi family was only beginning to brew. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, Wang Yulong remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that would befall them. After all, this was the imperial capital of Deqian, fortified by the prowess of the White Tiger Temple, where no one would dare to launch a reckless attack. Yi Tian, oblivious to these affairs, arrived at the storeroom, calling out loudly, "Old Lu, come out, come out." Upon hearing the commotion, a small elderly man hurriedly emerged. "Young master, little ancestor, why have you come again? I have told you before, without the master's command, I shall not give you another coin." "Humph. I knew you were an obstinate old fool who understands nothing of flexibility. My grandfather has already agreed. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask." After saying this, Yutian looked at the old man with some exasperation. Old Lu, known as Lu Hai, was also a retired veteran, yet he was even more stubborn than old Feng. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hai wore a disbelieving expression but still retrieved a communication jade tablet to contact Yu Xiaotian. Once he received confirmation from Yu Xiaotian, old Lu awkwardly said, "Hee, young master, please don't take offense. I merely wanted to verify." However, Yutian's expression darkened. Even if confirmation was necessary, was it truly required to do so in front of him? Fortunately, perhaps due to the melding of his soul with that of Blue Star Yutian, the impulsive nature he had as a child had tempered somewhat. "Humph. Since you believe me, then hand over the money." "All right." Lu Hai returned from the storeroom shortly after, bearing a cloth bag. Yutian accepted it, opening it to find 100 silver notes, each valued at 100. "What is this? How come there are only 10,000 taels? Wasn't it supposed to be 100,000 taels?" Lu Hai, with a kind smile, replied, "Hee, the master specifically stated 10,000 taels. Young master, do you not want it?" Yutian glared at Lu Hai, feeling a surge of frustration. "You certainly have your ways. Fine, 10,000 it is." With that, he took the 10,000 taels and turned to leave, while Xiaomei followed closely behind, not daring to utter a word, resembling a mere spectre. At this moment, Yutian's mood soured considerably. In the entirety of Qinggan Prefecture, the purchasing power of silver was rather significant. However, after absorbing that fragment of memory, he aspired to create a tavern unlike any other. Yet, a mere 10,000 taels were far from sufficient. Soon, Yutian's thoughts turned to a certain individual, Yang Tianxi. If one were to inquire who possessed the most wealth in the entirety of Baihu City, the answer would undoubtedly be the White Tiger Temple. Yet, no one dared to provoke the White Tiger Temple. Even Yutian had been warned against venturing near Baihu Mountain. Beyond that, the Yang family was the wealthiest, boasting the largest trading company in the Deqian. However, as a merchant family, they were often overlooked by the upper echelons. Many second and third generation heirs even looked down upon the Yang family, perceiving them as a mere golden goose. Even Yutian, in the past, had harbored such thoughts, for the Yang family indeed fit that description. They supplied the imperial palace annually, and even the noble families received gifts from the Yang family each year. This was precisely the reason Yang Tianxi had long sought to integrate himself into Yutian's circle. Previously, Yutian merely regarded Yang Tianxi as a source of wealth, failing to consider him a friend. Yet, Yang Tianxi treated him well. For instance, the invitation to the Moonlit Pavilion, which originally required 500,000 taels to purchase, had seen Yang Tianxi provide the additional 350,000 taels when Yutian only had 150,000 taels available. Even so, the land deed remains in Yutian's hands, which illustrates the rather precarious status of merchants in this world. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian hastily retrieved a communication jade tablet to send a message to Yang Tianzi, urging him to gather at the Moon Invitation Pavilion. Within the inner city of White Tiger City, in a secluded courtyard, a handsome young man was drenched in sweat as he practiced martial arts. Upon sensing the jade tablet's signal, he promptly halted his movements and took it out to inspect. As soon as he saw the message, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly addressed the jade tablet, saying, "Understood, young Master Yi. He is Yang Tianzi, the third-generation heir of the Yang Merchant Association." Chapter 4. System charge complete. Terrifying gift pack influenced by his surroundings. Yang Tianzi had long been aware of the Yang family's awkward position. Though they were considered a prestigious family, they lacked substantial backing. Often bullied even by the offspring of minor officials, the Yang family could at most be regarded as a clan, for in this world, without formidable martial strength, it is exceedingly difficult to establish oneself. Even though the Yang family is the wealthiest in the Great Qian Kingdom, many things can only be acquired through a resource known as spiritual stone. Unfortunately, the Yang family possesses none, and even the Yi family has very few. Particularly, resources for cultivation are tightly held by the major sects, with only a scant portion left for the royal family and influential unit clans. This predicament results in the Yang family being wealthy, yet only slightly better off than the common folk. Yang Tianzi's father, Yang Baiwan, instilled in him from a young age the importance of integrating into the circles of the second-generation officials. However, those individuals, predominantly led by the royalty family, looked down upon him. It was only when Yi Tian witnessed him being bullied that he took him under his wing as a subordinate. Upon learning of Yi Tian's identity, Yang Tianzi garnered the support of his entire family, allowing him to effortlessly mobilize hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Yi Tian, with 1,000 taels of silver notes tucked into his chest pocket, had not previously perceived anything amiss, but after merging with the memories, he realized that this ancient attire bore no pockets at all. He resolved to have a tailor sew one for him another day. Accompanied by Xiao Mei, he made his way outside, traversing through 2 pavilions and a courtyard before arriving at the main gate. 12 soldiers armed with weapons stood at attention on either side. And upon seeing Yi Tian emerge, they collectively bowed in respect. "Young master." Yi Tian merely nodded, muttering to himself, "Why adjunct master?" However, he did not dwell on this, as he stepped through the gate, for soldiers hurriedly followed him. A glance from Yi Tian revealed a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is the privilege of status. As he strolled down the street, Yi Tian raised his eyes to hear the distant calls of numerous vendors. Despite their distance from the royal palace's entrance, he confidently sauntered southward. The entirety of White Tiger City is divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city is home to nobility, and although the Yang family resides there, their location is somewhat remote. The outer city is inhabited by commoners, separated from the inner city by a wall that delineates 2 distinct social classes. The Moon Invitation Pavilion is also located in the inner city, but it is not far from White Tiger Mountain, which has drawn the ire of the monks at White Tiger Temple. When the emperor became aware of this situation, he issued an edict demanding the Moon Invitation Pavilion vacate the inner city. However, the pavilion's backer, the current third princely Wenjie, invested significant resources to establish it and was reluctant to relocate. Yet, he dared not ignore the temple's command and ultimately had to sell it at a loss. Nevertheless, no one in White Tiger City was willing to take over the Moon Invitation Pavilion, leading Li Wenjie to incite the 5th princely Wenxuan to provoke Yi Tian, resulting in Yi Tian purchasing the pavilion. Yet, after acquiring it, he regretted the decision. Although the impulsive actions of Yi Tian in the past did not imply foolishness, he recognized that White Tiger Temple, as the national religion of the Great Qian Kingdom, wielded power far surpassing that of the entire kingdom. The royal Li family could not afford to offend them. And as the legitimate heir of the Yi family, his grandfather would not permit reckless behavior. Initially, Yi Tian intended to disband the Moon Invitation Pavilion that very day and transform it into an inn. Even after merging with the memories, he maintained this belief. After all, while the monks at White Tiger Temple were merely devoted to their faith, they were not reasonable individuals. However, as Yi Tian walked along the road, a sudden voice resonated in his mind, prompting a shift in his perspective. Ding! The strongest Emperor's sign-in system has completed its charge. Ding! Due to the host's successful integration, the system begins to bind. 115-5098 Ding! Binding successful. Yi Tian suddenly felt a change within his body, though he could not discern the specifics. Pausing momentarily, he continued onward while subconsciously inquiring about the system. System, how did you charge? What abilities do you possess? Ding! This system declines to answer the first question. As for abilities, the host may sign in once daily, and each time offers different surprises. Are you being coy? Is there not a beginner's gift pack? Do I not get one? Ding. Beginner's gift pack distribution in progress. Ding. Distribution successful. The host may check within the system space. Ding. The host may sign in once daily, with opportunities to obtain techniques, divine abilities, martial skills, artifacts, spiritual stones, secret treasures, cultivation levels, soldiers, generals, strategists, and provisions. After hearing this introduction from the system, Yution felt a surge of excitement. Although the Yi family possessed cultivation techniques, they were of a lower tier. After all, White Tiger Temple was merely a 6-star sect, with its strongest member being at the Spirit Condensation realm. The sects in this world generally began at 5 stars, with a 5-star sect requiring the presence of a Sky Sovereign level cultivator to maintain its status. While 6-star sects necessitated a Spirit Condensation cultivator, the pinnacle reached up to 9-star sections. However, currently, there are no 9-star sects in Qingyun Prefecture, only one 8-star sect. The techniques conferred by White Tiger Temple could only reach the Sky Sovereign realm at best. Yuxiao, the patriarch of the Yi family, is at the second layer of the Sky Sovereign realm, primarily due to his lack of faith in the Buddha's teachings and the inferior techniques available to him. It was said that Li Wuji of the Li family had reached the 9th layer of the Sky Sovereign realm and was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the Spirit Condensation realm. However, according to the elder Yuxiao, Li Wuji could not succeed in his breakthrough due to the limitations of his techniques. Yet now, since Yution could sign in daily, there was a possibility of obtaining superior techniques. How could this not excite him? If he were to acquire advanced techniques, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly escalate to a new level. With this thought, Yution couldn't help but recall the beginner's gift pack mentioned by the system. As he searched within his consciousness, he suddenly discovered a white light cluster in one corner. Upon entering, he found himself in a space comparable to a city. However, it appeared somewhat vacant. In one corner. Yution discovered the beginner's gift pack as described by the system. Imperial Tao Unending Scripture. The innate Imperial Scripture, upon reaching great mastery, grants immortality and the ability to control the rise and fall of empires. Great Freedom Scripture allows the soul to roam the universe. As the empire endures, so too does the soul, with all that the eye can see retreating before the grand path. Imperial Tao Seal of Heaven. Upon reaching great mastery, one can pluck stars from the sky and seal the heavens and earth. Innate Imperial Sword, level unknown. Grows stronger against the strong, capable of severing fate and slaying deities. Not activated. Chaos Tao Body. Absorbing this will forge the Chaos Tao Body, free from causation, beyond the 5 elements. Cultivation leads to enlightenment. Not activated. Emperor's Battle Armor. Armor of the Emperor. Capable of withstanding attacks 2 major realms above oneself. Not activated. Emperor's Seal. Can confer titles to lords, suppress fortunes, and quell all incoming foes. Not activated. Chaos Black Dragon Egg. Can nurture an Imperial-level Black Dragon. Not activated. Chapter 5, Moon Shadows. All at Spirit Condensation realm, Yution gazed in awe, his eyes almost sparkling with excitement. Everything within this space was far beyond the grasp of someone at his foundational level. Merely taking out a single item could potentially plunge the entire Qingtian domain into chaos. He even spotted a highly pure energy mass. According to his estimation, absorbing a mere 1% could elevate him directly to the Sky Sovereign realm. However, it was somewhat regrettable that many items remained unactivated. System, how does one activate these items? Ding. Weapons and artifacts require the host to become an emperor to activate. The Black Dragon Egg requires daily feeding with fresh blood. What? Daily feeding with blood? The thought of needing to shed blood daily made Yution uneasy. After all, he was only 13 years old, still just a child. However, the thought of nurturing this black dragon to reach the Imperial level made Yution unable to suppress his anticipation. System, what on earth is that Chaos Tao Body? Why has it not been activated? Ding. The Chaos Tao Body, the most powerful physique in the world, allows for a clearer comprehension of the integration of the laws of heaven and earth and the understanding of the Great Way. It is not suppressed by taboos and can enjoy the shared fortune of the world. With a formidable physical body, etc. Activating it will be accompanied by celestial phenomena. Does the host wish to activate it now? Celestial phenomena. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Yution, at present merely a lowly cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, dared not expose himself to the gaze of those great sects. As for the rewards, now is not the time to claim them, especially the magical treasures, which he currently cannot activate. With a sigh, Yution lamented his desire to become an emperor. That position is not so easily attained. Not to mention the White Tiger Temple behind the royal Li family. The royal family's own strength is beyond what the Yi family can shake, among the 2nd generation of the Li family. There are 5 sons. The eldest is the emperor, and the other 4 each hold their own fiefdoms and military authority. The third generation is even more numerous, with Li Jiuxiao having 7 children, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Li Wenlong, is the crown prince, while the second, Li Wenba, has even entered the White Tiger Temple. The other 2 princes, while seemingly nonchalant, are still princes. Their maternal families hold some influence, leaving only the youngest prince in a more favorable position. Just like the 5th prince, Li Wenxuan, who has always been at odds with Yu Tian since childhood, his mother is the daughter of the Lord of Blue Moon City. That city is the foremost among the 4 major cities and serves as the last bastion of the entire Deqian. The relationships are intricately woven, nearly binding the entire Li family and its clans together. A single thread pulled affects the whole tapestry. Shaking his head, Yu Tian chose not to dwell on such matters. At least for now, he possesses techniques and martial skills to cultivate. With that thought, he almost turned back to the manor, but recalling his appointment with Yang Tianxi to visit the inviting moon pavilion, he continued onward. He began to call upon the system in his mind. System, you said I could sign in daily, right? Ding. Yes, host, you have not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Of course. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received 100 Moonshadow Guards, each comparable to the peak of the 9th level of Spirit Consolidation. Yu Tian stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Xiaomei hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Her expression filled with concern as she asked, Young master, are you all right? She glanced around vigilantly, and the other 4 guards adopted a similarly serious demeanor. Yu Tian waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yet internally, he was incessantly shouting, System, what does it mean that I signed in for 100 Moonshadow Guards? Ding. Merely the peak of Spirit Consolidation. Host need not panic. This realm does not yet qualify as a powerful one. Did you hear that? In the eyes of the system, Spirit Consolidation cultivators are not even considered strong. In the entire Deqian, only the White Tiger Temple possesses Spirit Consolidation cultivators, and certainly no more than 3. Yet on the very first day, the system grants him 100 peak Spirit Consolidation cultivators. With this thought, Yi Tian's gait transformed. If previously he held a deep-seated apprehension towards the White Tiger Temple, now, Yu Tian could only think, I could take on 10 of them. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, Ding. Host, do you wish to comprehend the sign-in reward? Hearing this, Yu Tian calmed slightly. With these 100 Spirit Consolidation experts at his disposal, while he was no longer afraid of the White Tiger Temple, overthrowing a dynasty requires more than mere martial prowess. He surveyed the bustling streets filled with people, many of whom wore expressions of happiness. Yi Tian felt unable to shatter that bliss, and inwardly he called out, System, they want to suddenly appear beside me, right? Ding. Host need not worry. As long as the Moonshadow Guards do not act, they will not be detected, even if they are of a higher realm. Ding. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Claim. Ding. Moonshadow Guards have been generated. Ding. Deployment successful. As the system's words fell, Yu Tian suddenly sensed 100 presences surrounding him. A glance at Xiaomei and the 4 guards revealed no signs of abnormality. Yu Tian understood that perhaps only he could perceive the existence of these 100 individuals. Just then, 10 voices echoed in Yu Tian's mind. The 100 Moonshadow Guards report to the Master. Master? Upon hearing this title, Yu Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, lacking the ability to communicate secretly, he could only gesture vaguely forward. Thank you, Master. Xiaomei, walking beside Yu Tian, looked at his peculiar gesture with confusion. Young master, what are you doing? Yu Tian feigned ignorance. Nothing. Let us go, quickly. Xiaomei felt puzzled, sensing that her young master seemed somewhat different. Yet she could not pinpoint why. Soon, they arrived at the inviting moon pavilion. As soon as they entered, a woman in her 30s approached. Oh, my young master, we have finally awaited your arrival. The ladies have been eagerly waiting. Yu Tian looked up and recognized her as the hostess of the inviting moon pavilion. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, she was undoubtedly older. In this world, one must never judge a woman by her appearance, especially those who have cultivated successfully. What appears to be 18 could very well be 38. Yet, the current inviting moon pavilion lacked any patrons, with only a sparse few in sight. As soon as Yu Tian uttered Yun Mama, he regretted it, especially after merging with the memories of Yu Tian from Blue Star. Understanding the implications of Mama made it even harder to say. Yu Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. The hostess, sharp as attack, perhaps sensing Yi Tian's discomfort, quickly remarked, Oh, young master, you are the boss. Just call me Aunt Yun. Yi Tian cast a strange glance at this alluring and charming woman, inwardly pondering, Am I harboring some nefarious thoughts? Shaking his head, he reminded himself that he was still a child, incapable of such dangerous ideas. Nevertheless, he replied, "Very well, Aunt Yun, please call all the ladies. I have matters to discuss." The hostess tossed a flirtatious glance, swaying her hips as she walked away. "All right." Xiaomei frowned slightly, feeling somewhat averse to such places. Chapter 6. Taking over the inviting moon pavilion. Building a modern brothel, Yu Tian, filled with curiosity, began to observe his surroundings. He had not entered before when he made bets with Li Wenxuan and the others. After all, this was a brothel, and although Yu Tian was rather free-spirited, he was only 13 years old. Moreover, given that this was previously the Li family's property, he was reluctant to come. The main hall resembled a theater, with numerous tables and chairs surrounding a large stage in the center. The second and third floors contained private rooms, also open to the public, albeit at significantly higher prices than the first floor. The fourth floor housed the chambers of the courtesans, which were not open to the public. The back courtyard contained some rooms where the small attendants and guards resided. However, as the inviting moon pavilion had been ordered to close, they were currently idle. Before arriving, Yu Tian had intended to rely on the knowledge from his memories to transform this place into an inn. However, now it appeared that such a large establishment, larger than a 3-star hotel on Blue Star, would be a waste if it were merely an inn. A grand idea began to take root in Yu Tian's mind. Soon, over 200 individuals appeared in Yu Tian's line of sight. Initially surprised, Yu Tian's astonishment gradually faded to indifference. Among them were 185 young and beautiful women, each radiating charm and uniqueness, as if they were inherently alluring. However, Yu Tian felt little excitement. These women were dressed rather conservatively. Remembering the internet celebrities and bar dancers from his recollections, Yu Tian's gaze began to burn with desire. Yet, this longing was misinterpreted by the women. "Oh, is our boss looking at me? Impossible. The young boss must be looking at me. I adore that fiery gaze." As the audacious remarks grew bolder, Yu Tian could not help but cough several times. "Ahem, listen to me." Upon hearing Yu Tian's call, many of the girls stifled their laughter and whispered amongst themselves. Observing this, Yu Tian felt somewhat helpless. After all, he was only 13 years old and stood merely 140 centimeters tall. Even his angry expression likely seemed adorable to them. Why? Yu Tian shouted, somewhat angrily. "Be quiet. Listen to me." Upon witnessing Yu Tian's anger, all the women fell silent, particularly the young attendants and guards seated in the last few rows. They paled in comparison to these women, being mere dispensable individuals. The brothel keeper, observing Yu Tian's expression, felt a twinge of discomfort and cautiously approached him. She was far more astute than the young girls. Recognizing that since the Yaoyu Pavilion had fallen out of favor with the White Tiger Temple, it faced imminent closure. Moreover, these young women were all bound by contracts. Should Yu Tian neglect them, they would be forced to venture to the outer city. Now that I have acquired this place, I intend to revamp it. I will revive its former glory, allowing you to profit once more. However, as he pondered this, Yu Tian recalled various outfits from his memories: flight attendant uniforms, sailor suits, nurse attire, and stepmother skirts. He resolved to reintroduce these peculiar garments into the world. Yet, it was imperative that you adhere to the costumes I prescribed. These women were all exceedingly beautiful, as one would expect in the imperial city. Without some allure, entry into the Yaoyu Pavilion was simply unattainable. Though their attire was somewhat daring, it was merely tailored for the locals. Each brothel bore a similar style, and after a while, such uniforms lost their charm. However, what if they donned kipayos and stepmother skirts? The thought excited Yu Tian, yet convincing these women to willingly wear them posed a challenge. "Master, what kind of garments are we speaking of? Are they appealing?" One inquired. "Am I not beautiful in this?" Another questioned. The others remained silent, while the two courtesans, intrigued by Yu Tian's mention of attire, exchanged glances. Yu Tian nodded at them. These two were the courtesans of Yaoyu Pavilion, and indeed, they were striking. One possessed an elegant figure, perfectly proportioned, while the other was voluptuous, exuding a desirability that was undeniable. Both boasted extraordinary beauty. Even with his memories merged, Yu Tian believed their allure could easily place them among the top 20. You will soon find out. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss this matter. Take this time to rest, for you will soon have your hands full. After speaking, he directed his gaze towards Aunt Yun. "When Yang Tunzi arrives, instruct him to find me and show me around." "Understood," Aunt Yun responded, gracefully sashaying over. Xiaomei cast a wary glance at the brothel keeper, fearing any inappropriate actions. Yet Yu Tian paid her no mind, following the brothel keeper on a tour. Before long, Yang Tunzi rushed over, panting. Yu Tian waved him over. Come, witness our establishment." Yang Tunzi, 3 years Yu Tian's senior at 16, was mature due to familial circumstances. Nevertheless, given Yu Tian's status, he felt compelled to address him as brother or young Master Yi. Upon hearing Yu Tian's words, Yang Tianzi expressed surprise. Young Master, are you truly planning to take charge of this place? Although the White Tiger Temple had not issued a direct order, monks had made their displeasure known. And the emperor had commanded the third prince to shutter the Yaoyu Pavilion. Yang Tianzi's willingness to spend money to purchase it was merely an attempt to curry favor with Yu Tian. He harbored no intention of allowing the establishment to continue operations. Standing in the private room on the second floor, Yu Tian gazed down, feeling an unusual sensation. After all, the Yaoyu Pavilion was worth far more than 500,000 taels of silver. In the context of Blue Star, it would easily amount to tens of millions or even billions. He could not simply abandon such a vast venue. Indeed, having spent the money, how could one justify not opening? Yu Tian turned to the somewhat anxious Yang Tianzi and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, nothing will go awry here. Yu Tian had already planned to station several elite members of the Moonshadow Guard here to maintain order. Not only would the White Tiger Temple refrain from causing trouble, but no one in the entire Deqian would dare to misbehave. Yet Yang Tianzi remained uneasy. Brother, are you not afraid? Yu Tian understood what he was hinting at and waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry. There will be someone to ensure security. He then called out to the brothel keeper. Aunt Yun, please bring forth your finest food and drink. I wish to sample them. Of course. I shall attend to it at once. While the Yaoyu Pavilion was temporarily closed, it still housed over 200 individuals, with ample provisions and liquor. Before long, a feast of 8 dishes and a soup was laid out before Yu Tian, who eagerly tasted each dish. However, in comparison to the cuisine of the royal residence, the flavors fell short. The alcohol, too, was subpar, barely reaching 30 degrees, with a peculiar herbal taste. This was due to the infusion of certain spiritually potent herbs, beneficial for martial artists, but the drink resembled cooking wine, rendering it nearly undrinkable. Yu Tian recalled memories of fine liquor reaching over 50 degrees. If he could concoct something using spiritual herbs, he wondered if it might fetch a good price. After satisfying his appetite, Yu Tian pulled Yang Tianzi aside. I planned to renovate this place, but he hesitated, feeling awkward. After all, he had only 10,000 taels of silver on hand, and revamping the establishment would require hiring tailors and seamstresses to craft garments, as well as brewing his own liquor, all of which demanded funds. Noticing Yu Tian's discomfort, the perceptive Yang Tianzi quickly grasped the situation. Young master, how much more do you require? Ah, how refreshing. However, I shan't accept this money without due cause. Yu Tian then instructed Xiao Mei and the 4 guards, you may step outside for a moment. Wait, I must leave too, Xiao Mei exclaimed, bewildered by Yu Tian's request. Never mind, you need not exit, with the guards having left and closed the door. Yu Tian finally addressed the 2 inquiring minds, Moonshadow Guards. Step forward. In an instant, 2 figures materialized in the room, as if space itself had shifted. The moment they appeared, they knelt in unison, we greet our lord. Yu Tian, along with Yang Tianzi and Xiao Mei, observed the 2 with curiosity. Yang Tianzi and Xiao Mei were astonished at the sudden appearance and the strength they exuded, while Yu Tian was intrigued by their attire. Both donned black and red robes that obscured their features, revealing only their eyes, and each carried a pair of black curved blades on their backs. Despite not emanating any discernible aura, their entrance alone testified to their formidable prowess. Yang Tianzi, momentarily at a loss, turned to Yu Tian. What is the meaning of this? Yu Tian did not respond directly but addressed the 2 guards. You may rise. From now on, refer to me as young master or master, rather than lord. Understood. Thank you, young master. The 2 guards stood, quietly awaiting further instructions. Yu Tian then turned to Yang Tianzi. Both possess peak strength in the spirit condensation realm. Tell me, can I not secure this place? Peak spirit condensation? Yang Tianzi and Xiao Mei stared at Yu Tian, visibly shaken. The Moonshadow Guards, however, remained silent. Tianzi, I am well aware of your thoughts. Yu Tian continued, standing at the railing. This world respects the strong. If your young family wishes to thrive, you must grow stronger. I will send one of the Moonshadow Guards to accompany you back. They will serve as your protector, following your commands. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianzi froze. As the heir of the Yang family, raised with great expectations, he understood Yu Tian's implications. Why, young master, I cannot make such decisions alone. I must consult my father. Yu Tian understood Yang Tianzi's predicament. Yet he trusted that the head of the Yang family would make a wise choice. I am aware. Now, let us set that aside for the moment. I intend to renovate the Yaoyu Pavilion and have those young women don new attire. Thus, Yu Tian began outlining his plans for the renovation of the Yaoyu Pavilion. His intentions were straightforward. Since the system had decreed that he would become an emperor, and given that the current Qin bore no possibility of that, especially considering the Li family's alliances with various clans to consolidate imperial power, if Yu Tian wished to overthrow this dynasty, he would need to forge a different path. Families like the Yang clan were hardly regarded by the larger clans. Take Yang Tianzi, for instance. At 16, he was merely at the 5th tier of the Xian level. In terms of cultivation ranks, he was an entire realm below Yi Tian, in the eyes of the great clans. The Yang family, possessing wealth but lacking power, was merely a purse for them. If on that fateful day the Li family found themselves devoid of wealth, it is conceivable that the Yang family might not exist at all. At most, they could extend their support to the Zhang or Wang families. Hence, Yu Tian firmly believed that the Yang family would lean on him, or rather, on the Yi family. Subsequently, Yu Tian shared the comprehensive blueprint for the Yaoyu Pavilion with Yang Tianxi. Upon hearing the entirety of the renovation plans, Yang Tianxi was taken aback. As the legitimate heir of the Yang family business, he had been immersed in commerce since childhood. Yet, he had never encountered Yu Tian's exquisite and unparalleled vision. Yang Tianxi exclaimed in admiration, "Young Master Yi, it would be a tremendous loss for you not to engage in business." Yi Tian shook his head dismissively. Business? What future is there in that? He had already become a man of systems and aspired to be an emperor in the future. To confine him to commercial endeavors would be a profound waste of his talents. Have you calculated how much silver will be needed? Yang Tianxi replied, somewhat pained. It may require around 500,000 taels. He had discerned that Yu Tian's purpose in summoning him was fundamentally monetary. Very well. Then you shall send someone to oversee the renovations and change the name of Yaoyu Pavilion to Bai Jin Han. Yang Tianxi was somewhat perplexed. After all, the name Yaoyu Pavilion was quite melodious. Reputedly penned by the third prince himself, Bai Jin Han. What significance does that hold? Yu Tian grinned broadly. None at all. It merely sounds pleasant. In due course, this establishment shall allocate 2/10 of the profits to you. Although Yang Tianxi initially felt a twinge of discomfort, his face soon bore a jubilant expression. Thank you, young Master Yi. I shall return to make preparations at once. Yi Tian nodded and gestured towards 2 moon shadow guards nearby, saying, very well, you may take one of them back with you. Yang Tianxi felt a touch of bitterness, yet ultimately acquiesced. However, as the moon shadow guard stepped forward, he faded from view. Yang Tianxi turned to Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, how can I summon that esteemed elder? Yi Tian replied with a smile. Whenever you require his presence, simply utter the words Weiing, and he shall appear at your side, with a complex mix of emotions. Yang Tianxi nodded and departed from the Yaoyu Pavilion. Yi Tian waved at another moon shadow guard, who also vanished in an instant. That moment, Xiao Mei gazed at Yi Tian in astonishment. Her expression a blend of confusion and complexity. What is happening, young master? Yi Tian, meeting her pure gaze, refrained from answering directly. In time, you shall come to understand. Acquiring the Yang family was merely the first step. He still had 99 moon shadow guards at his disposal. He intended to retain only 10 by his side, dispatching the rest to various locations. His father, uncle, and grandfather all required guardians and secrecy. Moreover, every prominent family possessed its own intelligence network, and the Yi family was no exception, albeit under the control of the elder Yi Xiaotian. While the strength of the moon shadow guards was formidable, their limited numbers rendered them unsuitable for intelligence work. However, he contemplated taking control of several information or assassination organizations. Additionally, there was the matter of finances. Although the Yang family was affluent, relying solely on their resources left Yu Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Furthermore, he lacked spiritual stones and elixirs, items that were scarce even within the Yi family. Thus, he resolved to send the moon shadow guards to raid a few sects and aristocratic families. This decision did not evoke any sense of moral conflict within him. After all sects and noble families were siphoning the lifeblood of the empire. Rather than allowing their resources to be squandered, it was far more prudent to claim them as capital for his endeavors. With Xiao Mei and 4 guards in tow, Yu Tian departed from the Yaoyu Pavilion and returned to his courtyard, dispatching the moon shadow guards while retaining 10 to protect the Yi family. Chapter 8. The brewing of wine and the submission of the Yang family. At this juncture, upon returning home, Yang Tianxi hastily sought out his father, Yang Baiwan. However, the thought that a moon shadow guard might be nearby made him somewhat anxious as he knocked on the study door. Father, I have urgent matters to discuss. A voice from within beckoned. Enter. Yang Tianxi pushed the door open, finding only a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose plain appearance and attire made it difficult to associate him with the president of the Yang family business. Yang Bai-wan set aside his account book and looked at his son with evident satisfaction. Tianci, why the rush? What is it? Yang Tianci hesitated momentarily, then spoke. Elder Yuing, I beseech you to reveal yourself. In an instant, the figure of the Moon Shadow Guard materialized beside Yang Tianci, causing Yang Bai-wan to rise from his seat in astonishment. The gaze he cast upon the Moon Shadow Guard was filled with shock and trepidation. Despite having attained the third tier of the celestial level, he had sensed neither the guard's appearance nor his aura. This could only mean that the individual before him was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing his own capabilities. With this realization, Yang Bai-wan respectfully bowed. It is a great honor to receive your esteemed presence. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Yang family? Inquire of your son, the Moon Shadow Guard replied succinctly before calmly exiting the room. Witnessing this, both Yang Bai-wan and Yang Tianci let out a sigh of relief. Yang Bai-wan, somewhat bewildered, glanced at his son, unsure of where he had procured such an esteemed figure. The Moon Shadow Guard's deliberate exit was also intended to convey to the father and son that he bore no ill will nor intentions of eavesdropping. Though they were mere constructs of the system, they were entities with flesh and blood, not devoid of social understanding. Once the Moon Shadow Guard had departed, Yang Tianci finally relaxed and conveyed Yu Tian's intentions while also expressing his perspective. Yang Bai-wan hardly paid heed to the other details, but he was acutely aware of the Moon Shadow Guard's formidable strength. Are you suggesting that young Master Yi commands not just one such being? And that their strength reaches the pinnacle of the celestial realm? Yang Tianci nodded affirmatively. Indeed, young Master Yi intends to revamp the Yao Yu Pavilion. As he spoke, he recalled Yu Tian's designs in the array of attire depicted, adding, it appears even more extravagant than a brothel. Yang Bai-wan, however, paid little attention to this aspect. He perceived further into the future than Yang Tianci did, within the entirety of the Great Qian realm. Even at the Baihu Temple, there were scarcely a handful of practitioners at the celestial level, yet the Yi family possessed more than one. Did Yu Tian harbor ulterior motives, or was it the Yi family as a whole? Contemplating this, Yang Bai-wan's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling events from 11 years prior. Perhaps the younger generation, like Yang Tianci, were unaware, for the Li family had imposed a strict silence on the matter, and none dared to speak of it. Yet he was privy to many secrets, particularly the tragic fate of Yi Wudi's wife and Yi Wu Hui's fiancée, both of whom perished on the same day. It was evident to any astute observer that the Li family was behind the incident, for the Yi family's strength was truly formidable, especially considering the influence of the families backing them, which even the Li family dreaded. However, due to the mediation of Baihu Temple and the emperor presenting certain evidence, a sect was established, preventing the Yi family from taking rash actions. Yet from that day forth, Yang Bai-wan recognized the Yi family's power as one capable of shaking the very foundations of the empire. In terms of military prestige, the Yi family's standing surpassed that of the royal family. Reflecting on the day the Yi family chose to retreat into silence, Yang Bai-wan began to formulate plans. No one understood the Yang family's predicament better than he did. On the surface, the Great Qian appeared prosperous, yet in the event of war, the Yang family would undoubtedly be the first to face annihilation, simply because they were wealthy. Warfare is fought with currency, and weapons, supplies, and steeds all require funding. With the Yang family possessing wealth yet lacking formidable guardians to protect their interests, who else would they target, given that the Yi family harbored such strength and secrecy and even offered them allegiance? He could not possibly refuse, especially considering the Yang family's current precarious situation. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Yang Bai-wan suddenly declared, Tianci, go and invite that esteemed elder back inside. Yes, father. Yang Tianci turned and exited without a word. In truth, he harbored thoughts akin to those of Yang Bai-wan, for he had witnessed firsthand the profound respect that two peak practitioners had for Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian had returned to the Wang residence, handing over 1,000 taels of silver notes to Xiaomei, instructing her to procure some equipment for brewing wine. In this world, there were no technological advancements. One could only rely on traditional methods of winemaking. This process required grains, spiritual herbs, and the contents of large vats. Yi Tian felt a twinge of unease handing these tasks over to others, as the winemaking techniques in Tianyuan continent differed greatly from those of Blue Star. Soon, Xiaomei, accompanied by several servants, delivered everything Yi Tian needed into the courtyard, observing the mountain of supplies, particularly the large wine vat that towered over him. He noted that although the Wang residence's kitchen was spacious, it was ill-suited for such endeavors. Thus, Yi Tian had no choice but to operate in the courtyard. Xiaomei, have them construct a stove and wash the millet first, he commanded. Following Yi Tian's instructions, Xiaomei began directing the other servants to get to work. Fortunately, though these servants lacked any cultivation, they possessed considerable strength. The winemaking process involved selecting ingredients, soaking, steaming, saccharifying, fermenting, distilling, and filtering. If this were Blue Star, the entire process might take several days. However, it would proceed much more swiftly in Tianyuan continent, especially since Yi Tian had added numerous herbs imbued with spiritual energy. The resulting wine would retain the flavor of Blue Star while embodying the unique aromatic characteristics of Tianyuan continent. By the afternoon, the rich fragrance of the wine wafted throughout the Wang residence. The servants and workers nearby found themselves involuntarily swallowing as they caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. What could the young master be concocting inside? It must be brewing wine, but it's so potent. Yet, each had their own duties and dared not intrude to investigate further. The elder Yi Xiaotian and Feng Xiu also caught wind of the delightful scent. Old Feng, what is Tianer up to? It smells wonderful. Feng Xiu sniffed the air. Master, it seems the young master is brewing wine. Should we go take a look? Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Xiaotian rose. Let us go see what this rascal is up to. At the same time, Yang Tianxi arrived at the Wang residence, representing the Yang family. Initially, this visit should have been made by the family head, Yang Baiwan, but due to his status, he had sent Yang Tianxi to express the Yang family's submission. Because of Yi Tian's instructions, the guards at the entrance made no attempt to impede Yang Tianxi's entry, even sending someone to escort him to Yi Tian's courtyard. Upon entering, Yang Tianxi prepared to convey the Yang family's intentions, but noticed there were quite a few people in the courtyard. Yi Xiao, Yi Tian, seeing Yang Tianxi's demeanor, smiled knowingly. You've come? You must taste the wine I've brewed shortly. Of course. Yang Tianxi swallowed hard, his curiosity drawn to the large vat at the center of the courtyard. What mischief are you up to in the courtyard? The voice echoed even before Yi Xiaotian and Feng Xiu entered. The other servants and attendants hurriedly knelt and greeting. Yi Tian looked over in surprise. Grandfather, what brings you here? Yi Xiaotian waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and after surveying the courtyard setup, he chuckled. So, you're brewing wine? Yes, it will be ready soon. You must give it a try. Yi Tian had not previously attempted this method of winemaking, but judging by the aroma, it seemed promising. Yi Xiaotian stayed for a short while before departing, leaving Yi Tian to resume his activities. Waving to Yang Tianxi, Yi Tian led him inside. Once they were in the room, Yang Tianxi knelt. Yi Xiao, my father wishes to convey that the Yang family is willing to submit to the Yi family. Yi Tian quickly interrupted. No, it's not the Yi family. It's me. Yang Tianxi looked up, somewhat perplexed. Yi Tian refrained from explaining, as the existence of the Moon Shadow Guards was still unknown to others in the Yi family. Rise. You don't need to know too much. The Moon Shadow Guards will be stationed at your Yang family. I want you to return and inform your father to amass resources vigorously and ensure the renovations at Bai Jinhan are executed well. You must also pay attention to this. I want to be visiting for the next few days, and the attire should follow my designs. Yes, understood. After dismissing Yang Tianxi, Yi Tian returned to his winemaking. Soon, night fell, and after a day of diligent work, the first vat of wine began to flow from the spout. Observing the liquid, he noted it was not murky like that from the Invitation Moon Pavilion. Rather, it had a crystalline clarity, creating a frothy effect when poured into a cup. The freshly produced wine had a moderate alcohol content. A simple sip revealed an intoxicating aroma. The spiritual herbs previously added did not impart a medicinal taste. Instead, they lent a refreshing quality that warmed his body. Setting down the cup, Yi Tian called out to the busy Xiaomei. Not bad. Xiaomei, arrange for more people to continue brewing over the next few days. Master, you still wish to brew? But what? But we're out of money. Xiaomei was concerned about urging Yi Tian to cease winemaking, as she believed that in this world, brewing was a trivial pursuit compared to cultivation, and she feared he might become enamored with such distractions and neglect his training. Yi Tian nodded. If we lack funds, ask Yang Tianxi for more. We must continue brewing. The Bai Jihan requires these wines for sale. Later, send 2 vats over to grandfather. I plan to enter seclusion for a few days, so do not disturb me unless necessary. Very well. Xiaomei agreed reluctantly. Yi Tian then retreated to his room. He was quite eager about the large gift pack provided by the system, particularly the techniques and energy within. He intended to use these few days to elevate his strength. He had been practicing the Yi family's techniques since childhood. As his grandfather Yi Xiaotian had insisted he soak in medicinal baths to build a foundation. However, the techniques were too rudimentary, and after 7 to 8 years, he had only reached the 5th level of foundation building. A limitation stemming from both inadequate talent and the low grade of the techniques. While his strength was considered commendable among his peers, it was still insufficient. Especially after merging memories, Yution's desire for power intensified. Qingyun Prefecture was merely one of the 15 prefectures in the Qitian domain, and undoubtedly, many talents resided in other prefectures. Now that he possessed the system, he was determined to strive for that position. He needed not only his own influence but also formidable strength. Once alone in his room, Yution began to communicate with the system. System, if I activate that chaos body now, can it help me conceal the celestial phenomena? Ding! It is the Chaos Tao body. This system requires 100,000 premium spirit stones to conceal the phenomena. How much? Yution nearly shouted. The entire Deqian had numerous cultivators. Yet they primarily utilized low-grade spirit stones. Even Yu Xiaotian, when he practiced, was frugal with low-grade spirit stones. Premium spirit stones were likely only available to sects above the 7th rank, and there certainly would not be 100,000 of them. After all, Qingyun Prefecture was the poorest region in the entire Qitian domain. How could there be any premium spiritual veins? Initially intending to haggle with the system, he found it utterly unresponsive. Forget it. I'll focus on cultivating my techniques and absorbing energy. As Yution delved into his consciousness to retrieve the Imperial Tao Indestructible Scripture, the technique transformed into luminous points, merging into his mind. Closing his eyes, he began to carefully study it. The Imperial Tao Indestructible Scripture was the cultivation technique of emperors, yet to attain even the basics, one had to undergo the baptism of imperial spiritual energy and the will of the people. Spiritual energy was relatively straightforward, as this world was replete with it. However, will was an entirely different matter. Previously, no one in Deqian had ever heard of concepts like will or faith. After all, this was considered an esoteric path, and few cultivators were willing to pursue it. However, ever since the White Tiger Temple established itself in Deqian, many had come to understand it, as the White Tiger Temple practiced the very essence of will. As long as someone expresses admiration and reverence towards their statues or deities, the monks within the White Tiger Temple can gather the power of wishes, which they subsequently utilize for their cultivation. After observing and recording all the cultivation techniques, Yution shook his head. The current circumstances were utterly unsuitable for him to practice this particular method, for he was neither an emperor nor a monk. Outside, there was no one who held him in esteem, nor did anyone genuinely bow in worship. To collect the power of wishes, he would have to resort to stealing from the White Tiger Temple. However, the vessels that contained such power were all Buddhist statues or artifacts. Engaging in hostilities with the White Tiger Temple, or even declaring war, seemed ill-timed to Yution, as warfare was never merely the concern of a few individuals. Even if he commanded 100 Moonshadow Guards, capable of effortlessly conquering the entire Deqian, such an endeavor would not garner him admiration. Rather, he would likely face scorn, and the population of Deqian would undoubtedly dwindle significantly. Yution shook his head and turned his gaze towards another cultivation method focused on the soul. Chapter 10. Signing in for strategists, 100,000 Iron Cavalry, the Great Freedom Sutra. Similarly, as Yution grasped the original text of the cultivation method, it transformed into twinkling starlight, merging into his mind. This was a technique that continuously refined the soul. However, to cultivate it required not only immense willpower but also the endurance to withstand prolonged suffering of the soul. Each cycle of the method inflicted excruciating pain upon the entire soul. More terrifyingly, once one embarked on this path, the method would not cease. It would perpetually operate, meaning that such agony could persist daily until the soul became immensely powerful, at which point the suffering would gradually abate. Yution was unaware of the magnitude of the pain associated with the soul, nor did he comprehend why this method was so tyrannical. He merely wished to make a simple attempt, but to his astonishment, the method refused to halt. In an instant, intense pain flooded Yution's mind, leaving him no time to utter a cry before he collapsed to the ground. Yet, even in his unconscious state, the method continued its relentless operation, jolting him awake with fierce agony. His entire body began to convulse and spasm, his mouth opened in a silent scream. A night passed in this torment. And when the sunlight streamed in, one could still observe a small figure on the ground, writhing in distress. At this moment, Yution felt utterly disoriented, as if his very soul were being struck by a colossal hammer every moment. This suffering was unprecedented in both of his lifetimes. His clothes were torn to shreds, and even the floor bore the marks of his unconscious thrashing. Fortunately, after enduring an entire night, the pain in his mind finally subsided significantly. Perhaps due to a numbing effect, sweat poured from his body in torrents due to the agony, and Yution struggled to lift his arm, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Remembering the orb of energy within the system space, he hastily retrieved it and began to absorb it. Just as he anticipated that this energy would transform into glowing motes, he discovered that he had extracted it directly from the space. It resembled a mass of solidified jelly, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Yetion gazed at it, uncertain how to absorb it, and recalling the pain in his mind, he bit off a small piece. In an instant, an exceptionally pure energy surged forth, flooding Yetion's limbs and meridians with spiritual essence. The sudden influx of energy elicited a sound of comfort from Yetion. What a marvelous substance! Yetion marveled, finding it akin to jelly. Although tasteless, it served to refine his body and enhance his strength. After consuming another morsel, Yetion's cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with only a step remaining until he reached the Spirit Sea realm. Yet, he abruptly halted. As an individual who had merged memories from a transmigrator and possessed a system, he realized that mere cultivation was insufficient. He also needed formidable combat prowess. Although he had attained the peak of foundation establishment, his actual combat ability was at a comparable level, and outside Qingyan Prefecture, he might struggle against even lower-ranked cultivators. This was not the outcome Yetion desired, having received such a tremendous opportunity. Failing to become invincible among his peers would be a disgrace to the system. Ding. Host, this idea is excellent. Yetion paused momentarily. Why are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? System, could you refrain from incessantly chiming in? However, the system paid no heed to Yetion's grumbling. After breaking through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Yetion felt the pain within his soul diminish significantly. Perhaps the enhancement of his strength also fortified his soul. The Royal Tao Immortal Sutra required the power of wishes for entry. Nonetheless, Yetion commenced his cultivation of it as well, intending to seize an opportunity to pilfer wishes from the temple. He perused other reward packages within the system, finding only a physique enhancement and a manual of palm techniques, while the rest required him to ascend to the throne. Glancing over the offerings, he could not help but frown. There were no supernatural techniques or martial arts among them. System, why is there no supernatural ability or martial art? Is there no mention of the famed 72 transformations? Can you provide one? Ding. Host, by cultivating the Royal Tao Immortal Sutra and the Great Freedom Sutra, and subsequently merging with the chaotic Tao body, both body and soul shall become the strongest of their realm. As for supernatural abilities and martial arts, they are merely products of spiritual energy and physical development, and can be acquired through daily sign-ins. Upon hearing this, Yetion was taken aback. Wait. So you don't even regard supernatural abilities? Ding. Host may cultivate the Royal Tao Seal Heaven Palm. Yetion had noticed this previously, but it appeared to be a particularly formidable technique. Often, the more powerful a technique seemed, the more challenging it was to cultivate. Nevertheless, after contemplating, Yetion decided to begin his practice. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Yetion awoke from his cultivation. Ding. You have yet to sign in today. Would you like to proceed? Sign. I shall sign in immediately. Yesterday's sign-in had granted him 100 peak condensation realm warriors. He was curious about what he might receive today. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the strategist Cheng Liang and 100. 000 Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry. Cheng Liang. Yetion searched for this name in his mind but found nothing after a lengthy consideration. However, the prospect of 100,000 Iron Cavalry astonished him, although Deqian boasted a total of 2 million mercenaries. Only 300,000 were cavalry, all under the control of the royal Li family, each with strength reaching the profound level, forming the very foundation of Deqian. Yetion swiftly inquired of the system. System. Don't you have that system panel? Why is it absent? Ding. This system is the strongest Emperor sign-in system. Whatever the host can conceive, this system possesses. However, the host did not inquire previously. Yetion sat up, preparing to head outside. So if I don't ask, you won't divulge anything? Hurry up. I want to assess the strength of these cavalrymen. The next moment, Yetion heard a ding, and a blue light curtain appeared before him, displaying all the characters he had signed in. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to touch it, only for his hand to pass right through. How extraordinary. Although he had already integrated the memories of the Blue Star Soul and was familiar with many so-called high-tech concepts, this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. The panel prominently displayed the number of individuals signed in, their strengths, and other information. Moon Shadow Guards, 100 individuals, unnamed, age, 20 to 30 years strength. Peak Condensation Realm, 10 capable of slaying at the King Realm. Loyalty, 100% cultivation technique. Shadow Soul. Strategist, Cheng Liang age, 20 years strength, 8th layer of Condensation Realm loyalty. 100% cultivation technique. Heart of Boundless Thought. Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry, 100,000 individuals, unnamed, age, 18 to 25 years strength, Spirit Sea Realm. Sky Soaring Realm loyalty, 100% cultivation technique, blood slaughter technique, assault dragon formation, defense profound armor shield. After reviewing this information, Yi Tian was left speechless, especially upon discovering that they possessed cultivation techniques. In an instant, he felt a surge of excitement. System, come forth. Can I cultivate their techniques? Can I pass them on to others? Ding. No. What do the blood slaughter iron cavalry's dragon-slaying formation and profound armor shield entail? Are their abilities truly so formidable? Ding. Both are types of military formations. Although the system did not explicitly state their strengths, Yi Tian believed it. Given the forces at his disposal, he could easily overthrow or even annihilate the entire Deqian. It is important to note that no nation in the entire eastern wilderness possessed an army composed of cultivators, let alone a full 100,000 cavalry. It is estimated that in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, even the Tianqing Empire may not possess such formidable power. Contemplating this, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. Chapter 11. Cheng Liang's scheme, the return of Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Just as he was about to step outside, he paused to glance at the information displayed on the system interface, straightening his back slightly. System, where are my strategist and the 100,000 iron cavalry? Ding. The host may select a location for generation. Yi Tian silently nodded in agreement. Such a formidable army could not simply materialize into Qian.at least. Until he had a valid reason to overthrow the current regime, it was unsuitable for them to appear into Qian. Yi Tian began to recall the map in the old man's study. Surrounding the Deqian kingdom were three neighboring nations, Tianshui, Nefeng, and Lihua. The Lihua kingdom was guarded by his father, Yi Wudi. So there was no need to send troops there, and the Qilin Mountains separated it from Tianshui, making it similarly unsuitable. No, wait, the Qilin Mountains, stretching for millions of kilometers, crossing 4 or 5 nations. It housed not only beasts but also numerous tribes. However, the system rewarded cavalry, which was ill-suited for mountainous warfare. Nevertheless, Yi Tian made a mental note of the Qilin Mountains, intending to station troops there for training in the future. System. Deploy Cheng Liang and the 100,000 cavalry at the border of Nefeng Kingdom. Additionally, issue orders to Cheng Liang to establish a foothold. The Nefeng Kingdom was considerably larger than Deqian, yet it scarcely regarded Deqian, focusing its efforts on competing with another nation. The placement of the cavalry was strategic, as Nefeng was a land of vast grasslands, where the cavalry's advantages could be fully realized. Ding. The system is synthesizing and deploying. Deployment successful. Immediately upon successful deployment from the system, a formidable army, wreathed in a mist of bloodlust, appeared at the border of Nefeng Kingdom. Each warrior donned armor, with fearsome visors obscuring their faces, wielding long spears and sheathed swords, and bows slung across their saddles. The aura emanating from them spoke volumes of their strength. They were undoubtedly a valiant and battle-hardened force. Each rider was mounted on a towering warhorse, which, upon closer inspection, was nearly outfitted to the teeth. Yet, at the forefront stood a dapper young man clad in black, his face a portrait of exasperation, idly fanning himself. From a distance, he appeared somewhat out of place at that moment. A commander from the rear of the ranks approached on horseback. Strategist. Did the Lord send us here to attack Nefeng Kingdom? Cheng Liang shook his head. Upon their creation, the system had already imbued them with a mission. The Lord desired them to act freely. But their presence had likely already alerted Nefeng. The commander lifted his visor, revealing a young yet resolute visage. The appearance of 100,000 iron cavalry at the border could not remain concealed for long. Regardless of whether anyone witnessed it initially, why does the strategist appear troubled? Since the Lord allows us to act independently, why not simply conquer Nefeng Kingdom? Cheng Liang's lips curled into a smile. Although the 100,000 cavalry were cultivators, they had not yet reached a level where they could subsist without food or drink. Each day, they required sustenance, and their training demanded a substantial amount of resources. If they did not take action, they would soon face issues even with their basic needs. Cheng Liang sighed, feeling the weight of his role as a strategist, unable to sway the thoughts of the entire cavalry. Fortunately, the general of the cavalry had expressed his thoughts, aligning with Cheng Liang's OWN.as for whether they could capture the entirety of Nefeng Kingdom with their numbers. Cheng Liang held no doubts. His peak cultivation level was no mere facade, and nearly all the leaders within the cavalry were at the Void Flight realm, with every soldier at the very least at the Spirit Sea realm, and hundreds at the Void Flight realm. They were more than a match for the entirety of Nefeng Kingdom, let alone its supporting sects, which would be no match for the bloodthirsty cavalry. Despite their smaller numbers, the power of their formation would yield exponential increases in strength. Cheng Liang waved his feather fan and spoke with calm composure. General Wu and I are of one mind. Let us first capture that city and then engage in a protracted war with Nafeng. However, this decision sent Nafeng Kingdom into disarray. If it were merely a battle, even if Nafeng could not prevail, its geographical advantages would allow it to stall the bloodthirsty cavalry for some time. Yet, Cheng Liang's intentions were resolute. Directly dispatching 1,000 cavalry to infiltrate the city in disguise, he sought to understand the entire situation within Nafeng Kingdom, not just the border cities. Meanwhile, the remaining 90,000 troops, under the cover of night, concealed their presence and advanced towards the city. They established camp just outside the walls, refraining from immediate attack, opting instead to wait it out. Although the cavalry also required supplies that could endure for 3 to 5 days, and it would not even take that long to seize the border city. After all, the stationed troops within were likely more anxious than they were. No nation would welcome an army of tens of thousands appearing on its soil. This tactic exemplified the principle of strategy over brute force, where the heart of the enemy is the primary target. As night deepened, 30,000 stationed troops from the border city surged forth, intending to intimidate the 90,000-strong army. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to confront a foe unlike any they had encountered. As General Lu Daji led his men out, the city lord, Yang Wei, stood atop the battlements for a better view. However, the bloodthirsty cavalry, having already infiltrated, commenced their slaughter. The city lord Yang Wei was merely a terrestrial-level powerhouse, easily overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty cavalry led by those at the Void Flight realm, who swiftly dispatched all defenders, including the lord himself. Lu Daji, riding his majestic steed, prepared to issue a challenge. Yet, what awaited him was the full force of the cavalry's charge. As the bloodthirsty cavalry formed their battle array. In an instant, the 90,000 bloodthirsty cavalry transformed into a spear, piercing through the battlefield. Cheng Liang waved his feather fan, a mix of astonishment and admiration on his face. He had prepared several strategies, yet had not needed to employ any before seizing the entire border city. As long as he could hold this city and slowly advance to consume the rest. Conquering Nafeng Kingdom was merely a matter of time. Within the royal palace of Deqian, Yi Tian, having solidified his cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, emerged from his room after freshening up. Outside, after 2 consecutive days and nights of brewing, supervised by the diligent Xiao Mei, the wine had amassed to 100 jars. Yet Yi Tian paid little heed to this, instead directing his gaze towards the 3 enchanting maidens in the courtyard. At the same moment, the 3 maidens noticed Yi Tian's presence and respectfully bowed. We are but humble servants, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, paying our respects to the young master. Chapter 12, Consecutive Sign-ins, the Grand Opening of Bai Jin Han. Each of the 3 maidens was strikingly beautiful, each alone would qualify as a campus belle. However, at merely 15 years of age, they bore a hint of youthful innocence. I am relieved to see you return safely. It was my fault for allowing you to venture into danger. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu were filled with trepidation. In this world, there was no precedent for a master to apologize to their servants. Moreover, the 4 had been indoctrinated since childhood to prioritize their master's well-being, leaving them somewhat at a loss upon hearing Yi Tian's apology. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu bowed once more, saying, "It is our inadequacy that has caused concern for the young master. Please impose punishment upon us." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I bear no ill will towards you." After merging with the soul of launching Yetian, his resolve matured considerably. At the very least, he began to comprehend the essence of humility in the balance of benevolence and authority. Much like the quartet of Milan, Zhu Jun, and Xiuju, their loyalty was evident without the need for scrutiny through a system panel. It was unmistakable that they had achieved absolute fidelity. This loyalty stemmed not only from having grown up alongside him, but also from the profound gratitude they felt for Yetian's father, who had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. Had it not been for Yi Wudi rescuing them from the brink of death, they might have long since succumbed to the wilderness. After assigning tasks to Milan, Zhu Jun, and Xiuju, Yetian strolled through the Wangfu before retreating into seclusion once more. The renovations at Beijinghan would require a fortnight, and with Yang Tianxi overseeing matters, his direct involvement was unnecessary. Yetian intended to utilize these 2 weeks to diligently familiarize himself with the circumstances of this continent. From the fragmented insights of the elder Yi Xiaodian, he had gleaned a general understanding of the situation across the Tianyuan continent, albeit limited to the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture, as the elder had never ventured beyond that realm. Moreover, Yetian had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, coupled with the presence of the Yueying guards. No one in the vast expanse of Deqian posed a threat to him. However, true strength was the foundation for survival. Mere attainment of the foundation establishment pinnacle was insufficient. It was imperative to possess formidable martial skills and supernatural abilities as well. Only then could his power be fully realized. Unfortunately, the cultivation techniques and martial arts practiced by the Yi family were woefully inadequate, lacking even any supernatural abilities, rather than squandering time training in such rudimentary skills. He hoped the system would generously reward him with a supernatural ability or martial art. The duration of his seclusion always felt fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Yet Ian had been in seclusion for a fortnight. Fortunately, this was a world conducive to cultivation, where 3 to 5 years of seclusion was the norm. During his retreat, Mylan, Zhujun, and Xiuju delivered meals daily, and whenever fatigue set in, he could simply rest, rendering exhaustion a foreign concept. Throughout these 15 days, the system's sign-in rewards had consistently arrived. Upon organizing the rewards, Yet Ian discovered a peculiar truth. His sign-ins bore no relation to time or location. They were entirely random allocations by the system. Fortunately, the system's generosity was truly remarkable. On the first day, he received 300 pearls of various spiritual herbs. The second day yielded 50 martial techniques. The third day brought 100 spiritual treasures, including swords, staffs, and more. The fourth day culminated in a tremendous explosion of rewards on the 15th day, with a divine-grade supernatural ability, the Star-Plucking Hand. Upon awakening from his seclusion, Yet Ian beheld the amassed treasures within the system space, his heart swelling with joy. If a divine-grade supernatural ability could be obtained in just 15 days, what marvels awaited him in a month or even a year? This prospect only heightened Yet Ian's anticipation. Yet, he had no intention of presenting the spiritual herbs and treasures to the family, not for any other reason, but simply because the elder Yu Xiaotian would undoubtedly inquire about their origins. Were it not for Yet Ian's aversion to making excuses, revealing everything could have elevated the Yi family's strength several tiers in a short span. However, Yet Ian had no plans for transparency. Instead, he contemplated auctioning these items at Beijinghan. Previously, the Invitation Moon Pavilion, due to the influence of the White Tiger Temple, had deterred those from noble families. Even now, after Yet Ian took over and renovated the venue, it would hardly entice them. After all, the White Tiger Temple's reputation was akin to that of a deity throughout Deqian, and no one dared to oppose it. To ensure Beijinghan thrived, extraordinary items must be presented. Today marked the grand opening of Beijinghan. 3 days prior, Yet Ian had considered this matter, planning to auction the system's rewards. As for whether anyone would dare to seize them, or if the White Tiger Temple would continue to exert pressure, Yet Ian felt no trepidation, for he had summoned the Yueying Guards back. The return of the Yueying Guards not only brought back some spiritual stones and herbs, but also a wealth of useful information. The wines in the courtyard had accumulated to no less than 10,000 jars after half a month of continuous brewing, thanks largely to the financial backing of the Yang family and the increasing proficiency of the servants in brewing. As Yet Ian opened his door, he was met with the stern expression of his grandfather. "Yu Xiaotian, grandfather, what brings you here?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Yet Ian's mind. The previous Invitation Moon Pavilion had been acquired by him, and nearly everyone in the Imperial City was aware of this fact. Now, with its renaming to Beijinghan and the proclamation of auctioning spiritual herbs, Yu Xiaotian must have caught wind of this development. With a serious demeanor, Yu Xiaotian inquired, "Speak, where did the herbs from this han come? And what are the experts inside?" The news of Beijinghan's intention to auction spiritual herbs had stirred the ambitions of many. Just last night, an expert at the Spirit Sea stage had infiltrated, but within a mere quarter of an hour, a severed head was tossed out. This incident startled numerous spies around Beijinghan, capturing the attention of the entire Imperial City, including the White Tiger Temple and the Royal Li family. Though a Spirit Sea expert was hardly significant in the grand scheme of the Imperial City, it underscored the formidable nature of Beijinghan. After pondering for a moment, Yet Ian replied, "Grandfather, may I inform you in 2 months?" Yu Xiaotian furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by his grandson's transformation. Previously mischievous and unruly, he had undergone a profound change in mindset following an assassination attempt. 2 months later would coincide with the national ceremony of Deqian, during which generals stationed at the borders would return. Yu Tian refrained from disclosing his intentions regarding the system, even to those closest to him. "Grandfather, this is my secret. Rest assured, they are 100% loyal to me." Suddenly, Yu Xiaotian's gaze shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions. "All right, as long as you understand. But why did you take those spiritual herbs to auction instead of providing them for the family?" Yu Tian chuckled softly, "Grandfather, I have reserved even better ones for the family. We just need to wait." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaotian realized that the mischievous grandson he had always known had unexpectedly matured, leaving him momentarily dazed, wondering if some ancient being had taken over his body. Yet, Yu Tian's respect for him was unmistakable. Even his demeanor and habits had not changed significantly. Still somewhat incredulous, Yu Xiaodian inquired. Are you truly my grandson? You haven't been possessed, grandfather. What are you thinking? Yu Tian stood tall, ready to prove his identity. On July 21st of last year, the emperor gifted you 50 spiritual stones. You gave 20 to father, 20 to uncle, and kept one for me. Before he could finish, the old man swiftly covered his mouth. Enough, enough. Grandfather believes you. Such matters should not be spoken of, the elder, with a stern expression, added. It must not be disclosed. Do you understand? After Yu Tian nodded, the elder released his grip and swaggered away. Yu Tian watched the old man's retreating figure and smirked. The Yi family had previously possessed no assets, not even a small shop, relying solely on the salaries of the elder, his father, and uncle. This was why Yu Xiaodian remained free of corruption. It also explained the previous incident when Yu Xiaodian had tossed Yu Tian a low-grade spiritual stone to sell. Thus, other families merely viewed it as Yu Tian's personal act of thievery. However, the silver notes had all found their way into the family treasury. Shaking his head, he exited the courtyard and spotted Xiao Mei and her companions waiting there. What brings you here? After bowing, Xiao Mei replied. The elder instructed us to wait here. Yu Tian understood. Perhaps it was to keep their prior conversation private. Very well. Come with me to Baijinhan. Today marked the grand opening of Baijinhan. Previously, Yang Qianxi had sent word that many had already arrived, including several high-ranking officials whom he could hardly control. As for the Moon Shadow Guard stationed at Baijinhan, they would only emerge for significant matters. Feeling somewhat helpless, Yu Tian summoned the Moon Shadow Guard through the system interface to convey a message, to release their aura and prevent any disturbances. Thus, the 5 of them strode confidently towards Baijinhan. Along the way, due to the presence of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, many passers-by paused to observe, though they were quickly ushered away by acquaintances. Just as they neared Baijinhan, 10 figures suddenly burst forth from a nearby building. Judging by their auras, each was at least at the spirit sea level, with 3 being cultivators of the Sky Ascension realm. Armed with swords and broadswords, they silently charged at Yu Tian, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu anxiously positioned themselves in front of Yu Tian. Be careful, young master. Yet Yu Tian remained unfazed, calmly addressing the air. Leave a few alive. I wish to know who is behind this. Understood. A voice echoed from the air, and in an instant, 10 massive hands appeared, each seizing a would-be assailant and pulling them into the void. Xiao Mei remained somewhat composed, having encountered the Moon Shadow Guard before, but Stao Lan, Xiaozhu, and Xiaojun were utterly astonished. It's all right. Let us move on. Yu Tian continued forward as if nothing had transpired. The 3 girls harbored numerous questions but held their tongues upon seeing Xiao Mei shake her head. Chapter 14. The Opulence of Baijinhan. The auction begins upon arriving at the entrance of Baijinhan. A wave of luxury enveloped them. Before them stood 2 grand doors crafted from crystal, offering a glimpse of the reception area within. There, 2 women clad in blue kipayos showcased their exquisite figures. A large sign hung overhead, adorned with the elegant characters for Baijinhan. Yu Tian nodded in satisfaction, discerning the unmistakable aura of the Moon Shadow Guard in those characters, indicating they had been inscribed by a formidable cultivator. Those with weak minds might feel overwhelmed by their presence. However, the only flaw was that the original stone lions at the entrance were merely coated in gold paint, not made of solid gold. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, largely driven by curiosity, while those with true power-seeking treasures had already entered. Baijinhan is truly remarkable. The emperor commanded its closure, yet it simply changed its name and resumed operations. Indeed, they clearly hold the royal family and the White Tiger Temple in disdain. Don't speak so carelessly. I heard it was purchased by the young prince of the Yi family. What? The young prince? What are they planning? Shh, keep your voice down. I heard it has no ties to the Yi family. It's merely the young prince associating with powerful figures outside. Did you not sense the aura emanating from within? That was from a formidable cultivator. The onlookers engaged in hushed discussions, occasionally gesturing toward the receptionist with lewd expressions. Xiao Mei and her companions felt their faces flush with discontent, as maintaining their family's honor was their guiding principle. Yet, before they could act, Yu Tian calmly declared, "Let us proceed inside." Xiao Mei shot a fierce glare at the crowd before parting the throng to clear a path. The surrounding onlookers fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. As Yu Tian ascended the steps, the receptionist opened the doors and greeted him with a slight bow. "Welcome to Baijinhan, young master." However, Yu Tian's height prevented him from catching a glimpse of their radiant allure. Upon entering Baijinhan, they were greeted by a spacious reception area of nearly 100 square meters, adorned with couches crafted from beast pelts and 3 meeting tables. To the left was a cash register-like counter. manned by 4 women in cheap house. As soon as they noticed the newcomers, they chorused, "Welcomed by Jinhin." Yution felt a surge of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Now, this has the right ambience. This was all crafted according to his design. Though the jade flooring and the counter-S surface exceeded expectations in value, raising a hand to halt the receptionist's guidance, the 5 of them ventured deeper. Passing through the reception area, they entered an opulent hall spanning 800 square meters. Lavishly furnished with 108 tables, each adorned with fruits and beverages, many patrons had already taken their seats, yet they were all focused on the stage. The host was energetically auctioning a spiritual treasure. Yution shook his head. Openings for establishments in this world were rarely lively, with few engaging in grand ceremonies, due to past disfavor from the White Tiger Temple and the royal family. Bai Jinhin had eschewed any extravagant opening festivities, opting instead to commence the auction immediately, featuring spiritual herbs and stones provided by Yution. Only this could entice the affluent families to brave a visit. This underscored the diminished status of the White Tiger Temple and the royal family in the eyes of these individuals. Had he organized any opening ceremony, many noble families would likely have refrained from attending. Yution ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, where he sensed the aura of the Moon Shadow Guard, likely stationed there. The auction on stage continued, initially featuring 1st and 2nd-tier spiritual herbs, gradually escalating to 3rd and 4th-tier items. Many noble families in attendance began to fidget restlessly, particularly as each item was introduced by a stunningly attractive woman. Although many among them had previously frequented this venue when it was called the Invitation Moon Pavilion, and were familiar with the women inside, the sight of them in short skirts, revealing their fair thighs, and clad in form-fitting attire was undeniably captivating. Dressed in alluring women's attire, revealing long legs clad in stockings. Such a woman was indeed a sight they had never encountered before. Eye in their eyes, not only was there a yearning for the exquisite treasures but also a longing for such captivating ladies. However, to indulge in a fleeting moment of intimacy, one would not only need to acquire that particular treasure but also part with an additional 1,000 taels of silver, despite being the same women. Merely changing their attire and adornments caused their prices to skyrocket. Previously, at the Invitation Moon Pavilion, one could secure a month's worth of companionship for a mere 1,000 taels, but now it was reduced to mere hours. Among them, some rejoiced while others lamented. The fortunate were those with wealth, who could enjoy double the pleasure. The sorrowful were those whose coffers fell short. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yution observed that each private room bore a name, extending from room 1 to room 12. What surprised him slightly was that every room was occupied, and each was fortified with a surveillance warding formation. Furthermore, the Moon Shadow Guard was located in room 1. This left Yution pondering whether it was the request of the Moon Shadow Guard or an arrangement made by Yang Tianxi. Although it was merely a ranking of rooms, it was noteworthy that during his prior visit to the Invitation Moon Pavilion, rooms 1 and 2 had always remained vacant. This was due to certain unspoken rules in the grand capital of the Deqian Empire, where prestigious establishments were obliged to reserve positions for the White Tiger Temple and the royal Li family. Nevertheless, Yution merely regarded this with mild surprise and chose not to dwell on it further. Having resolved to accept the system's arrangements, he no longer cared about the attitudes of the White Tiger Temple or the royal Li family. Just as he approached the door, the Moon Shadow Guard opened it with great respect, saying, "My lord, please." Yution nodded and stepped inside. However, upon entering and taking in the lavish decor, he was struck with astonishment. The Yang family had certainly spent extravagantly. According to the budget previously discussed with Yang Tianxi, they needed only 500,000 taels to furnish the white gold pavilion. Yet, from the grand entrance to the reception area, the hall, and the private rooms, every detail seemed to be crafted from a mound of silver. While not particularly practical, it exuded an air of opulence. Achieving such a level of decoration would likely require 5 million taels. Yution settled onto a luxurious beast-fur sofa within the private room, observing the enthusiastic introductions by the matron below. A total of 300 items were on offer, including spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and culminating in a cultivation technique capable of leading one to the realm of the Heavenly King. Note: the hierarchy of magical artifacts is classified as Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, and Emperor grade. The hierarchy of spiritual herbs is graded from 1 to 9. The hierarchy of spirit stones is classified into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional quality. Chapter 15. The Fall of the Wang Family. Crown Prince Li Wenlong in the center of the stage, the matron's voice grew increasingly fervent. Previously, Yang Tianxi had informed them that regardless of whether it was she or the other maidens, they would receive 50% of the earnings, which, while sounding substantial, was justified by the heightened prices. Previously, they toiled through the night to earn but a few dozen taels, yet now they could potentially earn 500 taels in mere minutes. Who wouldn't be thrilled? The matron pointed towards a woman clad in a cheapao, who held a box aloft containing a 3-foot longsword. The item up for auction was a yellow-grade longsword, with a starting price of 100,000 taels. The crowd surged with excitement. Previously, they had expended spirit stones to acquire a mere spiritual herb, yet now they could purchase their coveted items with silver. How could they not be exhilarated? Especially after indulging in the complimentary beverages on the table. They became emboldened and began to bid fervently. The sword, originally starting at 100,000 taels, soared to an astonishing 120,000 taels. As time passed, servants scurried between tables, replenishing drinks. The lively atmosphere made it difficult for many to maintain their composure. As the auction for the white gold pavilion proceeded with fervor, night soon fell within the Wang family estate. An air of tranquility prevailed as the imperial censor Wang Yulong sat in his study, listening to reports from his subordinates about the happenings at the white gold pavilion. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a group of masked figures clad in black had infiltrated the once peaceful household. They slaughtered all they encountered, leaving no creature unscathed, not even the chickens in the backyard. Wang Yulong, a civil official with some degree of cultivation, though only possessing earthgrade powers, could still sense the chaos outside. Who goes there? He bellowed, bursting through the door, only to be met with a gruesome scene of carnage. The only figures remaining standing were the group of black-clad assailants. Enraged, Wang Yulong's eyes burned with fury. Who are you? Why have you done this? Yet, none of the assailants answered. They simply advanced with their blades drawn. You shall all perish, Wang Yulong shouted defiantly. However, as a mere civil servant, he was no match for these bloodthirsty killers. In less than a quarter of an hour, his body fell lifeless to the ground. The masked figures did not hastily depart. Instead, they methodically dispatched further blows to the corpses before swiftly vanishing into the night. Simultaneously, a copper carriage drawn by 3 unicorns came to a slow stop before the white gold pavilion. Behind it, 50 armored guards accompanied 2 maidservants, who set down a small stool before the carriage. From within emerged a young man, around 25 years of age, adorned in resplendent garments. Though his features were initially striking, a shadow of gloom clouded his face upon seeing the entrance to the white gold pavilion. His expression shifted. Just as he prepared to approach, a maid tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, are you certain you wish to enter? The young man was none other than the current crown prince. Li Wenlong. A faint smile curved his lips as he replied, Since we are here, let us take a look. Yet, as the maid began to voice additional concerns, she fell silent upon meeting Li Wenlong's gaze. He turned and walked towards the white gold pavilion. The maid who had spoken earlier was pulled aside by another maid. Qiu Xiang, it is best not to oppose His Highness's wishes. Qiu Xiang nodded, following him inside. In the Deqian Empire, nearly all dignitaries had personal guards. However, most opted for female attendants, as they served not only as maidservants but also as protectors. Li Wenlong's arrival went unnoticed by anyone. Not even the front desk of the white gold pavilion recognized his identity. After all, it was uncommon for a crown prince to frequent such establishments. Li Wenlong, accompanied by 2 maidservants, took a seat in the last row of the hall without disturbing anyone. However, Yu Tian, already ensconced in his private room on the 3rd floor, observed this scene. What brings him here? Xiaomei approached, her curiosity piqued. My lord, what is it? Yu Tian, lost in thought, replied, It's nothing. Let us continue watching. Yet, his gaze frequently drifted towards Li Wenlong. The auction continued with fervor, the atmosphere electrified, especially as each successful bid sent participants into a frenzy of excitement. Since entering, Li Wenlong's eyes remained fixed on the items being auctioned. As the crown prince, he observed the magical artifacts and spiritual herbs being sold, his eyes gleaming with desire. Yet, to Yu Tian's bewilderment, Li Wenlong had not placed a single bid, appearing to merely be a spectator. This left Yu Tian both puzzled and intrigued. As the auction neared its final item, the matron, having called out for an entire day, was almost breathless with anticipation, yet her excitement remained unabated, as if she could already envision a cascade of silver flowing toward her. And now, we present the final item of the auction. Please behold, the last item was introduced by the most beautiful woman aside from the 2 courtesans, dressed in a purple gown with a black bow adorning her thigh. Holding a red box in her hands, many in the audience were captivated by her figure and attire. Even the crown prince Li Wenlong, seated in the last row, could not help but be momentarily entranced. And now, we present the final item of this auction, a coveted earth-grade cultivation technique, the Xian Huang Ju. Upon hearing this, many in the audience could hardly contain their excitement. Their prolonged stay was all for the chance to bid on this precious technique. for even the esteemed White Tiger Temple had no such earth-grade techniques in their possession. After all, even the most rudimentary earth-grade cultivation method could lead one to the realm of the Heavenly King. This is an existence even more formidable than the spirit concentration realm. Generally, such extraordinary techniques originate from the 7-star sect or even the 8-star sect. Observing the fervor ignited among all those below, the smile on the old madam's lips was difficult to suppress. Yet, before she could continue her exhortation, someone below was already stirring restlessly. 3 figures, cleverly disguised, soared from their seats, hurtling towards the technique displayed on stage at lightning speed. Impudence! A sudden bellow of fury snapped everyone in the grand hall back to their senses. They felt as though their heads had been struck by a colossal hammer, and the 3 individuals who had just flown forth were sent reeling, spitting blood from the force of that voice. In the next moment, before anyone could react, 3 enormous hands appeared seemingly from thin air, seizing the trio and vanishing from the hall. Chapter 16. Speculations of the crowd. Visitors from the White Tiger Temple. Everyone clearly discerned that those were hands extending from the fabric of space itself. This sight complicated their emotions, evoking fear, astonishment, and a greater sense of trepidation. In the minds of all present, it was commonly understood that only cultivators who had reached the spirit concentration level could temper their souls, allowing their attacks to inflict spiritual damage. Only those of the Heavenly King realm could conceal themselves within the void. Thus, from the recent actions, it was evident that at least 3 cultivators of the Heavenly King realm stood behind Bai Ji Hang. This led many to ponder the Yi family. However, they found it perplexing that such formidable Heavenly Kings would deign to oversee a mere brothel. Although Bai Jin Hong's establishment was lavishly adorned, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the royal auction house in the Great Qian imperial capital, and beyond Great Qian. There were even more powerful nations where brothels or taverns would certainly lack such formidable guardians. Unbeknownst to them, the individuals who had just intervened were not Heavenly Kings, but merely at the pinnacle of the spirit concentration realm. The Moonshadow Guards could remain concealed in the void due to the unique attributes bestowed upon them by their system. The old madam, having witnessed the entire sequence of events from the stage, felt as though she might have nearly been paralyzed with fear, had it not been for a protective force surrounding her and her companion. Sui Lan, they might well have been struck dead by that earlier roar. Fortunately, being a woman of experience, the old madam quickly regained her composure. With an air of nonchalance, she declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us resume the auction. The starting bid for this earth-grade technique is 1 million taels of silver." Yet, upon her proclamation, not a soul in the hall made a bid. Previously, they had been a bit tipsy from drink. But the recent display by the 3 cultivators of the Void and Heavenly King realms had sobered them up. While earth-grade techniques were indeed desirable, they were beyond the reach of those present. Did they not witness even the cultivators of the Void vying for it? If they were to win the bid, they would not only struggle to protect their acquisition but could also face the risk of annihilation. After all, none among them were fools, especially with neither the royal family nor the White Tiger Temple in attendance. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense, leaving the old madam's fervent commentary disregarded. In the back row, Prince Li Wenlong could not help but smile, discreetly instructing a nearby maid before quietly slipping away. Perhaps to emphasize the item on stage, beams of light converged upon it, rendering the departure almost unnoticed. However, Yu Tian had been observing Li Wenlong intently and was well aware of his exit. The old madam grew increasingly anxious on stage, having conducted numerous auctions. She was on the verge of a perfect conclusion and the prospect of substantial profits. But the failure to sell the final item made beads of sweat form on her brow from sheer worry. Just as she pondered her next move, a clear voice rang out, "I bid 1,100,000. At this, everyone turned to the rear, discovering that the bidder was a woman. However, upon seeing her attire, many felt their pupils constrict. While many had not encountered Prince Li Wenlong, they recognized the garb of a palace maid. Similarly, some were aware of the identities of the attendants, but after a quick glance, they hastily turned away. The old madam was elated to hear the melodious voice point 1,100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is an earth-grade technique. It can elevate one to the Heavenly King realm. Do you not wish for your family? The old madam began a fervent speech. Yet the audience remained silent. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she was perplexed. Despite her lack of cultivation, she had auctioned numerous spiritual herbs and medicines, many exceeding 100,000 taels. Why had the bidding stagnated for this final item? A quarter of an hour passed, and the old madam's anxiety grew. At that moment, the familiar voice rang out again. "Enough. If no one else is bidding, may I announce the result?" The old madam glanced towards a private box on the 3rd floor, yet saw no indication or received any prompt. Resolutely, she declared, 1,100,000. First call. 1,100,000. Second call. just as the old madam prepared to bring down the gavel. A resonant chant echoed through the hall. Amitabha. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged monk clad in a golden robe, holding a staff, entering from outside. Since the gavel has not yet fallen, I bid 1,200,000. Upon finishing, he turned to the crowd, slightly bowing as he said, Amitabha, I kindly request your cooperation. Those closest to the aisle quickly rose to bow to the monk. Master Jiwewu, you are too kind. If you desire it, we shall purchase it and present it to you. Indeed, how could we trouble the master to come personally? Yes, master. This is, the sycophantic voices filled the hall. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, perched on the third floor, wore an increasingly grim expression. The attitudes of those present revealed the stature of the White Tiger Temple in their eyes. Though he contemplated having someone expel the monk, he considered the repercussions for Bai Jinhong's future business, realizing it would be counterproductive. Yet, with the monk's arrival, the sycophants began to belittle Bai Jinhong, which he deemed excessive. Those who speak ill of Bai Jinhong, be silenced. Yes, and the next instant, the space shimmered slightly. The man who had just disparaged Bai Jinhong was sent flying by a swift slap. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. However, upon witnessing the newly appeared figure, they all fell silent. The aura radiating from the Moonshadow Guards was overwhelmingly potent, causing even Master Jiwewu's pupils to constrict, tightening his grip on the staff. Seemingly ignoring the crowd, the Moonshadow Guards surveyed the room, and a rasping voice echoed in their ears. This is Bai Jinhong's establishment. Should anyone dare to slander further, they shall meet their demise. In the following moment, the Moonshadow Guards vanished from sight, and only then did the onlookers turn to the man who had been struck down. Fortunately, he had merely lost consciousness, not perished. Nonetheless, this incident intensified their wariness of Bai Jinhong. Everyone promptly returned to their seats, and the old madam's lips twitched as she observed the crowd, noting that no one was inclined to bid further. Even the woman who had previously called out a bid remained silent. The old madam, feeling somewhat helpless, repeated her inquiry. Seeing no response, she reluctantly brought down the gavel. Congratulations to this esteemed master for acquiring the Earthgrade technique. This auction concludes successfully. However, we have prepared food and drinks for everyone. Please proceed to the second floor to enjoy. Yet, the vast majority of attendees quietly departed, leaving only the man who had bid to obtain the company of a young lady. Following her enticing form toward the back of the establishment, Master Jiwewu glanced in the direction the Moonshadow Guards had vanished before finally departing with his attendant after settling the payment at the front desk. Yi Tian remained at the third-floor railing, refraining from interfering with the unfolding events. Chapter 17. Yi Tian's arrangements. Li Jiaxiao's fury. At that moment, Yang Tianxi entered, appearing somewhat fatigued. Young Master Yi, when did you arrive? Yi Tian, curious, regarded Yang Tianxi, who had been absent for quite some time. I've been here for quite a while. Where have you been? You look rather worn out. Yang Tianxi let out a soft sigh. I've been waiting in the back. Behind the Platinum Pavilion, there exists another building, originally intended as a quarters for the servants, complete with a kitchen and storage rooms. However, following Yi Tian's prior arrangements, the area underwent a significant transformation. The once modest backyard has been converted into a 3-story small building, which not only houses the storerooms and kitchen but also serves as a resting place for the young ladies. Unlike the front of the Platinum Pavilion, where the second, third, and fourth floors are designated for guests to dine and drink in private booths, the rear is a workspace for both the young ladies and the patrons. Previously, due to its identity as a pure brothel, these arrangements had yet to be formalized. However, the situation has changed. Not only have the accommodations been altered, but Yang Tianxi has also enlisted the Moonshadow Guards, who have implemented soundproofing formations in every room and booth. Upon hearing Yang Tianxi's report, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You've worked hard. There is no need to exert yourself so much from now on." Yang Tianxi quickly waved his hand, insisting, "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty. The auction held today has already brought substantial profits to the Yang family. Have you not seen how even the madam and the ladies are beaming with joy? As someone entitled to a 20% share of the profits, his earnings for this single night have already reached several million taels. The capital he had invested has fully returned, so how could he not feel elated?" Yet, Yang Tianxi felt somewhat puzzled as to why Yi Tian would choose to auction the coveted spiritual treasures and elixirs. In truth, everything Yi Tian has done is born out of necessity. The system allows daily sign-ins with a minimum yield of spiritual treasures and elixirs, and no lesser currency. However, once he ascends to the throne, he will require these items. The common folk have no use for spiritual treasures. Only silver. To fortify a nation, it is imperative that not only the upper echelons possess power, but also that the populace is free from want. This is the very reason why Yu Tian is willing to auction off these items. After bidding farewell to Yang Tianxi, Yu Tian returned to the royal mansion. The Moon Shadow Guards he had dispatched previously had returned, yet he had not yet had the opportunity to examine their findings. In an adjacent room, hundreds of boxes of various sizes were stacked high. These were the spoils collected by the Moon Shadow Guards over the past fortnight. Yu Tian opened the boxes one by one. While a Moon Shadow Guard beside him handed over a ledger, the total number of spirit stones amounted to 315,000. The number of martial arts and technique manuals totaled 325 volumes. There were 15 types of elixirs, amounting to 274 pills. The collection included 12 spiritual treasures, none of which were of the yellow grade. Additionally, there were 27 low-grade spiritual herbs. All of these were obtained from raiding the sects surrounding the 3 neighboring kingdoms. However, after reviewing the contents, Yu Tian shook his head. His recent sign-ins had yielded far more than this. His gaze then shifted to the second ledger, which documented the quantities of silver and silver notes. The total value of the silver notes was 5.13 million, with a total of 100,000 taels of silver. Initially, there had been a significant amount of grain and other resources, but the Moon Shadow Guards lacked the spatial storage devices necessary to transport them all. It was only due to the deployment of 90 personnel that they achieved such results. Storage bags or spatial rings are exceedingly rare in the Great Qian. Even the royal Li family possesses only one. The Yi family has none, and the Moon Shadow Guards, generated by the system, were equipped with nothing but their gear, lacking any form of spatial storage. Considering this, Yu Tian addressed the Moon Shadow Guards beside him, stating, "Soon, I will bring forth some items. Dispatch 10 individuals to a more distant dynasty for auction. Remember, only silver notes." Yes, with 2 months remaining until the grand ceremony, Yu Tian needed to commence his preparations. Exchanging spiritual treasures and elixirs for silver is but the first step toward ensuring the prosperity of the people. Returning to his chamber, Yu Tian set aside a portion of the spiritual herbs and treasures acquired through the system sign-ins to hand over to the Moon Shadow Guards. With their strength, few within the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture could stand against them. Once all tasks were completed, Yu Tian did not continue his cultivation but instead washed up and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, while Yu Tian remained blissfully asleep, Emperor Li Jiaoxiao was in a fit of rage within the imperial court. Clad in his dragon robe, Li Jiaoxiao glared down at the civil and military officials gathered below. "Commander Jiang, please explain." "Yes, Your Majesty." Commander Jiang first saluted Li Jiaoxiao before turning to address the Assembly of Ministers. "Last night, Grand Historian Wang Yulong and the entire Wang family were brutally murdered." "What? How is that possible?" The revelation left all the officials in shock. They had never anticipated such an event occurring the previous night. Many had even attended the Platinum Pavilion, and upon arriving at court, they had not noticed Wang Yulong's absence. However, hearing Commander Zhang's words and seeing the Emperor's grim demeanor, they began to realize the gravity of the situation. Fear gripped their hearts as they pondered the implications if the Wang family could be quietly annihilated. "Could the Zhang family be next, Your Majesty? I believe it is due to Commander Zhang's negligence. As the head of the Imperial Guards, he failed to detect and prevent this calamity from befalling the Wang family at the hands of traitors. Today, it is the Wang family that has been destroyed. What of tomorrow? Until the traitors are brought to justice, we are all in peril. I implore Your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation." The voice belonged to the current Right Chancellor, Lu Haizhong. With his opening remarks, many officials fell to their knees in agreement. Yet, Li Jiaoxiao's gaze shifted toward the front row of military officials. This had once been Yu Xiaoyan's position, but he had retired a year prior due to his advanced age. Li Jiaoxiao paid no heed to the ministers' entreaties. None could fathom his thoughts. After a lengthy silence, he finally admonished, "Enough. Enough with the clamor. What disorder is this, Commander Jiang? Given the magnitude of the incident in the Imperial City, your guards must face 30 strikes as punishment. I expect you to apprehend the culprits within a month." Commander Zhang's lips curled into a bitter smile. This matter hardly required extensive investigation. There were only 2 or 3 families in the Imperial City capable of executing such a deed. With the addition of the Platinum Pavilion, he had already deduced the mastermind behind this incident from the sparse clues received that morning. In fact, many within the Grand Hall were already aware of who was responsible. Yet, what could they do? To confront them would necessitate compelling the White Tiger Temple and the retired emperor to take action, something that seemed utterly unattainable at present. Even the emperor was well aware of this fact. However, as a minister, he had no choice but to comply with the orders given to him. The court session concluded hastily, and upon returning to his palace, Li Jiaoxiao's fury escalated to the point where 3 eunuchs were executed on the spot due to the incident. Chapter 18. The Sign-In at the Heavenly King Realm, the return of the Yi family's second sons. Throughout all this, Yitian remained oblivious, only awakening around noon when Xiaomei called him for a meal. Resuming his position on the lounge chair in the small courtyard, Yitian inquired of Xiaomei, "Has the silver earned from the Platinum Pavilion yesterday been delivered?" With a beaming smile, Xiaomei replied, Young Master Yang sent it over early this morning. The total is 12.1 million taels. At the mention of this figure, Yitian opened his eyes wide. The attendees of the auction at the Platinum Pavilion included only a small fraction of the officials' families, while the majority of the aristocracy remained on the sidelines. Nevertheless, even after deducting Yang Tianxi's share in the wages and expenses retained by the Platinum Pavilion, there remained over 10 million taels. This was merely the first day. Yitian intended to hold auctions for 10 consecutive days. As time progressed, even more valuable items would emerge, such as various elixirs. In all of the Great Qian, there were hardly any alchemists, and even those who existed could not produce anything above the 3rd grade. Yet, the elixirs he had signed in were all of at least the 4th grade, with some reaching as high as the 8th grade. Unfortunately, they were not yet needed. Nevertheless, Yitian was determined to extract every last tael of silver from the coffers of the aristocracy. Send for Yang Tianxi to come here. Yes, I will do so immediately. As he watched Xiaomei depart, Yitian closed his eyes once more, his consciousness calling out to the system. System, sign in. Ding. Today's sign-in yields 1 million Chui Ti Dan. Yutian's eyes suddenly flew open, revealing an expression of disbelief upon his face. The Chui Ti Dan was not an extraordinary item in Qingdao Prefecture. In fact, many 3-star alchemists were capable of refining it. The rarity of its spiritual herbs in Qingdao Prefecture was merely a minor obstacle. Its purpose was quite straightforward. It served as a potion to temper the physique of cultivators. With just one, an ordinary individual could transform into a martial genius, and even ascend to the ranks of a cultivator was not out of reach. What astonished Yutian, however, was the sheer quantity of system rewards he had received, an astounding 1 million pills. He recalled his childhood, when Yiwudi had received a similar reward from the emperor only after expending military merit. To his astonishment, he now possessed such an immense number in the blink of an It seemed the system was indeed assisting him, although Dakian boasted a mercenary force of 2 million. The actual number of martial artists barely exceeded 500,000. With these 1 million Chui Ti Dan, he could elevate 100,000 soldiers to the status of martial artists, significantly easing the path to conquer the neighboring 3 kingdoms. Pleased with this revelation, Yutian closed his eyes once more. The Great Freedom Scripture had been continuously operating, placing his soul in a state of refinement during this period, which often left him prone to drowsiness. However, before he could fully succumb to sleep, Yang Tianxi arrived at the courtyard. Young Master Yi, you summoned me. Do you have any commands? Without opening his eyes, Yutian replied slowly, for the next 9 days, I shall not be visiting by Jin Hang. Instead, allocate all daily funds to stockpile grain from the surrounding 3 kingdoms. Yang Tianxi was taken aback, all for purchasing grain. Yutian waved his hand dismissively. Yes, keep it discreet. Off you go. Understood. Yang Tianxi left, though a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. For the following month, Yutian did not venture anywhere, nor did he leave the small courtyard. Yi Xiaodian grew increasingly curious, visiting several times only to find Yutian napping in the recliner. Initially, he had scolded Yutian but soon realized that Yutian's cultivation was progressing daily, leading him to refrain from further comment. During this month, numerous events unfolded outside. First, news of the Wang family's annihilation stirred discussions among the populace. Subsequently, reports emerged of the Southern Wind Kingdom losing 4 cities in rapid succession, with even the Ziyun sect, its backing, taking direct action. Amidst the assault of 3 formidable cultivators, one among the sudden appearance of 100,000 iron cavalry managed to contend against all 3. To everyone's astonishment, this individual not only killed one but severely injured 2 others. This left the Southern Wind Kingdom in a precarious position. Fortunately, the kingdom's ruler acted decisively, negotiating with a man named Qing Liang. In the end, the Southern Wind Kingdom ceded 3 cities, paid 10 million taels of silver, and relinquished 100 pieces of spiritual treasures and herbs, which finally halted the advance of the 100,000 troops. However, it was evident to astute observers that the downfall of the Southern Wind Kingdom was only a matter of time, prompting many surrounding nations to eye it covetously. Even the Emperor of Dakian, Li Jiuxiao, raised this issue in court, contemplating sending troops to stake a claim. Yet, with the grand celebration of the Qing Kingdom approaching, this idea was swiftly abandoned. Meanwhile, Bai Jin Hang had risen to prominence. After 10 days of auctions, its reputation soared, particularly with the addition of new beverages and innovative attire, leading to packed crowds daily. The madam of the establishment was all smiles. counting her profits to the point of fatigue. Yet, this had taken a toll on the girls, who found themselves overworked. During this month, Yution accumulated a wealth of valuable items, including 2 imperial-level divine abilities and a divine-grade cultivation method. However, this divine-grade method paled in comparison to the unyielding Emperor's scripture. Nevertheless, Yution diligently practiced, reaching the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, with his combat prowess attaining the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea. Over this month, the Spirit Stones he signed for were no longer of the inferior grade but had risen to the medium grade. Spiritual treasures and herbs also reached a medium quality. And he even signed for a peach tree that blossomed every 300 years, bearing fruit that could extend life by a millennium. To hasten its growth, an abundant supply of spiritual energy was essential. Yet Yution had yet to utilize it, keeping it within the system's space. Additionally, he acquired 100,000 black armored soldiers, 10,000 weighing guards, and a peak Heavenly King-level powerhouse. The strength of the 100,000 black armored soldiers ranged from the Spirit Sea realm to the Void realm. Though Yution had not summoned them yet, originally, he planned for them to venture to the Qilin mountain range, but with the grand celebration of the Qing kingdom drawing near, he decided against revealing their presence to the world too soon. The 10,000 weighing guards were only at the Void realm, and together with the original 96 who had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Gathering realm, Yution dispatched them to establish an intelligence network, providing them with resources for this purpose. As for the peak Heavenly King-level powerhouse, Yution retained him by his side as a personal guard. The tranquil days were fleeting, and soon 28 days had passed. On this day, Yution's father, Yiwudi, returned from the border with 10 personal guards. Coincidentally, Yution's second uncle, Yiwuhue, also returned with 10 guards. During the evening banquet, Yi Xiaotian was in high spirits, indulging in copious amounts of wine, as this was a rare occasion for the Yi family to gather. Having consumed a fair amount, Yi Xiaotian glanced at Feng Xiu. The latter gestured for the servants to leave. And soon only 5 individuals remained in the grand hall. Observing this, Yi Wudi questioned, "Father, do you have something to discuss?" Yiwuhue, equally curious, was unaware of the recent happenings at home due to their prolonged absence at the borders. Yi Xiaotian nodded. "Inquire of your son. He has matters to address." The 3 men, Yi Wudi, Yiwuhue, and Feng Xiu, turned their gazes toward Yution. Feeling an inexplicable tension under their scrutiny, Yution organized his thoughts before declaring, "Father, I wish to become emperor." The faces of the 4 men shifted dramatically at his proclamation. Yet, instead of voicing opposition, they all fixed their gazes intently on Yution. Under their unwavering stares, Yution felt a surge of anxiety. For what he was about to say might profoundly impact them. "I have encountered certain opportunities that I cannot disclose, but I must ascend to the throne to grow stronger." After exchanging glances, the 4 remained silent, still focused on Yution, awaiting his next words. Noticing their demeanor, Yution addressed the air beside him. "Zhao Jun, weighing guards, step forward." In an instant, 4 figures materialized behind Yution, kneeling in unison. "Subordinates, pay respects to the young master." At this moment, expressions of shock and disbelief finally grazed the faces of Yi Xiaotian and the others as they turned to Yution. "You may rise." Yution gestured for them to stand, continuing, "The weighing guards totaled 10,100 members, 10,000 at the Void realm and 100 at the peak of the Spirit Gathering realm. This is my guard." Zhao Jun, at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. The 4 collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes shifting to the figures behind Yution, their perceptions altered. Just then, Yiwudi interjected, "If that is all, it may not suffice." Yution was taken aback by his father's response, initially believing they would oppose his imperial ambitions, considering it tantamount to rebellion. Yiwudi raised his eyes defiantly. "Do not look at your father like that." At that moment, Yi Xiaotian suddenly spoke. "Honor, mere strength alone will not secure you that position." Yution was further bewildered. Why was this family not only refraining from opposition but also offering counsel? The 4 keenly observed Yution's expression, and the elder, Yi Xiaotian, abruptly silenced Yiwudi. "Let me speak," he began, and in that instant, Yution perceived a hint of sorrow clouding his grandfather's features. "I have 3 sons, each gifted beyond compare, unparalleled in the world." At this simple statement, Yution's mind resonated with a thunderous echo, particularly as he beheld the sorrow etched on the faces of the 4 men, leading him to realize that the Yi family might possess a complex history. Yet, he had never heard of an elder uncle. Continuing, the elder revealed, "Your elder uncle, Yi Wushuang, tragically fell victim to treachery and perished on the battlefield." At this juncture, whether it be Yiwudi, Yiwuhue, or the old steward Feng Xiu standing by, their eyes glimmered with a murderous intent. "Your grandmother passed away in a state of deep sorrow." And similarly, your mother and your third aunt fell victim to treachery. In that moment, Yution finally comprehended the reasons behind his grandmother's absence, the void left by his mother, and the fact that his second uncle, despite being 33 this year, remained unmarried and childless. In this instant, everything became clear to Yution. Despite sending the Moon Shadow Guards out for quite some time without gathering previous intelligence, he had gained an understanding of the current powers among the imperial aristocracy. If there existed any force bold enough to strike against the Yi family within this vast Qin, it could only be those two factions. Upon hearing the entirety of the matter, Yution's mood suddenly soured. The Yi family had sacrificed far too much for the sake of Qin. Yi Xiaotian had battled for 40 years, only for his eldest son to meet his demise due to a last-minute order. Ambushed by the Southern Wind Nation's forces, his daughter-in-law, backed by the Li Fire Nation, also met a tragic end, and even his third son's fiancée, Yi, who had not yet entered the family, perished as well. Among 3 generations of the Yi family, only Yution remained, and even so, he could not escape the incessant assassination attempts, occurring hundreds of times a year. Yution listened quietly, absorbing how the Yi family had risen from weakness to strength, and how it had ultimately led to the decimation of its kin. Since your uncle's death, I have lost the will to fight, he reflected, yet I have witnessed Qin evolve from a land of refugees to one of prosperity. It took immense effort to pull this nation back from the brink of ruin. How could I bear to destroy it again? However, the royal family had not treated the Yi family kindly. He loathed himself for not being the one seated upon that throne, for yielding it to Li Wuji. I had intended to illuminate my heart like the bright moon, yet alas, the moonlight shines upon the gutter. This indeed encapsulated the essence of the old patriarch, who had initially aspired solely for the nation's welfare, only to find himself on the verge of familial annihilation. This realization also made Yution understand that the system and those memories were not mere figments of imaginations. He had truly come perilously close to death. Seeing the old patriarch's reddened eyes filled Yution with an indescribable discomfort, yet it was overshadowed by an even greater resentment toward the Li family. Originally, he had felt some guilt regarding rebellion due to the system binding him, but that sentiment had dissipated. Both the old patriarch and Li Wuji had contributed greatly to Qin, yet when it came to seizing power, Yi Xiaotian felt himself merely a martial general unworthy of the throne. It was this very decision that cost him the life of his eldest son. Perhaps his military exploits had been too grand. Or perhaps Yi Wushuang's talents were simply too formidable. Yet why, as an emperor, could one not possess the spirit of tolerance? The later deaths of his wife and daughter-in-law further unveiled the true nature of the Li family, leading him to contemplate retreating into the mountains with the entire Yi family. Nevertheless, he could not abandon Qin, the nation for which he had fought his entire life. This was likely the reason why Yution's desire to ascend the throne was met with no opposition from Yi Xiaotian. After hearing the whole story, the atmosphere in the hall turned heavy and oppressive. After a long pause, Yution finally spoke. "Grandfather, do you mean to say that you support my claim to the throne?" The 4 pairs of slightly reddened eyes turned towards him, and Yi Wuji replied, "Do you think having skilled fighters is sufficient? The change of dynasties is not that simple. Perhaps you might take a look at the contents of the storage ring?" Yution continued, "Moreover, I have 100,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry, their strengths ranging from the Spirit Sea realm to the Void realm, along with 13 civil officials. Is that enough?" Aside from Cheng Liang, who had joined earlier, Yution had also signed 12 civil officials over the past month, all introduced through the system, each possessing the potential of a prime minister. Upon hearing Yution's words, the old patriarch and the others were momentarily taken aback. 13 civil officials, 200,000 troops, and they are composed of cultivators. Furthermore, there are 10,000 warriors in the Void realm and 100 pinnacle spirit refiners among the intelligence personnel. Chapter 20. Yution bestows gifts. System rewards handsomely. Yi Xiaotian, somewhat numbly, picked up the storage ring from the table and toyed with it in his hands. This item was so rare that even the royal family, the Li family, possessed only one. Yet here on the table lay 4. As Yi Xiaotian infused his spiritual energy into the ring and peered inside, his expression suddenly turned blank. "Where did you acquire such an abundance of treasures?" Yi Wuji, Yi Wuhui, and Feng Shou curiously began to examine the contents. However, it did not take long for their expressions to shift from astonishment to sheer ecstasy. Is this truly real? Yi Wuji, filled with disbelief, exclaimed to Yi Wuhui beside him, "Brother, slap me. I feel as though I am dreaming." Smack. "Why hit me so hard?" Yi Wuji glared, rubbing his thigh. Yi Wuhui chuckled awkwardly. "I just wanted to see if I was dreaming too." "Grandfather, father, second uncle, Uncle Feng, with my current prowess, can I truly claim that position?" The 4 paused in their examination of the storage rings, and the old patriarch seemed to hesitate, words unspoken. After a considerable while, he finally spoke. Tian'er, you are only 13 years old. Do you know what is most crucial to being a good emperor? Yu Tian pondered for a moment before replying. The ability to stabilize the nation? The old patriarch shook his head. To control power and wield authority, to govern wisely? Yu Xiaodian shook his head. Different eras required different methods of governance. Although I harbor animosity towards the Li family, both Li Wuji and the current Li Jiao possess the capability to rule. Regrettably, that is still insufficient. Qing'an Prefecture, even the Qitian domain, is merely a corner of the Tianyuan continent. Beyond that, I have heard there are powers that transcend imperial authority. Can you achieve that? After speaking, the old patriarch looked at Yu Tian with hopeful anticipation. The rise of Deqian was indeed inseparable from the support of the White Tiger Temple. However, the existence of the White Tiger Temple was akin to a malignant tumor within the nation. Just consider the tragedy of a nation's subjects choosing to revere deities rather than their emperor. Even the commoners' coronation ceremonies are conducted in those temples. How lamentable that is for a nation. Yet, this is precisely the situation with the Qin. This is also why Yi Wudi asserted that simply possessing formidable military strength is not enough for a change of dynasty. The thoughts of the populace must be altered. Nearly 40 years of deeply ingrained beliefs cannot be shifted merely through force. The influence of the White Tiger Temple extends beyond a single generation. It may even span 3. To change all of this, Yi Wudi believed, was an exceedingly arduous task. At this moment, Yu Tian began to understand that it fundamentally meant that divine authority overshadowed imperial authority. Yu Tian, merely obliterating the White Tiger Temple would not suffice. It was imperative to correct the people's beliefs. The path to change was, in fact, quite simple. It required the establishment of a new ideology, akin to Confucianism. With this realization, Yu Tian's gaze grew resolute. Deqian comprises 36 cities. Unfortunately, there are only 36. The population amounts to merely around 20 million. Such a nation would not even be larger than a province in the Blue Star. If he could not manage this, how could he face the system? That night, the Yi family was aglow with lights as the 3 generations convened to plot their rebellion. Meanwhile, the outside world remained blissfully unaware of their plans. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Yu Tian found it was nearly the hour of the pig. He did not rush to sleep but instead accessed the system panel, instructing Qing Liang to return to the imperial city. He also reorganized the items he had acquired during this period. Today, he revealed 4 storage rings, each containing 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 500 mid-grade elixirs of grades 4, 5, and 6, 1 earth-level spiritual treasure, 1 million taels of silver, and an imperial-level cultivation technique. Presently, he still possessed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 1,500 various spirit herbs, 3,000 spiritual treasures, 3 divine abilities, and 6 cultivation techniques, 4 of which were replicated versions given away. As for the remaining peach saplings and miscellaneous items, Yu Tian did not include them in his calculations. The next morning, the entire imperial city began to adorn itself in festive decorations, for tomorrow marks the grand celebration of Deqian, during which not only the generals stationed at the borders but also the lords from the other 35 cities would return. This was undoubtedly the most jubilant day of the year for Deqian, a true celebration for all. The Yi family was particularly lively this year, a rare occurrence in the past decade. Early in the morning, servants from the royal residence set out to procure goods and began decorating the entire estate. When Yu Tian awoke, he was greeted by a scene of jubilation. System, tomorrow I plan to stage a rebellion. Can you provide me with something good for today? Asked sign-in. Ding. Today's sign-in requirements have been met. Would you like to sign in? Yu Tian suppressed the urge to curse, mentally exclaiming, sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful for today. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, the Scripture Repository, the Xianwang Tower, the Spirit Gathering Array, the 9 Tripods of Fortune, the Testing Ladder, and the Wuji Secret Realm. Upon hearing the system's reward, Yu Tian was momentarily stunned. He hastily expanded his consciousness to enter the system space for inspection. The original system space was vast, previously stretching endlessly before his eyes. However, at this moment, it was cluttered with several enormous items. Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and began to examine each item in turn. Tingwang Pavilion Academy. It houses 5 faculties: literature, martial arts, military, politics, and law. Equipped with comprehensive facilities, accommodating 3,000 scholars with adjustable dimensions. Library of Classics. It contains all the books and martial arts texts from the entire continent, in copy form, upgradable. Xianwang Tower. It possesses a time array, comprising 9 levels. With a minimum flow rate of 10 times and a maximum of 90 times, which can be activated using spirit stones without affecting bone age. Spirit Gathering Array. It converges the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for personal use, amplifying the internal spiritual energy to 100-fold. Size adjustable. Fortune 9 tripods. Capable of suppressing the fortune of a dynasty, it is crucial for its vassal states to become a dynasty of fortune. Testing ladder. Comprising 999 levels, it can assess aptitude and root quality. Boundless Secret Realm. It contains illusory demon beasts. Defeating them allows one to absorb their energy after surveying each item. Yution was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaping with joy. System, I adore you. Previously, he had pondered the system's intent in designating him as emperor. Now, clarity dawned upon him. He had encountered in ancient texts the notion that dynasties could be classified into two types. One type consisted of small nations gradually discovering and devouring neighboring states, evolving into empires, yet such entities could merely be deemed vassal states, lacking the suppression of fortune. They were vulnerable to calamities such as famine or plague, which could lead to their annexation by other nations, making longevity impossible. The other type was a dynasty of fortune, a realm strengthened by the consolidation of fate, its growth, while also involving the annexation of other states and the enhancement of its economy. Differed in that as long as its fortune endured, the dynasty would not perish. Furthermore, due to the people's support and the suppression of fortune, such dynasties were largely immune to disasters like famine and plague. Regrettably, the current continent did not permit the emergence of a dynasty of fortune, solely due to the prohibitions of the section's Chapter 21. Devout followers, ignorant poor. However, Yution presently paid little heed to the sections. As long as he accomplished the transformation into a dynasty of fortune, he would be adorned with the auspicious golden dragon of fortune, and his strength would ascend to the pinnacle within the dynasty. At that point, no sect within Qingzhen Prefecture would rival his current prowess. His only concern was that when consolidating the golden dragon of fortune, anomalies might occur, marking the most perilous moment. Shaking his head, Yution realized he was contemplating too far ahead. The most pressing matter was how to instigate a rebellion tomorrow. Gazing at the system panel, he noted that Qing Liang would likely arrive at the imperial city by afternoon. At that moment, he would instruct the system to generate 12 ancient sages. With their presence, Yution could confidently reform the court. After all, a new ruler necessitated new officials, and he would undoubtedly replace critical positions with his own trusted individuals. In this world, aside from those rewarded by the system, the only individuals Yution felt he could trust were the members of the Yi family. Upon reaching the entrance of the royal residence, he lifted his gaze to see a scene filled with festivity. Observing Xiaomei and the other three following closely behind him, Yution could only shake his head in resignation. With Zhao Jun, a peak warrior of the Heavenly King realm, shadowing him in the darkness, he faced no real danger. Nevertheless, he allowed the four to accompany him. Suddenly, Yution turned and asked, Xiaomei, have you been to the outer city? The four shook their heads in unison. Young master, we have not been there. In Yution's recollection, he had never ventured to the outer city either, even during previous outings. He had only traveled by carriage and had never witnessed the conditions of the outer city firsthand. Feeling a sudden surge of spontaneity, he declared, let us go and explore the outer city. I'll go fetch the carriage. As he prepared to dash to the back courtyard, he called out to Xiaolon, wait, let us walk instead. However, upon glancing at his own attire, he added to Xiaomei, find a few sets of servant clothing. We shall change before heading out. But young master, your identity, quickly now. Yution waved dismissively. Before long, all five donned simple garments. Although they appeared somewhat plain, they could not entirely conceal the group's inherent elegance. The inner city was vast, approximately 2 million square meters, but the outer city was even larger, 3 times its size. As they strolled, the four women shared their observations and insights, while Yution witnessed another side of the imperial city. The main thoroughfare of the outer city was clean and orderly, with shops that bore almost no difference from those in the inner city. Yet, behind these shops lay rows of dilapidated houses. Each dwelling housed more than one family, and the further they ventured, the more they encountered unsightly scenes. Yution led the four women through several alleys, and the sights before them continuously challenged his worldview. He had initially thought that even if the outer city were somewhat impoverished, it could not be too dire, especially since it was the imperial city. Yet, aside from the main thoroughfare, they witnessed beggars, robberies, brawls, and thefts. These events unfolded within mere hours, had he not seen them with his own eyes. Yution could never have believed the outer city was in such a state. While the inner city was adorned with lanterns and festivities, the outer city, apart from the main road's lanterns, were no semblance of celebration. It felt as though two worlds existed side by side. On such a grand festive occasion, there was no trace of celebratory spirit. Just then, Xiaozhu pointed into the distance. Young master, look over there. Yi Tian turned to see a temple, where numerous commoners knelt at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he observed that each individual appeared pale and malnourished, yet their eyes brimmed with devoutness. Yi Tian approached a middle-aged woman kneeling at the entrance and gently tapped her shoulder. Madam, what are you doing? Though his voice was not loud, it drew the attention of all present, their gazes filled with wariness and suspicion. This perplexed Yi Tian, but he continued to look at the middle-aged woman, awaiting her response. Before she could answer, four soldiers approached from the distance. Whose child are you? Do you not know they are praying here? Praying? Yi Tian grew increasingly puzzled. Noticing that the middle-aged woman ignored him, he turned to the soldiers and inquired, Isn't praying meant to occur inside the temple? How can they pray here? The soldiers chuckled derisively. Do they still think they can enter the temple? Just kneeling here is already a feat. Yi Tian's heart sank further upon hearing this. Although he was not yet the emperor, the soldiers, who ate from the imperial coffers, clearly conveyed their disdain for the temple. Yet, to uncover the truth, he suppressed his anger and said, We are travelers from afar, please enlighten us. With that, he exchanged a glance with Xiaomei, who discreetly produced 10 taels of silver to offer. The soldiers' eyes brightened slightly, and after subtly accepting the silver, their demeanor softened. Well, since you wish to know, I shall inform you. These individuals are also outsiders, here to pray and make wishes. But the temple typically opens only in the evening. To express their sincerity, they are left with no choice but to kneel here. Yi Tian frowned. Why does it open only in the evening? Those wealthy lords. Who has the time to come during the day? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Thank you for the information. Yi Tian nodded at the 4 soldiers, casting a glance at the nearby commoners, his eyes devoid of compassion. He had inquired beside them, and the soldiers had responded with clarity, yet they still wore expressions of fervent devotion. This was not mere ignorance. They had been brainwashed, rendered foolish. Sighing inwardly, he said to Xiaomei and the others, Let us depart. Indeed, it echoed the saying. If praying to the Buddha were effective, the impoverished would not even be able to enter the temple gates. As the 4 prepared to leave, the soldier who had spoken earlier hastily called out to Yi Tian. Hey, wait a moment. Xiaozhu, her face icy, asked, Is there anything else? The soldier was undeterred by Xiaozhu's tone. Instead, he lewdly scrutinized Xiaomei and her companions, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Haha. I've shared so much information with you. Shouldn't there be some form of compensation? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and questioned. What do you mean? Another soldier interjected. Stop with the nonsense. Either hand over another 80 taels of silver, or leave the 4 of them behind. At this, Yi Tian was nearly driven to laughter by his anger. Very well, very well. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, your subordinate is here. The 4 women all bowed in unison. The soldiers' pupils involuntarily contracted upon witnessing this scene. They had genuinely believed these were outsiders, but it appeared they were mistaken. Before they could comprehend in the grand hall, the civil and military officials stood on either side, awaiting the emperor's arrival. However, as time passed, the previously conversing crowd suddenly sensed an unease. Typically, court sessions commence promptly at the first watch of the morning, yet today that moment had long since passed. After all, those present possessed considerable cultivation and were quite adept at discerning the passage of time. What could be amiss? Why had the emperor still not graced them with his presence after a quarter of an hour? Could some unforeseen circumstance have delayed him? What day is it today? Surely, nothing could surpass the significance of this celebration. The hall grew somewhat tumultuous in that instant. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui ceased their discussions with other generals, casting a glance at one another before positioning themselves behind Yi Xiaodian, beginning to survey their surroundings. Just then, a voice with a distinctly hoarse timbre rang out. The emperor has arrived, and the next moment, the entire hall fell silent, with over half the assembly dropping to their knees. Only a select few enjoyed the privilege of standing before the emperor, among them Yi Xiaodian and Yi Wudi. Long live our emperor! After a brief interval, a calm voice emanated from the dragon throne. Rise, thank you, your majesty. The crowd finally lifted their heads, but in the following moment, many pairs of eyes widened in shock, for beside the dragon throne, there was indeed another throne. Occupying that seat was none other than Master Zhuming, the abbot of the White Tiger Temple. In common parlance, he was also referred to as the Buddha of Enlightenment. However, it was rather perplexing that the usually contemplative abbot had chosen to appear today. Yet the assembly quickly averted their gazes, bowing their heads in haste. At that moment, Emperor Li Jiushu proclaimed, Today marks the grand celebration of our Dacian kingdom. It is only fitting that all under heaven rejoice. A tightness gripped the hearts of the officials below, for whenever Emperor Li Jiushu uttered such words, it often heralded ominous tidings. Indeed, the emperor continued, However, ye family, General Yi, Marshal, Prince Yi. Do you not owe me an explanation? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaodian and his sons felt their hearts sink. This is bad. Could it be that the emperor has learned of our potential rebellion? Yet something felt amiss. Our plans were shrouded in secrecy. And with Tian or S subordinates, powerful as they were, surveying the surroundings, it should have been impossible. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui were consumed with speculation. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaodian remained considerably more composed, firmly believing in his grandson's integrity. After a slight bow, Yu Xiaodian inquired with genuine confusion, "Your Majesty, may I ask what wrongdoing my Yi family has committed?" At that moment, Master Zhu Ming, seated beside Li Jiaoxiao, let out a cold snort. Humph. The mere sound of his disdain caused several faces to blanch, particularly Yu Xiaodian's, whose countenance turned ashen. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, for he was but a second-tier practitioner of the Void Realm, whereas Master Zhu Ming had long attained the sixth tier of the Spirit Consolidation Realm. Sensing their father's distress, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui rushed to support him. "Father," the two brothers cast worried glances at the elevated platform. At this juncture, Emperor Li Jiaxiao's expression mirrored their concern. "Prince Yi, Marshal Yi, your esteemed son, your beloved grandson, ventured to the outer city yesterday and brutally slain 4 soldiers at the gates of the White Tiger Temple. Were you not aware?" Upon hearing this, the assembled ministers grasped the situation. So, it was the misdeed of Yi Tian that had brought this upon them, and now the abbot had come to demand accountability. Yet many were puzzled. Even if Yi Tian was indeed responsible, such an incident hardly warranted this level of scrutiny. After all, for soldiers, setting aside the Yi family's status as a royal family, even numerous ministers would face no repercussions for such an act. Yet today, at this grand celebration, not only had the dignity of the prince been tarnished, but this blatant suppression of the Yi family was evident to all. The officials recognized that this situation was far from simple. Let us not forget that Yi Wuyan was the Emperor Li Jiaoxiao's primary consort. Even if she was not the empress, she held the title of noble consort. All present adopted a spectator's demeanor. Eyes fixed upon the trio from the Yi family. No one dared to speak up. Not even the 2 generals who usually maintained amicable relations with the Yi family. Their heads bowed in silence. Yu Xiaodian brushed aside the support of Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui, straightening his back and lifting his chin. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of the circumstances at hand. Moreover, even if my grandson is indeed at fault, there must be some underlying context. He could have referred to himself as this king, given his noble status, yet sensing the gravity of the situation, Yu Xiaodian chose to identify himself as this humble minister, implying it was his final occasion serving the Dacian Empire. Master Zhu Ming, not waiting for Li Jiaoxiu to respond, interjected sharply, "Impudent! You dare to commit murder at my White Tiger Temple, and yet you still attempt to deny it?" Li Jiaoxia cast a sidelong glance at Master Zhu Ming. While others might not grasp the intricacies of the matter, he was acutely aware. In truth, Master Zhu Ming's presence today was nothing short of a calculated provocation. Driven by the desire to seize the valuable by Jin Hang, the currency of the Dacian Empire was silver, and throughout the entirety of Qing'an Prefecture, silver was the sole medium of exchange. Why not gold? Was it due to a lack of purchasing power, or perhaps an inability to mine for gold? Neither. The rights to gold mining were solely held by the various sects, resulting in a complete absence of gold circulation in Qing'an Prefecture. The White Tiger Temple monopolized the rights to gold extraction within the Dacian Empire, yet this did not fully satiate their insatiable greed. Although Bai Jinhang was a peak spirit consolidation master, Master Zhu Ming had already assessed that he could not provoke him directly. However, upon discovering that Bai Jinhang belonged to Yi Tian, he devised another plan. Originally, the plan had yet to be set in motion, but Yi Tian had inadvertently delivered it into his hands. This was the primary reason Master Zhu Ming had come to the palace so early in the day. As for the peak spirit consolidation master, though he could not confront him, many matters in this world are not resolved through brute force. Once he obtained the land deed and secured by Jinhang, he would stand on the side of righteousness, unafraid of any potential reprisals from the peak master, for behind the White Tiger Temple loomed the shadows of other sections. Chapter 24, Plans Unfolding. The troubled Li Jiaoxia, though Yu Xiaodian had not anticipated this. He understood in his heart that Master Zhu Ming's visit today was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. What chilled him further was that Li Jiaoxia offered no defense for this founding minister, instead siding with outsiders against him. This betrayal extinguished the last flicker of compassion in Yi Xiaodian's heart. Since the abbot insists upon my grandson's culpability, might I inquire how this matter shall be resolved? Humph. Master Zhu Ming's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile at this inquiry. Our Buddha is compassionate. Given that the Yi family acknowledges their wrongdoing, I kindly request that you transfer the land deed of Bai Jinhang to the White Tiger Temple. Such a tainted place has no place within the imperial city. How audacious. The ministers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They had heard rumors about the White Tiger Temple's audacity, yet they had never witnessed it firsthand. To think they would demand the family's assets after a murder had occurred at their doorstep. How shameless, while the White Tiger Temple's outer city branch was still under its jurisdiction. It was also overseen by its own abbot. Everyone understood that Bai Jinhong's success stemmed from its frequent auctions, selling spiritual treasures and elixirs. But did the White Tiger Temple possess such offerings? Even if Bai Jinhong were handed over to the White Tiger Temple, would they be able to manage it? The ministers directed their gazes toward Li Jiuxiao, fully aware of the Yi family's status. If Li Jiuxiao intervened, the matter would be far less complicated. Yet Li Jiuxiao remained silent, even compounding the pressure on the Yi family alongside the White Tiger Temple. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui were similarly affected. Their expressions growing increasingly frigid. Yi Xiaodian managed a bitter smile. If the abbot desires it so, then why not allow my grandson to enter? Upon hearing this, Master Zhu Ming turned his gaze to Li Jiuxiao. The emperor, lacking in resolve, merely nodded to a nearby eunuch. Announce, let Yu Tian enter. At the same moment, Yu Tian received a message from Zhao Jun, becoming aware of the events transpiring within the imperial hall. He opened the system panel and commanded the deployment of 100,000 black armored troops to the 4 main gates of White Tiger City. He instructed 10,000 peak skyward realm weighing guards to eradicate all branches of the White Tiger Temple throughout the Great Qian realm. Furthermore, he ordered 100 peak spirit gathering realm weighing guards to cleanse the imperial guards within the palace. After disseminating these commands, a eunuch approached Yu Tian, calling for him. Your Highness, the emperor summons you to the court. Very well, Yu Tian nodded, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Amidst the whispers and pointed fingers of the ministers' families, he followed the young eunuch into the imperial hall. Why has Yu Tian been called in? He holds no official title. Some remarked, the Yi family is a lineage of hereditary nobility, so their entrance is expected. Yet the eunuch's tone suggests it may not bode well. Yi Tian paid no heed to the chatter behind him. Instead focusing on the system panel, the Great Qian had 36 cities, 108 counties, and 960 towns, all housing branches of the White Tiger Temple. As early as yesterday, Yu Tian had commanded the weighing guards. And by this morning, 10,000 had already reached the vicinity of each branch. Upon receiving his orders, they swiftly infiltrated the White Tiger Temple's branches in groups of 10. Simultaneously, at the 4 main gates of White Tiger City. Over 20,000 black armored troops appeared in an instant at each gate. Before the soldiers on the walls could report the breach, the black armored troops had already surged into the city. At this point, Yu Tian felt a sense of assurance settle within him. The nearest military camp to White Tiger City was 30 kilometers away, consisting of 300,000 cavalry. However, with the 10,000 black armored troops securing the walls, even if the cavalry received news, they would be unable to mount a successful assault. Upon entering the Qianqin Hall, all the ministers turned to observe Yu Tian, some with curiosity, others with malicious glee. Some with sympathy, but most simply watching the spectacle unfold. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Li Jiaxiao's eyes narrowed the moment he laid eyes on Yu Tian. He recognized the young man's advancement. Having seen him 6 months prior when Yu Tian was merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Yet now he had ascended an entire realm. Before Li Jiaxiao could speak, the elderly eunuch interjected, presumptuous. Why do you not kneel before the emperor? Yu Tian glanced up briefly before returning his gaze to Li Jiaxiao. Uncle, do you wish to strip the Yi family of their title? A moment of surprise rippled through the assembly as all eyes turned towards Yu Tian. Li Jiaxiao's brow furrowed in anger as he retorted. Yu Tian, this is the court, not your family courtyard. Here, you should address me as your majesty. Moreover, why do you not kneel before me? Yu Tian smiled faintly and turned to the abbot Zhu Ming. Is it you who covets my Bai Jinhen? The room fell silent, all eyes darting towards the eunuch at the door. The young eunuch, nearly frightened out of his wits, waved his hands in protest, and no, it wasn't me. I said nothing. The abbot, unfazed, chanted a Buddhist incantation, Amitabha. Yu Tian, you dare to kill at the gates of my White Tiger Temple, clearly showing disdain for US.AS punishment. I demand your Bai Jinhen. What objection could there be? The ministers remained silent, too afraid to interject. They had already deemed Yu Tian's fate sealed, for he had offended the White Tiger Temple and incurred the emperor's displeasure. Yu Tian clapped his hands. Excellent. If that is the case, then I have taken a liking to your White Tiger Mountain. How about you hand it over to me? Presumptuous. Outrageous. Li Jiaxiao and Abbot Zhu Ming slammed their palms on the dragon throne in fury. Rising to their feet, their aura pressed towards Yu Tian, yet before it could reach him, it dissipated into nothingness. Presumptuous. Outrageous. Humph. Yu Tian scoffed. Li Jiaxiao, you are unworthy of your position. a sovereign living like a cur in filth. If you cannot govern, then step down and let someone more capable take the throne. With those words, the entire hall fell into stunned silence, everyone regarding Yi Tian as if he were a specter. Even the 3 members of the Yi family wore expressions of disbelief. Though they had prepared for rebellion, where were the troops? Where were the people? To speak so boldly without any backing, was this truly wise? Li Jiaoxiao trembled with rage. Their family had relied on the White Tiger Temple to secure the throne. Although the temple's recent actions had indeed overstepped, he felt powerless. In this world where might made right, weakness brought humiliation. Yet these were not words a subject should utter, particularly since Yu Tian had yet to inherit his title or undergo the coronation ceremony. He was merely a commoner. Outrageous. Guards, seize this insolent child and execute him. Strip the Yi family of their titles, revoke their powers, and expel them from the Great Qin. Chapter 25. The Imperial City in Turmoil. The throne changes hands. Abbot Zhu Ming, who had been watching the unfolding drama, suddenly realized that Yu Tian's confidence suggested a powerful ally stood behind him. With this thought, the abbot discreetly crushed a jade tablet. Why Yu Tian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Had he not prepared adequately? Had he not possessed the system? Would the Yi family face such a fate whenever they displeased the emperor? The thought deepened his resolve, and he spoke to the air. If you wish to kill me, then the Li family need not exist any longer. Have that bald monk killed and Li Jiaoxiao crippled. As Yu Tian's words fell, Abbot Zhu Ming sensed danger and hurriedly retrieved 2 jade tablets from his storage ring. Each could withstand an attack from a novice heavenly king, and he was confident that if he could just endure until reinforcements arrived, he could slay Yu Tian's hidden companion and uncover his secrets. Yet in the next moment, bang, a thunderous sound erupted as Abbot Zhu Ming turned in terror to see the youth before him. With a single punch, the jade tablets in his hands shattered effortlessly. The force of the blow struck his chest, and the dragon throne beneath him exploded, sending Abbot Zhu Ming crashing against the wall at the back of the hall. Zhao Jun raised an eyebrow. Though he had only exerted 30% of his strength, he had not killed the man. Upon seeing the shattered jade tablets, he understood. However, since Yu Tian had given the order, he would follow through. Stepping forward, Zhao Jun appeared beside Abbot Zhu Ming, pointing a finger at the latter's forehead. The abbot had no time to react before he met his demise. Both his soul and true spirit were annihilated in an instant. His eyes still wide with fear. As Zhao Jun struck down Abbot Zhu Ming, Li Jiaoxi was already overwhelmed with shock, hastily crushing a jade tablet himself. Yet Zhao Jun's movements were too swift. As soon as Li Jiaoxi shattered the tablet, he found himself under Zhao Jun's gaze. Before he could utter more than a single syllable, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, and he felt his spiritual energy rapidly deplete. With a cough, Li Jiaoxiu spat blood, his eyes filled with resentment. He dared not look at Zhao Jun. Though he did not know the latter's exact strength, he sensed an aura unique to the Imperial Whitebird Guards, implying that Zhao Jun was an assassin hidden in the shadows. All of this transpired too quickly, and as Zhao Jun vanished, the assembly finally regained their senses, turning their astonished gazes upon the 13-year-old Yu Tian. Just as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. The crowd swiftly turned towards the entrance. A commander, exuding the aura of a third-level Skyward Realm practitioner, rushed in, shouting, "Your Majesty, it's bad." Before he could finish, a black curved blade slashed across his throat. In the next instant, 100 masked figures clad in black and red, wielding dual blades, appeared behind Yu Tian. "Reporting to my lord, all combatants within the palace have been eliminated." Yu Tian pointed at the still-stunned elderly eunuch. "Take him away and execute him by slow slicing." Yes, in an instant. The elderly eunuch had vanished from sight before he could utter a sound. Yu Tian spoke indifferently, "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with my actions?" Li Jiaoxiu spat blood once more, his gaze towards Yu Tian tinged with terror, yet he soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. The Yu family, indeed, harbored treasonous intentions long before this. Did you not?" A multitude of ministers stood in silence, too intimidated to voice their opinions, save for the 15 individuals closely bound to the Li family who stepped forward. The left chancellor, Lu Shuwen, boldly took a step forward, directing a vehement rebuke at Yu Tian. "Yi Tian, you wretched child. The emperor has treated your Yi family with kindness, yet you dare to rebel. And you Shao Tian, Yi Wudi, Yi Wu Hui, the supreme emperor and the emperor have shown favor to your Yi family." As Lu Shuwen prepared to unleash a torrent of accusations, Yu Tian hastily interjected, "Enough." He was acutely aware of the intentions of those 15. They were entrenched in their alliance with the royal Li family. Should Yu Tian succeed in his rebellion, they would undoubtedly face dire retribution. Lu Shuwen was cognizant of this truth, as was everyone present. Yet Yu Tian was determined to silence him. How much has our Yi family sacrificed for the great Qian? Others may be oblivious, but surely you, as the left chancellor, are not ignorant of this fact. So, you fear my potential success in rebellion, do you? You, since you have all stepped forward, I shall grant your wish, Moonshadow Guard, eliminate them all. Yes, in the next moment. Lu Shuwen and the 15 civil and military officials were all slain on the spot. Yu Tian turned his gaze to the silent Li Jiuxiu. Uncle, are you awaiting the Supreme Emperor, or the reinforcements from that bald monk? Li Jiuxiu looked up in astonishment, his expression shifting dramatically. He realized that he could not rely on the Supreme Emperor Li Wuji, who was currently in seclusion, having only recently advanced from the Skyward Realm to the Concentration Realm. Yi Tian commanded more than 100 formidable subordinates. All at the peak of the Concentration Realm. Even if his father arrived, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. His anticipated reinforcements were the backing of the Baihu Temple, the Tai sect. As a 7-star sect, it boasted 5 formidable warriors at the Heavenly King level within its ranks. Had it not been for the absence of a Heavenly Emperor, it might have already ascended to an 8-star sect. Now, witnessing Yi Tian's unshakable confidence, Li Jiuxiu began to feel a tightening grip of fear and anxiety. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. A Heavenly King level expert has indeed arrived outside the city. Yu Tian remarked, waving his hand. In the next instant, the corpse of an elegantly attired elder was casually tossed to the ground by Zhao Junior. Reinforcements will not be coming. By the way. Ignoring the prostrate Li Jiuxiu, Yu Tian continued, your Imperial Guard should have perished entirely by now. That so-called organization has been obliterated, and the Baihu Temple across the Great Qian has been completely eradicated. Furthermore, your esteemed father has also been rendered incapacitated. With a gasp, Li Jiuxiu coughed up blood once again, his expression one of utter bewilderment. So, the Yi family indeed harbors rebellious intentions. Ha 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 ha. I should have anticipated this. However, Yi Shaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yu Wuhui felt a pang of discomfort. Were it not for Yi Tian, they would never have entertained the notion of rebellion. Their hearts had been solely dedicated to the welfare of the entire Great Qian. Yet, the royal Li family had systematically driven the Yi family to the brink, with their eldest son Yi Wushuang being harmed, the fates of 2 daughters-in-law hanging in the balance, and Yu Tian facing countless assassination attempts over the past year. Was there any incident without the shadow of the Li family? The Minister of Justice, Wang Yulong, merely a 3rd-rank official. How could he possess the power to cultivate spies comparable to the Yi family's elite? Even on his journey to meet Bai Jin Hang, he had been pursued by assassins sent by the Li family. In the entire Great Qian, only the royal Li family had the capacity for such machinations. Chapter 26, Elimination of Dissent, signing at the Golden Wan Hall at this juncture. Yu Tian had effectively seized control of the entire imperial city. He paid no heed to the prostrate Li Jiuxiu and ascended the imperial platform step by step. The ministers below could only watch in stunned silence, none daring to intervene. Even the 3 prominent figures in the military, Yi Shaotian and his sons, remained speechless, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. As Yu Tian reached the summit of the 7-tiered platform beside Li Jiuxiu, he looked down imperiously and declared, your era has come to an end. Glancing at the shattered dragon throne, Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a new chair manifested beside him. At that moment, a soldier clad in black armor and another dressed in black and red robes of the Moonshadow Guard entered. We pay our respects, young master. Baihu City has been secured. We pay our respects, young master. The Baihu Temple across the nation has been eradicated. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly as disbelief washed over the faces of all present, including the 3 members of the Yi family. If anyone still believed that the Yi family lacked rebellious intentions, they would have been met with incredulous disbelief. The Baihu Temple was spread across various cities and towns nationwide, and to have been completely dismantled in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense indicated that the Yi family had long been prepared for this moment. Moreover, the black-armored commander exuded an aura that unmistakably signified his attainment of the Skyward Realm. Yet, such a powerful figure was merely a general within an army, to silently seize control of the entire imperial city. The number of their forces must have exceeded 40,000. At this moment, the way the onlookers regarded Yu Tian had irrevocably changed. Yi Tian coolly surveyed the ministers below before shifting his gaze to Li Jiaxiao's brother. Li Jioming. He, too, held the title of prince, but another prince, Li Jiuchuan, had just been slain by the Moonshadow Guard. To Yu Tian's surprise, Li Jioming had assumed the role of a coward, utterly unwilling to speak up. Upon meeting Yu Tian's gaze, he fell to his knees, clutching Yi Wudi's leg and pleading, Marshal Yi, I implore you, spare my life. The incapacitated Li Jiuxiu gritted his teeth in fury. You imbecile, Li Jioming, have you no dignity as a prince left? If the Yi family dares to rebel, do you think they would spare you? Yution regarded his father with eyes devoid of compassion. This realization solidified Yution's resolve as he addressed Li Jiuxiu. Uncle, issue an order for Li Qian to surrender. Surely you do not wish for the deaths of all 30,000 cavalry? Li Jiuxiu let out a bitter laugh. Ha! You have already rebelled. My Li family will be exterminated. What is there for me to fear? How many soldiers do you possess? Can you withstand 30,000 iron cavalry? Li Jiuxiu saw clearly that the Li family's reign was at an end. Yution would not spare them, and he would undoubtedly annihilate the Li family down to the 9th generation. Were he in Yution's position, he would do the same. You will indeed perish. Yet do you not wish for your Li family to leave behind an heir? Most of the Li family would not escape Yution's wrath, yet one individual remained of utmost importance, Li Wencan. The 6-year-old 9th prince, son of Yi Wuyan. Li Jiuxiu suddenly raised his head to gaze at Yution, and in that instant, he too recalled Yi Wuyan and his most despised 7th prince. Letting out a bitter laugh, he realized that the Li family's bloodline would require the most despised prince to continue its legacy. Very well, I shall issue the order for Li Qian to return. At that moment, Yi Shaotian interjected, Tian'er, I wish to spare their father and son. Before Yution could respond, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui expressed their astonishment. Father, what are you saying? Yi Shaotian's eyes were filled with complexity as he replied. They have been rendered useless. Let them spend their remaining years in peace. If Yution's rebellion was spurred by the system, then Yi Shaotian's acquiescence stemmed from deep-seated resentment, the deaths of his son, wife, and 2 daughters-in-law were inexorably linked to the Li family, and throughout this year, they had sent assassins after Yution no fewer than 100 times. However, the words spoken by Yution the previous night had revealed to him the promise of a new dynasty. As an aged general, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. His desire to spare Li Jiuxiu and Li Wuji was merely to demonstrate that the actions of the Yi family were justified. As for whether these 2 incapacitated individuals posed any threat to Yution's burgeoning empire, Yi Shaotian harbored no concerns. Having originally intended to retreat, he now saw his grandson ascend to the throne without worry. Leaving him without regrets. Yution nodded and commanded the Moonshadow Guard and the black-armored commander, after taking control of those 30,000 cavalry, eliminate all military forces in the surrounding 4 cities. Yution then glanced at the 15 deceased ministers and continued, as for their families, let them join their departed kin. Yes, the 2 accepted their orders and departed. At this moment, 13 individuals entered from outside the hall. These 13 were the ancient sages summoned by the system. Upon their entrance, the crowd felt an overwhelming pressure, not merely in terms of strength, but each exuded an aura of superiority, as though they stood beneath one while commanding thousands above. Minister Cheng Liang, Minister Wang Lin, Minister Zhang Wufeng, they all bowed in unison. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign for eternity. The assembly was struck dumb. Even Yi Shaotian and his sons involuntarily twitching at the corners of their eyes. Was this truly so hasty? They had yet to ascend the throne, yet they were already addressing him as your majesty. Yution, utterly unconcerned, commanded directly, Cheng Liang, Wang Lin, Zhang Wufeng, and the 13 of you shall assume their positions. The celebration will continue. Yes, your majesty. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, unaware of the countless lives lost outside the palace. However, within the palace itself, the death toll undoubtedly exceeded 10,000. Under such dire circumstances, Yution still intended to ascend the throne. Did he not plan to select an auspicious date? Was this not exceedingly hasty? Was it not too reckless? Before Yution had even reappointed the officials, Wang Lin took charge of the Ministry of Rites, beginning to issue orders to the Moon Shadow Guards. Yution, seated on the elevated platform, initiated a mental communication with the system for his check-in. System, today marks the day of my ascension. Grant me some splendid rewards. Ding. Today's check-in has not been completed. Would the host like to check in now? Check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a royal city, a royal court, a 9-dragon chariot, 100, 000 Moon Shadow Guards, 100 alchemists, 100 blacksmiths, 100 formation masters, 5, 000 earth treasures, 5, 000 spiritual herbs, 1 high-quality spiritual vein, 10 mid-quality spiritual veins, and 100 low-quality spiritual veins. A plethora of rewards dazzled Yution's eyes. Upon inspecting the royal city, a piece of information emerged. Beginner royal city. Spirit energy is doubled, loyalty index enhanced, intelligence granted, blessings conferred, adaptable in size, capable of enhancement and fusion. Beginner royal court. Spirit energy is 10-fold. Capable of enhancement and fusion. Though the description was simple, Yution felt a surge of joy. Although the name shifted from royal city to royal court, seemingly lowering its rank, This was the system's appraisal. The former Dacian White Tiger City scarcely qualified as a royal city. The functions accompanying the royal city and royal court appeared limited, yet they sufficed for the present. Chapter 27, Ascension to the Throne. Activation of physique. In addition, there was the 9-dragon chariot. It was not composed of real dragons, but rather 9 demon dragons at the pinnacle of the spirit condensation stage. As for the 100,000 moon shadow guards, 90,000 had reached the sky sovereign realm, while the remaining 10,000 varied from the 1st to the 9th level of spirit condensation. What delighted Yution most were the additional 300 individuals. Be they alchemists or blacksmiths, such figures were unheard of in Dacian, and indeed throughout the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture, they were exceedingly rare. Formation masters were even scarcer, with none present in Qingyan Prefecture. After all, these individuals were treasures coveted by every nation. Yution did not anticipate the system would bestow him with 300 of them. As for earth treasures and spiritual herbs, Yution already possessed a considerable quantity in his system space. But the reward of spiritual veins made his eyes gleam with excitement. Dacian originally had 2 low-quality spiritual veins, yet they had been nearly exhausted by Qi Feng Kingdom's extensive mining. After Dacian took over, there remained little spirit stone within the veins. Following several years of extraction, they were almost entirely depleted. This was precisely why Yution felt such joy upon discovering the system's rewards. System: fuse the royal city and royal court. Ding. Fusion in progress. Please wait. In the next moment, the entire White Tiger City began to tremble, with the Qianqin Hall shaking even more violently. Not good. The Earth Dragon is turning, just as someone was about to shout for everyone to flee. They noticed that Yution on the platform remained utterly still. This silence fell upon the ministers. Yution then calmly stated, "There is no need for concern. The royal city is undergoing a transformation." The royal city? The ministers were puzzled. White Tiger City was clearly a royal city. When had it transformed into a royal city? However, Yution offered no further explanation, for he could sense the palace itself beginning to change. In the next moment, the entire Qianqin Hall rippled as if a wave had passed through it, and the grand hall underwent a remarkable transformation. The first sensation everyone felt was the air thickening with spiritual energy. With many individuals subtly on the brink of a breakthrough, the previously ordinary wooden doors transformed into golden ironwood. The normal wooden pillars became gilded dragon pillars. The once commonplace golden brick floor morphed into deep-sea source gold. The wooden imperial platform turned into a golden staircase, while the wooden screens became 7 shimmering golden barriers. The white jade steps transformed into steps of heavenly spiritual jade. The chair Yution occupied also transformed into a genuine dragon throne, upon which 3 items were displayed. Yution looked up and saw a grand seal, a treasured sword, and a suit of armor. These were the imperial weapons Yution had checked in for earlier. Yet they had remained dormant until now. He was astonished to find they had activated. Yution stood, gesturing with his hand, and the imperial armor adorned him, instantly morphing into a black and gold dragon robe. The innate imperial sword appeared at his waist in that instant. With one hand holding the imperial seal and the other resting on the imperial sword, Yution's image became indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. He resembled an ancient emperor in his youth, gazing down upon the world with an air of authority. The 13, led by Chang Liang, knelt first, proclaiming loudly, "We bow before your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally." At that moment, all present knelt in unison, as if a voice in their minds compelled them to submit. Yi Shaotian and his 2 sons felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, yet they quickly regained their composure. In the grand hall, only the 3 of them remained unaffected, not kneeling. Yution glanced at the golden dragon head above the hall, then at the officials kneeling on the ground, finally understanding why so many were drawn to this position. "Rise. Thank you, your majesty." Despite Yution's small stature, even seated upon the dragon throne, he could look down upon all. Today was meant to be a grand celebration for the nation. Yet the previous dynasty had neglected the people's suffering and aided in the plundering of the White Tiger Temple. Today, as I ascend the throne, I shall act for the people and the nation, sweeping across the world. Dacian shall henceforth be known as Lingxiao, and White Tiger City shall be renamed Chang'an City. We shall abolish the feudal system in favor of a county system. Nobility shall no longer be hereditary. Yution articulated a series of national policies, simultaneously revealing his intent to transform the feudal states into the Qiyuan dynasty. For the ministers, there were both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits included the sharing of fortune and the enhancement of strength, leading to increased salaries for many ministers. However, the drawbacks involved a reduction in their power, with Yution bluntly stating that all would be monitored by the Moon Shadow Guards. At the same time, Yution released the Spirit Gathering Array, the Hidden Gold Pavilion, the Xianwang Tower, in the Tingwang Pavilion Academy from his system space. Previously, Deqian possessed a similar place to the Hidden Gold Pavilion. But the books within lacked comprehensiveness. Now, with the integration of the Hidden Gold Pavilion, it became even grander and more magnificent. The Tingwang Pavilion Academy was directly positioned upon White Tiger Mountain. The former White Tiger Temple had been destroyed by the Moon Shadow Guards, and all treasures and resources within had been plundered. As for the Xianwang Tower, it was placed within the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, intended for scholars to train within. The testing ladder was situated beneath the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, where one must conquer over 500 steps to gain entry for study. Finally, the Wuji secret realm was established in the back garden of the palace. Yi Tian did not hastily reveal the Qi Yun 9 tripods. At present, Lingshao Kingdom spanned nearly 700,000 square kilometers. Hastily elevating the dynasty was not prudent. However, Yu Tian could activate his system. Activate the Chaos Dao body. Ding. Activation successful. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens and earth. The entirety of Chang'an City had yet to recover from its astonishment when they beheld an unusual sight in the sky. Initially, a scene of a dragon and phoenix resonating appeared, as if a dragon and phoenix danced in the heavens. In the subsequent moment, an image of splendid mountains and rivers manifested, showcasing the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. Following that, the chaos blue lotus appeared in the sky, accompanied by countless mighty emperors offering blessings. Everyone in Chang'an City, and indeed throughout Qing'an Prefecture and the Qitian domain, witnessed this spectacle. Many were left astonished, and several powerful individuals, those who had attained the heavenly emperor realm or above, furrowed their brows. While others remained oblivious, these old-timers understood all too well that this was a manifestation of a powerful physique emerging. Voices echoed from many sects and sacred lands. Investigate. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, he harbored a faint suspicion within his heart. At this moment, his body was undergoing a profound transformation. First, his meridians and bones, followed by his blood vessels and flesh, were continuously being reinforced. Yi Tian could sense an elevation of his entire being, as if the world had become more lucid. Many previously perplexing questions regarding his martial arts suddenly became clear in an instant. Even his breathing allowed him to perceive the spiritual energy circulating around him. Previously, his combat prowess, augmented by his techniques and martial skills, had only reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea. However, he now undeniably possessed the strength of the Sky Sovereign realm. The spiritual energy within the royal court had significantly intensified. And Yu Tian felt that, unbeknownst to him, he had already attained the 6th level of the spirit sea. Chapter 28, A Great Amnesty, renaming the nation to Ling Shaoli Jioxiao and Li Wuji were taken away by Yi Shaodian. While Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui also exited the Grand Hall, they needed to return to the border fortifications to oversee the military, for Yi Tian had prepared to grant a great amnesty and institute a change in dynasty. The absence of their presence could potentially incite a rebellion, which was far from their desire. As they departed, Yi Tian bestowed upon them numerous treasures and supplies to pacify the subordinate generals. The external slaughter continued unabated. In the next moment, over 4,000 individuals suddenly appeared within the royal palace, startling the recently arrived Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Fortunately, Yu Tian was nearby and raised his hand to halt the 4 women. They were on the same side. The multitude knelt in unison, paying their respects. "We greet your majesty, may your majesty reign eternally." "Rise," commanded Yu Tian. The palace maids, eunuchs, and guards swiftly resumed their duties. The 10 generals and 10 eminent scholars followed him inside. "Yes, your majesty." Lu Zhengyang, devoid of any facial hair, held a feathered duster and hurriedly bowed to follow Yu Tian. The 10 generals exuded a formidable presence, each one a figure of terror, unmistakably at the level of ruthless warriors. The 10 sages, by contrast, appeared as refined scholars, their bright eyes shimmering like stars in the vast expanse. With the addition of the previous 13, Yi Tian planned to replace all civil officials of the 2nd rank and above with these individuals. Consequently, there were 5 surplus individuals, whom Yi Tian appointed to form a cabinet responsible for managing memorials and overseeing a portion of the Moonshadow Guard's authority, thus enabling them to monitor the realm. Of the 10 generals, 4 were dispatched to oversee 4 strategic frontier fortresses, allowing Yi Tian's father, Yi Wudi, and his second uncle, Yi Wuhui, to return and focus on their cultivation and relaxation. The remaining 6 were entrusted with commanding individual armies. The 1,000 guards within the royal court required leadership, as did the 300,000 cavalry beyond the city. Eventually, 300,000 black armored troops would also need command for both defense and deployment. Alongside the 100,000 Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry in the Southern Wind Nation, this arrangement meant that the 10 generals were precisely adequate. once these 20 individuals were organized. Yution instructed the Moonshadow Guards to restore the residences of the 15 ministers whose families had been exterminated. Simultaneously, he coordinated with the system to reconstruct 17 residences within the royal court, thereby facilitating the accommodation of these sages and generals. As for the palace maids and servants, Yution paid them little mind, instead distributing a substantial amount of spiritual treasures and elixirs to each of them. The advantage of having the royal city and court generated by the system was that any building Yution desired could be directly manifested. Meanwhile, the former palace underwent a remarkable transformation. The names of the 28 palaces and 33 halls were altered, and every palace, pathway, pavilion, artificial mountain, and floral arrangement was arranged according to Yution's whims. During the day, the numerous killings within the palace had resulted in a significant reduction in personnel, leaving only a handful remaining. Fortunately, with the palace maids and eunuchs attending to the cleanup, everything was soon restored to order. Breathing some life back into the royal palace, Xiaomei sent a message to my grandfather, informing him that I shall not return tonight. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiaomei had also changed her address, which elicited a sense of helplessness from Yution. The following day, during the morning court session, Yution arrived at the Taya Hall. Having been dressed by the 4 women, he surveyed the court filled with civil and military officials, noting that the previously registered 20 individuals were among them. The other civil officials and military generals had shifted their demeanor after Yution's assertive ascension to the throne. They had at least come to accept the reality of his reign. The purpose of today's court session was to appoint those who had signed in with the system. The former 3 dukes and 9 ministers were directly dismissed by Yution, who restructured the administration into 8 departments in one court. Namely, the Military Department, Civil Affairs Department, Judicial Department, Education Department, Finance Department, Commerce Department, Agriculture Department, and Urban Construction Department. Each of these 8 departments would have 2 ministers, 1 principal and 1 deputy, all composed of individuals generated by the system. Beneath these 7 departments, the 3rd and 4th ranks would be distributed throughout the nation, governed by another court known as the Internal Affairs Court, composed of 5 sages who could manage the officials of the 7 departments and directly command the Moonshadow Guards. While the military department was included among the 8, it was directly overseen by Yution, consisting of the 10 generals along with Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui. Of course, this was only a temporary arrangement, as Yution was uncertain whether his father and uncle would still wish to lead troops into battle or whether he would acquire even more formidable individuals in the future. Nevertheless, clarifying these departments would certainly simplify management. After all, Yution could directly access the information of those generated by the system and issue commands through the system panel. Once these matters were settled, Yution found himself with newfound freedom. As long as it was not a major issue, the Internal Affairs Court would handle it, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. To placate the ministers, Yution issued a decree stating that henceforth they would no longer receive gold and silver salaries, but rather be provided with spiritual stones, spiritual treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods. Naturally, the cultivation methods would only be those capable of reaching the king realm as engraved editions. After the court session concluded, Yution specifically communicated a command to Yang Tianci, issuing his first imperial edict since ascending the throne. This decree appointed Yang Tianci as a 3rd-rank minister of the Commerce Department, elevating the Yang family from a merchant clan to a position within the court, granting them access to cultivation methods and enabling them to become a family of cultivators. The news of the Great Qin's dynastic change, now known as the Lingxiao Nation, swiftly spread, and neighboring countries soon caught wind of this development. However, the 3 nearby nations were unable to mobilize their armies in time, as all border fortresses had already stabilized. With the leadership of the 10 generals, both the frontier troops and the royal guards experienced a rapid enhancement in strength. This was all thanks to Yution's provisions. The previous Great Qin gold had been collected by the White Tiger Temple, leaving the market devoid of gold. Yet, following the downfall of the White Tiger Temple, the common folk not only received land but also a substantial amount of resources, coupled with a series of subsequent policies ensuring that children had access to education. Youth found employment, middle-aged individuals had land to cultivate, and the elderly received government assistance. Gold began circulating in the market once more. This transformation endeared the newly ascended emperor to the citizens of the Lingxiao Nation, gradually winning over those who had previously harbored grievances against the new ruler due to their allegiance to the White Tiger Temple. Nonetheless, a faction of radical elements continued to incite disturbances in various towns, many of whom were devout followers of the White Tiger Temple. Yution's singular command regarding these individuals was clear: eliminate them. After 3 months of reform and development, the Lingxiao nation's strength surged remarkably. No organization dared to cause trouble within the country, and even instances of theft and robbery significantly decreased. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui returned to Chang'an City to take up positions in the military department, where they primarily dealt with military affairs and engaged in training exercises with several generals, leading a relatively comfortable life. The 6 generals assigned had, after 3 months of adjustment, come to command the entire army effectively. Chapter 30. The Reflections of the Li Father and Son. Mobilizing against the 3 kingdoms, Li Jiuxiu and his son Li Wuji now resided in the Li residence adjacent to the Yi Manor, where Moonshadow guards covertly observed their every move. Both had been rendered impotent, and many of the direct descendants of the Li family faced execution, while those who survived had their cultivation abilities nullified and were forbidden from practicing. Thankfully, due to the relationship with Yu Shaotian, their family lived without want. Initially, both Li Wuji and his son harbored a sense of discontent, yet in a mere 3 months, they witnessed the nation's transformation. Previously, the White Tiger City had been divided into an inner and outer city, with the former thriving in tranquility while the latter languished in desolation. They were acutely aware of this disparity. However, under the oppressive rule of the White Tiger Temple, they felt powerless to instigate any change. Yet, after Yu Tian's ascension, everything altered dramatically. Roads were being widened and reinforced, the thatched cottages of the countryside vanished, replaced by the construction of brick and tile houses. The former White Tiger Mountain had transformed into the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, with numerous shops established at its base, all of which they had visited with Yu Shaotian. Observing families joyfully taking their children to climb the steps for admission tests and watching the little ones head off to school filled the hearts of the Li father and son with bittersweet emotions. Though more so with a sense of relief, they had heard that in the 36 cities of Lingxiao, each city had established a branch of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, with plans to extend these branches into the towns. In the study of the Li residents, Li Jiuxiu did not succumb to despair despite the nullification of his cultivation, for the Li family still had descendants, and they had not been completely eradicated. However, these 3 months had unveiled a nation transformed. This revelation dispelled any lingering thoughts of resistance within them. Li Jiuxiu looked upon the elderly man with white hair and sighed softly. "Father, we do not blame our defeat. You must regain your spirits." Li Wuji cast a complex gaze at his son. Since his abdication, he had never envisioned that the Li family would be replaced so swiftly. Yet, he had observed all the changes occurring in the outside world during this time. What puzzled him was the source of so many formidable experts in the hands of the Yi family's young heir. However, all of this has become inconsequential. He is acutely aware of how the Yi family has fared over the years. The eldest son of Yu Shaotian, Yi Wushuang, was a victim of his own design, and it can be said that the Li and Yi families have become mortal enemies. Nevertheless, out of a lingering sense of kinship, Yu Shaotian spared their lives, which can be considered an act of mercy, were it not for the fact that Yi Wuyan is his daughter-in-law and has borne a son for the Li family. It is likely that the Li family would have faced extermination. I understand well enough. You need not elaborate. My desire now is merely to enjoy a peaceful old age. Li Wuji is fully aware that every action they take is undoubtedly under the watchful gaze of the emperor. Were he in the same position, he would do likewise. Another 3 months have passed. Yi Tian has ascended to the throne for half a year now, and during this time, the entire Lingxiao kingdom has flourished. The branch of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy has been established in towns, allowing children and youth across the Lingxiao kingdom to receive an education. Outstanding students from the town branches can ascend to the city branches, and those who excel there can advance to the main academy. Within the main academy, students not only acquire knowledge but also have the opportunity to cultivate within the Xianwang Tower. This has greatly heightened the admiration and respect the citizens of Lingxiao have for Yu Tian. Should Yu Tian now initiate an imperial dynasty, it would undoubtedly come to fruition swiftly. However, the Lingxiao kingdom remains rather small for the moment. Fortunately, Yu Tian's imperial scriptures can now be cultivated. Over the past 6 months, Yu Tian has signed contracts for numerous valuable items, adding 10 ancient sages and 10 generals to his ranks. The Black Armored Army has increased from 600,000 to 1.2 million. And the Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry has expanded from 100,000 to 500,000. Additionally, 300,000 heavy cavalry and 300,000 archers have been newly recruited. Yi Tian has restructured these forces, dividing the 2.4 million troops into 10 legions, each comprising approximately 200,000 soldiers. Each soldier possesses at least the strength of the spiritual sea realm. While the generals have reached the heavenly king realm, the original 300,000 black armored troops have been honing their skills in the Qilin mountain range, having subdued numerous indigenous peoples and cleared the entire perimeter of the mountains. They initially intended to venture deeper, However, the Grand General Zhao Jian, upon sensing the situation within, did not consent. Of the previous 2 million soldiers, Yu Tian retained only 1 million for the defense of the city, allowing the remaining million to retire. After all, the Lingxiao Kingdom is in dire need of manpower, as roads, houses, cities, and towns all require construction. Fortunately, the strength of the Lingxiao Kingdom has increased significantly. The Yang family business has also expanded greatly due to its association with Yu Tian, not only dealing in ordinary goods but now even in cultivation supplies. A significant portion of these items has originated from Yu Tian's signed contracts, allowing him to claim 80% of the profits. Over the past 6 months, the Moon Shadow Guard has grown to 150,000, infiltrating the major families of neighboring nations. They are even aware of the daily meals and discussions of ministers and emperors in those countries. During yet another court session, Yu Tian sat upon the dragon throne, with civil and military officials before him. After 6 months of consolidation, Yu Tian finally resolved to send troops against neighboring nations. Yi Wudi, as Yu Tian's father, regularly communicated with him, and upon understanding Yu Tian's intentions, he promptly stepped forward to make his case. Your Majesty, recent disturbances along our borders have been incessant, with 15 merchant convoys intercepted. The officials around him were observant yet silent, fully aware that half of those present were system-generated, and the other half were astute enough to perceive these as mere pretexts. However, given the current prosperity and strength of the nation, why maintain such a large military force without expanding territory? After Yi Wudi concluded his remarks, all the generals behind him bowed in agreement. The civil officials similarly expressed their support. Yi Tian, pleased with the current court, issued a direct command. Lu Qing, Zhao Jin, Wang Zhan, Su Failong, Zhang Jianjun, Zhang Qishan, Lu Qiafeng, Jiang Wuyo, Yu shall lead the 1st to 8th legions to attack the Nefeng Kingdom, the Lihua Kingdom, and the Tianshui Kingdom. At this point, Yu Tian cast a glance at his father, Yi Wudi, who was watching intently. Let Yi Wudi command the assault on the Lihua Kingdom. He then turned to a member of the Internal Affairs Bureau and said, Wang Shirue, the logistics for the army are entrusted to you. The Emperor of the Lihua Kingdom is, after all, his maternal grandfather, but Yu Tian would not allow this familial connection to hinder his ambitions. His intent to dominate Qingyan Prefecture is known to all. In Chang'an City, many commoners and storytellers are beginning to take notice. This is particularly evident due to the recent frequent troop movements within the military. Yes. Chapter 31. Troops at the gates. Visitors from outside. The mobilization of the 8 legions has captured the attention of many keen observers. Numerous individuals are closely monitoring the advance of these armies. After 3 consecutive days, witnessing 4 legions emerge from Yulong Pass, it became apparent that they were preparing to attack the Tianshui Kingdom. A natural barrier, the Qilan mountain range, lies between the Tianshui Kingdom and the Lingxiao Kingdom. However, the Black Armored Army had already cleared the outer areas. The decision to dispatch 4 legions, totaling 800,000 troops, was driven by their intention not only to conquer the Tianshui Kingdom but also to construct a road. The remaining 4 legions split into 2 groups, with one led by Wang Zhan commanding 400,000 troops against the Nefeng Kingdom, while the other, led by Yi Wudi, also commanded 400,000 troops against the Lihua Kingdom. Although 400,000 is insignificant relative to an entire nation's military strength, as the Dacian Kingdom previously maintained 2 million active soldiers, the other 3 nations were similarly robust. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Lingxiao Kingdom are all cultivators, possessing formidable strength and the advantage of legion formations, coupled with over half a year of collaboration. Each legion, despite comprising only 200,000 soldiers, is capable of contending with 100 enemies. As the 3 armies exited the frontier cities, their movements accelerated. The fastest was Wang Zhan's forces, as the Nefeng Kingdom had already been significantly weakened by Chang Liang and the Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry. This time, Wang Zhan was even more direct, leveraging their overwhelming strength to push through. Within less than 10 days, Wang Zhan's army reached the gates of the imperial city, prompting the ruler of the Nefeng Kingdom, Chu Nanfeng, to emerge with numerous officials to surrender. The allied sect behind them was utterly annihilated, and even their mountain gates were destroyed by Wang Zhan's forces. Yi Wudi's advance, however, was somewhat slower. This was because the ruler of the Lihua Kingdom, Nangong Tao, had no intention of surrendering, and upon seeing Yi Wudi, he boldly proclaimed, I command 2.4 million troops. Can you annihilate us all? Though his proclamation was boisterous, after the initial clash, Jiang Wuyo's 200,000 troops decisively slaughtered 600,000 of the Lihua Kingdom's forces, including the deaths of 2 of their generals at Jiang Wuyo's hands. Chaos erupted within the Lihua Kingdom, as they had never witnessed such a death toll since their establishment. Despite ongoing conflicts with neighboring nations, the civil and military officials of the Lihua Kingdom were instilled with fear, and only then did Nangong Tao realize the might of the Lingxiao Kingdom. However, when he attempted to contact the sect behind him, he found it impossible to reach them. An hour later, a group of masked individuals clad in red and black, wielding curved blades, suddenly appeared in the grand hall. Before the palace guards could arrive, these figures vanished, leaving behind several large chests. When the guards dared to open them, they found them filled with severed heads. Nangong Tao immediately recognized the origins of those heads and collapsed to the ground in shock. For they belonged entirely to the members of the sect behind the Lihua Kingdom. After enduring for 17 days, Nangong Tao and his officials surrendered. At this juncture, Zhao Jian's forces had finally crossed the Qilin mountain range. However, upon entering the territory of the Tianshui Kingdom, the initial 800,000 troops had dwindled to only 750,000, as 50,000 had perished in the Qilin mountain range. This was primarily due to the overwhelming number of beasts in the mountains. The army merely intended to pass through, but the beasts had other intentions. A fierce battle was inevitable, as the troops had to contend with the beasts' attacks while also dispatching personnel to construct roads, which significantly hindered their pace. Fortunately, the combat strength of the army remained intact, and the 750,000 troops managed to conquer the entirety of the Tianshui Kingdom within half a month. After a month of warfare, the Lingxiao Kingdom dispatched 1.6 million troops and ultimately subdued the three neighboring nations. However, only 1.15 million soldiers returned. Additionally, an army of 400,000 was deployed, 100,000 stationed in the original Southwind Kingdom, another 100,000 in the Lihua Kingdom, and the remaining 200,000 divided equally, with one half stationed in the Tianshui Kingdom and the other half along the roads of the Qilin mountain range. As for Yu Tian, since dispatching troops for the campaign, he had not emerged from his quarters, remaining in seclusion within his palace to cultivate. 6 months prior, Yu Tian had already attained the 6th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. During this half-year, he devoted himself daily to nourishing the Chaos Black Dragon Egg with his own blood, practicing the imperishable sovereign scripture, and refining other divine techniques and martial skills. Fortunately, after the destruction of the White Tiger Temple, the Moonshadow Guards had returned with the statues and Buddhist treasures that stored willpower, which made his cultivation of the imperishable sovereign scripture somewhat easier. However, this willpower was ultimately limited. Once his strength reached the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm, it would plateau. Nevertheless, his combat prowess was visibly increasing at a remarkable rate. In the past, Yu Tian would not have been so eager to break through his realm, as he still had a substantial amount of energy left unabsorbed in his system space. He did not need to spend time focusing on breaking through. However, the information relayed by the Moonshadow Guards compelled him to act with urgency. This urgency was also linked to his activation of the Chaos Tao body. Ever since he ascended to the throne and activated his physique 6 months ago, he had dispatched the Moonshadow Guards not only to monitor the domestic situation, but also to observe the surrounding nations. According to reports from the Moonshadow Guards, formidable experts had suddenly appeared in the neighboring countries, seemingly searching for something. Observations indicated they were searching for individuals. Initially, Yu Tian paid little mind to it. But upon discovering a tome titled Comprehensive Records of the Continent in the system's reward repository, he realized that these individuals might be looking for him. On this Tianyuan continent, there existed many individuals with unique physiques. Some could accelerate their cultivation speed, others could enhance their physical strength, and some could bolster their combat capabilities. Regardless of the type, they were all unique beings, and it was impossible for individuals of the same system to appear at the same time. From birth, such individuals would attract the attention of major powers and sects, either being nurtured to become saint sons or saint daughters of the sacred forces, or being seized through nefarious means. This latter method was particularly insidious, as it involved obliterating the soul of the original host with a special physique and then occupying their body. This way, one could not only regain youth and extend their lifespan but also swiftly acquire the original host's body. Just a brief contemplation led Yu Tian to understand his current predicament. Given his temperament, it was impossible for him to become a successor of a major power, nor would anyone expend resources to cultivate him. Thus, only one possibility remained. He could be targeted for soul possession by those ancient beings. Yu Tian was determined not to be possessed again, and thus resolved to bolster his own strength or enhance the capabilities of those around him for protection. He chose both paths. The Wujie's secret realm was located in the back garden, where a third of his 1,000 guards entered daily for training and experience. Yu Tian had allocated a portion of resources to his personal bodyguard, Zhao Jun, allowing him to cultivate in the 9th level of the Xianhuang Tower. Fortunately, the individuals generated by the system possessed non-fixed strengths, as long as they were provided with resources and time. They could also break through. Chapter 32. Visitors from the Outside World. Zhao Jun's breakthrough. The reason Yu Tian was also expediting his cultivation was that he had discovered another aspect of the system. Previously, he believed that the system's sign-in process lacked any rules, but after his strength improved, he realized that the items obtained from sign-ins were significantly better than before. When he inquired about it, he received no answers from the system, leaving him to explore on his own. Fortunately, during these past 6 months, even without intensive cultivation, Yu Tian's realm had already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Throughout this time, his martial arts techniques and divine powers had been thoroughly integrated, allowing him to reach the limits of the Spirit Sea realm. Now, all he needed to do was directly break through and become a formidable presence in the Void realm. Without hesitation, he took out the energy from the system space and bit into it. As the gelatinous substance was swallowed, a surge of energy flooded his body, instantly enriching his aura and coursing through his limbs. His aura began to boil, and he broke through directly from the peak of the Spirit Sea realm to the first level of the Void realm. The energy within him was not yet fully digested. So Yu Tian quickly operated the imperishable sovereign scripture to convert the energy into spiritual energy and compress it further. Soon, his realm stabilized at the first level of the Void realm, and he sensed that his strength far exceeded tenfold that of the peak Spirit Sea realm. Yu Tian glanced in the direction of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. Zhao Jun had been in seclusion for a month, and he wondered if he had broken through to the Tianwang realm. Among the 1,000 guards within the royal court, they had all reached the 8th level of the Tianwang realm. However, despite the proximity between the Tianwang realm and the Tianwang realm, the difficulty of breaking through increased significantly at higher levels of cultivation. This was largely due to the substantial resources Yu Tian had provided in the form of spiritual herbs and stones. Over the past 6 months, he had signed in for an overwhelming number of treasures, nearly filling the royal treasury. Each month, the salaries distributed to his ministers were in the form of spiritual stones and herbs. And many officials who had previously reached the peak of the condensing spirit realm had now broken through to the Tianwang realm. While Yu Tian was lost in thought, the space behind him suddenly rippled. "Your Majesty, your subordinate pays their respects." Without turning around, Yu Tian recognized that it was the Moonshadow Guards stationed around the royal court who had already reached the Tianwang realm. "What is it, Your Majesty?" "We have clarified the intentions of the outsiders." Yu Tian turned to face the Moonshadow Guard and inquired, "What faction do they belong to? What is their purpose here, Your Majesty?" "They are forces from outside Qingyan Prefecture, including the Longfeng Pavilion. Additionally, the Xintian domain from the Qingtian region has also sent representatives, along with the dominant force, the Shaoao Holy Land, as well as individuals from several major states adjacent to Qingyan Prefecture." Yu Tian nodded and gazed outside the royal court. The Tianyuan continent was divided into 5 regions, with each region containing 15 prefectures, of which Qingyan Prefecture was merely one. The strongest faction within the entire Qingtian region was the Longfeng Pavilion, which was said to have true saint-level experts stationed within. The Xintian domain was adjacent to the Qingtian region, and the Shaoao Holy Land was similarly a dominant force within the Xintian domain. Yu Tian continued to inquire, "What are they doing here?" Upon investigation, they have come in search of a half-year-old infant. An infant. Yu Tian frowned slightly, pondering silently. Suddenly, it dawned on him that when he activated the Chaos Dao body upon ascending the throne, it had been precisely 6 months. This meant that the celestial phenomena at that time had drawn the attention of these major powers. In their eyes, only an infant with a special physique would accompany such heavenly anomalies. Yet, Yu Tian had not expected that he was nearing 14 years of age at the time of his physique activation. With this realization, Yu Tian felt a sense of relief. Although the Lingxiao kingdom was filled with experts, it could not possibly contend with those dominant forces. Beyond the Tianwang realm lay the Tianwang realm, the Tianzuan realm, and the Holy realm, which is divided into the Shangren realm, Shuang realm, and Dashing realm. After breaking through the Dashing realm, one would enter the Emperor realm. However, advancing to the Emperor realm was exceedingly challenging. While many individuals might possess the false Emperor realm status, true experts who had reached the Emperor realm were likely non-existent. Nevertheless, even the Holy realm experts were beyond the current capabilities of the Lingxiao kingdom. "Enough. You may leave." "Yes." After breaking through to the Void realm, Yu Tian did not continue his cultivation but wandered about the back garden instead. The entire back garden had been transformed by Yu Tian into a medicinal garden, where he cultivated numerous spiritual herbs, including spirit peach trees, spirit jujube trees, and the recently planted Zhuguo and Yulingua trees. 100 guards were stationed to protect the garden, and even the Wujie's secret realm was located here. Yu Tian strolled through the back garden, seeking some solace. Since ascending the throne, he had gained much yet lost a considerable amount as well. Especially in terms of familial bonds. He recalled the time when his mother passed away. The entire Yi family had shown him immense care. However, since his ascension, even his biological father had developed a certain distance from him, which left Yu Tian feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, as someone who had integrated the soul of a being from Blue Star and possessed a system, Yu Tian quickly came to terms with these feelings. His heart unburdened. How many rulers were not solitary figures? Moonshadow. At that moment, the space rippled again, and a figure suddenly knelt before Yu Tian. Your subordinate is here. Convey my orders to the generals on expedition, as well as to Qing Liang and others, instructing them to accommodate the citizens of the three kingdoms in a timely manner. Yes, in the present day, the nations of Lihua, Nanfeng, and Tianshui have all capitulated. However, there remains a significant faction within these three nations that opposes the surrender, with numerous individuals even rising in rebellion, a situation that Yu Tian cannot tolerate. Fortunately, the Weiyin Guard oversees the realm. Wherever chaos or insurrection arises, they are able to ascertain it in the shortest possible time. Nevertheless, Yu Tian feels that this is insufficient. Qingyan Prefecture is merely one of the 15 prefectures within the Qitian domain, and he has yet to conquer even this one. How long will it take to break free from the Qitian domain? According to the text collected from the Zhangjing Pavilion, the most prosperous region of the Tianyuan continent is the Zhangtian domain, where sects, holy places, and esteemed families abound, and masters are plentiful on the streets. Only in such a place can one be considered part of the core circle of the continent, where one can compete with the sons and daughters of God, and witness the pinnacle of power within the Tianyuan continent. Yu Tian gazes skyward, murmuring to himself, soon, soon. Time passes like the aftermath of a heartbreak, unnoticed until it has slipped away. A month later, Zhao Jun, who had been in seclusion for over half a year, finally returned to Yu Tian's side. Your Majesty, I humbly report that I have broken through to the Tianwang realm. The time taken was excessive, and I beseech your Majesty for punishment. Seeing Zhao Jun kneeling before him, Yu Tian remains impassive, slightly raising his hand to toss out some exquisite spirit stones. Since a breakthrough has been achieved, it is best to solidify it. Zhao Jun swiftly collects the spirit stones, feeling a mix of guilt and joy. Thank you, your Majesty. Yu Tian waves his hand. Very well, you may leave. Yet, Zhao Jun does not depart. Instead, he seamlessly melds into the void. He is acutely aware of his role as Yu Tian's personal guard. With the spirit stones bestowed by Yu Tian, he can quickly stabilize his cultivation level. 3 years have passed, and now Yu Tian is 17 years old, his stature having grown more imposing, standing at 183 centimeters. With refined features that exude an air of authority when clad in a dragon robe. During these 3 years, the Lingxiao nation has absorbed the neighboring 3 countries, formally incorporating them into its territory, thereby elevating its national strength from 36 cities to an impressive 163 cities. The branches of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy have also been established in these cities. The citizens of the former 3 nations, thanks to the policies of the Lingxiao nation, have swiftly come to accept this new reality. Throughout these years, Yu Tian has amassed a plethora of valuable resources, including 3 peak Tianwang realm experts, which he acquired on the last day of each year. Additionally, he has secured 2 million law enforcement soldiers, 1 million blood slaughter iron cavalry, 1 million black armored troops, 700,000 heavy cavalry, 300,000 archers, 100,000 Weiyin guards, and 5,000 personal guards. All these forces were obtained through the signing process over the past 3 years, with their strength surpassing that of previous years, each possessing at least the power of the Yikong realm, with some even reaching the 6th level of the Tianwang realm. With this military might, Yu Tian has restructured his forces once more. The 300,000 black armored troops stationed outside Chang'an City remain unchanged, while the remaining 5 million soldiers have been divided into 20 legions, each comprising 250,000 men, led by 20 generals. The Weiyin Guard totals 250,000, dispersed throughout all 163 cities and 2,400 villages in the nation. Abroad, they are scattered across the entire Qingyan Prefecture, with some having infiltrated various regions of the Qitian domain, tasked with monitoring the realm and gathering intelligence. The 2 million law enforcement soldiers have been deployed across various offices and government establishments in the Lingxiao nation. Consequently, all soldiers within the Lingxiao nation are generated by the system, while the original soldiers and law enforcement personnel have been forcibly retired, either reassigned to various academies to instruct students in military matters or appointed as substitutes for law enforcement in villages or as village heads. Currently, the Lingxiao nation possesses sufficient strength, resulting in improved conditions for both its citizens and merchants. The Yang Family Commercial Association has also expanded into various towns, providing many with opportunities for prosperity. In this span of 3 years, Yution's own power has ascended to the pinnacle of the Yikong realm, and he is poised to break through to the Ningxin realm whenever he wishes. During this time, Yu Shaotian has taken to visiting the royal court frequently to seek Yution's counsel, and occasionally, even Yi Wuti and Yi Wuhui make their appearances. Their purpose is to encourage Yution to select a consort. Yet, as of now, Yution has no plans to marry or procreate, at least not until he has dominated Qinggan Prefecture Point one day, while Yution was observing his medicinal garden in the rear courtyard. Attempting to evade the presence of his 3 elders, a voice called out, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." Turning to look at the Weiyin Guard, Yution inquires, "What is it?" The kneeling Weiyin Guard had recently been generated. With 2,000 stationed within the royal court, each possessing around the 5th level of the Tianwang realm. In addition, there are 6,000 personal guards and 4 experts who have reached the Tianwang realm for protection. The royal court stands as the most formidable bastion of power within the Lingxiao nation. Your Majesty, we have thoroughly investigated all forces within the Qingyan Prefecture. The most powerful is the Qingyan Sword Sect, which boasts 4 experts in the Tianwang realm, with the strongest being the Grand Elder, approximately at the 9th level of the Tianwang realm. Furthermore, there are 3 7-star sects, Tai Sect, Xinjian Mountain, and Piamu Pavilion, each housing an expert around the 5th level of the Tianwang realm. Yi Tian listens intently, his mind racing with calculations. Zhao Jun, having undergone 3 years of cultivation, has reached the 7th level of the Tianwang realm. The other 3, Wu Xinyue, Wu Xinjing, and Wu Xinyan, are all around 25 years old, each at the pinnacle of the Tianwang realm. Yet, even such power is insufficient. Within the confines of Qinggan Prefecture, the 4 sects, while not possessing formidable overall strength, maintain connections with various sects beyond its borders, notably the Qingyan Sword Sect, an ancient institution whose existence is so deeply rooted that the entire prefecture bears its name. To assert that they lack acquaintance with a few emperor-level powerhouses would be a statement met with incredulity. Indeed, the Qingyan Sword Sect could likely summon 1 or 2 celestial-level experts without raising any eyebrows. Besides these 4 sects, there are an additional 25 smaller sects and 26 nations. To dominate the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture, it is imperative to incite chaos throughout. This will not only provide ample time, but also offer clarity on the strengths of the nations and sects involved. With this in mind, Yution promptly instructed the Moonshadow Guards, "Convey the order to all within the nations to mobilize. I desire chaos to envelop the entire Qingyan Prefecture. Yes, I shall attend to it at once." Chapter 34. 3 years of accumulation. Yi Wuti urges marriage. Upon returning from the medicinal garden, Yution did not proceed to the royal chambers, but instead made his way to the royal treasury. Over the past 3 years, he had seized numerous opportunities to sign in daily, accumulating treasures that he deemed unimportant, all of which were stored in the treasury. The treasury was crafted collaboratively by 10 array masters and guarded by 100 royal guards of the Heavenly King realm, making it virtually inaccessible to ordinary individuals. With the token he bore, Yution entered without hindrance. The treasury was divided into 3 levels. The first level was a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels. Progressing further, one would encounter 3 mounds of spirit stones, with the low-grade spirit stones numbering in the billions. The medium-grade spirit stones were in the hundreds of millions, while the high-grade spirit stones amounted to approximately 58 million. The ultimate-grade spirit stones were not housed here. All 750,000 of them resided within Yution's system space. The second level contained a variety of spiritual treasures, herbs, and elixirs, spanning from yellow grade to heavenly grade. The herbs were all dried, as they could not be cultivated, ranging from 1st to 7th grade. The third level held rare and exotic treasures, predominantly artifacts obtained through the system's sign-in process. These included armor that enhanced combat prowess, pearls that allowed the bearer to control water, elixirs of 7th grade and above, and treasures that improved one's innate qualities, though the number of items on the 3rd level was merely in the hundreds. Each could incite sect wars should they be revealed to the outside world. Throughout this period of sign-ins, Yution acquired numerous valuable items, placing them on the 3rd level without a glance back before departing. The most precious items from his sign-ins were never stored in the treasury. Only the system space provided the necessary security. Upon exiting the treasury, Yution found Yi Wuti awaiting him at the entrance to the royal chambers. "Father, do you have matters to discuss?" Observing his son after 3 years, Yution's aura of imperial authority had only intensified, inciting an involuntary urge to prostrate oneself. However, after 3 years of cultivation, Yi Wuti had reached the 7th level of concentration and swiftly suppressed this impulse. With a somewhat unfriendly tone, he remarked, "Humph, Is it that I cannot come see you if there is nothing to discuss? Before his closest kin, Yu Tian retained a semblance of innocence. Once inside the imperial study, Yu Tian flashed a smile. Of course not. Your visit brings me great joy. Upon hearing this, Yu Wudi's ire flared. You are joyful? Your grandfather seeks you, and you are in seclusion. Your second uncle seeks you, and you are reviewing memorials. When I sought you out previously, I could not find you at all. Just tell me, shall we proceed with selecting a consort? I need to give your grandfather a response. Noticing his father's seriousness, Yu Tian solemnly replied, Father, I wish to conquer the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture before I consider matters of romance. What? Conquer the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture? Yu Wudi shot an incredulous glare at Yu Tian. He was acutely aware of the military strength of Lingxiao country, given his position as a general, yet the prospect of conquest was fraught with challenges, setting aside the sects behind those dynasties. There were still 26 dynasties, each boasting millions of troops, with the most formidable, the Xingyue Empire, claiming to command tens of millions. Such strength would require Lingxiao country many years to overcome, even accounting for its formidable military might. However, mere conquest would not suffice. The integration of territories, the pacification of civilians, the management of soldiers, and the reassignment of officials all required time, particularly in terms of soothing the populace. The previous three nations had surrendered voluntarily, making it far easier to placate their citizens. Even so, that process took over 2 years. Yet who could guarantee that these 26 nations would not fight to the bitter end, if it came to that? The citizens would not easily submit to Lingxiao country. After all, each soldier belonged to a family. Excessive slaughter would sow seeds of hatred that could not be easily eradicated. Contemplating this, Yu Wudi shook his head. Despite being merely a martial general, he had a clear understanding of the broader situation. No, the time required is far too lengthy. Qingzhou has 26 nations. Although they have long been at war, none have been truly annihilated. Our annexation of the three nations has already aroused caution among the neighboring countries. If we deploy our forces now, they will undoubtedly unite against us, and Lingxiao will find itself besieged from all sides. Yu Tian, however, held a different perspective. He had already set the Moonshadow Guards in motion, confident that chaos would soon engulf the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. Father, I only need 3 years. Grant me 3 more years, and I will surely secure the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. At that point, I shall select a consort. What do you say? Yu Wudi shook his head vehemently. 3 years? How could that be possible? In 3 years, you will be 20 years old. Who marries and bears children at 20? Do not forget that you are still an emperor. This is absolutely unacceptable. Yu Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, slammed his hand on the table. How dare you? Yu Wudi, is this how you speak to me? Do you believe I will revoke your position? Taken aback by the sudden surge of authority emanating from Yu Tian, Yu Wudi struggled to respond. You insolent brat, do you truly believe that being an emperor means disregarding your father? Ah, you dare to threaten to revoke my position? As he spoke, Yu Wudi glanced around for something to throw but ultimately just swished his sleeve. Humph, if you wish to revoke it, then do so. I have no desire for it anyway, but you must select a consort. I shall return and inform your grandfather. Watching as Yu Wudi stormed out in a fit of anger, Yu Tian extended his hand and opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself unable to voice his thoughts, ultimately slamming his hand on the table in frustration. What a calamity! Since ascending to the throne, Yu Tian had initially exuded an uncontrollable aura due to his recent mastery of the royal Tao's indestructible scripture, causing Yi Shaodian and his sons to feel a certain restraint in his presence. However, over the past year or two, as Yu Tian gained control over his aura, Yu Wudi and his brothers had reverted to their former roles as elders, should they attempt to meddle in court affairs or usurp military power. Yu Tian would have countermeasures. Yet, every encounter seemed to reveal their familial affection, devoid of any intent to interfere in his governance. This left Yu Tian in a predicament. Throughout history, many had fought for the throne, resulting in familial strife and brotherly enmity. Yet within the Yi family, it appeared as though they had no desire for power. Previously, Yi Tian had granted significant military authority to Yi Shaodian, Yu Wudi, and Yu Wuhui, allowing them to mobilize armies without formal decree. However, they adopted a laissez-faire attitude, leading Yi Tian to suspect they were content to live off the land. Each month, when distributing their stipends, Yi Tian personally delivered a substantial portion, which was also a reason for his desire to visit the royal court. Yet since his coronation, they had incessantly urged him to select a consort, even introducing him to many lovely young women. Following that, he had resolved to avoid the royal court altogether, even evading his grandfather, father, and second uncle. Fortunately, whenever members of the Yi family arrived, The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs would discreetly retreat. Otherwise, Yution would feel somewhat embarrassed. As Yution continued to stew in anger within the imperial study, shattering several vases in the process, he muttered to himself, "All they ever do is urge me to marry. I am already an emperor, and yet they still pressure me." Chapter 35, The Group Wedding Urge. Yution chooses his empress. After a considerable amount of time, Yution finally calmed his emotions and regained his composure. However, the following day, Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wuti, and Yi Wuhui all hurried over. They firmly grasped Yution, insisting that he must select an empress, especially the elder Yi Xiaodian, who employed his ultimate weapon. My dear child, you are now the emperor. We should avoid any appearances of impropriety. There have been several occasions when I contemplated stepping down from my position alongside your father and your second uncle, retreating to a small village to cultivate the land and tend to flowers. Yet, I cannot bear the thought. Our Yi family is relying on you to propagate our lineage. If you refuse, I shall leave home. Upon hearing this, Yution felt a tremendous headache. Were it not for the fact that these three were his blood relatives, he would have long since had them dragged away and beaten to death. Observing Yution's conflicted expression, Yi Wuti hurriedly added, "Honor, you are no longer a child. As your father and a general, I must conquer the entire Qinggan prefecture. If I perish in battle, how shall I explain it to your mother?" Yution furrowed his brow and looked up. Seeing that his second uncle was about to speak as well, he quickly raised his hand to interrupt, exclaiming, all right, I shall choose an empress. Is that not sufficient? Moreover, do not even think about going to war in the future." Yi Wuti was immediately displeased. Not go to war? Then what am I to do as a general? Yution weakly suggested, perhaps you could consider marrying one of the princesses? Yi Wuti replied with a serious expression, absolutely not. Today, we are discussing your selection of an empress, so do not divert the topic. Yi Wuhui chimed in, supporting his brother's stance. Indeed, it is about you. Fine. I shall choose an empress. Is that satisfactory? At this point, Yution thought of the four young maidens he had grown up with, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. How about Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu? May I select them directly? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaodian and his sons exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Even Yi Wuti, who had been on the verge of tears, broke into a smile. Of course. Why not? Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu have grown up before our eyes, and now they are all blossoming beauties, more than suitable to be empresses. However, when do you plan to take them as your consorts? Yution's eyes twitched. Enough already. You wanted me to choose an empress, and I have selected 4. Is that not enough? Historically, an emperor could have many consorts, but only one empress. Each empress must possess a formidable family background. For instance, the empress of the former Deqian, Li Jiuxiao, was the daughter of the left chancellor. Such ties not only stabilized the court but also empowered the empress to manage the harem effectively. However, to Yution, these considerations did not hold much importance. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu had always been by his side as maids and handmaidens, and he shared a considerable bond with them. Over the past 3 years, the 4 young women had undergone significant transformations. Each had become not only beautiful but also immensely powerful. This was partly due to the fact that formidable experts frequently appeared around Yution, leading Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to fear they might be replaced. Throughout these 3 years, they either trained in the Xianwang Tower or cultivated in the Wujing secret realm, rapidly enhancing their abilities. From their original Spirit Sea realm, they had ascended to the concentration realm within a mere 3 years, surpassing even Yution's own cultivation level. Yet, despite their newfound strength, the 4 women did not become complacent. Instead, they worked even harder to refine their skills. Fortunately, Yution had provided them with the necessary cultivation techniques and martial skills, as well as their training resources. After finally dispatching Yi Xiaodian and the others, Yution slumped into the dragon throne, staring blankly at the doorway. In half a year, I must select an empress. Xiaowang, come forth. Your servant is here. Lu Jingyang hastily bowed and entered. Yution gritted his teeth and said, You heard my conversation with the Grand Emperor just now. Make the necessary arrangements. Furthermore, find out which noble families have daughters of a similar age to my second uncle and inform me. Lu Jingyang bowed and left. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. After giving these orders, Yution also summoned the Moon Shadow Guards. Given the vastness of the Lingxiao kingdom, there were certainly many young and beautiful women. If none could be found within Lingxiao, he would seek them in other nations or even outside Qingyan prefecture. Father, you wish to arrange an empress for me. I shall arrange one for you as well. And dear second uncle, you cannot escape either. Perhaps I should find a suitable match for the old man. No, perhaps not. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yi Wuti and his sons involuntarily shivered, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. However, they paid little heed, as the capital of Chang'an was heavily guarded, and they believed no one would dare to act against them. What they failed to remember was the presence of Yi Tian. As soon as they returned to the royal residence, Yi Tian had already acquired a roster of potential candidates. This list included not only names and ages but also backgrounds, personalities, hobbies, and even portraits. As Yi Tian perused the materials in his hand, he muttered, "Not suitable. This one is a bit short. Not suitable. She has a younger brother. This one is also unsuitable. Too alluring." After flipping through dozens of profiles, Yi Tian finally found one that matched his second uncle. Her name was Wang Xueji, the daughter of the left general of the Southern Wind Kingdom. From a young age, she had a passion for wielding weapons. Yet due to her gender, she was forced to study the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, due to her fiery personality, she remained unmarried even after reaching the age of 25, not because she was unattractive, but rather because her strong-willed nature intimidated potential suitors. Following the surrender of the Southern Wind Kingdom to Ling Xiao, General Wang Ping lost his military rank and became a military instructor in the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. Now, the family resided in the nearby Qinglong City. One of the 5 major cities renamed after Baihu City became Chang'an. Yi Tian planned to relocate the Wang family to Chang'an and orchestrate a heroic rescue scenario for his dear second uncle. The Moon Shadow Guards hesitated to speak, appearing as if they had something to say. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "If you have something to say, just speak." After a moment of contemplation, the Moon Shadow Guards responded, "Your Majesty, you are the Emperor. Why not directly issue a decree to arrange the marriage?" Chapter 36. Arrangements for the second uncle. Yi Tian's seclusion. Upon hearing the Moon Shadow Guard's suggestion, Yi Tian shook his head. His father and second uncle shared a similar temperament. If he were to issue a decree, his second uncle might very well flee from the marriage. No, we shall proceed as I have suggested. The Moon Shadow Guards continued. Then, Your Majesty, will a heroic rescue scenario be too cliché? Cliché? Yi Tian pondered the numerous stories and tropes he had encountered, then chuckled. You do not understand. Throughout history, true feelings are seldom preserved. Only clever schemes capture hearts. First, arrange the heroic rescue. If that fails, then proceed with scenarios of the strong preying on the weak, fallen families, selling oneself to save a parent, abducting maidens, and forcing them into marriage. At this point, Yi Tian's lips nearly stretched to his ears, revealing a broad grin. Arrange any of these for me. My sole purpose is to ensure that these two lovers become a couple. Do you understand? The Moon Shadow Guards, hidden beneath their black cloaks, could not help but twitch their eyes, deeply astonished, fearing that one day they might find themselves entangled in one of the Emperor's elaborate schemes. Understood. I shall take care of it. Good. You may go now. Sitting on the dragon throne, Yi Tian contemplated. I have made arrangements for my second uncle, but what about my father? If he marries and has children, will that be inappropriate? Yi Wuhui shivered in the courtyard of the royal residence. He looked around, feeling as though he were being watched, but upon sensing the surroundings, he found nothing amiss. Little did he know that the course of his life had been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Tian. Just as Yi Wuhui picked up a military treatise and prepared to enjoy some tea, he suddenly sneezed, muttering to himself, "How could I catch a cold when I am already at the concentration realm?" At the same time, within the royal court, Yi Tian was engaged in a discussion with the system. System, I have conquered 3 nations. Why am I still at the initial stage of the royal court? How long until I can upgrade? Ding. To elevate the host's current national level to the dynasty level, not only is a sufficiently large territory required, but also a considerable number of enlightened citizens. A formidable army, and the host must possess great strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. The territory of Lingxiao Kingdom should meet the upgrade requirements. Yet the system still regarded it as merely a royal court. How then do those self-proclaimed empires survive? However, Yi Tian quickly came to the realization that his aspirations were never aimed at the feudal states, but rather at the dynasty of fortune. As for the enlightenment of the common folk, this pertains to the populace's discernment and cognitive abilities. After 3 years, with the establishment of numerous Tingwang Pavilion academies, it stands to reason that they should have reached the requisite standards. Regarding the military, Yi Tian had never harbored concerns in that regard. Judging by the intelligence gathered by the Moon Shadow Guards, the army of Lingxiao Kingdom was undoubtedly the mightiest in the entire Qinggan prefecture. Does this imply that his current strength is still insufficient? Yet, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Skyward Realm, a level that surpasses many of the Holy Land's science. Could it be that the system suggests he has yet to attain adequate strength? System, what level must I reach to elevate to the dynasty tier? Ding. The host is encouraged to explore this on their own. Explore? Yi Tian was taken aback, surprised that the system had developed a semblance of humanity. even employing language. He then posed another question. Very well, what benefits would ascending to the dynasty tier confer upon Lingxiao Kingdom? Ding. A dynasty enjoys the favor of the heavenly Tao, ensuring favorable weather conditions that enhance agricultural growth, reduce diseases, and strengthen the populace, while also enriching spiritual energy, making cultivation significantly easier. At first glance, such benefits might not seem remarkable, yet the foundation of a nation often lies within its ordinary citizens. Favorable weather implies the absence of natural disasters, which in turn would elevate grain yields. The reduction of diseases speaks for itself. Every commoner inevitably faces the cycle of life and death. However, ascending to a dynasty could prevent occurrences of certain fatal ailments. Just these two aspects alone could lead to a nation's prosperity, not to mention the enhancement of spiritual energy. Those sects and aristocratic families, which of them does not occupy areas abundant in spiritual energy? They do so precisely for the ease of breakthroughs in cultivation. As it stands, no nation dares to claim it enjoys favorable weather and an absence of disease, let alone the enrichment of spiritual energy. When the time comes, if Yutian were to deploy the Spirit Gathering Array, would it not allow every citizen of Lingxiao Kingdom to cultivate? The thought exhilarated Yutian. However, at this point, the combined military strength of Lingxiao Kingdom was still insufficient to conquer the entire Qingyan prefecture. It was imperative to have one or even multiple celestial sovereigns stationed to ensure stability. Otherwise, should they assault the Qingyan sword sect, the enemy could easily summon a celestial sovereign, rendering their offensive futile. This was not a scenario Yutian wished to witness. Furthermore, after 3 years of daily sign-ins, Yutian had indeed discerned that each reward was closely linked to the environment of his current realm. For instance, when he ascended to the throne and sought to alter the Qianqin Hall, the system directly rewarded him with royal court assets. As for the characters and treasures he signed for afterward, they were predominantly useful to one at his skyward realm. The few higher-tier treasures he acquired were likely due to monthly or yearly sign-ins. With this in mind, Yutian resolved to absorb all the energy within the system space. He had refrained from doing so earlier, fearing that his foundation was not solid enough, although he possessed considerable skills. He had never engaged in real combat. A rapid elevation in realm could adversely affect his mental fortitude. Nevertheless, since the system had informed him of the conditions for ascending to a dynasty, he was determined to strive for it. After Yutian announced his seclusion, the matter of selecting concubines was promptly set aside. The Moonshadow Guards executed Yutian's orders with precision. Initially, an order was issued to relocate the Wang family to Chang'an, where they were even provided with a residence within the city. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Wang Pingji did not report to the academy immediately but chose to visit the Moonshadow Pavilion first. This was the public stronghold of the Moonshadow Guards, present in every city of the 163 cities. However, Wang Pingji was still unaware of the reason for their relocation. "Father, what has transpired?" As Wang Pingji returned home, a spirited young woman approached him. "I am uncertain. Since we are here, we might as well settle down," he replied with a slight sigh. For the common folk, Lingxiao Kingdom was undoubtedly a land of aspiration. Yet for someone like him, it was far from welcoming. Previously, while in the Southern Wind Kingdom, he had commanded tens of thousands as a general. Now, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere instructor. Before this, he had contemplated vying for a general's position, but after some networking, he was received by a general. Though he did not know Su Feilong, he could tell from his attire that he was a military officer. When he expressed his desire to command troops, Su Feilong merely asked him to demonstrate his strategic skills on a sand table, resulting in his forces of 100,000 being annihilated by a mere 10,000. From that moment on, he resigned himself to a life of teaching military formations, fortunate that the Wang family still received some recognition, allowing them to secure a residence. Upon arriving in Chang'an, he quickly settled in and took a teaching position at the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. Wang Xueji, the sole daughter of the Wang family, having grown weary of idleness within the Wang residence, decided to explore Chang'an. Having heard much about its splendor, she had yet to experience it herself. Chapter 37. Both enter the game. Trapped in the bamboo forest. On this day, Wang Xueji donned a male disguise, fanning herself with a paper fan as she strolled about, as was her daily routine. Over the past month, she had witnessed what true prosperity looked like, experiencing a city where treasures were left unattended and doors remained unlocked at night. This was a testament to the trust the common people placed in the authorities, as well as the adept governance of the young emperor over Lingxiao Kingdom. In just a month, Wang Xueji had grown fond of the place, even forming bonds with several noble sons and daughters. Meanwhile, 5 Moonshadow Guards, all at the King Realm, lurked in the shadows, observing Wang Xueji. "Has General Yi stepped out today?" inquired the guard known as Number 31 with a slight sigh. "It has been a month. He has remained in seclusion at his residence, replied number 32, frowning. That won't do. What shall we do about the mission entrusted to us by His Majesty? Number 30 commented. His Majesty's seclusion may extend for half a year. We must complete our mission within that time frame. What shall we do then? Asked number 33. Why not lure General Yi out? Suggested the usually silent number 34. The other 4 guards echoed in unison. And you would go? Number 34 pondered briefly before shaking his head. The security in Chang'an is exceedingly stringent, especially around Ye's residence, which is guarded by celestial sovereigns. Even if we manage to draw Yi Wuhui out, he might sense the trap. Shall we wait a little longer? Very well, we shall wait. Let us hope that number 36 has some news. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months flew by. Yi Wuhui finally concluded his seclusion. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. On this day, Yi Wuhui exited the Wang residence, eager to explore Chang'an. The Moon Shadow Guards, concealed in the shadows, sprang into action. However, at that moment, Wang Xueji had already returned home. Left with no choice, the Moon Shadow Guards sent word to Zhang Xiaoyan, instructing her to invite Wang Xueji out. What? Go out for fun? I've already explored all of Chang'an. I'm not going. Upon meeting Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xueji immediately shook her head in refusal. Over the past few months, she had spent nearly every day indulging in leisure, and the novelty had worn off. It was time to focus on mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Oh, come on, Snowji, just accompany me. My sister is going too. Zhang Xiaoyan pleaded, shaking Wang Xueji's arm. Realizing Zhang Xiaoyan's status as the daughter of the third-rank official Zhang Xiansheng, Wang Xueji relented. All right, stop shaking me. I'll go. Zhang Xiaoyan beamed. Hee. I knew Snowji would be the best. The 2 young women, accompanied by their respective maidservants, made their way toward the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. The path leading to the Tingwang Pavilion Academy had already been laid out by the Moon Shadow Guards. At this moment, Yi Wuhui was blissfully unaware of these developments, heading in the direction of Baijin Hang, somewhat at odds with the Tingwang Pavilion Academy's location, just as Yi Wuhui was nearing Baijin Hang. A young servant intercepted his path. Sir, you are General Yi Wuhui, correct? Yi Wuhui raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. What is it? The servant produced a black jade token from his bosom, stating, Sir, this is something a certain Kong Fuzi asked me to deliver to you. Upon receiving the token, Yi Wuhui sensed the conveyed message within and felt a twinge of confusion. Kong Fuzi, known as Kong Iji, was one of the 3,000 scholars at the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. However, they had never interacted before. Why would he suddenly invite him to the Tingwang Pavilion Academy? After a brief hesitation, Yi Wuhui decided to accept the invitation. After all, within the entire city of Chang'an, no one dared to endanger themselves. Noticing that it was still early, Yi Wuhui turned back towards the academy. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he avoided the main road, where many young people and outsiders were testing the heavenly ladder. Hidden in the shadows, Moon Shadow Guard number 31, witnessing this, hurriedly relayed the information. Meanwhile, Wang Xueji and her 3 companions had already reached halfway up the mountain, and upon passing through the bamboo grove, they found themselves at the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. The 4 girls laughed and frolicked, moving at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyan spoke up as they entered the bamboo grove. Sister Xueji, I believe you have never been to Tingwang Pavilion Academy, have you? Wang Xueji shook her head. She had visited the branch academy but was stepping into the main academy for the very first time. Ever since her father had been transferred here, she had wished to come. But due to her status and other reasons, she had never entered. This was also why she cooperated so willingly when Zhang Xiaoyan expressed her intention to take her to Tingwang Pavilion Academy. Are you sure we can get in? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan replied with a hint of pride, Of course. My father is the transport officer. He has a quota for a month of study here every year. However, Wang Xueji subtly pursed her lips. The Zhang family had merely been on good terms with the Yang family before, and after the Yang family rose to prominence, they brought the Zhang family along. Although it was said to be a third-rank official position, in reality, it was barely above the third rank. In the entire Lingxiao kingdom, such officials numbered at least 80, if not 100. This was largely due to the fact that the highest ranks, first and second, were generated by the system, and with the Yang family's elevation through Yu Tian's favor, the Zhang family also experienced a meteoric rise. Wang Xueji urged, All right then, let us hurry. She felt a certain yearning for Tingwang Pavilion Academy, as it gathered nearly all the talents of the Lingxiao kingdom. Yet unbeknownst to the 4 girls, the moment they entered the bamboo grove, they had already stepped into a formation. They gradually sensed a mist enveloping the grove. After wandering for a while, Wang Xueji suddenly looked around and exclaimed, What is going on? Why is there mist? Having lived in the southern Wind Kingdom, She had never encountered such a peculiar sight. However, Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes flickered as she thought of something, though she refrained from voicing it. Instead, with a hint of envy in her tone, she said, "Sister Xueji, let us move quickly. We're almost there." After exchanging a glance with her maid, Wang Xueji, oblivious to the underlying tension, replied, "All right, let us go." The four girls continued deeper into the bamboo grove, where the mist thickened. At that moment, even Wang Xueji, though somewhat naive, sensed something amiss. Yet, when she looked up, she found no one else around. "Xiaoyan, where are you?" No one answered her. The silence around was unnerving. After calling several times without a response from Zhang Xiaoyan, she began to call for her maid. "Xiaoling, Linger, come out." At that moment, Wang Xueji admitted to feeling a hint of panic, wondering if she had walked too fast and left Zhang Xiaoyan and the others behind. Chapter 38. Heroic Rescue. The plan fails. With this thought, Wang Xueji retraced her steps. From an initial brisk walk, she transitioned to a hurried run, panting slightly. Yet, looking around, it seemed as if nothing had changed. Something is off here. Is it the mist? Or the bamboo grove? Wang Xueji had never encountered such a situation and felt somewhat at a loss. However, as a talented individual proficient in both literature and martial arts, she quickly calmed her nerves and began to recall any relevant knowledge she had. Yet, the Southern Wind Kingdom had been a small nation, lacking any knowledge about formation masters. Even if she had heard of such individuals, she had never witnessed their methods. Moon Shadow Guard number 30 had enlisted many participants for this endeavor, including Formation Master Wang Yifan, Confucius Kong Yiji, the Yang family Yang Baiwan and his son, and even invited 3 generals. As for Zhang Xiaoyan, she was merely a pawn brought in by the Yang family. To fulfill Yu Tian's orders, the Moon Shadow Guard had deployed 30 individuals, each playing different roles. Meanwhile, Yu Wuhui had arrived at the edge of the bamboo grove, blissfully unaware that a formation had already been laid within. Maintaining an air of indifference, inside the grove, guards number 30 to 40, 10 in total, had changed their attire and deliberately suppressed their levels, slowly approaching Wang Xueji. Sensing the strange mist, Wang Xueji remained vigilant. Suddenly, 10 figures appeared before her. "Oh, fair maiden, have you lost your way?" Guard number 30 feigned a lewd expression, licking his lips as he leered at Wang Xueji. "Who are you?" Wang Xueji looked at the sudden appearance of the 10 men with wariness. Though she possessed some cultivation, she was only at the 3rd level of chi manipulation. Yet, 9 of these men seemed to be at the 1st level of chi manipulation. Facing 9 opponents was beyond her capability. And the last one was utterly inscrutable. "Who are we?" "We are your dear brothers, here to cherish you." Guard number 30 grinned lewdly. Beside him, guard number 35, with a similarly unsavory demeanor, tugged at his clothing and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, I want to be first." Guard number 30 shook his head, a wicked grin on his face. "No way. I'll take this one. The other 3 are yours." Guard number 34 chimed in, "Big brother, let us have some fun with her first before distributing." "All right, brothers, charge." 10 Moon Shadow Guards disguised as bandits lunged at Wang Xueji with lecherous grins. At that moment, Wang Xueji realized that Zhang Xiaoyan had likely been captured by them, not wanting to share the same fate. She resolved to fight back. As the leader reached for her, Wang Xueji took a slight step back and threw a punch. Simultaneously, she shifted her body to evade another attack and delivered a kick. In that instant, leveraging her own cultivation, Wang Xueji was evenly matched against the 9 assailants. In the distance, Yi Wuhui, who had just entered the bamboo grove, frowned. Where did this mist come from? He had traversed this path several times to Tingwang Pavilion Academy and had never encountered such a phenomenon. However, being audacious by nature, he dismissed it and continued forward. Just as he had taken a few steps, he noticed the commotion ahead. Raising his eyes, he saw 9 men resembling bandits surrounding a woman. Upon catching sight of her features, Yu Wuhui paused momentarily. It was that he had never seen beautiful women, but he had seldom encountered one with such cultivation. Yet, her attire and appearance were unlike anything he had ever seen. Could she be a spy sent by another nation? But he quickly dismissed that notion. No nation would be so brazen. Glancing at the 9 bandits, each possessing the strength of the 1st level of chi manipulation, he considered them insignificant. Remembering that Confucius was still waiting for him, Yu Wuhui glanced back at the woman. She's quite lovely. I might as well lend a hand. With that thought, he leaped into the fray. With a swift motion of his hand, he sent 5 bandits flying. After 2 consecutive strikes, the 9 1st-level chi manipulation bandits were sent sprawling, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Moon Shadow Guard No. 30, lying on the ground, kept his peripheral gaze fixed on Wang Xueji's expression. They all had missions to fulfill. Wang Xueji, seeing a man suddenly appear and drive back the assailants, quickly turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" Yu Wuhui raised an eyebrow, taken aback that she did not express gratitude for his intervention and instead regarded him with suspicion. I am Yu Wuhui, merely passing through. Wang Xueji scrutinized Yu Wuhui with skepticism, glancing between him and the 9 bandits who were now pleading for mercy on the ground. Suddenly, she spoke, "You must be in cahoots with them." She had noticed that the bandits had started with 10 members, but one had inexplicably vanished just as Yu Wuhui appeared. The fallen Moon Shadow Guard number 30, realizing the heroic rescue scene had not unfolded as intended, urgently signaled to a nearby comrade to activate Plan B. Oh, what? Yu Wuhui felt somewhat bewildered, completely at a loss as to why this woman was questioning him in such a manner. However, he soon grasped the situation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him, and without a moment's thought, Yu Wuhui instinctively knew he was being ambushed. He swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, Yu Wuhui was sent flying. Though he was merely at the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, his assailant was at the pinnacle of that same realm. "Who are you?" Yu Wuhui asked, his expression brimming with wariness as he regarded the newcomer. Wang Xueji, equally perplexed by the unfolding events, could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Just moments ago, the 9 assailants writhing on the ground in pain had suddenly risen and approached the figure clad in black. "Big brother, it's this woman. We're planning to capture her and present her to you." That brat, who knows where he came from, thinks he can be a hero and save the damsel. Upon hearing this, both Yu Wuhui and Wang Xueji exchanged glances, realizing they were entangled in something far beyond their comprehension. Yu Wuhui felt a sense of injustice. He had merely been passing by, unaware that a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm lurked nearby. Wang Xueji cast an apologetic glance at Yu Wuhui before turning her wary gaze back to the man in black. Although Yu Wuhui felt frustrated, the fact that he had never encountered this black-clad individual before left him feeling uneasy. "Who are you? When did Chang'an City witness the emergence of such a powerhouse?" Chapter 39. Captured together, imprisoned in a secret dungeon. The man in black did not respond to Yu Wuhui's inquiries, but instead scrutinized the two of them. One is the 2nd son of the Yi family, the general of the southern frontier, and the other is a beautiful maiden, quite impressive. After speaking, he waved his hand, commanding, "Brothers, seize them all." Yes. In an instant, 10 individuals sprang into action. Wang Xueji had previously struggled against the 9 Moonshadow Guards who had intentionally suppressed their strength. Yu Wuhui was no match for the sudden appearance of the peak spirit-gathering realm expert. Fortunately, Yu Wuhui possessed a jade token gifted by Yi Tian, which he had hoped would summon aid upon shattering it. However, he never had the opportunity to retrieve the token, as he was continuously pressured and attacked by the man in black. Wang Xueji, lacking practical combat experience, was swiftly subdued by the 9 Moonshadow Guards. Yu Wuhui fared little better. Despite having numerous treasures, the man in black seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his actions. Each time Yu Wuhui prepared to utilize a treasure or retrieve something from his spatial ring, the man in black would interrupt him. Ultimately, the man in black unleashed his overwhelming power, surpassing even the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, and in a flash, he appeared behind Yu Wuhui, striking down on his neck with a knife hand. Meanwhile, once Wang Xueji had been rendered unconscious, Moonshadow Guard number 30 finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "This situation has been quite troublesome," Moonshadow Guard number 35 remarked. "What do we do next?" Beside him, Moonshadow Guard No. 39 replied, "What else can we do? Seize their spatial rings, seal their cultivation, and confine them together." Moonshadow Guard number 34 added with a sly grin, "All right, but should we add a little spice? Make it a done deal." Everyone turned to look at him. "Don't be reckless. He is the Emperor's 2nd uncle. We simply need to complete our mission without escalating the situation. In the end, the 10 guards sealed Yu Wuhui and Wang Xueji's cultivation and transported them to a hidden base of the Moonshadow Guards. Previously, due to one of Wang Xueji's comments, Moonshadow Guard number 30 had assumed that the heroic rescue had failed, prompting a change in their narrative. Now, they perceived themselves as spies from an enemy nation. And upon capturing the two, they aimed not only to extract confidential information but also to ensure their prolonged togetherness, fostering an eventual emotional bond. This entire scheme was unbeknownst even to Yi Tian, who would have regarded it as an invaluable trial for his 2nd uncle. In a dimly lit room surrounded by walls, Wang Xueji gradually regained consciousness. Rubbing her sore neck, she began to survey her surroundings. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. Where is this place? Were it not for a small window in the ceiling, the room would be completely devoid of light. As Wang Xueji stood up, attempting to channel her internal energy to ascend, her expression shifted in an instant. What is happening? Where is my cultivation? Panic surged within her as she endeavored to summon her internal energy, only to be met with a wave of pain coursing through her body. The excruciating agony forced her to her knees, her eyes wide with fear. At that moment, a male voice echoed softly, "It's futile. Our cultivation has been sealed." It was then that Wang Xueji noticed the figure sitting cross-legged in the corner. "Who are you?" The man replied with a hint of bitterness. "Me. I am Yi Wuhui. Yi Wuhui. Yi Wuhui." Wang Xueji murmured the name, suddenly recalling something. "You are the Yi Wuhui of the Yi family, the one whose nephew is the current emperor." That Yi Wuhui? Yi Wuhui's lips twitched. In his current state, he felt no pride in such associations. Is that so? Wang Xueji inched closer, scrutinizing Yi Wuhui with keen interest. "You truly are Yi Wuhui?" The unexpected intensity of her gaze made the battle-hardened general Yi Wuhui inexplicably blush. This was particularly noteworthy as he had not interacted with any other women since the death of his fiancée, Su Wenjing. Despite the dimness of the room, their proximity allowed Wang Xueji to perceive Yi Wuhui's embarrassment. "Oh, why are you blushing?" Yi Wuhui hastily shook his head in denial. "Impossible. How could I possibly be blushing?" "Very well then." Wang Xueji decided not to pursue the matter further, recognizing the inappropriateness of their current environment. She plopped down on the floor, leaning against the wall while gazing up at the window in the ceiling. "Has your cultivation also been sealed? Does this mean we are unable to escape?" Yi Wuhui followed her gaze, noting that the window was approximately 3 meters above the ground. After awakening, he had initially planned to leap up and crash against the window, though his cultivation had been sealed. He was still a martial artist, and after years of training, his body had been honed. A 3-meter-high window should pose no challenge for him. However, ideals often contrast sharply with reality. The entire room was constructed of black iron, and even the floor was made from exceptionally hard rare earth, rendering escape impossible. When he had jumped and crashed against the window, he not only failed to break through but also suffered immense pain throughout his body. Who would use black iron to construct a window? After exchanging a few brief words upon awakening, the two fell into a silence. Fortunately, their meals were delivered at mealtime. Upon seeing the window above open, Yi Wuhui contemplated using his physical strength to make a break for it. However, the black-clad guard delivering their meal swiftly slapped him down. Yi Wuhui felt a sharp pain radiate through his entire skeleton. Wang Xueji, witnessing the scene, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yi Wuhui gritted his teeth. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Wang Xueji shouted at the window, "Who are you? Why are you holding us captive? Stop struggling." Wang Pingji was merely a left general before, and now he is just a teacher. "You need not reveal your identity," came the reply from the black-clad figure above. As for General Yi, "We are not your subordinates. Just behave yourselves." Upon hearing this, both Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji were taken aback, realizing that their identities were thoroughly understood by their captors. Once the black-clad figure departed, Wang Xueji glanced at the food that had been lowered and asked, "What should we do now?" Yi Wuhui, feeling hungry, took the box containing the food and said, "Let us eat first. Once we are full, we can devise a plan." Following this, the two fell into silence. However, as evening approached, tensions arose due to the limited facilities, leading to disagreements. After all, the room was excessively spacious, and with their cultivation sealed, they had the same basic needs as ordinary people. Chapter 40. Yi Wuhui's Fury. Yi Tian emerges from seclusion. The Moonshadow guards, who had been eavesdropping outside, slowly departed from the small iron room. 34. "How are things inside?" Moonshadow guard number 34 replied uncertainly. Their emotions seemed to have stabilized. "But can they truly develop feelings over time?" Moonshadow guard number 30 remarked. "Regardless of whether they can cultivate feelings, we have no choice but to proceed as planned." Moonshadow guard number 38 expressed concern. "But doesn't this amount to abuse of power? The individual within is none other than His Majesty's second uncle." Moonshadow number 37 remarked. "Might our actions displease His Majesty, though these beings possessed flesh, blood, and emotions? From the very moment they were generated by the system, they became the death servants of Yi Tian. Any form of private punishment inflicted upon the host's family would be detected by the system and subsequently erased." Moonshadow number 36 timidly suggested. "Should we not provide him with a larger room? Perhaps acquire some daily necessities for him?" Moonshadow number 33, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, "Absolutely not. Our actions are in service of the task entrusted to us by His Majesty, even if it leads to our demise. We must see it through." The other 9 cast him disdainful glances, clearly uninterested in his words. Ultimately, it was Moonshadow number 30 who spoke. "Tomorrow, let us devise a means to leave a flaw in their confinement, allowing them to escape." The others were taken aback. After finally securing this opportunity, would releasing them not equate to a failure of their mission? "Let them go." Moon Shadow number 30's eye sparkled with wisdom. Indeed. We are in the Qilin Mountain range. Once their powers are sealed, departing will not be a simple task. We can protect them from the shadows. Ah, I see. Although a path has been cleared by the military through the Qilin Mountain range, a considerable distance remains from their current location. To escape unscathed, they will undoubtedly encounter demonic beasts along the way, and with their powers sealed, they will need to rely on one another for support. As for whether the beast would be too formidable, Moon Shadow number 30 asserted he would intervene. Amusingly, on the following day, Moon Shadow number 34, perhaps suppressing his own powers, forgot to close the window while delivering food. And Yi Wuhui did not escape. Having waited in the shadows for quite some time, Moon Shadow number 30 grew anxious. What could be the matter? Why had they not yet emerged? Moon Shadow number 35 urged patience. Let us wait a moment longer. They may still be hesitating. Meanwhile, within the ironclad chamber, Yi Wuhui was also gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling window. Wang Xueji, feeling anxious, inquired, "What are you staring at? The window is wide open. Why are we not escaping?" Yi Wuhui hesitated. "Are you not concerned that this might be a trap? Their strength is formidable. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we can simply be recaptured." Wang Xueji was determined not to remain confined any longer. Having been locked in that small, dark room for an entire day and night, anyone would find it unbearable. After contemplating, Yi Wuhui found her reasoning sound. The two leaped forth, emerging from the ironclad chamber. However, upon their exit, both were left dumbfounded. Wang Xueji stared blankly. Where is this? All around them stood towering trees, resembling a primordial forest, with only 3 solitary brick houses visible in the distance. Yi Wuhui was equally perplexed. Yet he was certain this place was not Chang'an City. Hurry. Though both had their powers sealed, their bodies, honed by years of spiritual energy, remained resilient. Glancing at the distant brick structures, he grasped Wang Xueji's hand. Urging her towards the depths of the forest, Moon Shadow number 34, hidden in the shadows, exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, they have escaped. It was no easy feat. Moon Shadow number 32 urged, "Do not linger idly. Follow them closely and ensure they remain unharmed." The 10 Moon Shadows stealthily trailed Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji, occasionally driving away a demonic beast or two from other areas. Yet, this was a torment for Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji, as all their belongings had been confiscated, and they could not summon even a fraction of their spiritual power, forcing them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts, from an initial state of ease. They soon bore numerous injuries. As night fell, the pair found refuge in a cave. At this point, Yi Wuhui had discerned their whereabouts and harbored an inkling of the identities of their captors. Given the multitude of skilled individuals in Chang'an City, capturing them without alerting the city guards was utterly impossible, unless the perpetrators were insiders. Yet, he was perplexed. How could his own nephew betray him? Frustration surged within him, but upon observing Wang Xueji, who was meditating to break her seal, a sudden realization struck him. Damn, you little rascal, just wait until I return. I shall have my reckoning. Nevertheless, despite his anger, Yi Wuhui recognized that he could not leave the Qilin Mountain range in his current state. He would need to restore his powers before seeking the Black Armored Army within the royal court. Yu Tian had been in seclusion for 3 months. Since he began preparing to enhance his strength, he had started absorbing the energy from the system's rewards. Following 3 months of absorption, refinement, and stabilization, his powers had ascended to the peak of the condensation realm. While this strength was formidable, it was still insufficient. To sign in stronger allies, he needed to elevate his own capabilities from past experiences. It was evident that every 6 months, he could potentially sign in an ally 3 realms stronger than himself, and every year, 4 realms stronger. Given his current condensation realm status, he could sign in a celestial sovereign level ally in 6 months. However, to ensure greater safety, Yu Tian aimed to directly break through to the king realm. At that point, he might be able to sign in a sage level ally, and within a year, possibly even a Sage King level ally. This was also the reason he had been hesitant to expand his territory hastily. During this period, Yu Tian had been diligently practicing the Eternal Emperor's scripture. After the annihilation of the White Tiger Temple and the collection of willpower, he had been cultivating with it. Although he had yet to condense the Dragon of Fortune, he was capable of utilizing willpower for his cultivation. Moreover, the energy provided by the system was exceptionally pure and easy to refine. 2 more days passed, and Yu Tian finally opened his eyes. His aura had transformed from the peak of the condensation realm to the first level of the king realm. After feeling the changes within his body and clenching his fists, he reveled in the newfound sensation. Moon Shadow. In the next moment, a figure appeared before Yu Tian. "Your subordinate is here. How long have I been in seclusion?" "Reporting to your majesty," a total of 98 days. While in seclusion, time always seemed to pass swiftly. It was astonishing that 3 months had flown by in an instant. Suddenly, Yu Tian recalled something. Chapter 41. Punishing Moonshadow, Military Orders to the Nations. By the way, how's my second uncle faring? Your Majesty, General, you returned to the royal city just yesterday. Moonshadow number 1 began, hesitating slightly. Yu Tian's eyes widened. He has returned. Did he succeed in his heroic rescue? Not quite. Observing the expressions of the Moonshadows, Yu Tian's confusion deepened, and his tone grew stern. What has transpired? Speak. Yes. Subsequently, the Moonshadow recounted the entire affair, prostrating themselves on the ground afterward. Their hearts filled with curses for Moonshadows 30 through 40. Yu Tian's expression transitioned from surprise to somber. What did I instruct you? How did you execute this? A bunch of useless fools. You are more adept at creating failures than achieving success. At this moment, Yu Tian was genuinely enraged. Yu Hui was, after all, his own second uncle. His original intent was to introduce him to a suitable wife, yet not only had that failed, but he had also inadvertently become the villain in this scenario. The thought made Yu Tian's anger boil over. Who was responsible for carrying out this task? Moonshadow number 1 trembled involuntarily. He understood their roles all too well. To put it nicely. They were one of the pillars bestowed by the system to help the host dominate the world. To put it bluntly, they were merely tools in Yu Tian's hands, bound to fulfill the master's commands and expendable at any moment. It was 30 through 40. The Moonshadow hesitated to conceal the truth. Ultimately confessing. Yu Tian remained silent, pondering deeply. While the Moonshadows had acted inappropriately, their intentions had aligned with his own. He simply did not know what his second uncle was feeling at present. If his second uncle harbored resentment, he must be prepared for the consequences. He would inform the 10 of them. If they could not win my second uncle's forgiveness, then they should be prepared for annihilation. Understood. Moonshadow number 1 made no pleas for mercy. From the moment they were generated by the system, they had been ready for destruction. Yu Tian's decision stemmed not only from his consideration of his family's feelings, but also from the desire to impart a lesson to these system-generated beings. He had never doubted their loyalty, but their methods left much to be desired. After dismissing the Moonshadows, Yu Tian summoned Lu Zhongyang. Tell me about the events of the past 3 months. Indeed, Your Majesty. Lu Zhongyang recounted all the events of the past 3 months to Yu Tian. Issue the decree. All 20 generals are to be present at tomorrow's court assembly. Understood. Lu Zhongyang bowed and departed. Typically, not all officials attend court, as many do not reside in Chang'an, making their presence somewhat challenging. Only under pressing circumstances do all officials gather for court. The following morning, Yu Tian, attended by Xiao Mei and her 3 companions, donned the imperial robes. Xiao Mei, you 4 have remained by my side. My grandfather and father have previously urged me to marry, and I have promised to take you 4 as imperial consorts. I wonder how you feel about this. The faces of the 4 young women flushed slightly. They had already heard whispers of this news. Yet, until Yu Tian spoke the words himself, they felt an unsettling uncertainty. Upon hearing Yu Tian's declaration, they all felt a tinge of shyness. The 4 gently bowed and replied, "We shall abide by your Majesty's arrangements." Very well. In 3 months, I shall take you as imperial consorts. Yu Tian was quite pleased. Each of the 4 young women was extraordinarily beautiful, and being named as imperial consorts was hardly a dishonor. As for the empress, Yu Tian had not yet contemplated this. For within the entire Tianyuan continent, every emperor's empress possessed unique qualities. Either a powerful family background was needed to assist the emperor in consolidating the dynasty, or it required genuine love, a bond to last a lifetime. Yet, Yu Tian had not yet encountered such a person. In Yu Tian's view, he sought a true love, for after acquiring the system, he felt that no woman from any faction in the Tianyuan continent could truly be deemed worthy of him. Perhaps today, Yu Tian was merely a guardian at the heavenly sovereign realm. Although his nation was quite affluent, its overall strength was merely 8 stars. But what of tomorrow? Tomorrow, Yu Tian might stand atop the world. No one could support him merely through family ties. On the following day, seated upon the dragon throne, Yu Tian surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials, feeling a wave of emotion. Today, I wish to wage war across the realm. Are their generals willing to proceed? The gathered ministers and generals all knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We are willing to fight for your Majesty." Excellent. In that case, all generals, heed my command. The 23 great generals bowed in respect. Among them Yu Xiaodian and his father and uncle. Currently, there were 5 million troops signed through the system, each boasting at least the strength of the Qinghai realm, excluding the 30,000 stationed in Chang'an. There remained 470,000 ready for combat. As for the troops stationed in various cities, they consisted either of garrison soldiers or newly recruited soldiers. Wang Zhan, Su Feilong, and Zhao Jian each designated 20,000 elite soldiers to attack 20 neighboring nations, with each general commanding an army of 200,000 against a single nation. Previously, Yitian would have never considered such an approach, for every nation within Qinggan Prefecture possessed armies exceeding 100,000. Backed by powerful sects. To conquer a nation with merely 200,000 troops would have been a daunting task. However, these soldiers were cultivators, their strength reaching the Spirit Sea realm, with commanders at the Sky Flight realm and generals at the Heavenly King realm. With such prowess, they were entirely capable of subjugating a nation. Yes, we shall faithfully execute your majesty's orders. Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui stared blankly at Yitian, as they had yet to receive their assignments. Yi Xiaodian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui, where are you? Yitian felt a twinge of embarrassment, reluctant to address his grandfather, father, and uncle directly. We are here. The trio of Yi Xiaodian and his father felt a surge of excitement. As prominent generals, they only truly felt their worth on the battlefield. You shall lead an army of 600,000 to assault the Xianyu kingdom. What? Yi Xiaodian and the others looked up at Yitian in disbelief. The location of Lingxiao Kingdom within Qingyan Prefecture was somewhat precarious. Originally, the three neighboring nations were Tianshui, Lihua, and Nafeng. However, once these three nations were subdued, they faced 9 nations, one of which was the Xianyu Kingdom. Historically, the Xianyu Kingdom had been a mere transit nation, lacking significant defensive forces. Its continued peace was due to its scarcity of resources and its coastal position. Conquering it would merely enlarge their territory. Yet they would face formidable nations behind it, and the beast of the Sea. Yi Xiaodian quickly grasped Yitian's strategy. If he wished to dominate Qingyan Prefecture, he must seize the Xianyu Kingdom. For beyond the sea lay Beima Prefecture. Chapter 42, Mobilizing Against 10 Nations. Heavenly Star's attention. The Xianyu Kingdom was the border nation of Qingyan Prefecture and the juncture between Qingyun and Beima. Though it boasted few troops, its geographical position fostered a particularly fierce populace. The presence of numerous sects and factions within the kingdom ensured that nearly everyone was a formidable warrior. This was why Yitian dispatched 600,000 troops to assault a seemingly minor kingdom. Yi Xiaodian understood that while the Xianyu Kingdom was not particularly powerful in terms of military might, capturing it would likely necessitate the slaughter of several cities. In a nation known for its fierce spirit, employing conciliatory strategies would prove futile. Thus, more forceful and bloody methods were required. With this realization, Yi Xiaodian slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I request full authority to handle this matter." Yitian, without hesitation, consented, granted, to dominate Qingyan Prefecture and extend beyond. Seizing the Xianyu Kingdom was imperative. It is worth noting that during the height of the once mighty Tianqing Empire, they refrained from provoking the Xianyu Kingdom. In Yitian's perspective, that reluctance stemmed from their unwillingness to venture beyond Qingyan Prefecture. However, Lingxiao Kingdom was different. Yitian aspired to conquer the universe and must first clear a path through Qingyan, even if it meant decimating the entire nation. Originally, Yitian intended to leave the Xianyu Kingdom for last. However, now that he had advanced to the Heavenly King realm, the strength he could summon through the system had also increased, alleviating his concerns. As for why he chose to send Yi Xiaodian and his father and uncle to attack the Xianyu Kingdom instead of the generals generated by the system. He had contemplated this as well. The system-generated generals were ancient commanders from the Tianyuan continent who had fought in countless battles and committed acts of conquest countless times. Yet, Yi Xiaodian and his family had not truly participated in a large-scale war. Their previous engagement against the Lihua Kingdom had only been possible due to Jiang Weio's annihilation of 60,000 troops, forcing Nanguang Tao to surrender, rather than assigning Yi Xiaodian and his family an arduous task. It was more of a trial for them to hone their skills. After all, Qingyan Prefecture was rather small. The entire Qitian domain comprised 15 prefectures, with even more beyond. The Tianyuan continent itself housed numerous prefectures. In the future, they would face countless wars, where the slaughter of cities and nations might become commonplace. Currently, within Qingyan Prefecture, the strength of all nations and sects was not particularly formidable. However, beyond the Qitian domain, such coercive battles would likely become rare. While Yitian appointed generals, tumult began to unfold across Qingyan Prefecture. 3 years prior, Yitian had dispatched the Moonshadow Guards to infiltrate the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture, intending to incite turmoil within these nations when the time was right. Now was that moment. The 10 nations closest to Lingxiao Kingdom, Qianfan Kingdom, Tingyu Kingdom, Lei Ting Kingdom, and Baihua Kingdom simultaneously erupted in chaos. In one instance, a general's estate awakened a queen from her slumber, only to be discovered by her maid. In another, the prime minister's wife fled the emperor's chamber, disheveled, only to be spotted by a eunuch. In yet another case, a prince met his end in a general's estate, while a princess perished in the home of a minister. To the discerning eye, these events were clearly premeditated. Yet, those embroiled in the chaos were too consumed by their anger to realize that neighboring nations were experiencing similar occurrences. Even if they wished to understand, it would prove challenging, for family shame must not be aired. Such matters will undoubtedly remain concealed. The emperor wishes to suppress these incidents but finds himself unable to do so. For several nations are embroiled in this turmoil, each led by a prince, a noble, or a prime minister's wife. At this moment, the 10 neighboring nations are rife with undercurrents, and it would only take a single catalyst for chaos to ensue within. It is just 3 days after Yution's appointment of generals that, as the various commanders prepare for their campaigns, royal sons and daughters, or the wives of prime ministers and generals in these 10 nations, meet with untimely demise. While these nations grapple with internal strife, the 10 armies of Lingxiao Kingdom are already poised at their gates. The fortresses along the borders are utterly incapable of halting the advance of Lingxiao's forces. In this critical hour, the sects behind these nations emerge from the shadows, uniting the strength of their realms to prepare for a confrontation with Lingxiao's 200,000-strong army. Though the intentions are commendable, the true might of Lingxiao's troops will only be revealed upon collision. Throughout Qingyuan Prefecture, all factions are keenly observing this impending conflict. In the Heavenly Star Empire, within the Imperial Palace, ministers of both civil and military orders gather for a court session. As Emperor Chu Yintian peruses a plethora of memorials, esteemed ministers, let us discourse on this Lingxiao Kingdom. At that moment, a minister steps forward and recounts the recent developmental history of Lingxiao Kingdom. Your Majesty, 3 years ago, Lingxiao Kingdom overthrew the Great Qian and has since emerged as the mightiest empire in Qingyuan Prefecture, requiring no tribute from the sects, which has significantly bolstered their national power. However, based on the information we have gathered, the combat prowess of Lingxiao's military surpasses our own. Each legion is commanded by generals of the Heavenly King realm, a level of leadership we have yet to witness within the Heavenly Star Empire. Upon hearing the minister's words, all officials in the court gained a renewed understanding of Lingxiao Kingdom. Emperor Chu Yintian turned to the foremost military general and inquired, "General Lang, what is your perspective on this matter?" General Lang Yin pondered briefly before responding candidly, "Your Majesty, based on the combat strength of our Heavenly Star Empire's army, we cannot contend with Lingxiao Kingdom." "What? This is inconceivable. How dare you speak such folly?" "General," the other ministers expressed their discontent with Lang Yan's statement. Only Chu Yintian remained silent, as he shared the same concerns as Lang Yan. The sudden rise of Lingxiao Kingdom 3 years prior, which led to the swift subjugation of 3 neighboring nations within a month, had initially escaped Chu Yintian's attention. Even the overthrow of those nations had merely registered as hearsay to him. It was only after Lingxiao Kingdom began its assault on 11 nations, one of which being Xianyu Kingdom, that Chu Yutian truly recognized the gravity of the situation. For it was evident to any discerning observer that Lingxiao Kingdom harbored ambitions of dominating all of Qingyuan Prefecture. "General Lang, please continue," the emperor urged. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Lang Yin responded with a slight bow, then spoke in a measured tone. 3 years ago, when Lingxiao Kingdom obliterated the neighboring nations, their military strength was not fully revealed, and we paid it little heed. At that time, we felt secure due to our geographical distance, as we are situated in the southernmost part of Qingyuan Prefecture, while Lingxiao lies to the north, merely separated by the northern Mo Prefecture and 7 other nations, which posed no immediate threat to us. In Lang Yan's perspective, Lingxiao Kingdom lacked grand aspirations and would not persist in their aggression against neighboring countries. However, reality proved otherwise. 3 years later, they not only launched attacks against neighboring nations but also simultaneously engaged 11 kingdoms. The intelligence relayed by scouts indicated that Lingxiao's soldiers were all at least of the Spirit Sea realm, with commanding generals possessing the strength of the Heavenly King realm. Such an army, if it were but a single legion, would not invoke much concern for the Heavenly Star Empire. If there were 5 legions, a slight threat might be perceived, but with 10 legions, the Heavenly Star Empire could find itself in peril. Your Majesty, I believe we must unite the remaining 15 nations into a coalition to defeat Lingxiao Kingdom, including the sects as well. The ministers looked incredulous, struggling to digest the notion that their empire could be outmatched. Chu Yintian, deep in contemplation, ultimately reached the same conclusion as General Lang Yan. "Then we shall proceed as General Lang suggests. Minister Wei, immediately contact the 15 neighboring nations and convey my intentions. I require you to persuade them to dispatch troops to ally with the Heavenly Star Empire in the shortest time possible." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied an elderly man with graying hair, stepping forward to receive the command. Simultaneously, In every nation and sect across Qingyan Prefecture, attention was drawn to this unprecedented situation, as it had been nearly a century since multiple nations had engaged in warfare simultaneously. In the Qingyan Sword sect, the Grand Elder Yu Gufeng and sect leader Jin Xingchen deliberated on the matter. Sect leader Jin, resembling a sword and possessing eyes that sparkled like stars, had already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. He turned to the elder beside him and inquired softly, "Which sect stands behind Lingxiao Kingdom?" The Grand Elder, with an air of ethereal grace, appeared somewhat troubled. "None. The ruler of Lingxiao is merely a 17-year-old youth who, 3 years ago, somehow gathered a retinue, forcefully overthrowing the Great Qian. Within half a year, he stabilized the entire kingdom and dispatched 2 million troops to conquer the surrounding 3 nations. At this point, even Yu Gufeng, a practitioner indifferent to worldly affairs, expressed admiration. After 3 years of recuperation, he simultaneously deployed 20 armies. With 11 legions invading 11 nations. If no external interference occurs, it may not take 3 months for them to secure victory. As the mightiest force in Qingyan Prefecture, the Qingyan Sword sect could easily uncover such information. Yet, from the outset, they had not deemed it worthy of concern, allowing Yu Tian to grow unchecked. Upon absorbing this information, sect leader Jin furrowed his brow. Is there truly no sect involved? Indeed, the sects behind the 10 nations have intervened, but I fear their efforts may prove insufficient. Hearing this, Jin Xingchen's expression darkened. Inform the other factions to engage fully. The tranquility of Qingyan Prefecture has persisted for too long, and I will not permit such a formidable nation to exist. Although the Heavenly Star Empire operated independently and was not obligated to pay tribute to these sects, it was due to the fact that the first ruler of the Heavenly Star Empire was the son of the Grand Elder of the Qingyan Sword sect. Lingxiao Kingdom, however, lacked such a background. And it was possible that Yu Tian was backed by some hidden force. Otherwise, he would not command so many formidable warriors and such a powerful army. Yet, Jin Xingchen paid little mind to such considerations. For Qingyan Prefecture was the domain of the Qingyan Sword sect. Outside of Qingyan Prefecture, the sects allied with the Qingyan Sword sect were also the overlords of their respective territories. The machinations of the upper echelons were often entwined with mutual interests, and the relationships among the sects were intricate and multifaceted. The Grand Elder of the Qingyan Sword sect had once been the holy son of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, which bolstered Jin Xingchen's confidence in dismissing Lingxiao Kingdom. Grand Elder Yu Gufeng paused momentarily before readily agreeing. Very well. I shall journey to Lingxiao Kingdom to observe. 10 days had passed since the deployment of the troops. Each day, reports of victories flooded into the royal court. While Yu Tian had not retreated into seclusion but rather attended to the memorials. Over the past 3 months, numerous memorials that the Ministry of Internal Affairs could not resolve had accumulated in Yu Tian's study. After processing the final memorial, Yu Tian rose to stretch his limbs. Xiao Yangzi, Lu Zhengyang, who had been waiting by Yu Tian's side, promptly bowed upon hearing his name. At your service. It has been 10 days since the army set out. Has it not? Where do General Zhao and the other 10 commanders currently find themselves? Reporting to your majesty, General Zhao and the others are currently leading the troops behind General Wang, General Zhang, and General Liu. Yu Tian gazed at the map meticulously crafted over 3 years by Yu Ingwei, which adorned the wall. Previously, Yu Tian had commanded an assault on 20 neighboring nations, deploying an army of 200,000 for each front. However, the geographical positions of these nations were not aligned linearly. To conquer them all, he first needed to vanquish the 9 surrounding countries. As for the Xianyu Kingdom, it lay in a different direction. And Yu Tian harbored no concerns for the safety of the Yi family trio, having discreetly dispatched Zhao Jun for their protection. During these past 3 months, Yu Tian had also acquired numerous valuable items, a significant portion of which was stored in the national treasury. While he distributed several treasures among the civil and military officials, Zhao Jun's strength had ascended from the 7th to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Emperor realm. As for the 3 women, Wu Xinyue and her companions remained at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The transition to the Heavenly Sovereign realm was not a trivial matter. Fortunately, Yu Tian was not in a hurry. With his enhanced power, he merely needed to sign in to summon formidable allies. After listening to Lu Zhengyang's report, Yu Tian fell into contemplation. With the turmoil engulfing Qingyan Prefecture and his simultaneous assault on 11 nations, the remaining 15 would undoubtedly be on high alert. Consequently, the Lingxiao Kingdom would soon face a united offensive from the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. Yet, Yu Tian was not overly concerned, for from the moment he dispatched his troops, he had already prepared for the worst. After gesturing for Lu Zhengyang to exit, he resumed his seat upon the dragon throne. He had never harbored doubts regarding whether the Lingxiao Kingdom's military could conquer all of Qingyan Prefecture. However, what lay ahead after the conquest, To maintain control over the acquired territories, garrisons would need to be established. Yet, the current military forces of the Lingxiao Kingdom were still insufficient to secure the territory. Troops would have to be dispersed, but such dispersal would render the soldiers incapable of forming cohesive battle formations due to their diminished numbers, a scenario Yu Tian wished to avoid. With this in mind, he began calling upon the system. Just as he was about to communicate with the system, an overwhelming aura suddenly manifested above Chang'an City. Yi Tian, come forth quickly, boldly defiant, the three women, Wu Xinyue, who had been concealed by Yu Tian's side. Sensed this aura and immediately appeared beside him. Upon hearing his name bellowed from outside, Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing swiftly darted out. Yi Tian's expression darkened as he uttered, "Let us go outside and take a look." Upon exiting the grand hall, he beheld an elder with an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor hovering above the royal court, warily observing Wu Xinyue and her companion. Prior to his arrival, he had assumed that Yu Tian's side was guarded by a formidable heavenly king-level protector, only to find himself confronted by two women at the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm. At this moment, Yu Gufeng wondered if he had perhaps spoken too loudly. He himself possessed only the 9th tier of the heavenly emperor realm. And even that was a recent breakthrough, with much distance still to traverse before reaching the pinnacle. Yi Tian regarded the elder and inquired, "Who are you?" Upon seeing the young man adorned in a dragon robe, Yu Gufeng was slightly taken aback, not expecting the emperor to be not only youthful but also possessing the strength of a first-tier heavenly king. Nevertheless, he felt no concern for his safety, for he had a formidable backing. I am Yu Gufeng, the Grand Elder of the Qingyan Sword Sect." With that, he sternly demanded, "Are you the emperor of the Lingxiao Kingdom, who commanded you to wage war against other nations? Do you comprehend the suffering your actions will inflict upon countless commoners?" Yu Tian waved his hand dismissively, uttering two words nonchalantly, "Kill them." Yes, the two women, Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing, could no longer restrain themselves. They were loyal subordinates of Yu Tian. As the saying goes, those who insult the sovereign shall perish. Following Yu Tian's command, both drew their long swords and charged at Yu Gufeng. The sudden assault left Yu Gufeng alarmed. "Presumptuous. I am the Grand Elder of the Qingyan Sword." Although Yu Tian was curious, he could sense that this might be a result of the system. It was merely the case that those beneath the realm of the Heavenly King who signed in did not possess spatial rings. However, those who had recently signed in at the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Venerable levels were all equipped with such rings. While Yu Tian harbored some curiosity, he chose not to dwell on it. Over the past 3 years, Yu Tian had signed in for a considerable number of spatial rings. Now not only did various civil and military officials have them, but even the commanders awarded by the system had been provided with rings. Despite this, the National Treasury still held over 10,000 rings. Chapter 45, The Coalition's Assault, the Emperor's Personal Expedition, with Xiaohong's arrival. Yu Tian's confidence was bolstered. He allocated a portion of resources to Wu Xinyue and her companions, urging them to practice in the Xianwang Tower, hoping they could break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Time passed day by day. The news of Yu Gufeng's demise swiftly reached the Qingyan Sword Sect. This was due to the fact that within these major powers, every significant individual had a soul tablet left within their sect. Although Jin Xingchen was furious, he refrained from acting impulsively. Yu Gufeng's strength was merely 2 minor realms below his own, and the fact that Yu Gufeng had been slain indicated that the Lingxiao Kingdom possessed the power to annihilate a heavenly emperor at the 9th level. Understanding this, Jin Xingchen made his way alone to the sect's rear. Unlocking several restrictions before arriving at the door of a small room, he respectfully bowed and said, "Ancestor, the 85th generation sect master Jin Xingchen seeks your guidance." There was silence within the room, and Jin Xingchen maintained his bowing posture. After a while, a frail voice finally emerged from within, "Enter." "Yes, Ancestor." Jin Xingchen respectfully opened the door and stepped inside, where the small room measured only 7 or 8 square meters. Furnished with just 3 mats. At that moment, 3 elderly men sat cross-legged on the mats, their backs turned to the entrance. "What is it?" Jin Xingchen slightly bowed and recounted the events concerning the Lingxiao Kingdom, ultimately mentioning the fate of the elder Yu Gufeng. The 3 elders remained silent for an extended period before one finally spoke. "You should know that as long as the sect remains unscathed, we will not intervene." Jin Xingchen was still somewhat unconvinced. Although he possessed the strength of a heavenly emperor at the 9th level and could ally with several other powerful sects to resist, or even annihilate those armies, Yu Gufeng's incident suggested that the Lingxiao Kingdom surely had its own heavenly emperor at the 9th level, if not more than one, perhaps even a heavenly venerable. Otherwise, Yu Gufeng would not have been unable to escape and was killed outright. "But Ancestor, the Lingxiao Kingdom's power is overwhelming. In just 20 days, they have conquered 9 nations. I have spoken with the leaders of other factions, And even if we all act, it would be difficult to halt them. The three elders understood the gravity of the situation, though they were bewildered by the sudden emergence of such a formidable nation. However, for various reasons, they could not leave their current location at Will.at that moment. The elder seated in the middle suddenly said, "Elder 2, Elder 3, you should go take a look." The other two elders were somewhat reluctant. Yet before they could voice their objections, the central elder waved his hand, interrupting, "Do not concern yourselves with me." Very well. Jin Xingshan felt a surge of joy, with two heavenly venerable elders stepping forth. He was absolutely confident in obliterating the Lingxiao kingdom. Indeed, it was about annihilation, in this world that revered strength. Being killed for lacking power was a common occurrence. It was possible that every day in the Tianyuan continent. New nations were established while others fell. Qingyan Prefecture had always been stable, and Jin Xingshan certainly did not wish to see any faction dare to threaten them, especially since the Lingxiao kingdom had slain their elder. The news of the Sword Sect elders emerging from seclusion spread like wildfire. The entire Qingyan Prefecture soon realized that this conflict would likely conclude swiftly. The 15 nations led by the Tianqing Empire dispatched their strongest forces, totaling 15 million troops. Individually, these soldiers might not match the strength of the Lingxiao kingdom's army, but they were seasoned veterans and elite fighters, commanded by 5 of the mightiest generals. Additionally, within Qingyan Prefecture, 14 other sects contributed between 500 to 3,000 cultivators each. Leading them were Jin Xingshan, the sect master of the Sword Sect, and 2 recently emerged elders. Among them, there was one at the 7th level of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, one at the 5th level, one at the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor Realm, 4 at the 5th level, and a combined total of 500 at the Heavenly King and Condensation Realms. Furthermore, there were over 6,000 cultivators at lower levels, including the Sky Sovereign, Spirit Sea, and Foundation Establishment Realms. Such strength constituted a formidable force, impossible to overlook. However, upon receiving this intelligence relayed by the Moonshadow Guards, Yu Tian could only smile. The army signed in through the system was not merely composed of cultivators. The key factor was their military formations. This was their assurance of invincibility in battle. Nonetheless, although Yu Tian remained unconcerned about these soldiers and the 6,000 cultivators, the presence of those 2 heavenly venerable powers did leave him somewhat astonished. Previously, he had believed that the Heavenly Emperor Realm was the pinnacle of strength within Qingyan Prefecture. He had not anticipated the existence of 2 ancient heavenly venerables. It seemed he had underestimated the world at large. This realization prompted Yu Tian to reconsider his strategic arrangements for the future. Moonshadow, how are the 10 from the 30th to the 40th number? Previously, their actions had led to his second uncle's humiliation, and he had vowed that if they did not obtain Yu Wuhui's forgiveness, they would self-destruct. Moonshadow number 1 slightly bowed, responding, "Your Majesty." The second master stated that he would only forgive them if they assisted him in seizing the Xianyu kingdom. Second master? Yu Tian was taken aback by this title. "Your Majesty, it is a convenient reference for the 3 generals Yi." "Very well, you may withdraw." Yi Tian waved his hand, dismissing the matter from his mind. Xiao Yangzi, Lu Zhengyang, stationed outside the door, quickly responded, "Your servant is here. Instruct General Shangwan to mobilize 1,000 guards to accompany me to the front lines." Lu Zhengyang, incredulous, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you truly planning to lead the charge in person?" Yu Tian nodded. "Yes. I have grown weary of staying within the royal court. It is time to see the world beyond. Your Majesty, you are of invaluable stature. How can you take such risks? There are 20 great generals present." Yu Tian waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. This is an order. You shall execute it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shangwan Feihong was one of the 23 generals signed in, appointed by Yu Tian as the leader of the royal guards, while the royal court boasted only 5,000 guards. Each possessed the strength of the Sky Sovereign Realm. After 3 years of intermittent training in the Wujing Secret Realm, they had nearly all reached the Condensation Realm. In the next moment, Xiao Hong emerged from the shadows, slightly bowing as he said, "Your Majesty, should we notify the 3 sisters of the Wu family?" Yu Tian raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you not feel capable of protecting me?" "Your Majesty, I am confident in my strength. But I fear there may be other heavenly venerables in addition to those 2 old fellows." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Tian replied, "Very well, summon them as well." Chapter 46, The 10 Nations Defeat. Strategies against the enemy. Once the arrangements were made, Yu Tian updated the Internal Affairs Office through the system panel. Arriving at the open space in the royal court, Yu Tian summoned the 9 Dragons' chariot. 9 dragon roars echoed within the royal court, and in the next moment, a golden chariot appeared before Yu Tian. 9 black flood dragons, each 10 meters long, knelt with their forelimbs on the ground, their necks bound by chains. Upon seeing Yution, they instinctively lowered their proud heads. Yution sensed their realms and found them to be at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, given his previous standards. He might have been satisfied with such strength, but now they were simply not worthy to pull his chariot. Upon your return, you shall practice in the Xianwang Tower. A low, melodious call escaped the lips of the 9 serpentine dragons. As if expressing gratitude towards Yution. In truth, within the Tianyuan continent, numerous demonic beasts have been subdued by humans. Typically, those beasts that reach the condensing spirit realm are capable of articulating human speech, while those ascending to the celestial sovereign realm, corresponding to the 8th tier of demonic beasts, may even transform into human forms. Only those possessing ancient bloodlines experience a slow growth. Take, for instance, the Chaos Black Dragon Egg awarded by the system. Despite Yution nourishing it daily with his blood since activating the Chaos Dao body upon his ascension, 3 years have swiftly passed without a single sign of hatching. On numerous occasions, Yution contemplated boiling it outright. Yet, the mere thought of the black dragon within, destined to possess imperial strength upon birth, rendered him incapable of taking such drastic measures. 2 palace maids now stood beside the dragon chariot, parting the beaded curtains as Yution strode inside. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior of the 9-dragon chariot was a realm unto itself, though it appeared from the outside to be merely 5 or 6 square meters. The actual space exceeded 100, featuring a dragon throne, a dragon bed, a sand table, and a tea station. Upon accessing the system panel, he comprehended the true magnificence of the 9-dragon chariot, its internal spatial dimensions, external defensive capabilities, and even the 9 serpentine dragons were intricately linked to fortune. This signified that upon his activation of the Fortune Dynasty and the emergence of the Fortune Golden Dragon, the 9 serpentine dragons would have the potential to revert to their ancestral forms, rapidly enhancing their strength. As it stood, the chariot's defenses could withstand the full might of a celestial sovereign at their peak. "Let us depart," Yution commanded. "Yes," Lu Zhengyang replied with a slight bow, issuing orders forthwith. Shangwan Feihong led 1,000 guards, all at the late condensing spirit stage, flanking both sides of the chariot. In the shadows, Xiao Hong and Wu Xinyue, along with 3 others, stood guard. Yution stirred not the citizens of Chang'an, directing the 9-dragon chariot to ascend into the skies, heading toward the battlefield. After nearly a month, 20 generals commanding a total of 4 million troops had laid waste to 10 nations, claiming the lives of 8 million enemy commanders. It could be said that the land had been drenched in blood. Littered with corpses, the 10 vassal states had been utterly dismantled, with their rulers fleeing alongside their personal guards. Originally, such a war need not have incurred such a high death toll, as evidenced by the earlier examples of the Tianshui, Lihua, and Nafeng nations, where surrender guaranteed survival and the prospect of a peaceful old age. However, Qi Tian, the sovereign of the Tianqing Empire, feared the Lingxiao nation would threaten his rule and the stability of Tianqing itself. Thus, he dispatched envoys to convene an alliance of 15 nations, forming a coalition of 15 million troops. This bolstered the confidence of the rulers of the 10 nations, who believed they could confront the Lingxiao nation. Yet, the combined forces of over 8 million were decimated by 4 million, leaving behind a scene of devastation. At this moment, a contingent of 3.7 million troops, led by generals Zhao Jian and Wang Zhan, was stationed at the border between the Thunder Nation and the 100 Flowers Nation. 200 miles away, a formidable force of 15 million, commanded by General Lang Yin, awaited. Both sides had yet to engage in battle, seemingly biding their time. General Lang Yin anticipated the involvement of sect forces, for among their ranks, the majority were martial artists, with few possessing any cultivation. The strongest force in the Tianqing Empire comprised 30,000 troops at the Spirit Sea realm. However, the Lingxiao nation boasted even greater strength. They could only hope for the participation of sect forces to turn the tide in their favor. At this moment, within the command tent of the coalition, over 50 individuals were engaged in strategic discussions. Among them were the recently escaped rulers of the 10 nations, now stripped of their former grandeur, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Lang Yin, unyielding, occupied the seat of honor, addressing the assembled generals and rulers. "Gentlemen, please recount the strength of the enemy forces." The ruler of the Thunder Nation, Lei Zhe, sighed and shook his head ruefully. "I am no longer a sovereign, merely a king of a fallen nation." The other 9 rulers bowed their heads in unison, the devastation of the war having shattered their once proud spirits. The remaining 40-odd generals could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. They were the mightiest leaders of their respective nations, yet witnessing the plight of the 10 rulers evoked a sense of shared tragedy. Lang Yin, unwilling to dwell on this matter, pressed on. "Very well. Please enlighten us about the strength of the enemy troops." Lei Ze exchanged glances with the other 9 before finally stating, "The enemy is formidable, extremely so. They are entirely composed of cultivators, with each soldier at the very least at the Spirit Sea realm, and many at the Void Flight realm. The most terrifying of all are their generals." As he spoke, even fear crept into Lei Ze's expression, yet he continued, "The strength of those generals is nothing short of the Heavenly King realm." Upon hearing this, the brows of the other generals furrowed in concern. If it were merely a handful of cultivators, they would not be overly apprehensive, even if there were 100,000 at the Void Flight realm. However, facing an army of several 100,000 to millions, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Even if the generals possessed the Heavenly King realm, the combined might of these nations, bolstered by their sect forces, should have been sufficient for a fair fight. They had previously sent skilled scouts, who confirmed that the local forces did not exceed 400,000, indicating that substantial losses had been incurred in the recent conflict. If this were the case, once the sect forces arrived, they would have experts capable of restraining the enemy generals, thus preserving their chances of victory. Suddenly, another general interjected, "Could there be other reasons at play?" Indeed, the ruler of the 100 Flowers Nation, a woman of lingering grace, spoke up, though those present were aware of her reputation as a 60-year-old enchantress. "Please inform us, Miss Baiwa. The enemy forces have battle formations. Moreover, their cavalry is nearing the point of coalescing into a military spirit." A collective gasp echoed through the tent, including from Lang Yin and the other generals. As seasoned warriors, they understood the significance of battle formations all too well. However, the formations they employed were merely tactical arrangements with little impact on large-scale warfare. Military spirits, however, were an entirely different matter, capable of genuinely enhancing combat prowess. Before the assembly could fully digest this information, another ruler exclaimed, "No, it's not just the cavalry. All their troops are on the brink of forming military spirits." Hearing this, the atmosphere grew even heavier. Unbeknownst to them, the troops of the Lingxiao Nation, whether cavalry or the Black Armor Army, had not yet formed military spirits. They were merely soldiers generated by the system, possessing high potential but not to the extent of extraordinary excellence. In this world, military spirits existed, but they could only arise from warriors who had endured countless battles, forging an indomitable will, an unwavering belief in advancement, and an unbreakable resolve. That was true military spirit, as it stood. The current Lingxiao Nation army possessed several favorable conditions but had not yet faced an equally matched adversary, let alone one that could compel them to fight earnestly. Consequently, the notion of an indomitable will was far from their reality. The reason Lei Ze and the others assumed that the Lingxiao Nation's troops possessed military spirits stemmed from their limited understanding, unaware of the formidable capabilities of the battle formations granted by the system. Take the Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry, for instance. Their dragon-slaying formation could transform the entire army into a spear, piercing through the battlefield, while the Mystic Armor Shield could become a protective barrier against external assaults. However, such formations depended on the number of participants, determining their strength. The atmosphere in the tent grew increasingly oppressive upon hearing that the Lingxiao Nation possessed military spirits. After a considerable pause, Long Yin finally spoke. Previously, scouts reported that the Lingxiao Nation deployed 400,000 troops against you, yet 30,000 are now unaccounted for. How did you manage to slay the enemy forces?" At this inquiry, all eyes turned towards Lei Ze. He replied, "In direct combat, we are indeed no match for them. The Thunder Nation relied on advantageous terrain and city walls to claim 6,000 enemy lives." The other 9 rulers exchanged astonished glances with Lei Ze, for they had managed to kill only 2,000 or 3,000 Lingxiao soldiers at the expense of over 100,000 of their own troops. Hearing this, Lang Yin and the other generals nodded in understanding. Historically, siege warfare had always been the most arduous to undertake. However, the Lingxiao Kingdom has conquered over 780 cities across the 10 nations, resulting in the demise of 8 million enemies, while suffering merely a loss of 300,000 soldiers. Were these generals to assume command, they might awaken for dreams filled with laughter at such an accomplishment. Lang Yin cast a glance at the map, his expression grave as he remarked, "Let us wait for the sect's reinforcements or for the enemy to take the initiative to attack." Though he harbored a strong desire to strike first, he realized that such a course might lead to devastating losses on his side. Considering the presence of formidable opponents in the area, Lang Yin could only hope for the swift arrival of the sect's forces. Meanwhile, within the Grand Tent of the Lingxiao Kingdom's army, Zhao Jian and his compatriots were remarkably at ease. Each of the 20 generals present had weathered countless battles, regarding the coalition's deployments with disdain. Had it not been for the rapid formation of the coalition by the Tianqing Empire, out of fear of being encircled or delayed, These 20 generals would not have sacrificed 300,000 men to expedite the conquest of the 10 nations. Nonetheless, they were indifferent to the loss of those 300,000 soldiers. After all, in warfare, casualties were inevitable, merely a matter of numbers. At that moment, within the tent, the 20 generals awaited developments. They had received word that Yu Tian intended to arrive, and were aware that he was now under the protection of formidable guardians. They merely needed to await his arrival to receive orders, after which they would swiftly seize control of the entire Qingyun prefecture. In the next instant, Zhao Jian and the others simultaneously opened their eyes. He has arrived. The 20 generals rose in unison and stepped outside, gazing skyward. A glance revealed 9 peak spirit realm dragons pulling an exquisitely adorned dragon carriage. Flanking the carriage were 500 guards on each side, each possessing at least spirit realm prowess, while the generals and the eunuch beside the carriage were also of the heavenly king realm. At that moment, the 3.7 million troops collectively raised their heads to the sky. Upon witnessing the sight above, all within the camp knelt on one knee. We bow to your majesty. May your majesty live forever. The harmonious voices of hundreds resonated, piercing the heavens. Even Lang Yin and his compatriots, 200 miles away, could hear their cries. The dragon carriage settled steadily upon the ground as Shangwan Feihong took the lead, ensuring the guards surrounded the area. Yi Tian emerged from the carriage, surveying the kneeling generals. You have worked hard. The 20 generals responded in unison. To expand the realm for your majesty is our utmost honor. The soldiers behind them echoed. To expand the realm for your majesty is our utmost honor. Yu Tian nodded in satisfaction. All soldiers, rise. Although his voice was soft, it resonated with spiritual power, reaching every soldier's ears. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Yu Tian felt immense satisfaction for these soldiers, for they were all acquired through the system's registration, each possessing unwavering loyalty. This was the foundation of Yu Tian's confidence in waging war across the realm. It could be said that even if the Lingxiao kingdom were to rebel at this moment, he could swiftly suppress them with this army. Accompanied by the 20 generals and the eunuch Lu Zhenyang, Yu Tian entered the central military tent. Without hesitation, he took his seat at the head and gestured with his dragon robe. Let us discuss the current state of affairs. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Jian and the other generals reported on the present situation, explaining the reasons behind the loss of 300,000 soldiers. Upon hearing their accounts, Yu Tian felt greatly satisfied. This was, after all, a genuine battlefield, not a mere game of strategy. Even though every soldier of the Lingxiao kingdom possessed strength, casualties were inevitable in battles involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. A loss of 300,000 was still acceptable to Yu Tian. It was not that he was indifferent to the sacrifices of these generals, but rather because the loss of 300,000 was exchanged for the annihilation of 8 million enemies and the capture of over 780 cities. This was indeed a resounding victory. After listening to the reports from the generals, Yu Tian was content. As for why the opposing force of 15 million had yet to take action, he had also received information relayed by the Moonshadow Guards. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Sword Sect and the commencement of the final battle led by the Qingyun Sword Sect. 14 sects, accompanied by their formidable disciples, totaling 6,700 individuals, were en route. At this moment, Xiao Hong and the 3 women stood beside Yu Tian, and upon hearing that powerful sect members were approaching, Xiao Hong stepped forward and inquired, Your Majesty, should I intercept them? Yu Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There is no need for such trouble. The coalition has been hesitant to attack precisely because they await the arrival of the sect forces. Since that is the case, I shall grant them their wish. Generals, heed my command. At your service. The 20 generals replied in unison. Qingyun is but a corner of the Tianyuan. This battle is a test of your strength and a means to establish the prestige of our Lingxiao kingdom. I command you to annihilate the enemy with overwhelming force. Are you capable of this? Yes. Very well. Prepare accordingly. Do not concern yourselves with the strength of the sect forces. Understood. Once the generals exited the tent, Yu Tian began to examine the battle map. He had never participated in combat, nor had he ever taken a life himself. Yet, perhaps due to his family's background, he had witnessed death from a young age and felt no fear of slaughter. His purpose for coming to the battlefield was twofold: to witness the horrors of war and to temper his resolve. To refer to it as resolve might be an exaggeration. Courage would be more fitting. As a sovereign seeking to establish a prosperous dynasty and unify the continent, one must witness bloodshed, the fall of nations, and the mountains of corpses to harden one's heart. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. During this time, the tension on the battlefield escalated. Whether from the Lingxiao kingdom or the coalition, scouts relayed messages back incessantly. Throughout these 2 days, the forces of the Lingxiao kingdom remained on high alert. With many legions donning armor and resting, the coalition, on the other hand, faced considerable strain. Their soldiers and generals lacked the same confidence as those of the Lingxiao kingdom. As the Lingxiao forces prepared for action, an atmosphere of anxiety enveloped their camp. Knowing this, Lang Yin felt a sense of urgency. The coalition was comprised of multiple nations, with many of them previously adversarial. Their current peace was maintained only by the commanding generals. However, with the Lingxiao kingdom exhibiting readiness for 2 consecutive days without any action, the tension among the coalition began to fray, and tempers flared. In just a single day, numerous brawls had erupted within the coalition. General Lang, when will the sect forces arrive? Indeed, when will they come? If they delay any longer, we may descend into chaos before the enemy even strikes. The gathered generals looked to Lang Yin, seeking his counsel. He understood the gravity of the situation. The 15 million troops were a coalition with little inherent trust among them. Enough. What a disgraceful commotion. Lang Yin admonished sharply before adding, the sword sect will arrive this afternoon. That afternoon, 14 flying vessels appeared in the sky, descending upon the coalition's camp. This scene was likewise observed by the hidden Moonshadow guards, who relayed the information back to the central command tent. Yu Tian rose and declared, then let us commence the assault. Yes, the 20 generals swiftly departed the central camp, and in the next moment, the sound of drums echoed. The 3.7 million army began to assemble rapidly. Heavily armored cavalry, bloodthirsty iron riders, black armored troops, and archers merged into 4 cohesive units. Previously, each of the 20 legions consisted of 200,000 men, incorporating all 4 troop types. Now, they were formed into a unified force once more. Seated atop the dragon carriage, Yu Tian gazed down upon the assembled troops, a sense of confidence and dominance swelling within him. The 20 generals bowed before the dragon carriage, calling out, we pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty live forever. At that moment, the entire 3.7 million army knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, we pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty live forever. The thunderous voices reverberated. Reaching the coalition forces, the recently arrived sect members, skilled in their own right, also heard this resounding declaration that the emperor's brat, Jin Xingchen, now has 2 venerable ancestors by his side, and his confidence has grown significantly. Humph, he has come seeking his own demise. General Lang, prepare to face the enemy. Indeed, Lang Yin nodded slightly and turned to depart. In the next moment, the resounding drums echoed within the allied forces. But gathering them would require a bit of time. Yu Tian stood upon the dragon chariot, refraining from delivering grandiloquent speeches. Instead, he proclaimed loudly, Generals, today marks your opportunity to achieve merit and establish your legacies. I await your triumphant return. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The chorus of 3.7 million voices surged through Yu Tian's veins, igniting a fervor within him. The 20 generals swiftly mounted their horses, with Xiao Jian donning heavy armor, riding forth on his warhorse, which was also clad in armor, to lead the heavily armored cavalry. Warriors, follow me into battle. Kill. The archers formed a legion comprising 600,000 men. Although they wielded bows, each was mounted on a steed. The moment Xiao Jian shouted the command to charge, the war drums thundered, and the archers surged forward. As they approached within a mile of the allied forces, they unleashed a volley of arrows upon the gathering enemy. In the next instant, the archers began to sweep towards the flanks, while behind them, 1 million heavily armored cavalry formed their ranks as their steeds thundered. From above, it resembled a ferocious tiger hunting, pouncing directly upon the allied forces. Lang Yin had long perceived this unfolding scene, and even at the sight of the archers, he had already ordered defensive preparations. However, with 15 million troops in the allied forces, coordination was nearly impossible. Many soldiers, unprepared, fell victim to the deluge of arrows. Quick, defend. Where are the sword and shield bearers? Where are the spearmen? Block them for me. Fortunately, numerous commanders reacted swiftly, and soon after the arrow storm, they organized themselves. Yet, what awaited them was the heavily armored cavalry of Lingxiao Kingdom. Jin Xingchen observed the chaos enveloping the camp and directly addressed the leaders of Piaomu Pavilion, Tai Sect, and Divine Sword Sect. Let your disciples take action. It is time for us to strike. The leaders of the other 3 sects nodded gravely in agreement. Although the recent skirmish had resulted in few casualties for the allied forces, the disciplined and rapid response of Lingxiao's troops was evident. Without the involvement of these sects, even with 15 million in their ranks, they would struggle against the less than 4 million troops of Lingxiao Kingdom. Chapter 49. The Harsh Reality. The Celestial Sovereign takes action. The 500 elite from the sects led by Jin Xingchen ascended into the skies. They did not immediately engage the army. Instead, they gazed towards the distant dragon chariot. Lu Jianhe, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, expressed his eagerness, "Shall we directly slay that young emperor?" Yet, the others regarded him as if he were foolish. They all understood that eliminating Yution could alter the course of the war. However, as an emperor who dared to swagger onto the battlefield, surely he would not be without formidable protectors? Lu Jianhe, taken aback, fell silent. Jin Xingqian ignored the turmoil below and flew alongside his companions towards the dragon chariot point 10 kilometers away. He gazed at the young man standing upon it. To his astonishment, the emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom was remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome. Lingxiao Kingdom's sovereign, do you wish to bring devastation upon Qingjin Prefecture? Why wage war against other nations? Yution had long been aware of their presence. Even their strengths had been relayed to him by Xiao Hong. However, his focus remained on the battlefield, indifferent to them. He had always been curious about the nature of warfare. Is it a direct clash of armies, or a strategic maneuvering reliant on terrain? Now that Yution had witnessed it firsthand, the impact was significant. He began to comprehend why Zhao Jian, Wang Zhan, and others had chosen to converge here. Behind Thunder Kingdom and Hundred Flowers Kingdom lay Qixing Kingdom, a vast plain. Though the allied forces had a city as their base, in a war involving millions, typical schemes proved ineffective. Lingxiao Kingdom boasted 1,000,000 heavily armored cavalry and another 1,000,000 elite iron cavalry, providing a geographical advantage capable of overwhelming the allied forces. Why, then, were the allied forces being led by the nose by Lingxiao's army? Why did they not occupy a more favorable position for battle? Perhaps they had contemplated such strategies, yet Lingxiao's forces were the aggressors. To fulfill their mission of conquering 20 nations, they might choose to bypass unfavorable terrains. After all, with 9 neighboring nations already subdued, they could easily avoid advancing through Thunder Kingdom and Hundred Flowers Kingdom. Their decision to come here was simply due to the advantageous geography. Moreover, they sought a grand confrontation with the entire power of Qingyuan Prefecture to solidify Lingxiao Kingdom's victory. Observing the battlefield below, where corpses lay scattered and some were trampled underfoot, it was evident that the commanders of the allied forces, from generals to soldiers, posed no match for Lingxiao's might. At that moment, those from the sects descended, totaling over 6,700 individuals. Yet even this number merely created a ripple amidst the hundreds of thousands engaged in battle. As Yution delayed responding to Jin Xingqian, the latter bellowed once more. Why, Yution, you brat? I ask you a question. Why do you not answer? Impudent. Xiao Hong, standing beside Yution, erupted in fury, unleashing a sonic wave that collided forcefully with Jin Xingqian's chest. Puff. As Yution's bodyguard and subordinate, how could he remain calm upon hearing insults directed at his master? Even the 3 women, Wu Xinyue, Shang Wanfeihong, and a throng of guards, glared furiously at Jin Xingqian and his companions. Had Yution not yet issued a command, they would have already charged forward. Master, the 2 venerable ancestors behind Jin Xingqian, witnessing their leader being struck, one hurried to support him while the other cast a grave look at Xiao Hong. Although it had only been a simple strike, they could sense that Xiao Hong's strength surpassed their own. Realizing this, the 2 elders promptly crushed a jade token to notify their elder brother. At this moment, Yution finally lifted his gaze, calmly stating, "Let them kill." Understood. In the next instant, Xiao Hong vanished from sight. Oh no. The 2 elders, having been fixated on Xiao Hong, immediately understood the gravity of the situation upon his disappearance. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Hong appeared beside one of the elders, delivering a powerful punch. Having prepared for an attack, the elder swiftly produced a black shield to guard his chest. Bang! With a deafening sound, the shield shattered, and the elder was sent flying. Second brother, the 3rd elder abandoned Jin Xingqian and brandished a large blade, charging at Xiao Hong. All of this transpired with astonishing speed, so rapid that even these formidable celestial beings were caught off guard. They witnessed the 2nd elder being sent flying while the 3rd elder engaged in combat with Xiao Hong. Jin Xingqian swallowed several pills, his complexion regaining some color as he roared towards the direction of the dragon chariot. Kill for me. From the brief skirmish witnessed earlier, it was evident that while this white-haired man possessed peak celestial sovereign strength, there was no other celestial sovereign near the dragon chariot, with 2 elders holding back this white-haired man. Jin Xingqian felt confident that their numbers could slay Yution. Events unfolded as he had anticipated. The 2nd elder returned to join forces with the 3rd elder to contend against Xiao Hong. Yet, he seemed to forget that the disparity in strength only widens with higher realms. Xiao Hong, being a peak celestial sovereign, was capable of battling against a first-level sage due to the system's bestowals. The 2 elders of the Sword Sect, one at the 5th level of celestial sovereign and the other at the 7th, stood no chance against Xiao Hong. In the realm of Jin Xingqian, there are 7 formidable experts at the heavenly sovereign level, three of whom are at the first and second tiers of this exalted state, the master of the Divine Sword sect, the head of the Ethereal Pavilion, and the leader of the Thais sect, each possessing the power of the seventh tier of Heavenly Sovereign. Jin Xingchen himself has even attained the ninth tier. In addition, there are 30 individuals at the Heavenly King level, 200 at the Spirit Gathering level, and over 200 more at the Sky Sovereign level. Such prowess is undeniably formidable. However, the experts on Yu Tian's side are equally numerous. Wu Xinyue and her two companions have all reached the pinnacle of Heavenly Sovereign, while Shangguan Feihong, as Yu Tian's chief bodyguard, has advanced from the 7th tier of Heavenly King 3 years ago to the 5th tier of Heavenly Sovereign now. Having devoted himself to seclusion. As for the 1,000 bodyguards, their strength uniformly lies at the 3rd and 4th tiers of Spirit Gathering, alongside 9 Flood Dragons also boasting peak Spirit Gathering prowess. Upon seeing Jin Xingchen and his associates rushing forward, Wu Xinyue and her companions immediately confronted them. The trio combined their strength to form a triad formation that ensnared all adversaries. Consequently, Jin Xingchen's contingent of 500 men would be unable to reach Yu Tian unless they could defeat Wu Xinyue and her companions. Jin Xingchen swiftly recognized this predicament and joined forces with the other 6 heavenly sovereigns to assault Wu Xinyue and her companions, perhaps due to the expansive nature of the sword formation employed by the 3 women. They were unable to unleash their full potential, resulting in a stalemate. On the other hand, the situation for Xiao Hong was decidedly one-sided. The 2 elders were no match for him, with one of the 3rd ancestor's arms being forcibly torn away by Xiao Hong. The 2nd ancestor suffered a grievous injury to his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Observing the pitiful state of the 2, Xiao Hong smiled faintly and remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess? If so, let us bring this to a close." With that, he waved his right hand, and a black and white war blade materialized in his grip. Chapter 50, The Death of the 2nd Ancestor, the arrival of Jin Tianhu. Witnessing this, the 3rd ancestor hastily pushed the 2nd ancestor aside, exclaiming, "Second brother, I will hold him off. You must hurry back to find elder brother. No, if we are to die, let us perish together. He thinks he can easily kill us." The 2nd ancestor produced a small vial, and upon opening it, a pungent, bloody aroma wafted into the air. Xiao Hong frowned slightly. Stop," the 3rd ancestor shouted in alarm. However, the 2nd ancestor consumed the contents without hesitation. Xiao Hong sensed that the elixir within the vial was no ordinary potion, yet he was curious about its effects and refrained from intervening immediately. In the next instant, the 2nd ancestor's garments exploded, his veins and meridians becoming ominously visible. The 3rd ancestor rushed to his side. A look of despair etched across his face as he cried, "Second brother, 3rd brother, watch closely. You must flee." With that, the 2nd ancestor charged at Xiao Hong. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided. Xiao Hong staggered back a step, but the 2nd ancestor was sent hurtling away. Xiao Hong gauged the 2nd ancestor's power to be akin to that of an early-stage 9th heavenly sovereign. Yet it was evident from their conversation that there were considerable side effects involved. Merely a trifling diversion, unworthy of my time. Xiao Hong glanced up at the 2 elders, his patience waning as he swung his blade. Die. The 2nd ancestor, seeing the black blade's aura ripple through the space, realized that his demise was imminent. Even with the consumption of the frenzied pill, he could not withstand the impending strike. He cast a glance at the 3rd ancestor, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Second brother." The 3rd ancestor also perceived the gravity of the situation, but he knew he could not evade the blade's onslaught and turned to the 2nd ancestor. In the fleeting moment before the blade's arrival, the 2nd ancestor's aura surged with ferocity. "Third brother, run." The next moment, when the blade's aura met the 2nd ancestor's body, it detonated, the overwhelming shockwave propelling the 3rd ancestor out of the blade's path. "Second brother." At that moment, the 3rd ancestor comprehended the 2nd ancestor's intent to self-destruct in order to slow the blade's advance, allowing him to escape its lethal trajectory. As the 3rd ancestor was engulfed in sorrow, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Ha, how amusing. Did you think I would only unleash a single strike?" The 3rd ancestor looked up to see the white-haired man, whose gaze was filled with derision, mockery, and disdain. Realizing his fate was sealed, the 3rd ancestor felt no fear, addressing Xiao Hong, a dignified pinnacle heavenly sovereign stooping to be a lackey. How pitiful and shameful. Yet Xiao Hong remained unfazed, as long as the system was intact. Their loyalty to Yu Tian would never waver. Although he found the statement somewhat distasteful, he merely rotated the war blade in his hand and swung it gently. Swish, the blade cleaved through the 3rd ancestor's entire being, the ferocious blade aura obliterating his very essence. "You chatter too much." With a flick of his wrist, he seized the 3rd ancestor's storage ring and lifted his gaze to the distance, where an exceptionally violent aura was drawing near. Xiao Hong sensed the approaching presence, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. How intriguing. Jin Tianhu, as the elder of the Qingyan Sword sect, had already reached the pinnacle of Heavenly Sovereign. For the past century, he had been in seclusion, preparing to break through to the saint level. However, the path to such a breakthrough was fraught with challenges, with countless individuals trapped at this juncture, ultimately succumbing to despair. Jin Tianhu had sensed a breakthrough opportunity, but upon receiving a message from his second brother, he hastened toward this location. Along the way, he felt the bond of bloodline connection, realizing that one of his brothers had perished. Only to soon sense another loss. At this moment, Jin Tianhu yearned to personally exact vengeance upon his foes, intent on wreaking devastation. Meanwhile, Jin Xingxian and his companions were not faring any better. Wu Xinyue and her two companions had already reached the pinnacle of Heavenly Sovereign. Had they not been concerned about someone breaking through their encirclement to reach Yutian, they would have long since decimated the 500 foes. Xiao Hong refrained from intervening in this battle, instead focusing entirely on preparing to confront the incoming threat. Yutian, too, paid no mind to the skirmish involving the three women, his attention fixed below. He held complete confidence in Xiao Hong and Wu Xinyue. The battle below was one of millions, perhaps even tens of millions, with soldiers falling every moment. Despite the dearth of experts within the Allied forces, their numbers were exceedingly vast. In previous assaults, heavily armored cavalry had disrupted the Allied formation. But under the leadership of the generals, they quickly re-established their defensive stance. Fortunately, the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry soon entered the fray, leveraging their speed to wreak havoc among the Allied forces. When the Black Armored Army charged in, they engaged the Allied forces in close combat. The Allies' advantage lay in their numbers, yet the strength of the Ling Xiao army was formidable enough to easily take on 5 or even 10 foes at once. Under the command of 20 generals, the heavily armored cavalry displayed immense power. With Zhao Jin leading the charge, the Allied forces were left with no choice but to adopt a passive defense, struggling to maintain cohesion. Seeing this, Yutian felt reassured. He raised his gaze to the still fierce battle involving Wu Xinyue and her companions, addressing Shangguan Feihong beside him. You may join the fray as well. Shangguan Feihong hesitated slightly. But your majesty, what about you? Yutian waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I am also at the Heavenly King level, and I have these 9 flood dragons. Understood. With a flourish, Shangguan Feihong commanded the 1,000 bodyguards to charge forth. With their addition, Wu Xinyue and her companions promptly withdrew their formation, launching an overwhelming slaughter against the 500 adversaries. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from the sky, accompanied by a furious roar from the distance. Who killed my brother? Xiao Hong, blade in hand, stood in the void, his aura radiating with intensity. Jin Tianhu immediately recognized Xiao Hong's presence, and upon a single glance, he was taken aback, not by Xiao Hong's strength, but by his age. Their level of cultivation. One develops a unique perspective on people and things. He could discern that this white-haired youth's power was on par with his own. This was an unexpected revelation, especially considering they were in Qingyan Prefecture, a remote locale. However, Jin Tianhu had no time for such thoughts. His eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Xiao Hong. You are the one who killed my 2 brothers? At that moment, Jin Xingxian also spotted Jin Tianhu, and after narrowly evading a sword strike from Wu Xinyue, he turned to shout, Elder, quickly, kill him. He has slain the 2nd and 3rd ancestors. Chapter 51. The Climactic Duel. The coalition's defeat. At this moment, Jin Tianhu also cast his gaze towards another battlefield, his pupils narrowing slightly. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant small nation harbored such a plethora of formidable masters. Observing the young emperor standing upon the dragon chariot from afar, Jin Tianhu's heart was filled with astonishment. A lad not yet 20 years of age not only commanded such a vast army but was also safeguarded by several experts, with his own strength reaching the 1st level of the Heavenly King realm. This revelation sent Jin Tianhu's heart plummeting. To him, these individuals were undoubtedly outsiders, not the prowess of the Qing Tian domain, likely hailing from the central Tian domain. Yet, the blood feud of fratricide was an unpardonable sin. A crimson longsword materialized in Jin Tianhu's grasp. Regardless of your origins, if you dare to slay my brother, be prepared to meet your demise. Xiao Hong's battle intent surged to its zenith. His strength had already ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly venerable realm. To advance further, he had 3 potential avenues. Firstly, the system could enhance their strength, though this was nearly impossible. Secondly, through prolonged seclusion, which would require the consumption of resources and time. Thirdly, by engaging in life and death battles, experiencing profound terror to awaken his latent potential. As a long-established pinnacle heavenly venerable, Jin Tianhu had long since reached the limits of his power. A few more years of seclusion might allow him to directly break through to the Saint Realm. Both stood suspended in the void, their auras accumulating relentlessly. In the distance, Wu Sini and her companions quickened their movements. They had all reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and observing the battle of heavenly venerable experts was an invaluable experience for them. At this moment, Yu Tian also looked up. He had witnessed many battles among masters, yet this was his first glimpse of a clash at the pinnacle of the heavenly venerable realm. However, compared to Wu Sini and her companions, he pondered far more. Given that this sword sect ancestor had attained the pinnacle of the heavenly venerable realm, did he know of other powerful figures from various factions? The Qing Tian domain comprised 15 states. If Qing Yun state had a pinnacle heavenly venerable, did the other 14 states also harbor such beings? Was there a saint presiding over the dominant force of the Qing Tian domain? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, what might their strength be? These considerations weighed heavily on Yu Tian, for they pertained to his future strategies. As for whether Xiao Hong could triumph over the sword sect ancestor, Yu Tian harbored no doubts. The system's settings had already indicated that although Xiao Hong was a pinnacle heavenly venerable, he could contend with a saint. In the skies, Wu Sini and her companions swiftly concluded their battle with the assistance of Shangguan Feihong and others. Even though Jin Xingchen possessed the strength of a 9th-tier heavenly emperor, he could only meet his end in bitterness. Originally, there had been 1,000 guards. Now, only 780 remained, with 200 lives lost. High above, Jin Tianhu and Xiao Hong paid no heed to anyone else. In their eyes, there was only each other. The intensity of their auras reached their zenith, and the heavenly longsword in Jin Tianhu's hand emitted a faint resonance. Kill. Jin Tianhu was the first to thrust his sword forward. The first move of the Tianhong sword technique, Xiao Hong, vigilant, watched the sudden onslaught, his heavenly-grade battle knife beginning to tremble. A long blade of light clashed with the sword light, producing a resounding boom. After their initial confrontation, a swift succession of attacks followed, causing onlookers to perceive only 2 flashes of light flickering in the sky. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. The intricacies of the battle between heavenly venerable experts eluded his comprehension. Yet, Wu Sini and her companions watched with rapt attention, as if they were immersed in the fray. To Yu Tian, it appeared as if 2 figures, one red and one black, collided in the heavens. Locked in a fierce struggle. He suddenly felt the inadequacy of his own realm, realizing he could not partake in such a battle, nor could he even see it clearly. Resigned, he turned his gaze to the generals engaged in war below. Perhaps the involvement of 20 great generals transformed what had been a desperate struggle into a one-sided massacre. The coalition, numbering 15 million, faced generals and leaders from various nations who possessed only heavenly-grade prowess, rendering them no match for Zhao Jian and his compatriots. Coupled with the indomitable Black Armor Legion, heavy cavalry, and Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry, the so-called coalition of 15 million swiftly disintegrated, especially with archers lurking in ambush. In merely 3 hours, the coalition's rout became unstoppable. 370,000 troops pursued the millions of the coalition, and even the commanders sent from various nations were quickly slain upon their steeds. Witnessing this, Yu Tian felt a sense of certainty settle in his heart. He was but a battle away from seizing complete control of Qing Yun state. Glancing over, he saw Jin Tianhu, his hair now stained with blood, his tattered garments marred with crimson stains. Looking towards Xiao Hong, he noted the deep, ghastly sword wound across his chest, blood seeping through his attire. Yet, he made no attempt to mend his injuries. Instead, gazing fervently at Jin Tianhu. Good, very good, come again, Xiao Hong bellowed, raising his blade to strike at Jin Tianhu, his aura sharpening to an unparalleled degree. To Yu Tian, it appeared that Xiao Hong bore the more grievous injuries. However, only Xiao Hong and Jin Tianhu understood that while Xiao Hong's wounds seemed severe, they were merely superficial, whereas Jin Tianhu's injuries struck at his very core. At this moment, Jin Tianhu's expression turned solemn as he regarded Xiao Hong. Inquiring, "Who are you?" Perhaps harboring resentment from their previous encounters, Xiao Hong deliberately replied, "I am but a humble attendant of my master. An attendant." "Ha! Good, very good," Jin Tianhu scoffed, his gaze shifting to the battlefield below. The coalition was nearly decimated, with only a few tens of thousands fleeing amidst a tide of defeat. Casting his eyes towards the direction of the dragon chariot, he noted that all 14 sect factions had also been obliterated. The sword sect, having stood in Qing Yun state for millennia, had not anticipated its demise on this day. All of this was the result of that young emperor's ambition. Jin Tianhu could feel that he was no match for the white-haired man. Today he might very well perish here. Yet, with 2 brothers lost and the entire sect's experts fallen, he had no intention of fleeing. He looked up at Xiao Hong and declared, "Lingxiao Nation. What a formidable Lingxiao Nation. Though I may die today, I will ensure you do not fare well. With that proclamation, Jin Tianhu reversed the flow of his energy, his vital essence surging at that moment. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, and his aura intensified. In this instant, Jin Tianhu unleashed his strongest strike, Tianhong 9 styles, one with the universe, all beings annihilated. At this moment, Jin Tianhu's form grew dim. Yet the colossal sword behind him became even more substantial. Xiao Hong's expression turned grave. This was the strongest adversary he had yet encountered. If that were the case, let us settle this with one decisive blow. Chapter 52. Aftermath of the battle, the sword sect's annihilation behind Xiao Hong. A massive blade coalesced, its form nearly identical to the battle knife in his hand. This was a capability only attainable at the heavenly venerable realm, the ability to condense weapons into forms. As their understanding of their realms deepened, and with the influence of their techniques, a great sword and a great knife stood resolute in the void. From a distance, the longsword appeared more vivid, as though it had come to life, while the battle knife, though smaller, exuded an indomitable momentum. In the next moment, the sword and knife collided as the two moved, resulting in a thunderous crash. With a resounding bang, their positions were exchanged, and the weapons they had conjured vanished without a trace. Xiao Hong knelt on one knee in the void, panting heavily. In contrast, Jin Tianhu remained standing as if unscathed. Yet, Wu Xini and her companions sensed that Xiao Hong's injuries, though appearing severe, had not compromised his essence. Jin Tianhu, on the other hand, outwardly uninjured, had already lost his vitality. No, he still clung to the last vestiges of life. Jin Tianhu glanced at his chest and, with a slight tilt of his head, looked towards the sword sect's direction. So close, merely a fraction away. With those words, Jin Tianhu's essence dissipated, his body falling as it was sustained only by his remaining spiritual energy. Yu Tian waved his hand, conjuring a vial of medicine before him, handing it to Xiao Hong. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Feihong received the vial and swiftly flew to Xiao Hong's side. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Hong took the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. This elixir was an 8th grade healing pill that Yu Tian had acquired during his recent sign-ins. After consuming it, Xiao Hong immediately sat cross-legged in the void, beginning his recovery. Jin Tianhu, as the ancestral figure of the Qingyan sword sect, represented the pinnacle of strength in the entire Qingyan prefecture. With Jin Tianhu's demise, it signified that no force within Qingyan could impede Ling Zhao's advance any longer. Send the orders to clear the battlefield and regroup the troops. Yes, replied Shangguan Feihong, who promptly took his leave. After several hours of continuous combat, Ling Zhao's 20 legions, despite their cultivation, found it arduous to maintain their stamina. As for the fleeing coalition forces, Yu Tian paid them no mind. The coalition, comprising 15 nations, had a total of 15 million troops, and now fewer than 5 million had escaped, rendering them insignificant. The Tianqing Empire would require considerable time to reorganize and muster another 100,000 soldiers. Yu Tian intended to allow the Ling Zhao army to rest briefly before seizing control of the entire Qingyan prefecture. A quarter of an hour later, 20 generals flew before Yu Tian. Your Majesty, we have compiled the casualty figures from the battle. At that moment, Xiao Hong had already regained some vitality and had used his divine sense to gauge the overall losses. Yu Tian inquired calmly. What is the toll on our forces and the enemy? Wang Zhan bowed slightly. Your Majesty, our army suffered 570,000 serious injuries and 700,000 fatalities, while all soldiers were lightly wounded. The coalition forces sustained 7 million deaths and 1.5 million captives. For Yu Tian, the emperor, the numbers might not resonate deeply, but for generals like Wang Zhan, it weighed heavily on their hearts. Having spent years in the military, they had formed brotherly bonds with the soldiers. The loss of 1 million warriors in this battle was a profound sorrow. Observing the expressions of the 20 generals, Yu Tian waved his hand, and countless healing elixirs appeared before them. Our Ling Zhao seeks to dominate the world. Casualties are inevitable. The deaths of your comrades today shall not be in vain. In the future, I will establish the Hall of Heroic Souls, where all who perished for Ling Zhao shall be honored. He continued. Take these elixirs and tend to the wounded soldiers. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. The 20 generals knelt in unison to express their gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Huio spoke up. Your Majesty, how should we deal with the captives? Confine them for now. Once we have conquered the entire Qingyan prefecture, we shall release them. Although Qingyan had been embroiled in war for years, the death toll had never reached such heights. 150,000 captives represented an equal number of laborers. Yes, Your Majesty. After the 20 generals returned to their camp with the elixirs, Yu Tian sensed the metallic scent of blood in the air and furrowed his brow. Where are the Moonshadow guards? With a ripple in space, Moonshadow No. 1 knelt before Yu Tian. At your service. Go to those sects. They must be eradicated. Yes, Your Majesty. The Moon Shadow Guards turned and departed. Although Qingyan Prefecture had long seen cultivators descend from the mountains to recruit disciples, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Yition possessed a plethora of skilled individuals due to the system's endowments. However, Jin Xingshan leading 6,700 men was already the strongest among the 14 sections. With Jin Tinhu slain, Jin Xingshan and his companions also faced peril, leaving only the frail and infirm behind in the sections. Even if there were a few capable fighters, they could not withstand the Moon Shadow Guards. After a month of recuperation, the Ling Shao army of 3 million began its advance towards the remaining 15 nations. Simultaneously, the Moon Shadow Guards deployed 70,000 to attack the sects and returned with news. All 14 sects had been obliterated. And the Sword Sect, which had dominated Qingyun for millennia, had vanished from the annals of history. Observing the grand army setting forth, Shangwan Feihong wore a troubled expression. Your Majesty, have we acted too hastily? Although the 15 nations have suffered catastrophic losses, they may still mount a desperate resistance. You speak wisely, Yition acknowledged. Contemplating this very concern, the Tianqing Empire boasted millions of mercenaries, while the remaining 14 nations combined could muster nearly 20 million troops. Despite the previous loss of 10 million, after a month of recovery, these nations could quickly bolster their defenses. With Ling Zhao's current force of 3 million, seizing control of the combined 30 million from the 15 nations seemed nearly impossible. Moon Shadow Guards, it is your time to act. Yes, Your Majesty. The Moon Shadow Guards, numbering 150,000, were deployed across the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. With the capability to extract 100,000 for covert operations, these 100,000 would not engage in direct combat but would focus on assassination. With no sect forces to intervene, how formidable could the strongest warriors of the 15 nations truly be? Faced with assassins, all of whom were above the Air Sovereign realm, how many could stand in their way? Perhaps from the moment the coalition of 15 million faced defeat, no force in Qingyan Prefecture could halt the advance of Ling Shao. Sighing softly, Yition stood upon his dragon carriage. Over the past month, he had acquired numerous valuable items, including a significant stock of 8th-grade healing elixirs. Yet, the absence of soldiers left him in a state of melancholy. Should the system cease to reward soldiers in the future? Would that imply a need to recruit anew? With Ling Zhao's current national strength, although they could enlist 3 to 5 million, how long would it take to ensure that they all reached the Spirit Sea realm? Previously, Yition might have willingly invested time in their training. However, with the conquest of Qingyan Prefecture so near at hand, a lack of adequate military presence could prompt the remnants of various nations, royal offspring, and heirs to rise in rebellion. Chapter 53. Trading with the System for Luck Values System. Can you provide me with an army? 10 million will suffice. Adding to the 10 nations he had already conquered and the Xianyu kingdom that he and his father were on the verge of seizing, he would have a total of only 26 nations. If he had 10 million troops, he would be fully capable of maintaining order. Ding. The host is merely a step away from the Luck dynasty. The system can exceptionally open a portion of the mall early, but the host must forfeit the sign-in function for the next year. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Yition furrowed his brow slightly. System, this is unreasonable. I have accumulated an abundance of items through a year of sign-ins. Even if you open the mall now, what will I use to make purchases? Ding. The system offers another concession. The host can receive 3 items from the mall for free. Yition was momentarily taken aback. Has the system become somewhat humane? However, recalling the potential rewards from a year's worth of sign-ins, he began to negotiate. No, 3 items are too few. Make it 10. After uttering this, the system remained silent for a considerable time, causing Yition to grow anxious. Eventually, after a while, the system finally responded. Ding. A maximum of 5 items. Otherwise, the deal will be cancelled. Yition let out a sigh of relief. Very well, then it's a deal. Ding. The system mall is now opening. Please wait a moment. Seated upon his dragon throne, Yition awaited eagerly. After a significant period, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The system mall has been successfully opened. The host may browse at will. Upon hearing this, Yition could hardly contain his excitement as he silently commanded. Open the system mall. In the next instant, a panel materialized before him, reminiscent of a computer screen from his memories, with detailed descriptions beneath each item and their respective prices. First item, Gourd of Origin. Contains its own space, capable of condensing blade light. Simply utter the command, and the blade light within the gourd can be unleashed to strike down foes, capable of slaying immortals. Price, 50 billion luck values. Second item, Binding Rope of Immortality. A treasure of the postnatal realm, forged from ancient dragon veins, adjustable in size and length. Upon activation, It can bind celestial beings and seal their cultivation. Price: 5 billion fortune points. Soulslayer Spear, celestial artifact, grade 9, crafted from the bones of hundreds of celestial emperors, weighing millions of pounds, capable of slaying celestial beings and extinguishing souls. Price: 1 billion fortune points. Overlord Spear, imperial-grade weapon nurtured for a century by a great emperor, infused with the power of the laws. Price: 1 billion fortune points. Blood Butcher Blade, sacred-grade weapon forged by a saint and nurtured for a century. Containing the power of rules. Price: 1 million fortune points. Frost Blade, heavenly-grade weapon crafted collaboratively by 10 saints, indestructible. Price: 100,000 fortune points. Upon seeing this, Yution was somewhat astonished. He had previously perused the Continental Compendium and was aware that the highest tier on the Tianyuan continent could reach the imperial level. However, according to the system's description of these divine weapons, there exists a realm beyond the imperial level, inhabited by celestial beings, and not merely one tier. There are also celestial artifacts, currently. The highest on the Tianyuan continent is merely imperial weapons. Yet, Yution quickly comprehended that the path of cultivation is a continuous journey of ascension, echoing the adage that there is always a higher peak beyond the mountain. What may appear as the pinnacle to those on the Tianyuan continent. Imperial power could simply be a minor existence within the vast expanse of the universe. Beyond the imperial level, there may indeed exist even more formidable beings. With this realization, Yution ceased to dwell on his thoughts and resumed his search for desired items on the interface. Although the system shop had only partially opened, it still contained over 300 pages, leaving Yution feeling somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, he noticed a magnifying glass icon in the top right corner. Is there a search function here? Upon understanding this feature, Yution hurriedly searched for the term troop types, and the next moment, the system shop refreshed, revealing an entirely new panorama before Yution's eyes: Divine Dragon Guards. Celestial Emperor-level attendants composed of 10 Celestial Emperors. Price: 3 billion fortune points. Upon seeing this, Yution's eyes brightened. 10 Celestial Emperors for only 3 billion, while that gourd costs 5 billion. A sudden impulse to select these two surged within him, especially since it was currently without cost. However, just then, the system's voice echoed. Ding. The host may only select characters or items below the imperial level. What? Why is that? System, are you trying to backtrack because they are expensive? Ding. This world cannot sustain the existence of high-tier imperial beings. It would either lead to world collapse or be obliterated by the laws of nature. Upon hearing this, Yution glanced at the sky outside. He had previously discussed with Xiaohong that to transcend to the saint level, one must comprehend a fundamental rule of power. What constitutes a rule, from the grandest elements of the universe to the minutiae of settling dust? All are part of the rules. Like how humans require sustenance and trees need rain, these are all predetermined within the confines of the rules. To put it plainly, everything that occurs in nature falls within the realm of established rules. To ascend to the saint realm, one must grasp a sliver of the power of rules. The primary distinction between a heavenly sovereign and a saint lies in the fact that the former represents the peak destructive capacity achievable by sentient beings, while the latter can utilize and manipulate the power of rules to harness the forces of nature. This delineates the most significant difference between the two. As for the realms above the saint, such as the Saint King and Great Saint realms, these are determined by the quantity and proficiency with which one can wield the power of rules. The power of laws is an ability that only imperial-level beings can master. It is said that the power of laws forms the foundation of a world. All things in the universe are composed of these laws: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, time, space, fate, causality, and reincarnation. Each of these elements constitutes a facet of the laws, and whoever can grasp even one of them can dominate their domain. The fundamental distinction between rules and laws lies in the fact that the power of rules involves borrowing, manipulating, and mastering the forces of nature, while the power of laws allows one to alter and fuse with these natural forces. There exists an essential difference between the two, which is why even the most formidable great saint-level beings are no match for imperial-level beings. Although these concepts may seem rather straightforward, even practitioners from significant factions can find them in various texts. However, knowing is one thing, and comprehension is another. Alright, fine. I won't pursue those higher-tier troops. Yution resolved not to continue examining excessively elevated troop types and scrolled down, soon encountering the troop types he desired. Black armored soldiers, ranging from Spirit Sea to Void Realm. Quantity: 1 million. Price: 100 fortune points. Yution realized that everything in this dogged system requires fortune points for purchase. System, what exactly are these fortune points? How can I obtain them? Chapter 54. Millions of warriors, divided into 3 paths. Ding. Fortune points represent the destiny and luck bestowed upon beings by the heavenly way. The host may consider it an innate ability. The level of fortune points determines an individual's achievements. The stronger the fortune points, the better the luck, allowing one to turn misfortune into fortune and achieve boundless success. Conversely, lower fortune points attract calamity, leading to eventual demise. Upon hearing this, Yution began to understand. However, everything within the system was exorbitantly priced, and he did not believe himself to be a child of fortune. Even if he were, he could not afford the items within the system. System, how many fortune points do I possess? Ding. The host is bound with the Lingxiao Kingdom. The stronger the national power, the stronger the host's fortune. The host currently possesses 15.88 million fortune points. 15.88 million. Yution felt a surge of joy upon hearing this figure. Yet, suddenly, he recalled the items within the system shop, and he felt like a pauper once more. Yution, somewhat helpless, continued to peruse. The unit quantities of these troop types were mostly in millions, and the system only granted him 5 opportunities. Even if he exchanged all for troop types, he would only have 5 million. Falling short of his ideal goal of 10 million by half. System, I demand an army of 10 million. You tell me, will you provide it? If not, I shall directly select 5 Imperial-level strongmen, although Imperial-level beings are costly. They are only 2 million each, which, despite being double the price of Imperial weapons, he could still afford with over 15 million fortune points. However, concerning the current state of the Lingxiao Kingdom, it would not be a wise investment. While Imperial-level beings represent the pinnacle across the continent, their daily consumption is beyond Yution's means to sustain. Even if he were to seize the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture, a single Imperial-level being could absorb all the spiritual energy with just a brief moment of cultivation. Even if he conquered the entire Qingyan Prefecture, without a sufficient number of soldiers to guard it, should a rebellion arise, would he expect the Imperial-level beings to intervene? Wouldn't that render them too undervalued? If left unchecked, would this not lead to an instant upheaval in the entire continent's dynamics? Yet, the Lingxiao Kingdom remains too fragile to deserve Imperial-level attendance. In summary, he possessed the capability to purchase Imperial-level attendance. But given the current circumstances, selecting experts for him would be less advantageous than acquiring soldiers. Yution would not even opt for those at the Saint level at this moment. After this battle, the Lingxiao Kingdom needed time to consolidate and assimilate the outcomes of this conflict. The system, at that moment, fell into contemplation, akin to a miserly merchant calculating profit and loss. Ding. The host may select 10 troop types. Hooray. Yution nearly leapt with excitement. He hastily began clicking through the system shop. 400 million black armored soldiers, 400 million blood butcher cavalry, 200 million yamen guards, and that shall be the decision, in total. 1 million. Yution intended to station these troops across the 26 nations to prevent any insurrections. Ding. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding. Troop generation in progress. Upon hearing this, Yution quickly exited the dragon carriage and addressed Shangguan Feihong beside him. In a moment, there will be 10 million soldiers, 2 million of whom are yamen guards. Have them distributed across various cities. The remaining 8 million shall be led by Wang Zhan to seize control of the entire Qingyan Prefecture. Understood. As a member generated by the system, Shangguan Feihong possessed a faint sense of awareness towards other members. In the next instant, before Yution, 1 million soldiers gradually materialized, all standing in orderly formation. We bow to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. The roar of millions echoed like thunder, resonating across the vast plains. The soldiers stood at attention. Thank you, your majesty, among this multitude of 10 million. Nearly 2/3 were of the Spirit Sea realm, while the remaining third were commanders, all having reached the Sky Sovereign realm. Yution, on the system panel, conveyed orders to General Wang Zhan and the other 19 generals, instructing them to wait momentarily at the front. With 8 million soldiers, along with the 3 million they currently commanded, the total amounted to 11 million. Not only were the 15 nations now each isolated, but even if they were to unite, Yution was confident of achieving victory. Previously, each general could command only 200,000 troops, but after redistribution, each could now lead 550,000. More than double their prior capacity. With the addition of these soldiers, he believed swift victories would soon follow. After arranging the soldiers, Shangguan Feihong approached Yution and spoke. Your Majesty, the situation in Qingyan Prefecture is now settled. Should we not return to the royal court? Yution gazed at the soldiers gradually fading from view and came back to his senses. The conquest of Qingyan Prefecture was now a foregone conclusion. He needed to return and summon Cheng Liang and others to gather some scholars. While capturing Qing'an Prefecture had been straightforward, governing it effectively and integrating its people into the Lingxiao Kingdom would require considerable time. Yu Tian nodded. It had been a month since he left, and it was time to return. Indeed. Let us go back. I wonder if Wang Shurui and the other civil officials have caused any trouble. With a roar, the 9 dragon steeds, upon receiving the signal to return, turned and flew back towards the Lingxiao Kingdom. Upon receiving news of an additional 8 million soldiers, Generals Zhao Jian and the other 19 began to set up camp. Soon after, when 400,000 black armored troops and 400,000 blood slaughter iron cavalry arrived, the 20 generals convened a meeting. Initially, their forces numbered only 3 million. Planning to split into 10 divisions of 300,000 each to attack 10 nations. They would then consolidate their forces to strike at the remaining 4 nations, eventually uniting to assault the Tianqing Empire. The arrangement of deploying 300,000 troops against one nation seemed sound. However, following the previous battle, many soldiers among their 3 million had yet to fully recover from their injuries. Even with Yu Tian providing high-quality healing elixirs, not all could regain their peak combat capabilities. In fact, 13,000 soldiers, due to severe wounds, had to accompany Yu Tian back to the Lingxiao Kingdom. Fortunately, with the deployment of 8 million new soldiers, their confidence in conquering the remaining 15 nations was significantly bolstered. Each of the 20 generals was assigned 550,000 soldiers, splitting into 3 paths, with 14 generals leading troops to attack 14 nations, while the remaining 6 generals assisted. 2 generals would each command 550,000 troops, one moving from left to right and the other from right to left, supporting the 14 generals' assaults. The last 4 generals would lead the final 220,000 troops to confront the formidable Tianqing Empire. This arrangement was made possible due to the Moonshadow Guards, who had dispatched 100,000 troops to provide covert assistance. Upon returning to the royal court of the Lingxiao Kingdom, Yu Tian began reviewing memorials and managing state affairs. News of victories from the Xianyu Kingdom also arrived. Chapter 55, The Fall of Xianyu Kingdom, a 10-year plan. Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui commanded 600,000 troops to attack the Xianyu Kingdom. In the shadows, Zhao Jun, a powerful figure at the 8th level of the Heavenly Emperor, provided protection, along with 10,000 Moonshadow Guards wreaking havoc in the Xianyu Kingdom. Initially, Yu Xiaotian anticipated that the might of their army would compel the Xianyu Kingdom to surrender. However, to his astonishment, instead of capitulating, the kingdom ignited a fervent nationalistic fury. With a population of 9 million, nearly the entire nation took up arms. This was the first time Yu Xiaotian and his father witnessed such a fiercely united country. At first, Yi Wuhui hesitated to massacre the city, opting only to eliminate the youth within. Yet, that very night, as they had just set up camp, children and women launched suicide attacks against them. This unexpected aggression resulted in hundreds of casualties among their unprepared troops. It was at that moment Yi Wuhui comprehended why Yu Tian had allocated them 600,000 soldiers. Over the subsequent month, the trio of Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui consolidated their forces. Relentlessly advancing, they cleaved through mountains and crossed rivers. Even towering Tinzhong walls fell under Yi Xiaotian's direct assault orders. This was a necessary course of action. The unity of the Xianyu Kingdom made internal division impossible. Even the Moonshadow Guards struggled to make significant contributions. The campaign to annihilate the kingdom persisted for an entire month, and they had only captured half of the territory, yet casualties had already surpassed 1 million. The 600,000 troops led by Yi Xiaotian's family suffered 8,000 dead and 11,000 wounded. Upon receiving this report, Yu Tian hastily summoned the Moonshadow Guards, instructing them to deliver healing elixirs and supplies. Simultaneously, he dispatched 10,000 black armored troops from the 30,000 stationed outside Chang'an. These 30,000 black armored troops had been meticulously selected by Yi Tian. Each soldier had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, with many already having attained the Sky Sovereign or even the Concentration realm. With the addition of these 10,000 black armored troops, the Xianyu Kingdom faced an overwhelming rout. In the court, Yu Tian sat on the dragon throne, surveying his ministers. The Tingwang Pavilion Academy had been established for over 3 years. Had any talents emerged? Tang Bowen bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, the Tingwang Pavilion Academy currently has 11,750 students who have completed 3 years of study and are ready to be assigned to various positions." "Good, very good," Yu Tian responded with delight. "Now that the Thunder Kingdom, the 100 Flowers Kingdom, and 10 other nations have been occupied by our forces, I shall establish branch academies in each city. I want you to send students to assist the scholars." "Can you accomplish this?" Zhou Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, replying, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the students." Yi Tian felt quite satisfied. Both Zhou Yuan and Tang Bowen were ancient sages from the System S records. He felt reassured sending them out. As for resources, wealth, and labor, that was simple enough. Ever since Yution ceased distributing salaries, the national treasury had become abundant, and provisions were plentiful. As long as sufficient silver and grain were provided, locals would be willing to cooperate. Even though the Lingxiao kingdom was an invading force, they would not rebel. Throughout history, as long as the common people had enough food, shelter, and a bit of land to cultivate, they would not entertain thoughts of rebellion. It was only those who were oppressed and exploited who would constantly yearn to change the world and revolt. Yution pondered for a moment before continuing. Excellent. The 7 ministries must also collaborate. I grant you 10 years to ensure that the entire Qingyan realm falls under my Lingxiao's dominion. Yution was nearly 18 now. He had initially intended to take a consort, but the ongoing wars had delayed this. Xiaotian and his family were also engaged in battles outside, leaving them no time to urge him, which allowed Yution to relax. Zhou Yuan and the others bowed in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Historically, defeating a nation was relatively easy, but to ensure that its populace surrendered fundamentally required significant time. Take, for instance, the previous conflicts with the Lihua, Tianshui, and Nefeng kingdoms. After their surrender, the Lingxiao kingdom stationed troops, established branch academies, and sent merchants. Even then, it took 3 years for these kingdoms to gradually accept and integrate into the Lingxiao kingdom. Now, to conquer 26 nations and assimilate their citizens within 10 years seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, over the past 3 years, the Lingxiao kingdom had not only strengthened its military but also produced more graduates from its academies, with even the common people and merchants surpassing previous generations. The students graduating from the academies were talents across every field. By then, Qingyan Prefecture would consist of 2,448 cities, with countless towns beneath. All local lords, township heads, and village chiefs needed to be replaced with individuals from the Lingxiao kingdom. This also provided a platform for the graduates from the Tingwang Pavilion Academy to realize their ambitions. 3 months passed, and the 20 generals led by Wang Zhan began their return home, bringing back 17 rulers and 377 officials. These individuals were to be taken back to Chang'an, awaiting Yution's verdict. Another month elapsed before Yi Xiaotian and his family finally returned to court. This signified the true and complete annihilation of the Xianyu kingdom, with a total population of 7,042,000, all mercilessly slaughtered. From the emperor to the commoners, none were spared. This news stirred the entire Lingxiao kingdom into a frenzy for a time. Historically, there has never been a true annihilation of a nation, yet Lingxiao kingdom has broken this precedent, inciting vehement denunciations of the Yi family from the common folk. This made Yution realize that for a nation, it is insufficient to merely possess an elite cadre of civil and military officials. One must also wield control over public opinion. Consequently, Yution instructed the Weiying Pavilion to take a more visible role and procured 1 million Weiying guards from the system marketplace, transforming them from a covert entity into a prominent force tasked not only with monitoring officials but also with manipulating public discourse. To the populace, they remained oblivious to the strategic significance of Xianyu kingdom. All they knew was that Lingxiao kingdom had slaughtered the entirety of Xianyu. This narrative sparked hope for restoration among the descendants of the other 25 nations. However, they overlooked the formidable strength of Lingxiao's military, which garrisoned every city and town within the 25 nations, further enforced by the vigilance of the Weiying guards. Any sign of unrest would be swiftly suppressed by the army, leaving even the architects of Lingxiao's propaganda unable to escape retribution. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Under the relentless suppression of Lingxiao's forces, the entire Qingyan prefecture gradually returned to tranquility. No one dared to discuss rebellion, and even instances of brawling had significantly diminished. As stability returned to various regions, the Yi family, led by Yution and his 2 sons, resumed their efforts to arrange marriages, pushing for Yution to prioritize the acquisition of consorts. Chapter 56. In the blink of 10 years, the Fortune dynasty Yution entered seclusion, preparing to absorb the entirety of the energy rewarded by the system. This retreat lasted for 7 years. During this time, branches of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy spread across Qingyan Prefecture, with graduates gradually appointed to significant positions. Initially, this allocation caused some discontent among figures such as Zhou Yuan, as freshly graduated scholars lacked the capacity for comprehensive governance. However, in these years, Yution had not signed any civil or military officials, nor even soldiers. Yet, managing such a vast territory necessitated a substantial workforce, and employing newly graduated scholars was a desperate measure. Fortunately, under the supervision of the Weiying guards, their administration remained orderly. The 11 million-strong army, commanded by 20 generals, had undergone a decade of recuperation and training. And now not a single soldier remained at the spiritual sea realm. All were at least at the skyward realm, with many having reached the concentration realm. The 20 generals, after 10 years of cultivation, had all attained the strength of the heavenly emperor realm. Zhao Jun, Wu Xinyue, and the 3 women, after a decade of closed-door training, finally broke through to the celestial sovereign realm, following his decisive battle with Jin Tianhu. Xiao Hong entered seclusion and has yet to emerge. Upon his return, he might directly achieve the sage realm. Over these 10 years, Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji found companionship together. Yi Tian also welcomed Mei Lan Zhuju into his harem as imperial concubines. Since the downfall of Xianyu Kingdom, Yu Xiaodian and Yi Wudi had devoted themselves to seclusion and cultivation. On this day, Yi Tian awoke from his seclusion, and after gauging his strength, smiled with satisfaction. I have now attained the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm. It is time to venture beyond Qingyan Prefecture. Xiao Yangzi, Lu Jingyang hastily appeared before Yi Tian, kneeling in reverence. Your servant is here. Yi Tian observed Lu Jingyang's progress. He had progressed from the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Yi Tian commanded, prepare for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony in 3 months. Yes, since conquering Qingyan Prefecture a decade ago, the system had informed Yi Tian that he could establish the Fortune dynasty. However, at that time, the situation remained unstable, with rebellions and bandits rampant. Yi Tian focused on strengthening his power before departing Qingyan Prefecture to explore the outside world, thus postponing the matter. After 10 years of effort, Qingyan Prefecture had accepted the reality and begun to integrate into Lingxiao Kingdom. The previously rewarded Fortune 9 tripods and spirit gathering array remained in use. As conditions had been inadequate, now that Qingyan Prefecture was unified, it was time to initiate the Fortune dynasty. Upon receiving Yi Tian's decree, Lu Jingyang disseminated the royal edict. The civil and military officials commenced meticulous preparations, beginning with the necessary structures for the heavenly sacrifice, followed by offerings, garments, and planned performances. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The entirety of Chang'an City was abuzz with awareness that today marked an important occasion, the emperor's heavenly sacrifice ceremony. The vast square before the royal court had already been erected with a towering platform, reaching a height of 2,448 meters, comprising 99999 steps. The height symbolized the number of cities possessed by Lingxiao Kingdom, while the steps represented the supreme nature of imperial authority, with the emperor as the ultimate sovereign. Before dawn, numerous merchants and commoners gathered to witness the event, but the center had long been cordoned off by guards. By the hour of Qin, civil and military officials began to enter, taking their places along the sides of the white jade steps. Yi Tian donned a dragon robe and a crown of celestial peace, one hand gripping the royal sword and the other dragging the imperial seal, advancing gracefully amidst a throng of ceremonial maidens. The Minister of Rites, Wang Shurui, began to recite the ceremonial texts, which traditionally included welcoming the deities, offering jade and silk, and presenting sacrifices. However, as Lingxiao Kingdom was set to establish the Fortune dynasty, these protocols were to be disregarded. The content of Wang Shurui's recitation focused on the history of Lingxiao Kingdom and the distinctions between feudal states and the Fortune dynasty. As Wang Shurui recited, Yi Tian ascended step by step towards the lofty platform. For an ordinary person, climbing 99,999 steps would be an insurmountable challenge. Yi Tian initially contemplated ascending 10 steps at a time, but Wang Shurui insisted that such an approach lacked solemnity. Consequently, he could only ascend gradually, though his pace was swift. Once Yi Tian stood upon the platform, surveying the offerings before him, he commenced the heavenly sacrificial rites. The ceremony did not evoke any immediate commotion. In fact, Yi Tian found it somewhat tedious. However, to inaugurate the Fortune dynasty required a significant spectacle, and only through this sacrifice could the populace comprehend its significance. Today, I, Emperor Yi Tian of Lingxiao, pacify the world and extinguish 29 nations. Since my ascension to the throne, I have upheld the 3 mandates of heaven, and the hearts of the people of Yunzhou have returned. I enact clear laws and diligently cultivate virtue, not limited to this moment, to carry out the great ceremony of sealing goodness and to proclaim it to the 4 seas, that the world may recognize my moral integrity. May the heavens bless the descendants of Lingxiao for millennia to come. Each of Yi Tian's words resonated with spiritual power, echoing far and wide. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system within his consciousness. System, commence the establishment of the Fortune dynasty. Ding. The royal court has met the upgrade conditions, upgrading now. In the next instant, as Yi Tian's voice reverberated, the entirety of Chang'an City began to transform. The area expanded continuously, and the spiritual energy thickened. Moreover, strands of fortune began to emanate from the bodies of every individual, slowly ascending into the sky. At this moment, the 300 million inhabitants of Qing'an Prefecture instinctively looked towards Chang'an. Countless threads of fortune converged above Yution's head, gradually forming a vast expanse of golden clouds. Everyone involuntarily gazed upwards, witnessing a spectacle they had never encountered before. In this instant, the armies dispersed throughout Qing'an Prefecture, along with the weighing guards and local officials, began to mobilize. Being entities generated by the system, they could directly receive Yution's commands. Even Wu Xinyue and others stood ready, for Yution had previously warned that during the establishment of the Fortune Dynasty, a golden dragon of fortune would coalesce. This was the most perilous moment, and no individual or faction was permitted to interfere. The golden clouds in the sky continued to gather, gradually taking the shape of a colossal golden dragon. At this moment, many across Beima Prefecture, Barbarian State, and even within Longfeng Pavilion, could not help but look up. Within Longfeng Pavilion, angry voices erupted. Who dares to coalesce the golden dragon of fortune? Ancestor. It seems to be emanating from Qing'an Prefecture. The five elders must intervene. The existence of the Fortune Dynasty is absolutely intolerable. Understood. Within the Xiantian domain, a voice similarly resonated from the sacred land of freedom. However, upon realizing it originated from the Qingtian domain, they chose to disregard it. These dominant forces, under ordinary circumstances, would never venture into another's territory. Meanwhile, Yution remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had instigated unrest. The golden dragon in the sky coalesced at an increasingly rapid pace, having grown from an initial 10 meters to now 100. Yet, as time progressed, the rate of its condensation slowed, while the golden light drifting through the heavens multiplied, initially emanating from humans, soon golden specks from beasts, living beings, and even plants began to ascend into the sky. Chapter 57. The Fortuitous Golden Dragon. The onslaught of external enemies. At this moment, Yution felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain how much longer it would take for the golden dragon to fully materialize. However, he could already tangibly sense its benefits. Firstly, there was a transformation within his body. Due to his status as emperor, the entire Fortuitous Golden Dragon had developed a faint connection with him, allowing him to distinctly perceive its elation. Then there was the enhancement of his strength. After absorbing the energy from the system's rewards, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Celestial Sovereign, perhaps due to a lack of combat experience. His realm remained somewhat tenuous, lacking a perfect foundation. Yet at this moment, Yution could feel an invigorating sensation coursing through his body, as both his bones and meridians continuously strengthened. The 9 flood dragons originally housed in the dragon stable had, over the past decade of cultivation, attained the 3rd level of the Celestial King realm. Now, due to the emergence of the golden dragon above, they had reaped considerable benefits, breaking through directly from the 3rd to the 5th level. The golden dragon in the sky had now extended to 10,000 meters, yet it did not evoke a sense of oppression. Instead, it imparted an extraordinary feeling of refreshment. Many elderly individuals afflicted by illness experienced miraculous recoveries upon the dragon's appearance. Numerous soldiers and ministers of the Lingxiao Kingdom found their realms elevated by a level or 2 after witnessing the golden dragon. Simultaneously, Yution summoned all 9 of the fortuitous tripods. Harnessing the power of the golden dragon, he strategically positioned the tripods at the 9 cardinal directions of Qing'an Prefecture. With a resounding boom, as the fortuitous tripods melded into the earth, the golden dragon in the sky became even more solidified. Yution remained fixated on the golden dragon above, attuned to its transformations. 3 hours elapsed, and the golden dragon finally ceased its growth, reaching a height of 99,999 meters. Just 1 meter shy of the coveted 100,000 meters. System, what is happening? Why has it not yet reached 100,000 meters? Ding. The might of the fortuitous golden dragon is intrinsically linked to the will of the people. The will of the people. Upon hearing this, Yution felt a surge of frustration. The Lingxiao Kingdom had engaged in wars against various nations for nearly a decade. How could the populace of those 25 nations fully pledge their allegiance? Even in the past 2 years, despite the series of edicts issued by the Lingxiao Kingdom that ensured prosperity for the citizens of Qing'an Prefecture, it would be challenging to earn their heartfelt recognition. For now, I shall leave it as is. It can only be this way. Hatred is not so easily relinquished, and only time can erode it. As the golden dragon in the sky gradually faded, the assembly of officials regained their composure from their astonishment. Yution sensed the changes within Chang'an City, then surveyed the surrounding populace. Standing upon the high platform, Yution declared, after enduring a millennium of internal strife, Qing'an Prefecture has today achieved great unification. In the name of the Emperor, I bestow titles upon my officials. Yi Shaotian, step forward to receive your decree. Present. Yi Xiaotian emerged from among the military leaders. Offering a slight BOW. Yi Xiaotian has rendered outstanding service to the Lingxiao Kingdom in subduing a nation. I hereby appoint him as Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, with the authority to command troops throughout the Lingxiao territories. Grant him a royal estate. Bestow upon him 100 tiered celestial treasures, 100 bottles of 8th grade elixirs, and 1,000,000 supreme spirit stones. Ye Wudi, receive your decree. Ye Wuhui, receive your decree. Jiang Wuyo, receive your decree. Chang Liang, receive your decree. Ye Tian continued to bestow titles upon 800 individuals in succession, including not only civil and military officials but also commanders stationed in various regions and city lords overseeing their domains. You have fought valiantly for the Lingxiao Kingdom, safeguarding its territories. Today, I grant you the ability to wield 30% of the nation's fortune. Due to the varying ranks of officials, the 30% of the national fortune, when distributed, meant that many could only draw upon a fraction of its power. However, even this small portion could enable one to battle beyond their current level. After all, the national fortune was a collective manifestation of the people of the Lingxiao Kingdom. As the Golden Dragon grew stronger, so too did the national fortune. Those bestowed with titles could not only harness this fortune in battle but also partake in its myriad benefits, such as extending their lifespan, enhancing their comprehension, and potentially augmenting their own luck over time. Though intangible and invisible, it could indeed turn calamities into blessings. After conferring titles upon 800 individuals, Yu Tian activated the Spirit Gathering Array, enveloping the entirety of Qingyan Prefecture. In that instant, all living beings within Qingyan Prefecture could distinctly perceive the sudden intensification of spiritual energy. Following the elevation of Chang'an City from a royal city to an imperial city, it became the epicenter of the Spirit Gathering Array, with its spiritual energy becoming even more concentrated. Simultaneously, Yi Tian withdrew all the spirit veins he had acquired as rewards over the years and infused them into the ground. A total of 38 top-tier spirit veins, 72 superior-grade spirit veins, 108 mid-grade spirit veins, and 320 inferior-grade spirit veins were deployed. Beneath Chang'an City alone, there were 9 top-tier spirit veins. Given time, the spiritual energy throughout Qingyan Prefecture would continue to thicken, potentially rivaling that of the Middle Tian domain. On this day, Yang Tianxi also received a commendation from Yu Tian. However, he did not allow elation to cloud his judgment. Rather, as the grand ceremony approached its conclusion, he promptly informed the entire Yang family Chamber of Commerce. The objective was to instruct the chamber to notify all branches to prepare food, goods, and treasures for today, offering them at discounted prices so that the populace could partake in the glory of this special day. The fortuitous dynasty had successfully commenced without disturbance from external foes, which brought great joy to Yu Tian. However, it was not yet the time to lower his guard. Although the fortuitous Golden Dragon had melded into the underground spirit veins, it could easily be extracted if tampered with. Should it be damaged now, reconstituting the Golden Dragon would prove exceedingly difficult. Witnessing Yu Tian's grand sacrificial ceremony, the surrounding populace departed in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the guards. As Yu Tian descended the platform, preparing to return with his officials, a sudden surge of powerful auras emerged from the distant sky. Yu Tian raised his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. The inevitable had arrived. In the next moment, Yu Tian's figure reappeared atop the platform. Observing the 5 figures rapidly approaching from afar, 4 of them were at the pinnacle of Celestial Sovereign, while the leader had reached the 2nd level of Saint. This revelation deepened the gravity of Yu Tian's expression. If it were merely 4 Celestial Sovereigns, Yu Tian would not be overly concerned. After all, he too was at the pinnacle of Celestial Sovereign and could summon the power of the fortuitous Golden Dragon, raising his strength to the 3rd level of Saint. However, faced with a tangible 2nd level Saint, he could only contend with one at most. If the Saint were to hinder him while the other 4 attempted to extract the fortuitous Golden Dragon, he would be unable to prevent it. Chapter 58. Xiao Hong emerges from seclusion. Confrontation with the Saint. Who are you? What business do you have in my Lingxiao Empire? The 5 elders of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion hovered before Yu Tian, the leading man furrowing his brow as he gazed at him. Are you the one who initiated the fortuitous dynasty? Though Yu Tian found the tone of this individual distasteful, he did not wish to engage in combat at this moment. Setting aside the destructive potential of a Saint, the recently coalesced Golden Dragon made him feel somewhat restrained. Indeed, it is I. The burly man paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. How many years has it been? So there truly exists one bold enough to establish a fortuitous dynasty? After laughing to his heart's content, the man's expression abruptly shifted. Glaring at Yu Tian, he bellowed, "You possess great audacity. Today, you shall extinguish the fortuitous Golden Dragon." and we shall take our leave. Otherwise, I shall personally extract it." At that moment, all the powerhouses at the Ascendant Realm gathered behind Yu Tian, as if their numbers alone conferred significance. Yet, Yu Tian was aware that should a battle ensue, those below the pinnacle of Celestial Sovereign would merely serve as fodder. Waving his hand to dismiss everyone, Yu Tian then inquired, "Who are you? Why do you target the Fortuitous Dynasty?" "I am Nie Qianqing, one of the 5 elders of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As for why we suppress the Fortuitous Dynasty, that is not for you to inquire. You need only know to conduct yourself as a feudal emperor. The concept of fortune is not something a mere mortal emperor like you can meddle with. At this juncture, Nie Qianqing turned to the elder beside him, who was holding a precious gourd, and commanded, "Junior brother, go and extract the Fortuitous Golden Dragon." "Understood, senior brother." The elderly man nodded slightly before soaring into the sky to open the precious gourd, preparing to extract the dragon vein. "Insolence!" Yu Tian bellowed, appearing directly before the old man and launching a powerful punch. "Humph, I find you to be the truly insolent one." Nie Qianqing, who had long been on guard, similarly emerged beside the elder, effortlessly striking Yu Tian away with a light palm. In the distance, Wu Xinyue and her companions, along with Zhao Jun, simultaneously intervened to intercept the flying Yu Tian. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." After stabilizing himself, Yu Tian immediately began to call upon the system. "System, how much fortune value do I currently possess? Can I purchase an emperor-level powerhouse?" "Ding, the host currently possesses 1,016.8 million, sufficient to acquire an emperor-level powerhouse. However, the system does not recommend that the host proceed with this action. Previously, I spent 2 million to acquire the Moon Shadow Guard, leaving me with 16.8 million. Now, having condensed the Fortune Golden Dragon, I directly activated the Fortune Dynasty, and the system granted me 1 billion. The Dragon Guard consists of 10 emperor-level powerhouses, requiring only 3 billion fortune value, and with over 1 billion at my disposal, I am fully capable of making the purchase. Yu Tian, somewhat vexed, inquired, "Why not? The enemy has already come knocking." "Ding. Each emperor-level powerhouse will attract the attention of the world's heavenly laws. Given the current state of the Lingxiao Empire, it is simply unable to bear such a request. The host is advised to exercise caution." Yu Tian, feeling perplexed, hurriedly asked, "Unable to bear what? Do enlighten me." "Ding. The host's current realm is too low to comprehend these matters. However, you can purchase a great sage-level powerhouse." "Very well." Just as Yu Tian was about to directly purchase a great sage-level powerhouse, a furious roar suddenly emanated from the direction of the Xianwang Tower. "Who dares to harm my master?" Hearing this voice, Yu Tian's eyes lit up. Xiao Hong is broken through. In the next moment, Xiao Hong's figure appeared directly beside Yu Tian. "Your subordinate has arrived late to the rescue. I hope for your forgiveness." Yu Tian waved his hand. "No need for such formalities. Let us first resolve the immediate trouble." "Understood." Xiao Hong stood up, gazing towards Nie Qianqing and the others. At this moment, the elderly man had also ceased his attempts to extract the dragon vein, his expression grave as he looked at Nie Qianqing. "Interesting. Within such a small dynasty, not only can they condense the Fortune Golden Dragon, but they can also establish a spirit-gathering array, and now a sage-level powerhouse has emerged." Nie Qianqing, filled with curiosity, turned to Yu Tian and then glanced at Xiao Hong. "A dignified sage, how could you stoop to be a mere dog for a small emperor? Why not join my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion instead?" The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Excellent. Yu Tian had long wished to take action. Previously, he had refrained due to the lack of several Heavenly Sovereign-level beings on his side to restrain the 4 peak Heavenly Sovereigns of the opposing side. But now that Xiao Hong had broken through, he could confidently summon the power of the Fortune Golden Dragon. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and in the next instant, a massive golden dragon silhouette merged into Yu Tian's body. At that moment, Yu Tian's aura surged ceaselessly, breaking through from the peak of Heavenly Sovereign to the 1st, 2nd, and finally halting at the 3rd level of Sage. Nie Qianqing's expression darkened as he looked at Yu Tian, his eyes laced with a hint of murderous intent. "Are you certain you wish to engage us in battle? Behind me stands the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do not think that the presence of a sage grants you carte blanche." Yu Tian felt an unprecedented surge of power, realizing that even Nie Qianqing before him was not a match for him in a single exchange. "You seek to extinguish my dynasty. Why should I not strike at you?" "Xiao Hong, eliminate the other 4. This one is mine." "Understood." In the next moment, Yu Tian drew the Imperial Sword, slashing directly at Nie Qianqing. "Damn it." Seeing this, Nie Qianqing quickly unsheathed a long sword to counter Yu Tian's strike. However, he was unaware that the Imperial Sword possessed a remarkable trait. It grew stronger when faced with formidable opponents. The heavenly level longsword of Nie Tianqing shattered upon colliding with the imperial sword, its remnants hurtling towards Nie Tianqing's neck. Not good. Nie Tianqing never anticipated such a turn of events and hurriedly dodged while drawing forth a massive turtle shell for protection. Bang! The turtle shell exploded, sending Nie Tianqing's body crashing into the distance. Boom! Nie Tianqing's body collided with a building, causing the structure to collapse entirely. Ye Tian furrowed his brow at this sight, in his eagerness for victory. He had forgotten that this was Chang'an City. Upon looking up, he realized that not only Nie Tianqing was present within the building, but also several innocent civilians who had been crushed beneath the debris. Nie Tianqing emerged, panting, and glared at Yu Tian, who had halted his assault. Ha ha ha. The Fortune Dynasty. Ha ha ha. Do you dare to continue your actions here? He had now realized that as the Fortune Dynasty, it was imperative to gather the faith and will of the populace. However, if the emperor slaughtered the citizens, who would still willingly pledge their allegiance? Bang, 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 bang. For more sounds echoed as Yu Tian turned to see Xiaohong engaging the other four, resulting in even more casualties among the ruins. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaodian and the others, who had been unable to intervene, hurriedly commanded the guards to evacuate the civilians. Observing this, Yi Tian resolved to buy some time. The destruction of buildings was inconsequential, for as long as it was within Chang'an City. They could be rebuilt, but the death of the populace was irreversible. Why do you not allow the existence of the Fortune Dynasty? Chapter 59. Peak of the Great Sage, Forbidden Era Ray. Unfortunately, Nie Tianqing was no fool. He had discerned everything occurring below with a mere sweep of his consciousness. The flaw of the Fortune Dynasty lay in this very aspect. Once it became the Fortune Dynasty, the fortunes of the entire nation were intricately linked to the emperor's actions. If the emperor committed too many acts against the will of the people, the fortune would gradually dissipate. Noticing that his four disciples were merely injured and not dead, Nie Tianqing felt a sense of relief. He looked at Yu Tian with resentment and said, "Humph, little emperor, you need not try to extract information from me. I will not divulge anything. Do not think you can rest easy. Await the judgment of my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." With that, he prepared to leave with his four disciples, but Xiaohong swiftly blocked their path. "Are you attempting to leave?" Nie Tianqing did not even glance at Xiaohong, instead turning to Yu Tian with a mocking tone. "What? Do you truly wish to kill us?" Yu Tian furrowed his brow. He understood that Nie Tianqing was aware of his concerns. Combat at the sage level is not easily resolved, unless he possessed overwhelming strength to crush the opponent. It would be challenging. However, from their previous exchange, he could only claim an advantage due to his sword. As an elder of a powerful faction, reaching the sage level was no simple feat. He wished to eliminate Nie Tianqing. But Nie Tianqing was using the innocent citizens of Chang'an City as leverage. Ye Tian felt an unprecedented sense of frustration after finally gaining the opportunity to eliminate his foe. He found himself unable to act due to other circumstances. "You may leave." Ha! Nie Tianqing let out a cold laugh, turning to depart with his four companions. He was self-aware enough not to provoke Yu Tian further, for he dared not make any more threats. From Yu Tian's ability to summon the Fortune Golden Dragon, it was clear that he had established a close connection with it. This meant that as long as Yu Tian remained within the Lingxiao Empire, he could wield the power of the Fortune Golden Dragon. With so many citizens in Chang'an City, Yu Tian hesitated to act against them. But what about outside of Chang'an City? It was impossible for every corner of Qing'an Prefecture to be populated. If Yu Tian were to become enraged, he could easily slay them in a desolate wilderness. In fact, Yu Tian had considered this option, to let them leave, and then strike when they reached an uninhabited area. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. A sage-level powerhouse is not easily killed, and if cornered, they might resort to self-detonation in a city, leading to catastrophic losses. Ye Tian stood resolutely with his sword drawn in the void, ultimately sheathing it. That moment, the other 20 generals and the 3 members of the Yi family arrived by Yu Tian's side. "Your Majesty, it is all well now. Arrange for the wounded, provide healing where necessary, and offer compensation as needed." With that, Yu Tian soared towards the imperial palace. Previously, the system's rewards only encompassed the royal court, although it included the imperial palace's size. Its facilities and construction were far from what the system described. Now that the Lingxiao kingdom had transformed into the Lingxiao Empire, the most significant changes were to the imperial palace and Chang'an City. Even the entire Qing'an prefecture underwent various transformations, but at that moment, Yu Tian had little inclination to notice these developments. Upon returning to the study, Yu Tian began communicating with the system. "System, how many emperor-level powerhouses exist in this world? What is the level of the strongest individual in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" Ding. No further information is available. Yu Tian expressed some dissatisfaction with the dragon case. "Damn. Can't you just let it go? I won't ask anymore. The system had previously mentioned that the current Ling Shao Empire simply cannot support the existence of emperor-level powerhouses. Is it due to the issue of luck? Or is it a matter of strength? Or perhaps the current heavenly Tao does not permit the existence of emperor-level powerhouses? Yu Tian was somewhat perplexed by all this. He had spent considerable time studying in the scripture pavilion rewarded by the system. He had gained a wealth of knowledge about the entire Tianyuan continent. Yet information regarding the powerhouses prior to the Great Sage Realm seemed as though it had been deliberately erased. It could have been the system that obscured it, or perhaps it was simply not recorded in the texts. After all, the system had stated that the scripture pavilion did not contain every book from the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, the Luck dynasty, from the historical perspective of the Tianyuan continent, had indeed existed a long time ago. However, for reasons unknown, it was ultimately destroyed, and various factions forbade the existence of the Luck dynasty. Was there a secret about the Luck dynasty that Yu Tian was unaware of? Yu Tian chose not to inquire further with the system, as even if he did, he might not receive an answer. He could only begin to ponder deeply. From the recent attitudes of Nie Tianqing and the others, it seemed that Nie Tianqing was somewhat aware of the Luck dynasty's uniqueness, while the other four appeared completely oblivious. As if they were merely there to fulfill a task. Yet, the Luck dynasty was precisely capable of uniting the people's hearts and harnessing the fortune of an entire nation. Was there perhaps some hidden truth? After contemplating for a while, Yu Tian remained perplexed. He decided to stop overthinking it. As the system had indicated, it was still due to his insufficient strength. If he were powerful enough, he would not be so apprehensive. With this thought, Yu Tian directly stated, "System, purchase me 10 peak Great Sage level powerhouses. Ding. Would you like to spend 500 million on this purchase?" Upon hearing the system's serious tone, Yu Tian inquired curiously, "System, what benefits does luck value bring to me?" Ding. The host's luck value embodies the strength of a nation. As long as the nation is sufficiently powerful, the luck value will increase. The luck value not only allows the host to purchase items from the shop but also benefits the empire. Enhances the physical constitution of the citizens, strengthens oneself, and improves comprehension. The system enumerated numerous advantages, each one favorable to both the empire and himself. In other words, within the system, luck value is akin to a universal remedy, capable of accomplishing various tasks. Understanding this, Yu Tian became even more puzzled. If the Luck dynasty had so many advantages, why were those factions suppressing it? Unable to fathom it, he ceased his thoughts. The initial plan to purchase 10 peak Great Sage level powerhouses was subsequently dismissed. System, let us go with 2 instead. Just 2 peak Great Sage level powerhouses will suffice. Ding. Purchase successful, generating now. As Yu Tian eagerly anticipated the arrival of these 2 peak Great Sage level powerhouses, he resumed browsing the system shop. Previously, Nie Tianqing and his companions had appeared without restraint, even directly hovering above the imperial city. This irked Yu Tian slightly, as he preferred not to have others above him. Just then, a formation caught Yu Tian's eye. The Heavenly Ceiling Formation. This formation could restrict aerial movement and suppress the strength of opponents. Chapter 60. Yu Tian's Plan, a Decade of Consolidation. However, setting up this formation required various materials. The first-tier materials would allow the formation to restrict Heavenly King-level powerhouses. The second tier could limit Sage-level powerhouses. The third tier could directly confine emperors. This meant that as long as this formation was established within Chang'an City, even an emperor-level powerhouse would be unable to fly and their strength would be suppressed by a whole realm. The 3 types of materials varied, leading to different formations and, of course, different prices. Without hesitation, Yu Tian glanced at the third-tier materials. However, upon seeing the price, he nearly jumped. 500 million. System. Are you robbing me? Is it really that expensive? The system had just highlighted the benefits of luck value, and Yu Tian intended to conserve some. But wasn't this price exorbitant? A staggering 500 million. Ding. The system guarantees quality. The formation purchased for 500 million can directly suppress emperor-level powerhouses, so the host does not incur a loss. Yu Tian still felt somewhat reluctant, although the system praised the formation. There might not even be an emperor-level powerhouse on the entire Tianyuan continent. After glancing at the prices of the other 2 types of materials, one was merely 300,000, and the other 8 million. The first was utterly useless, as the Moonshadow Guards in Chang'an City were predominantly above the Void Realm. As for the second, it could only restrict Sage-level powerhouses, which was of little use to him. Especially considering that if the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion learned of the Ling Shao Empire having a sage stationed there, they would definitely send a peak sage or even a sage king next time. Yu Tian believed that even if the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion would not dispatch a sage king, caution was still warranted. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared before Wu Tian. Subordinate Wu Tian. Subordinate Wu Fa. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. Wu Tian observed the two strikingly similar individuals, both appearing around 40 years of age, and inwardly mused. Unruly? Interesting. No need for formalities. Thank you, your majesty. Wu Tian opened the system panel to check their information. Wu Fa. And Wu Tian's details emerged on the screen. Strength, peak great sage. Height, 180 centimeter. Age, 140 years. Cultivation technique, Twin Divine Yu Sutra. They were the oldest among Wu Tian's subordinates. Yet, to achieve peak great sage at just over 100 years was truly remarkable, despite Xiaohong attaining the sage realm at a young age. There were still levels above, namely the 9 heavens of Sage King and the 9 heavens of Great Sage. Many individuals are stuck at a certain realm, unable to break through for a lifetime. The subordinates the system provided him were all exceptionally gifted individuals. Seeing that he now had 2 peak Great Sage level subordinates, Wu Tian decided to be generous, gritting his teeth. He directly spent 500 million to purchase the Heavenly Sealing Formation. Yet, upon seeing the pile of materials, Wu Tian was left astounded. System, how am I supposed to set up this many materials? Ding. The host can have the 2 great sages arrange it. Ah, you calculated everything, didn't you? However, Wu Tian felt somewhat helpless. The quantity of materials was overwhelming, forming a small mountain even within the system space. Wu Tian stored all the materials in 10 spatial rings and handed them to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, take these materials and set up the formation. Wu Tian accepted the rings and, after a brief scan with his consciousness, promptly agreed. Yes, I will get to work immediately. Wu Tian then turned to Wu Fa beside him and instructed. All right. Wu Fa, go to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion and assess their strongest power. If there is none stronger than you, remind them not to bother us again. Yes, I will take care of it right away. One advantageous aspect of the system is that every individual generated is imbued with the current circumstances. This is something Wu Tian has gradually discovered over the years, with Wu Fa visiting the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. It would provide the Lingxiao Empire with some stability for a time. Over the past 13 years, the Lingxiao Empire's rapid development had made it difficult for many of the common folk to remain loyal. If this continued, it would undoubtedly become a troublesome affair. The Lingxiao Empire currently lacked the resources to continue attacking other states, and engaging in conflict with the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion was ill-advised. Setting aside the sheer number of experts they possessed, their dominance in the entire Qitian domain meant that when they called upon their allies, countless factions would turn against the Lingxiao Empire. However, the Lingxiao Empire needed time to recuperate, at least until the people were united in heart. Only then could they absorb more willpower and become stronger. Wu Tian sat upon the dragon throne. Contemplating the next steps for the Lingxiao Empire, after much deliberation, he ultimately resolved that time was needed for consolidation. Xiao Yangzi, issue an order for the ministers to convene a meeting. Lu Zhengyang, who had been waiting outside, quickly bowed and replied, Yes, your majesty. Soon, Wu Tian arrived at the court, surveying the assembly of officials and military leaders. He spoke directly, Esteemed ministers, I have prepared a 10-year plan. Upon hearing this, the crowd's emotions became complex. Another decade-long plan stirred mixed feelings. The previous 10-year plan had just witnessed the demise of several nations. Observing the expressions of those present, Wu Tian could surmise their thoughts. However, the circumstances were different now. The last 10-year plan had resulted in a staggering decline of over 20 million citizens in the entire Qingzhen province, currently, with a mere 300 million inhabitants. One of the benchmarks for national strength was a substantial population. I understand your concerns, Wu Tian continued. I have resolved to vigorously develop our economy, education, infrastructure, living conditions, and healthcare over the next decade. Upon your return, I urge you to draft a proposal. His expectations were straightforward. Every citizen of the Lingxiao Empire should be literate. Each household should have surplus grain. Children should have access to education. Youth should have opportunities for employment. Middle-aged individuals should be able to work, and the elderly should receive care. The erstwhile Qingyan province was a land of numerous lords, where wars raged perpetually and trade was scarce. Many nations even struggled with language barriers, differing units of measurement, and distinct scripts. Although the presence of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy had somewhat improved the new generation across the Lingxiao Empire, achieving complete unification remained a long and arduous journey. Initially, Wu Tian had no intention of concerning himself with such matters. Even his prior military campaigns against the lords had been driven by system tasks. However, now that he occupied this position, he began to contemplate the welfare of the people. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation being closely tied to fortune, or perhaps he could not bear to witness human suffering. Regardless, Yu Tian had made the decision to dedicate the next 10 years to genuinely caring for this empire. Chapter 61. Longfeng Pavilion. Pavilion Master Long Xingtian upon hearing Yu Tian's determination to bolster national strength. Many officials displayed expressions of relief. Only the military generals from the Ministry of War appeared somewhat disinterested, for to them, only war ignited their excitement. Nevertheless, a number of generals recognized the merit in Yu Tian's initiative. Acknowledging that the rapid development of the Lingxiao kingdom warranted a period of consolidation, over the years, Yu Tian had acquired numerous resources through the system's sign-in mechanism. However, these were primarily beneficial to cultivators and did little to enhance the lives of ordinary citizens. In the court, numerous ministers began to offer suggestions, proposing a series of policies advantageous to the nation and its people. The assembly lasted nearly 3 hours, with officials departing in high spirits. Only Yu Tian returned to his chambers. Feeling somewhat fatigued, and requested a palace maid to massage his shoulders. There was indeed much to be done. Previously, he had not realized the extent of the workload, as the internal affairs were managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now that he sought to take charge, he found it to be a daunting task. Longfeng Pavilion was situated in the Liuyu province of the Qingtian domain, a region renowned for its formidable strength. The area boasted a plethora of cultivators and flourishing families. Perhaps due to the presence of Longfeng Pavilion, the province had come to revere cultivation, resulting in a scarcity of martial artists. Qianjin Mountain. The tallest peak in Liuyu province housed the Longfeng Pavilion. The mountain was perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm. At the summit, there were 7 halls and 16 chambers, with the Longfeng Hall serving as the venue for the council of the sect's leaders. However, the atmosphere within the Longfeng Hall was rather oppressive. The pavilion master, Long Xingtian, glared furiously at Nie Tianqing, who sat below him. You have been supervising Qingan province for years, and now, in just a few short years, someone has unified the entire province and established a fortune dynasty, with a sage in command. Is this how you fulfill your supervisory duties? Do you not realize that this debacle has made a laughingstock of us in the eyes of the neighboring powers? In the grand hall, 36 individuals sat in silence, none daring to utter a word. Even though this assembly comprised 16 elders and 16 hall masters, the room was engulfed in an uncomfortable quiet. Why the silence? Elder 3, what is the situation in Beima province under your purview? Elder 4, what about Wufeng province? The 2 elders seated at the lower end quickly rose to respond. Pavilion master, everything is normal in Beima province. Pavilion master, Wufeng province is also functioning properly. The remaining 13 members also stood to report on the conditions of their respective provinces. Once all had spoken, Long Xingtian turned his gaze to Nie Tianqing. When was your last visit to Qingjin province? Nie Tianqing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Among the 16 elders, 14 were tasked with overseeing the conditions of various provinces. Their responsibility was to periodically check for exceptionally gifted individuals and extend invitations to Longfeng Pavilion. As for Nie Tianqing, he was accountable for Qingjin province. Pavilion master, my last visit to Qingjin province was 15 years ago. 15 years. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Nie Tianqing, not astonished by the length of time, but rather shocked that the Fortune dynasty had managed to ascend to its current standing in such a brief period. Long Xingtian's tone softened slightly as he addressed the other elders. How often do you all visit your respective provinces? Every 20 years. Every 30 years. Every 50 years. After listening, Long Xingtian fell silent. He understood that these intervals had been established by the previous sect master. As the dominant power in the Qingtian domain, they could not afford to monitor their territories constantly. Furthermore, each visit was primarily for selecting talents and harvesting resources. Excessive frequency would foster resentment among the local powers, even if they were indifferent to it. For cultivators, 20 years was but a fleeting moment. Many would spend a decade or more in seclusion. The fact that the Fortune dynasty could evolve from a small nation to its current stature in less than 20 years was a testament to its remarkable capabilities. Elder 1, you shall make a visit. Extract the dragon vein and ensure they pay tribute every 10 years. Originally, Long Xingtian intended to suggest a 20-year tribute. However, considering the strength of the Lingxiao kingdom, he opted for a 10-year tribute instead. An elderly man, slightly rising from his seat, appeared to be no more than an old neighbor to others. Very well, I will make the trip. Long Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. That sounds excellent. If that young emperor obstructs you, then eliminate him. The elder nodded and was about to leave when a sudden loud crash drew everyone's attention outward. Boom, the sound of the sect's defensive array being attacked resonated. And Long Xingtian soared out of the grand hall, gazing into the distance. Who dares to act recklessly at Longfeng Pavilion? Swish, 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 all the elders and hall masters flew out, standing behind the sect master. their eyes fixed on a figure in the distance. Boom. In the next moment, the figure unleashed another punch against the transparent barrier in the air. Crack. The entire sect's defensive array shattered like glass. Long Xingtian's expression turned to one of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the sect's protective barrier, yet it was demolished with just 2 punches by this visitor. Fury bubbled within him as he exclaimed, "Peak of the Great Sage." The elders and hall masters behind him wore expressions of disbelief. Peak of the Great Sage, as the dominant power in the Qing Tian domain. The Pavilion Master possessed only the strength of a 5th-layer Sage King, while the Elder One was at the 3rd-layer Sage King. However, within Longfeng Pavilion, only the Ancestral Master held the power of a Great Sage. And even then, he was merely at the 3rd layer. Such strength was achieved through millennia of cultivation and abundant resources. Yet before them stood a figure at the peak of the Great Sage. Long Xingtian bowed slightly. "I apologize for not knowing of your arrival, esteemed elder. Please forgive our inadequate reception." Wu Fei smiled faintly. "Oh, you welcome me." Long Xingtian continued to bow. "Esteemed elder, your strength is unparalleled. Having traveled from afar, I invite you to the Grand Hall for a discussion." The elders and hall masters behind him wore expressions of utmost humility, not daring to act rashly. It was no jest. A figure at the peak of the Great Sage was someone they could not afford to offend. Should this individual take offense and unleash havoc, none would advocate for their cause. "Enough. I have come here for the Lingxiao Empire." The Lingxiao Empire, Long Xingtian, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Having just been discussing this matter, Long Xingtian, uncertain of how to proceed, inquired, "Esteemed elder, do you hail from the Zhongtian domain?" In the eyes of Long Xingtian, only the Central Heaven domain could harbor such formidable beings. However, what perplexed him was how a mere Fortune dynasty, with its strongest member barely at the saint level and easily extinguishable, could incite the attention of such a powerful entity. Chapter 62. 6 Years of Development. Opening trade. Wu Fei shook his head, stating, "Central Heaven domain? No. I hail from the Lingxiao Empire." The group surrounding Long Xingtian trembled, gazing at the newcomer with disbelief. "Enough. I have come here under the Emperor's decree to inform you that you are forbidden from stepping foot into Qingyan Prefecture. Should you do so?" As he spoke, Wu Fei waved his hand, causing the peak of a distant mountain to be obliterated, revealing an imprint of a hand when viewed from above. Boom, at that moment. The sound reverberated, causing Long Xingtian and his companions to pale slightly. A saint-level powerhouse possesses a fundamental distinction from a saint king. From the saint level, one begins to engage with the power of rules. And upon reaching the saint king, one has already mastered a complete rule. However, at the great saint level, not only does one master the rules, but more importantly, one gains personal insights, merging with the rules to form a unique domain. Furthermore, a peak great saint has begun to interface with the power of laws. Even if they have yet to fully comprehend it, any slight understanding is incomparable to the power of rules. Wu Fei and his brother Wu Tian are both peak great saints. Although they have not yet grasped the power of laws, they stand at the pinnacle of this world in terms of strength. As long as those semi-emperor level powerhouses who have grasped even a thread of the power of laws do not emerge, they are the strongest beings present. Upon receiving Wu Fei's warning, Long Xingtian gritted his teeth, bowed, and said, "Senior, we shall remember this and will not set foot in Qingyan Prefecture again." "Good, that is excellent." After saying this, Wu Fei directly tore through the void. Tearing through the void? This display left everyone in stunned silence. After a long pause, a naive sect leader spoke up. "Lord, what will happen to the dignity of our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? How will other factions perceive us?" Everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. The strongest ancestor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was merely at the Great Saint's 3rd level. A peak Great Saint. It might take only a few moves to obliterate the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Such strength would be formidable even within the entire Central Heaven domain, with very few factions daring to offend them. With a simmering anger that had nowhere to vent, Long Xingtian bellowed, "Why don't you go then? Step out of the mountain gate, and I shall personally render you incapacitated. Dignity, glory, all are predicated on strength. Without strength, they are worthless." With that, Long Xingtian dramatically swept his sleeve and departed. Upon returning to the Lingxiao Empire, Wu Fei promptly reported his observations and actions to Yi Tian. "You mean to say that there are numerous cultivators outside, with families having thrived for millennia?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. In Liuyu Prefecture, nearly everyone possesses cultivation. There are no sects, but many families. Yi Tian felt a sense of longing. He had been born in this place and had scarcely ventured to many regions of Qingyan Prefecture, let alone other territories. "Understood. You may leave now." "Yes." Wu Fei slightly bowed and turned to leave. Once the two brothers reached this level, they no longer needed to confine themselves to closed-door training. In fact, such seclusion had become futile for them. What they required was understanding, and insight into the power of laws. Thus, Yu Tian instructed Xiao Hong and others to engage in their own cultivation. Days turned into months, ever since the court assembly. Officials across various regions and cities began to consciously assist the populace in enhancing their productivity, economy, and knowledge. Qing'an Prefecture gradually settled into a state of calm, with station soldiers beginning to relax. Often only half of them on duty while the others pursued cultivation. Yu Tian's daily sign-ins were largely distributed among the various military corps, followed by disbursements to officials in the form of salaries. Additionally, every month, Yu Tian would auction off hundreds of items at the Platinum Hall, aiming to exchange these for gold and silver wealth. 2 years had passed, and many proposals from the previous court assembly had begun to be put into action. During these 2 years, the system appeared to have become more generous. The items acquired through sign-ins were not only of higher quality, but both civil and military officials had also signed in significantly. With the number of soldiers increasing to 54 million. With 2,448 cities and 35,700 towns and villages, after 2 years of planning and restructuring, 51 prefectures had been formed, each containing 48 cities and 700 towns. Perhaps due to the unwavering loyalty of those who had signed in with the system, every prefecture was governed by a sign-in individual. Each prefecture boasted a stationed army of 800,000, with each city housing between 10,000 to 30,000 soldiers, a portion of whom were recruited locally. Moreover, the constabulary in each city consisted of individuals who had signed in with the system, beyond the changes in military and official personnel. Every town was mandated to have a hospital, martial arts school, academy, and a security force. Within the cities, streets, buildings, and roads were established in accordance with the memories Yu Tian had integrated. The entire Lingxiao Empire flourished. Yet the national treasury began to dwindle incessantly. 2 more years passed, and Yu Tian vigorously developed maritime trade, facilitating commerce between Qing'an Prefecture and its neighboring Beimo and Manhuang prefectures. In the same year, the Moon Shadow Guard expanded from 1.15 million to 3 million, initiating infiltration into the 2 prefectures. Yu Tian gazed at his fortune value. After years of expenditure and due to the nation's growth, it had now reached 3.5257 billion. Increasingly, people across various regions began to regard him with reverence, with many even establishing longevity tablets in his honor. Of course, Yu Tian was well aware that this was largely due to the efforts of the Moon Shadow Guard, many of whom disguised themselves as scholarly figures, promoting him throughout the realm. Originally, Yu Tian had planned to take 10 years to consolidate and strengthen the power of the Lingxiao Empire. To his surprise, in just 6 short years, he had already achieved such progress. The citizens of the Lingxiao Empire were living prosperous lives, prompting Yu Tian to feel that it was time for him to venture out and explore. On this day, after reviewing memorials, Yu Tian walked through the back garden. Xiao Yangzi, how's the cultivation of Xiao Hong and the others progressing? Reporting to your majesty, under the guidance of Generals Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Commander Xiao Hong has now reached the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Even Wu Xinyue and the other 3 female commanders are currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. However, at this point, Lu Xingyang hesitated slightly, as if wary, and did not continue. Yu Tian frowned slightly, despite Wu Fei and Wu Tian being creations of the system. Each was a tangible being. Yu Tian had conferred upon each of them the position of commander. They typically did not lead troops and had no soldiers under their command, yet they retained the authority to mobilize troops in times of emergency. After years of cultivation, although he remained at the peak of the celestial level, he had already reached his utmost limits and could break through at any moment, further enhanced by cultivating the Eternal Emperor Sutra, exuding an even greater imperial aura. What is it? Please continue. Yes. However, Commander Zhao Jun has been teaching at the academy and has not been in closed-door cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian paid little mind. Zhao Jun, once his attendant, now preferred to serve as an instructor rather than cultivate, a choice Yu Tian found inconsequential. After all, the path of cultivation does not necessitate prolonged seclusion, but requires practical experience as well. And what of Shangguan Feihong and the others? How is their cultivation progressing? Reporting to your majesty, General Shangguan is now at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm, and the other 50 generals have also reached the Celestial Realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now that Qing'an Prefecture had gradually stabilized, the number of generals, including the 3 members of the Yi family, had reached a total of 54. Among the civil officials, the count had increased from the original 25 to a remarkable 90. A significant portion of these military and civil officials had been dispatched to various regions to maintain order. The imperial guards had expanded from an initial 5,000 to an impressive 10,000, each possessing the prowess of the concentration realm, besides the troops stationed at the borders and in various counties. The Ling Xiao Empire boasted a staggering 1 million soldiers. These soldiers dedicated their days to rigorous training and cultivation, with all resources provided by Yution's diligent sign and efforts. However, in the past year, as the fortune value dwindled, Yution felt an increasing pressure from the system. The population of Qingzhen Prefecture had barely reached 500 million, and to augment his fortune value, further conquests were imperative. This realization left Yution feeling like a mere tool of the system, prompting him to indulge in a period of leisure. His days were spent sipping tea and engaging in pleasant conversations with the 4 imperial consorts, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, while leisurely wandering the vast expanse of the palace. One day, upon returning to his chamber, Yution contemplated which of the 4 sisters to summon. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! An extraterrestrial world is about to descend upon the Tianyuan continent. Please, host, seize the opportunity to unify Tianyuan. Cursing under his breath, Yution felt a surge of anger. It had only been a short while since he had begun to recuperate. Why was the system imposing such pressure? System, is this so-called extraterrestrial world descending your doing? Ding! This is not the system's intention. The Tianyuan continent is merely one of the 3,000 worlds. Every million years, a cleansing occurs, a contest of wills dictated by the heavenly Dao. Yution, infuriated, hurled the Rui Lingbao onto the ground. Do not speak to me of such trivialities. What concern is the descent of an extraterrestrial world to me? My fortune value has exceeded 30 billion. I could easily procure a divine dragon guard. Surely, 10 formidable emperor-level beings can safeguard my Ling Xiao Empire. Ding! The extraterrestrial world is adjacent to the Tianyuan continent. In this time, 2 worlds are invading Tianyuan, each boasting over 10 emperor-level powerhouses, as well as immortals. Yution bolted upright. What did you say? Immortals? Was it not said that immortals reside in the immortal realm? How could those 2 worlds possess immortals? Ding! Peak emperor-level powerhouses can ascend to the immortal realm upon breakthrough. However, within certain secret realms, one can obscure the senses of the heavenly Tao to evade ascension. Are you implying that once they emerge, they will ascend? What is there to fear? Ding! Every million years, the heavenly Tao of each world will be reborn, and it will not awaken for a century. After absorbing this information, Yution felt as though he were a mere pawn on a chessboard, with his every move dictated by the system. Yet, he could not deny that the system had indeed assisted him. Without it, his Yu family might have been annihilated by the White Tiger Temple alongside the Li family. Still, the sensation of being led by the nose by the system left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Yution sank despondently onto the dragon throne. System, how do you possess this knowledge? Is it related to you? You said I must establish a dynasty of fortune, and I have accomplished that. You mentioned creating an immortal court. Yet that requires time, does it not? Am I not entitled to a few years of respite? Initially, he had envisioned taking the opportunity to explore other prefectures or even other realms while the Ling Xiao Empire settled. However, before he could act on this, the system had thrown him into disarray. Ding! The host has only 90 years to utilize. Only with sufficient fortune value can the crisis be averted. Why must I necessarily vie for supremacy? Can I not unite the forces of the entire continent? Yet, upon reflection, Yution realized this was unfeasible. Lacking sufficient fortune value meant he could not procure immortal-level powerhouses. By the way, system, you mentioned that the 2 worlds have immortals. What is their level of strength? What are the 9 realms of the immortal level? From previous conversations with the system and records in the scripture repository, he understood that immortals were above emperors. However, he was unaware of the 9 realms of immortals. Ding! The 9 realms of the immortal level refer to Earth Immortal Realm, Human Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, Mysterious Immortal Realm, Immortal Monarch Realm, Immortal King Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, and Immortal Sovereign Realm. Yution recited this list, but suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily inquired, System, this only accounts for 7. What are the remaining 2 realms? Ding! The final 2 are the Dao Ancestor Realm and the Hongming Realm. However, no one has ever reached them in billions of years. Upon hearing this, Yution's spirit surged as if he had an epiphany. System, you provide me with the highest cultivation methods. Allow me to sign in daily. And speak of establishing an immortal court. Is there something you are concealing? Ding! The host's realm is too low. You do not have permission to know more. Cursing the system, Yution realized it had likely blocked his words in anticipation of being reprimanded. After a considerable pause, Yution came to a realization that he was bound to the system, and to uncover more secrets, he must elevate his strength. Enough. System, come forth. No. I meant for you to appear, after a prolonged wait. The system finally responded with a languid chime. You have yet to inform me of the immortals in those two worlds and their respective realms. Ding. Unknown. Forget it. Yution reclined back, choosing silence over further conversation. Instead, he began contemplating how to accumulate sufficient fortune value within 90 years. However, a glance at the system shop revealed that even purchasing a golden immortal would require 80 to 90 billion. With his current fortune value, he could not afford it. Perhaps after conquering the entire Qingyan domain, he could amass enough fortune value to make such a purchase. Yet, warfare was no simple endeavor. Recollections of the previous battles in Xianyu Nation and Baihuan Nation flooded his mind. A grim reminder of the countless lives lost. After perusing the system shop, Yution decided against any purchases and declared, System, from now on, ensure you provide me with some valuable items during sign-in. Otherwise, we are both doomed. Perhaps the system had a way to unbind itself, or perhaps it did not. Yution remained uncertain of what the future held, but for now, he had no choice but to act in accordance with the system's directives. Feeling the impending breakthrough of his realm, Yution recognized his recent lethargy might have prompted the system to apply pressure. Resolving to unify the entire Tianyuan continent within 90 years. He understood the necessity of having ample talented individuals at his disposal. Xiao Yangzi, enter. Lu Xingyang hurriedly pushed open the door. Your Majesty, I am here. How many graduates have emerged from the Tingwang Pavilion Academy thus far? Please investigate for me. Yes. The Tingwang Pavilion Academy was established by Yution specifically to cultivate talent for the Lingxiao Empire. And many officials within Qingyan Prefecture hailed from its ranks. In addition to the Tingwang Pavilion Academy, Yution had established several other institutions over the years, all aimed at enhancing the empire's prosperity. While various departments had their designated roles, Yution only inquired about those who graduated from the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. Simultaneously, he began selecting the talents he required from the system. Although his fortune value was dwindling, conquering the entire Qingyan domain would be straightforward for Yution. The true challenge lay in maintaining control afterward. He could not afford to focus solely on achieving the dynasty's rank while neglecting post-war governance. Otherwise, he might find himself facing rebellion shortly after conquering a state. His goal was not merely to defeat and occupy, but to integrate all the inhabitants of the Qingyan domain into the Lingxiao Empire, transforming them into genuine imperial citizens. Only then would his fortune value increase rapidly. After perusing the system shop for some time, Yution found himself dazzled by the plethora of items, many of which he yearned to acquire. However, glancing at his fortune value, he hesitated. To purchase civil officials, he needed a sufficient number to help him manage the cities he had conquered. For military generals, although he possessed 50, many cities within the Lingxiao Empire required generals to lead troops, necessitating additional acquisitions for his campaigns across the realm. The Moonshadow Guards were also essential. Only with enough Moonshadow Guards could Yution effectively oversee the entire continent. To say that the Moonshadow Guard is akin to Yution's eyes would not be an exaggeration. The soldiers to be recruited within Qingyan Prefecture are stationed at various locations, totaling nearly 40 million, yet only about 10 million are available for deployment in battle. However, this number is insufficient, as Yution's next target is to conquer a prefecture. The bureaucratic soldiers must also be recruited, for only in their presence can the captured cities be stabilized swiftly. Logistical supplies are equally essential. Yution calculated privately, realizing that there was indeed a considerable amount to procure. Originally, the daily supplies obtained through Yution's sign-ins were sufficient to meet the training and cultivation needs of the current soldiers. Yet, to further expand his territory, more resources are required. Initially, Yution contemplated directly conscripting soldiers from each city, which would save a substantial portion of resources. However, the citizens of the empire have only just managed to secure their basic needs. Recruiting new soldiers to guard the cities and maintain public order would be feasible. But for warfare, Yution had never considered employing them, not due to their loyalty, but rather their lack of strength. The soldiers purchased from the system possess a minimum strength of the Spirit Sea realm, and the momentum they exhibit in battle, coupled with the enhancements from military formations, is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. What is this? While idly browsing the system shop, Yution suddenly discovered an intriguing item. A teleportation array, capable of spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. A mere brief description filled Yution with delight. When Yution ascended to the throne, the system rewarded him with 100 formation masters, 100 alchemists, and 100 blacksmiths. Initially, Yution was quite pleased. These 300 individuals indeed contributed significantly to the Lingxiao Empire, enhancing the prestige of the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. However, as Yution's strength grew, the assistance from these 300 diminished. At his current level, they were almost of no help, and later, Yution assigned them all to teach at the academy. He recalled having asked these formation masters if they could create teleportation arrays. But none of the 100 had that capability. Now, seeing that the system sells teleportation arrays, Yution felt a surge of excitement. If he could establish teleportation arrays in various counties and cities, it would greatly facilitate the movement of citizens, merchants, and troops. Yution hurriedly checked the price, and upon seeing it, he was filled with the urge to curse. System, what is the meaning of this? For a mere teleportation array, you are demanding 5,000 fortune points, nearly the price of a sacred artifact. Ding. Every item sold by the system is a premium product. Teleportation arrays have even been lost to the Tianyuan continent. Yution scoffed. Ah, lost. No wonder the price is so exorbitant. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of the teleportation array, Yution begrudgingly purchased 2.in. The next moment, 2 formation plates and some materials appeared in Yution's hands. Moon Shadow Guard, at your service. Moon Shadow number 1 appeared before Yution. Yution presented a set of teleportation array materials and a formation plate. Deliver this to Old Mo, and have them study it to see if they can replicate it. The system's prices being so steep, Yution had to think of alternative solutions. Fortunately, he had formation masters on hand to investigate whether they could derive something from it. This way, he could save on fortune points. Yes, I shall take care of it immediately. Moon Shadow number 1 took the items and departed. Yution resumed his browsing of the shop, having come to a realization. A craftsman must sharpen his tools before he can excel in his craft. It is worthwhile to expend considerable fortune points in the early stages, provided that they can be quickly replenished later on. Before long, Yution's gaze fell upon another type of soldier and 2 weapons. After reviewing his list of desired purchases, he began calculating the costs. Another 100 civil officials. No, still too few. After a considerable time, Yution finally made his purchases according to the maps of Beima Prefecture and Nanhua Prefecture. The current number of civil officials reached 300, military generals 200, and he procured 40 million soldiers, bringing the total to 50 million, including the available soldiers. The Moon Shadow Guard expanded from 3 million to 6 million. The bureaucratic soldiers increased from 4 million to 10 million. Additionally, there are 80,000 soldiers, all at the condensation realm. Furthermore, Yution bought 5 experts at the peak of the Sacred King realm, 3,000 siege crossbows, and sufficient supplies for 60 million soldiers for 2 years. This expenditure consumed a staggering 400 million fortune points. After completing these purchases, Yution felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 65, The Issue of Students, No Positions Available, Ding. Would you like to generate them now? Yution quickly declined. No, what a joke. He could barely keep up with the daily resource consumption from his sign-ins. Generating all these individuals would lead to daily depletion. Even though the Empire's national strength has grown robust, Yution had no intentions of proceeding with such an action. Over the years, the taxes, gold, and grain collected from various regions have all been invested in the economic development of the populace and the construction of the Empire. All the military forces have been sustained by the resources Yution accumulated through his sign-ins. Of the 40 million soldiers, not a single one was generated by the system. However, the generals and civil officials were generated by the system. In total, exceeding 500. Yution summoned Qing Liang and instructed him to familiarize these individuals with the current state of the empire. Simultaneously, he requested the system to generate the 5 experts at the peak of the Sacred King realm. Your subordinate pays respects to His Majesty. Yution blinked. Typically, individuals generated by the system had names. Yet these 5 were nameless. Yution hurriedly opened the system panel to investigate. Name? Unnamed. Strength. Peak Sacred King Age. 99 Cultivation Technique. 5 elements mixed heaven decision upon seeing this. Yution took note of the appearances of the 5 individuals. Among them were 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 30s, since you lack names and practice the 5 elements technique. How about we name you based on the 5 elements? The 5 responded in unison. We defer to your Majesty's discretion. Very well. Yution observed the one with golden hair, pondering before declaring, You shall be named Uxin. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the bestowed name. Yution felt a bit awkward, as if he were naming his own child. However, years of cultivation had taught him to keep his emotions in check. He then looked at the red-haired woman and continued. You will be named Yi Huolian. You shall be called Yi Tuesday. You will be named Yi Ling, and you will be Yi Hai. After Yution assigned names to them, the 5 once again bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Your Majesty, for the bestowed names. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, no need, as long as you like them. Among the five, Yi Huilian and Yi Ling were the two women. What pleased Yu Tian about the five was not just that each possessed peak sacred king strength, but that they could execute a combined formation when together, enhancing their combat power to surpass 3 or 4 minor realms. This was somewhat akin to Wu Fei and Wu Tian, though the former's strength arose from the nature of their cultivation techniques, while the latter's was due to their bond as brothers. Allowing 2 peak sacred kings to contend with 3 adversaries of the same realm. Yi Tian waved his hand, dismissing the 5. All right, you may go and explore for now. The individuals rewarded by the system possessed a semblance of spiritual resonance. Ensuring they would not view one another as foes. Yi Tian stood from his dragon throne, intending to take a stroll when Lu Zhengong returned. Your Majesty, I have ascertained the situation regarding the graduates from Tengwang Pavilion. Yi Tian resumed his seat on the dragon throne and nodded. What is the situation? Speak. Your Majesty, in the past 6 years, only 35,700 students have graduated from the academy. Upon finishing his report, Lu Zhengyang nearly prostrated himself. 35,700. How is that possible? Yu Tian stood up in astonishment. If it were anyone else he was familiar with, it would not have been a matter of concern. However, the number of 35,700 was precisely the count of those he had dispatched to guard the various towns. Yet, more than 16 years had elapsed since then, which implied that not a single student had graduated from the academy during this time? Confounded, Yu Tian inquired, what is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Why are there only this few graduates? Logically, it could be understood that the Tengwang Pavilion Academy might not have had many graduates in its initial 3 years. However, why had there been no graduates in the past 15 years? Even though the academy possessed its own spatial realm, there was no reason for them to remain there indefinitely without seeking appointments elsewhere. It is worth noting that each town now had its own branch, akin to primary and secondary schools, and the branches in each city were guided by renowned educators, offering a diverse array of knowledge comparable to high school. Generally, students graduating from the towns would either choose to complete their studies or proceed to the Central Academy in Chang'an. Regardless of their choice, their records would be duly registered, and job placements would follow graduation. Typically, many students would opt for further studies at the Central Academy. Graduates from the towns often started as junior officials, but those who graduated from the Central Academy would at least secure a position as the head of a town. However, hearing that no one had graduated from the Central Academy for the last 15 years left Yu Tian perplexed. Your Majesty, it is said that this order was issued by Vice President Kong. Came the response. Yi Tian waved his sleeve, stating, I do not care who issued the command. I want to know why it was done. Never mind, summon that old fellow here. I shall question him myself. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Yiji was originally just a teacher at the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, and there were no positions such as president or director established within the academy. It was only later, when Wang Shirue mentioned matters concerning the academy in court, that, after deliberation, it was decided to establish 9 vice presidential positions instead of a single president. These 9 individuals managed the various departments: medical, military strategists, research, judicial, civil affairs, commerce, construction, resources, and cultivation. Each department had between 300 to 500 teachers. And as the number of individuals skilled in knowledge and technical abilities increased, several interdisciplinary branches were established. Many of these individuals were descendants of defeated nations, like Wang Pingji, and even generals such as Yu Shaodian occasionally taught at the academy. A significant number possessed considerable abilities, and due to the self-contained spatial nature of the Central Academy, the student population swelled. However, with no graduates in 15 years and new students enrolling annually, Yu Tian could hardly fathom the current number of individuals at the Central Academy. Before long, Kong Yiji entered the study and immediately paid his respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Before he could finish, Yu Tian interrupted, enough with the formalities. Tell me, why has not a single student graduated in the past 15 years? Kong Yiji wore a bitter expression. Prior to coming, Lu Zhengyang had already mentioned this issue to him. He had discussed the graduation situation with the other 8 vice presidents, and after extensive deliberation, they had even consulted Wang Shirue and others before reaching a decision. Your Majesty, it is not that the students cannot graduate from the Central Academy. Rather, they have nowhere to go upon graduation. Additionally, due to the peculiar nature of the Xinyuan Tower, they are reluctant to leave. Yu Tian furrowed his brow slightly. How can there be nowhere for them to go? With so many places in the empire, can we not assign a few officials? The official system of the Lingxiao Empire had always been meritocratic. With the capable rising and the inept falling. As stability returned to various regions over the years, the populace gradually became more affluent, revealing several inadequacies. For instance, the trade that opened 2 years ago required officials proficient in foreign trade. And with market demands, departments such as health, urban development, and culture were also necessary. All these departments required a substantial number of talents, and only the newly graduated students from the Central Academy possessed the capability to hold official positions. Kong Iji knelt on the ground, showing no intention of rising, and sighed deeply. Your Majesty, you may not be aware that officials across the empire are proceeding with utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. They are managing their duties excellently, with officials in place across all regions and no vacancies. I previously dispatched some prospective graduates for internships, but they all returned. Those students who took up official positions outside have been diligent and conscientious, leaving no openings for the graduates to showcase their abilities. They can only return to the academy to teach or continue their studies. After listening to Kong Iji's lament, Yu Tian began to understand the situation. However, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had always believed that officials were the least reliable positions. These students, who might have originated from humble backgrounds, would likely become arrogant after their education at the academy and might even engage in corrupt practices. To combat this, Yu Tian had expended considerable resources to acquire numerous weighing guards with the intention of monitoring the officials. Yet, unexpectedly, these students, once in office, displayed nothing but diligence, leaving the weighing guards unable to find any faults. This realization brought Yu Tian to comprehend the hardships endured by the common people. Even though these students were now capable of transforming their families' fortunes, they cherished the hard-earned opportunities before them. They were acutely aware of the existence of the weighing guards and the watchful eyes within the Tingwang Pavilion Academy. Any misstep could result in their juniors swiftly taking away everything they had achieved, even stripping their entire families of hope. Reflecting on this, Yu Tian felt a sense of guilt. He had not been a competent emperor, having entrusted all matters to the Ministry of Internal Affairs without ever giving the academy much thought. Rise, please. How many students are currently awaiting graduation at the academy? Kong Iji trembled slightly as he stood and replied, Your Majesty. There are currently 2,478,424 students awaiting graduation. Very well, I understand. You may return now and ensure they study diligently. There will be a time for them to accomplish great deeds in the future. At this, Kong Iji bowed deeply, saying, The old minister expresses gratitude on their behalf to Your Majesty. Observing the old man's tremulous demeanor, Yu Tian couldn't help but smirk. Old Kong, have you forgotten that you also possess the strength of a celestial king? Are you trying to feign helplessness before me? Kong Iji looked utterly bewildered. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been pretending to be frail before the students, unaware that Yu Tian had seen through his act. However, he had become so engrossed in his charade that he had even forgotten his own formidable prowess as a celestial king. When the Tingwang Pavilion Academy was first established, it had 3,000 teachers, each possessing varying degrees of strength, from the realm of void to the concentration realm. Over the years, as the spiritual energy in the Lingxiao Empire grew denser, coupled with the presence of the Xianyuan Tower, their cultivation levels naturally advanced. Kong Iji chuckled awkwardly. Well, I suppose one gets accustomed to such habits. Yu Tian waved his hand. Enough, you may return now. You can come to the morning court tomorrow. The 9 vice presidents of the academy also held official positions, but they had rarely attended court meetings in the past as the matters did not concern them. Yes, after Kong Iji departed, Yu Tian turned to Lu Zhengyang and said, Inform the ministers that there will be a court meeting tomorrow. Understood. In recent years, Yu Tian had rarely participated in court meetings, sometimes only once a year. Weighing guards. At your service. Weighing number 1 appeared in the study. What did Elder Mo say about that formation? Yu Tian hoped that Elder Mo would be able to devise a solution. Otherwise, relying solely on his own purchases of teleportation arrays would require a significant expenditure of resources. Your Majesty, Elder Mo stated that it may take him 6 months to fully comprehend that formation. As for the materials needed to establish the formation, many have already become extinct. Damn. Yu Tian cursed inwardly. He waved his hand and said, All right, you all may leave. Yes. System, you truly are a scammer. Did you calculate this well? Knowing I would definitely purchase, right? Ding. The system has already informed the host that the teleportation array has been lost in the Tianyuan continent. Humph. Yu Tian let out a cold snort, choosing to disregard the system and instead opened the system shop with an unusual honesty. Currently, the entire Lingxiao Empire boasts 51 prefectures and 2,448 cities. Should an offensive be launched against Beima Prefecture, it would necessitate even more teleportation arrays. Ultimately, Etion had no choice but to grit his teeth and purchase a total of 10,000 teleportation arrays. He intended to establish one in every city and prefecture, and also include Beima and Nanhua prefectures in the mix. This would leave him with an additional 18 teleportation arrays, which Etion planned to place within Chang'an City. As the Lingxiao Empire grows stronger, Chang'an City will also expand, and 18 teleportation arrays might not suffice in the future. The following day, within the Qilin Hall, over 900 civil and military officials had gathered. A significant portion of them were individuals Etion had acquired previously. At this moment, Etion had yet to arrive, and Wang Zhan and others were engaged in quiet conversation. Just then, Lu Xingyang's voice rang out. Announcing the arrival of His Majesty, the 900 officials collectively bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Your Majesty, may you reign eternally." Etion, seated upon the dragon throne, raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement. "Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kong Yiji and 8 other vice presidents were also present, standing alongside the civil officials. Etion directly addressed them. "Yesterday, President Kong informed me that there are no official positions available for the academy graduates. Does anyone have a viable strategy?" As soon as he finished speaking, before any civil officials could respond, Zhang Guiyou interjected, "Your Majesty, the Empire's national strength is formidable and our soldiers are well prepared. It is time to deploy against Beima and Nanhua." "No," Wang Shirui immediately countered. "Your Majesty, the graduates may not have official positions, but they can be assigned internships or transferred to other departments as junior staff." Wang Zhan snorted dismissively. Our army is strong and ready. Once we expand our territory, there will be plenty of official vacancies. Your Majesty, should war commence, it is the common people who will suffer. The Empire has only just entered a period of stability. We ought to focus on recuperation. A heated debate erupted among the civil and military officials. Etion recognized the validity in their arguments. The civil officials opposed war because, at present, the populace had only just stabilized and was engaged in trade with Beima and Nanhua. Should war break out, many commoners would be displaced, potentially resulting in rivers of blood. Yet, Etion found himself in a predicament. The system had warned him that in 90 years, powerful beings from 2 other worlds would descend upon the Tianyuan continent. If he did not accumulate sufficient fortune value by then, he would be unable to purchase beings of transcendent power to confront that impending catastrophe, although national strength could increase fortune value. The process was painfully slow. Accumulating billions of fortune value might take centuries. In the current situation, only through war and territory expansion could fortune value be rapidly amassed. Enough. Seeing the continuous bickering, Etion felt compelled to intervene. "I summoned you not to squabble. I intend to establish teleportation arrays in every city of the Empire, and arrangements will be made accordingly." At this point, Etion paused, turning his gaze towards the military officials. "I will wage war against both Beima and Nanhua, and I have compelling reasons to do so. Your inquiries are unnecessary. The Ministry of War shall draft the necessary plans, while the Ministry of Internal Affairs will handle logistics and post-war affairs. You may disperse." The military officials displayed expressions of excitement. "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, many civil officials wore looks of sorrow, yet Kong Yiji and others were not among them. They eagerly anticipated the prospect of war, as it would provide opportunities for the Academy's graduates. Just as Etion returned to his study, Yu Shaotian and his 2 sons arrived shortly thereafter. "Your Majesty," before Yi Wuhui could pay his respects. Yi Wuyi pushed him aside and entered, exclaiming, "What, Your Majesty? I'm here to see my son. Must I bow?" He then turned to Etion, asking, "Explain to me, why do you insist on waging war?" Etion rubbed his forehead. It had been several years since he took a consort, yet he had not fathered a son, which only fueled his father's growing dissatisfaction. The 4, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, had all become cultivators, and even if Etion desired children, it was beyond his control. There was a well-known saying in the cultivation world, the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to bear offspring. This fact remained unaltered, even with Etion's system. "Father, grandfather, second uncle, please have a seat." The elder Yu Shaotian plopped down onto a chair. The 3 men fixed their gazes upon Etion, awaiting his response. "I understand your intentions. However, deploying troops is the result of careful consideration. The Empire's population is steadily increasing, and with it, the number of talented individuals. They must be afforded a platform to realize their ambitions." "No," Yi Wuyi interrupted. "Stop. I have no interest in hearing this. You can deceive those scholars, but don't feed me such drivel. The common people are well-fed and content. What sectors are lacking in talent? Tianxing Prefecture, Lishan Prefecture, Refeng Prefecture, are there not enough officials there? I see this as a waste of resources. These three prefectures were once part of the Tianqing Empire, which fell after its defeat, leading the Lingxiao Empire to dispatch many individuals to take over the region. The Tianqing Empire had been prosperous, with a large population necessitating the management of many officials. However, the empire later decided to relocate some of the populace to diminish the presence of such cities. Yi Tian blinked in surprise. There are indeed many officials there. As for wasteful spending, the soldiers belong to me. I have not recruited them from the empire, and I am providing for their logistical support. Where, then, is the notion of waste? At this moment, Yi Shaodian interjected, your men. Ha! You speak so lightly. Yes, the empire is yours, and I have no right to question it, but do not forget how the Qifeng kingdom fell, or how the Deqian met its demise. It dawned on Yi Tian that his father and brothers were entirely unaware of the system's existence and his current military strength. They still believed the total military strength was around 54 million. After accounting for troops stationed throughout various regions, only about 10 million were available for combat. They were oblivious to the fact that Yi Tian had purchased an additional 40 million. This raised his combat forces from 10 million to 50 million. With such a substantial military force, and every soldier possessing the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, there were few factions across the entire Tianyuan continent capable of hindering him. While those sacred lands indeed had powerful experts who could easily annihilate Yi Tian's forces, the Lingxiao Empire was not without its own formidable figures, 5 at the peak of the Saint King realm and 2 at the peak of the Great Saint realm, coupled with Xiao Hong and others. Yi Tian was confident that unless all the factions of the Zhangtian region united, there would not be sufficient to challenge him. Father, grandfather, second uncle, you are overthinking this. Yi Tian stepped out from behind his desk. Pointing at the map of the Qingtian region on the wall, the empire commands an army of 90 million and possesses numerous experts in the Saint realm. There is no faction in the entire Qingtian region capable of obstructing the empire's iron cavalry. With such military strength and the academy producing so many talented individuals, why should I refrain from waging war? At that moment, Yi Wuhui interjected, wait a moment. Where does the empire possess 90 million troops? Are you planning to recruit soldiers? Not yet, but within 10 days, it will be a reality. The military he had previously purchased had yet to be generated by the system. He deliberately stated a 10-day time frame to allow the Moonshadow Guards and others to set up the teleportation arrays first. After purchasing the teleportation arrays yesterday, Yi Tian had already dispatched the Moonshadow Guards with 2,447 of them. As for the teleportation arrays in Chang'an City, Yi Tian prepared a total of 19. Leaving one in the palace specifically for the Moonshadow Guards to relay commands swiftly. The remaining 18 were all established outside the city. Previously, he had purchased 800,000 troops composed entirely of spirit-gathering realm experts. Yi Tian planned to replace the 300,000 black armored troops with them. As the central hub of the empire, Chang'an City would utilize these 800,000 spirit-gathering realm experts as its garrison. Yi Wudi was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire such forces? However, Yi Shaodian suddenly recalled what Yi Tian had said during the era of the Deqian kingdom. Thinking along these lines, Yi Shaodian remarked, do you truly possess such a military force? Yi Tian solemnly nodded. Indeed, you can rest assured about my endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi was filled with fury. Rest assured? Rest assured about what? It has been so many years. Why is it that none of Xiaomei's group have conceived yet? Yi Tian, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, Father, why not find someone for yourself? What did you just say? Are you rebelling against the heavens? The old man sought a young one. With a swift motion. Before Yi Wudi could ignite in anger, Yi Shaodian struck first, delivering a sharp blow to the back of Yi Wudi's head. What are you fussing about? He exclaimed. Tiana is right. After all these years, it is only fitting that you find someone. Look at Wu Hui and Shi Weiji. Father, how can you say that? Yi Wudi said, his expression clouded with frustration, not daring to resist. Yi Shaodian, with a fierce glare, declared, Humph. I will speak to Nangong Tao. How many years have gone by? Are you destined to remain single for a lifetime? If you were an ordinary person, that might be acceptable. But now, which of you does not possess a lifespan of 1,000 years? All your hopes are pinned on my grandson to carry on the family line. What immense pressure that places on him. This statement startled both Yi Wuhui and Yi Wudi. Previously, the old man had always urged Yi Tian on their behalf. How had he suddenly changed his stance today? Yi Tian himself was taken aback. Having prepared for a tirade, only to encounter this unexpected turn of events. Dad, what is this? Yi Wuhui inquired, perplexed. Yi Shaodian shot back. What, have I not come to a realization? Is that so wrong? He then turned to Yi Wudi and insisted. Listen here, you must find someone within 5 years. Otherwise, I shall invoke the family law. He pointed at Yi Tian and Yi Wuhui, adding, And you too, having been married for so long, where is the progress? You must ensure a child is born within 10 years. But father, how could you say that? Tiana is already married. What do you mean by finding another? Yiwudi replied awkwardly. When Tiana's child is born. Shall I then have another? How would they address one another? That would be utter chaos. I care not. How they address one another is your concern. I only demand results. After this, Yu Shaodian turned to Yu Tian with a smile, saying, Tianer, if you were to lead troops into battle, should you not take me along? Even if I cannot have the rank of general, a position of commander would suffice. All three were astounded. And Yu Tian never anticipated that the old man's intentions behind all this were to seek participation in an expedition. However, Yu Tian found himself in a dilemma. He had previously stated in the court that to gain promotion, one must demonstrate merit, civil officials through political achievements and military officers through tangible military exploits. The earliest batch of individuals, such as Wang Zhan, Zhao Jian, and Jiang Wuyo, were now all grand marshals of the military department. The Yi family trio had never received merit from Yi Tian, as they belonged to the royal lineage. And the empire was theirs, merit was of no consequence. Grandfather, you have won battles but have no military merit. Are you certain? Yu Shaoyan's expression froze momentarily. What do I need merit for? I simply wish to engage in battle. I wish to go too. No need for merit. I too shall join. Yi Tian observed the smiles of the old man and then glanced at his father and second uncle. All right. These three are clearly in collusion. Are you sure? Absolutely. The entire military department consisted solely of the Yi family trio, unlike the other generals and soldiers who were all under Yi Tian's command, regardless of which general wished to deploy troops or what the army was engaged in. Yu Tian could monitor everything through the system's interface. However, because these soldiers were flesh and blood beings, Yu Tian also felt compelled to provide them with opportunities for promotion. Although Yu Shaodian and his sons were part of the military department, the leaders dispatched for expeditions had to be agreed upon by the marshals of the military department and subsequently approved by Yi Tian. Had there only been around 20 generals, they would have felt confident in their chances. Yet, with the sudden emergence of over 200 individuals yesterday, Yu Shaodian realized that they needed to pull some strings. Otherwise, once the military department convened, there would be no chance for the three of them. Given their identities, Wang Zhan and the others would never allow them to lead troops into battle. Yi Tian understood this as well, but he only needed to send one sage to protect them in secret. However, to agree so easily made him appear overly accommodating. He needed to negotiate terms with them. Grandfather, father, uncle, you are all of royal blood. There is a saying that a gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations. Before Yu Tian could finish, the old man interrupted. Stop. Speak. What are your conditions? Yiwudi and Yi Wuhui had not spent much time with Yu Tian, but the old man was well aware of his grandson's character. Suddenly interrupted, Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback. As long as you agree, do not pressure me about offspring in the future. What? No way. That won't do. Change it. Yes, yes. You are the only heir of the Yi family. If not you, then who? Absolutely not. Yi Tian replied earnestly. You can pressure my second uncle, and my father. Yiwudi, momentarily speechless, began to pace in the study. Yi Shaodian implored. Enough, enough. Tianer, you are already 34, still without a child. How can I face our ancestors? Yu Tian raised his hand to halt the old man's continued pleas. Stop, let us change the terms. You three must work together, and I shall grant you 200. 000 troops. If you are unwilling, then so be it. The three exchanged whispers. 200, 000. That seems a bit scant. Yi Tian stated plainly. If you find it insufficient, then just stay at home and rest. To be honest, he cherished and valued the familial bonds they currently shared. Should they require resources, Yu Tian would accommodate them. However, leading troops into battle carried inherent risks. The North Emo state was fundamentally different from the Qingyan state, where three great empires formed a tripartite stalemate. The three nations, despite their long-standing conflicts, would not permit external forces to intervene. To conquer North Emo state, one must simultaneously attack all three empires. Similarly, the South Wilderness state possessed its own complexities. Dominated by 7 sections, the 7 major sects, akin to those in North Emo, were equally resistant to outside influence. Consequently, to seize control of these two states, one must unleash a tremendous force to annihilate their formidable leaders and sovereigns. Nonetheless, a rule existed in the Tianyuan continent. Experts at the sage level were prohibited from participating in wars. After all, the destructive power of such beings was immense, leading to significant collateral damage among the innocent. However, the 7 sects of the South Wilderness were different. They were not state powers. When their sects faced existential crises, who would heed the rules? After much time had passed, the 3 elders were finally coaxed away. Yution then sat upon the dragon throne and began to examine the system panel, eager to ascertain the status of the teleportation array's arrangement. Chapter 69. Mobilizing millions for concurrent assaults after much time had passed. The three elders were finally coaxed away. Yution then sat upon the dragon throne and began to examine the system panel, eager to ascertain the status of the teleportation array's arrangement. The teleportation array was relatively simple to set up, with the most critical component being the array plate. The materials were intended for the construction of two portals, one for entry and the other for exit. Once the two portals were successfully crafted, the array plate could be affixed atop them. At that point, coordinates for other teleportation arrays could be configured on the plate to travel to any desired location. One merely needed to set the appropriate coordinates. However, establishing a teleportation array was insufficient. It required personnel to stand guard as well. Fortunately, each city was manned by a general and between 30 to 50,000 soldiers. By placing the teleportation arrays near each military camp, the soldiers could serve as guardians of the arrays. Each teleportation array was not infinitely usable. Each activation consumed 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone. In other words, a single low-grade spirit stone could power the array for 10 uses, a mid-grade for 100, and a high-grade for 1,000. As for the premium spirit stones, Yution was reluctant to expend them. Even though he currently possessed several hundred million, he was unwilling to waste them on teleportation arrays. Upon reaching the Saint Realm, practitioners typically refrained from absorbing spiritual energy during their regular trainings. Once enlightenment was attained, they could break through. However, significant spiritual energy was necessary during the breakthrough process. Previously, when Xiaohong ascended to the Saint Realm, it cost Yution 1,200 premium spirit stones. While this may not seem excessive, it is essential to remember that many others also required spirit stones for their cultivation. Wu Fa, Wu Tian, Exin, and their 5 companions, along with Wu Xinyue and her 3 companions. Xiaohong, Zhaojun, and a total of 12 individuals were in need of premium spirit stones. In the future, should he, Shangguan Feihong, and several hundred generals and ministers also seek to ascend to the Saint Realm, they would collectively require tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of premium spirit stones daily. This scarcity of resources explains why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, despite commanding a vast territory, has only a handful of powerful individuals above the Saint Realm. It is not due to a lack of talent but rather a deficiency of cultivation resources. Once the Moonshadow Guard acquired the teleportation arrays, they began to establish them in every city and county. However, the territory of the Lingxiao Empire had already expanded to 36,800,000 kilometers. Even with constant flight and time allocated for arranging the formations, it would take 2 to 3 days to complete. At this moment, over 200 individuals were gathered in the military department's conference hall, each eager to lead troops into battle. Wang Zhan spoke first. His Majesty has decreed that we shall assault Beima. However, Beima only requires 30 divisions, each commanding 100,000 soldiers. I wish to command a division. Zhao Jian quickly interjected. The newly generated Song Tianla expressed his discontent. Why should you? You are already a marshal. Yet you seek to claim our command? Indeed, we are mere commoners. Another chimed in. This is unacceptable. I propose that each division consists of 500,000 soldiers, and that we dispatch 60 divisions. Are you speaking nonsense? Why not revert to the previous arrangement? Each division was comprised of 200,000 soldiers. Previously, each division consisted of 200,000 soldiers. But that was only sufficient for waging war against smaller nations. According to the intelligence relayed by the Moonshadow Guard, while Beima province consists of only 3 nations, each is an empire with millions of mercenaries and formidable combat capabilities. Therefore, if the Lingxiao Empire wishes to conquer Beima, it must simultaneously engage all 3 nations, contending against an enemy force exceeding 30 million. This was the rationale behind the military department's decision to dispatch 30 million troops. As the debate grew increasingly heated, Yution's voice resonated within their minds. There is no need for such complications. The Moonshadow Guard will collaborate with you. The Empire will deploy 50 million troops to simultaneously attack Beima and Nanwang. Upon hearing this, the generals were momentarily taken aback. While they were confident, they had not been so presumptuous as to consider attacking 2 provinces at once. Your Majesty, is this not overly risky? They inquired. They were all aware of the Empire's military strength. Aside from the newly generated 40 million troops, the remaining 10 million had been in training for several years. Most had reached the Skyward Realm. But the latter 40 million were all at the Spirit Sea Realm. While an assault on Beima might be feasible, given that its soldiers were not particularly strong, the situation in Nanwang was different. The 7 great sects were all inhabited by cultivators, each possessing formidable strength. In fact, Each sect wielded power several dozen times greater than the previous sword sect. The sword sect's long-standing dominance in Qingyun province was merely due to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's balancing of these forces. There exists a significant distinction between sects and empires. An empire can confront you with its armies, whereas sects may directly dispatch experts to eliminate high-ranking generals in battle. Do not worry. I will send individuals to deal with the sect's masters. Yu Tian assured them. Upon hearing this, the generals finally felt reassured, and discussion resumed. Ultimately, the military department adhered to the previous arrangement of troop allocation, with each division consisting of 200,000 soldiers. However, above each division, there would be a military governance office comprising 5 divisions. Each military governance office would appoint a marshal to oversee the coordination of the 5 divisions. The decision to dispatch 30 million troops to Beimu remained unchanged. While 20 million would be sent to Nanwang, of which 10 million would consist of seasoned veterans. Simultaneously, Yu Tian dispatched 100,000 Moonshadow Guards to accompany the forces, tasked with undermining the enemy from within through covert operations. This suited them well, as the system had granted the Moonshadow Guards the ability to conceal themselves within the void, unless they encountered individuals 2 realms above them. They would remain undetected. As for the internal security of the empire, there were 800,000 soldiers at the Condensing Spirit realm stationed, with each city housing between 30 to 50,000. They had no fear of intruders, even if such individuals dared to invade. Yu Tian could rapidly procure sufficient troops. 3 days swiftly passed. 40 million soldiers were generated at the border, with only 10 million veterans and generals requiring the use of the teleportation array to reach their destination. Upon the arrival of 30 million soldiers at the border, the stationed troops in Xianyu City took notice. Similarly, merchants engaged in trade with Beima province were taken aback by this sudden development. They were left perplexed as to why the Lingxiao Empire had abruptly decided to launch an assault on Beima. Some scouts, upon discovering the soldiers, quickly concealed themselves to relay this news within Beima province. The 3 nations were known as the Songqing Empire, the Jingza Empire, and the Fengwei Empire. Chapter 70. The stance of the 3 nations and the conflicted ruler. The nation closest to Qingyun province was none other than the Fengwei Empire. While the other 2 empires were situated to the southeast and northwest, when the Lingxiao Empire mustered 30 million soldiers at the border, the 3 empires were already aware of the situation. As the oldest empire in Beima, the Fengwei Empire had withstood the test of time for thousands of years, amassing the greatest strength among the 3 empires. However, the Songqing Empire and the Jingza Empire were not to be underestimated. Even if Fengwei was the strongest, it could not simultaneously annihilate both rival empires. Their long-standing conflicts were merely power struggles among the elite, driven by resources, population, and military training. The current emperor of the Fengwei Empire, Hu Yezha, was the 157th ruler and had reached the venerable age of 485. His strength had long since ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm. In the imperial court, Hu Yezha bellowed in rage. Who will tell me what is happening with this Lingxiao Empire? Your Majesty, the Lingxiao Empire was merely a small nation in Qingyun province 20 years ago, known as Tiqian, after the Yi family staged a rebellion. It took them only 3 years before the minister could finish. Hu Yezha had already struck him with a powerful palm, sending the unfortunate official flying from the court. As neighbors to the Lingxiao Empire, the Fengwei Empire had certainly dispatched spies to gather intelligence. They were well aware of the empire's national strength, military prowess, and even the age of its emperor. Did he really need anyone to elaborate? Was he interested in the empire's rise to power? Was he eager to know why they were mobilizing troops? Who was leading them? And where were they currently stationed? These questions left the ministers and generals below perplexed. They recalled that only 2 years prior, the Lingxiao Empire had sent envoys to establish trade relations with the 3 nations of Beima. How could they suddenly decide to wage war against them? In truth, this matter is not only beyond their comprehension, but even the civil and military officials of the Lingxiao Empire are equally perplexed. Nonetheless, despite this confusion, they resolutely carry out Yu Tian's orders. Have you not observed how the 3 members of the Yi family have been inspired to become warriors by Yu Tian's fervor? Hu Yezha, witnessing that none among the officials could articulate the reasoning behind their predicament, merely shook his head in disappointment. At this juncture, they simply do not have the luxury to ponder the intentions of the Lingxiao Empire. Their focus is solely on devising a strategy for battle. The combined military strength of the entire Fengwei Empire exceeds 30 million. However, the number of soldiers who can actually be mobilized for combat is less than 10 million. After all, no nation is willing to maintain an army of tens of millions year-round, as such a burden would be insurmountable for an empire. Similarly, the Songqing Empire and the Jingza Empire find themselves in a comparable situation. They claim to possess 2 to 3 million troops. Yet only 7 to 8 million can be effectively mobilized. Should they draw all their forces, the immediate impact on the empire may be negligible. A victory would yield numerous advantages for the empire, but a defeat would gradually erode their control over other cities, much like the Lingxiao Empire, which boasts 2,448 cities, each fortified with around 10,000 officials and an additional 30 to 50,000 stationed troops, all aimed at suppressing any potential unrest within the cities. Even if it does not arise, preemptive measures must be taken. Hu Yezha commenced the mobilization of troops within the court, seeking to ascertain whether they could thwart the Lingxiao Empire's forces at the borders. As for vanquishing the Lingxiao Empire's army, they are not so audacious as to believe that 8 million soldiers could possibly contend with 30 million. Lu Qingyun, the ruler of the Songqing Empire, upon receiving news from scouts, initially harbored disbelief. For millennia, Beima Prefecture has not been devoid of scrutiny from external forces, yet each time it faced a united resistance from the three kingdoms. Consequently, despite the incessant internal strife within Beima Prefecture, they have never suffered an invasion from outside powers. The ruler could not fathom that the so-called Lingxiao small nation possessed such audacity, and thus ordered further investigation. As for Hongzhi, the ruler of the Jingzhi Empire, he too was skeptical about the newly stabilized Lingxiao Empire daring to assault their territory. However, as reports from scouts continued to flood in, a tempest stirred within his heart. What confounded him was how the recently stabilized Lingxiao Empire could muster 30 million soldiers in such a short time. It is worth noting that even a united front of the three kingdoms would require considerable time to mobilize 30 million troops. Yet, mere moments after receiving the news of the Lingxiao Empire's mobilization, they learned that enemy forces were already approaching the borders. Summoned the elder statesmen. Yes, the eunuch hastily informed the 5 elder statesmen of the Jingzhi Empire. Soon, within the palace study, the 6 began to deliberate. Your Majesty, the signs indicate that the Lingxiao Empire has acted with alarming swiftness. Should we notify the Longfeng Pavilion? Indeed, Your Majesty, I too believe it prudent to alert them. Hongzhi stroked his chin thoughtfully. While it is essential to inform the Longfeng Pavilion, the Lingxiao Empire's forces are already upon us. Should the Jingzhi Empire dispatch troops for reinforcement? Another elder interjected. Sending troops is imperative, but how many would be appropriate? The 2 elder statesmen, who had remained silent thus far, gazed at the map of Beima Prefecture. Hongzhi inquired of the 2 silent figures. Elder Zhang, elderly, do you have any insights? Among the 5 elder statesmen, only Zhang and Li could be deemed veterans from the previous dynasty, both renowned for their sagaciousness. As the sovereign, Hongzhi often sought their counsel. Elder Zhang pointed to a location on the map. Your Majesty, observe here. Qingyun Prefecture is separated from Beima Prefecture by a small maritime expanse. However, for an empire, the sea bears no distinction from land, especially when the Lingxiao Empire's forces comprise entirely of cultivators. Hongzhi had already considered this, yet the maritime side is home to the coastal city of Linhai, a grand and prosperous locale, particularly thriving after establishing trade with the Lingxiao Empire. He recalled a year prior, when he and Lu Qingyun had jointly pressured Hu Yezha to relinquish control of Linhai City. However, Hu Yezha had not informed them, and they had subsequently engaged in conflict over this matter. Linhai City is perpetually garrisoned by 30,000 troops. This force, should it attempt to fend off 30 million invaders, would likely falter within moments. At this juncture, Elder Zhang's indication of this location raises questions. Noticing Hongzhi's expression of confusion, Elderly chuckled. Your Majesty, this is the gateway to Beima. Should the Lingxiao Empire seek to penetrate Beima, they must do so through this route. Elderly then gestured towards both sides of Linhai City, one side leading to broader maritime expanses, and the other to treacherous cliffs. Realizing the implication, Hongzhi began to comprehend, yet soon his brow furrowed once more. This indeed is a favorable location, but would Hu Yezha permit us to deploy troops? Upon hearing this, the 5 elder statesmen fell silent. Although the 3 kingdoms exhibit strong resistance against external threats, they would not allow an army to traverse their own territory. In the past, incursions had only stemmed from the forces of Xishiang Prefecture, which borders both the Songqing and Jingzhi empires, allowing Fengwei Empire to send reinforcements without breaching their territory. However, now that both countries wish to aid the Fengwei Empire, the optimal strategy would be to intercept the Lingxiao Empire's forces outside Linhai City. Yet, to reach Linhai City, they must traverse through the 3 principal cities of the Fengwei Empire. This singular fact would likely provoke resistance from the Fengwei Empire. Thus, a paradox emerges. While they wish to provide assistance, the Fengwei Empire fears for the safety of its capital. Conversely, if aid is withheld, the Lingxiao Empire's forces may advance unimpeded. Contemplating this, Hongzhi continued to examine the map. Beyond Linhai City lies Yaohe City, followed by the waterside city of Tingshui, a series of 6 cities all belonging to the Fenghui Empire. Beyond Yaoguang City lies the boundary between their Jingzhi Empire and the Fenghui Empire, where a vast expanse of hills known as Shan stretches for miles without a single city. Elder Zhang, what do you think of guiding the Lingxiao army here, to the east of the Shan Hills? After crossing 3 cities, lies the territory of the Tsongqing Empire. At that point, Hongzhe could allow those 3 cities to open their gates for the Tsongqing army to pass through. This way, the 3 kingdoms could unite to confine the Lingxiao Empire's forces within this area, at least managing to repel them. Elder Zhang, with a kindly countenance, gazed at Hongzhe. Your Majesty, you exhibit too much benevolence. You are willing to cede 3 cities, but do you believe Hu Yezhe would allow the Lingxiao Empire to seize Yaoguang City, one of the 3 major cities of the Fenghui Empire? Continuing, Elder Zhang pointed to another side of the map. We could permit the Tsongqing Empire to pass through our 3 cities. But what if they took advantage of the opportunity to occupy them? Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, Hongzhe felt a wave of despondency. Had it not been for his father's seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, he would not have ascended to the throne so prematurely. Thankfully, with the assistance of the 5 elder statesmen, he has been spared from making many foolish decisions. What shall we do then? Shall we refrain from assistance? The Jingzhi Empire, being the youngest among the 3 great empires, is nonetheless the result of generations of relentless endeavor. To emerge as the 3rd empire amidst the 2 others, Hongzhe's ancestors were far from inept. Elderly chuckled and remarked, Your Majesty, it is not a matter of our willingness to assist. It now hinges upon whether Hu Yezhe is amenable to our entry. At this moment, Hongzhe has come to a realization and hastily began to relay this information to Hu Yezhe, hoping that he would gain clarity on the situation and make a wise decision. Meanwhile, on the side of the Tsongqing Empire, Lu Qingyun, after repeated confirmations from his scouts, finally believed the fact that the Lingxiao Empire was indeed preparing to invade Beima. However, like Hongzhe, he was faced with the same dilemma. The Tsongqing Empire was willing to send troops for assistance. The crux of the matter lay in whether Hu Yezhe would trust them enough to allow their forces to traverse through the heartland of the Fenghui Empire. On the side of the Fenghui Empire, Hu Yezhe and his ministers had been deliberating for quite some time. In the interim, he received messages from Lu Qingyun and Hongzhe, yet, as both of them feared, Hu Yezhe's heart was also filled with anxiety. If he permitted the troops from the 2 nations to enter and join him in resisting the Lingxiao Empire, should they emerge victorious, the Fenghui Empire would inevitably lose at least 20 cities, as the Tsongqing and Jingzhi empires would undoubtedly seize those cities upon their return. Conversely, if he denied their assistance and they were to face defeat, the entire Fenghui Empire would be at risk of annihilation. Speak up, then. What should I choose? The Chancellor pondered for a moment before stepping forward and saying, Your Majesty, why don't we retreat our troops to Shan? Before the Emperor Hu Yezhe could respond, a nearby prince scolded angrily, Preposterous. Do you understand what you are suggesting? Shall we just relinquish 5 cities to the Lingxiao Empire without a fight? It appears you wish to betray the nation, Your Highness. Mobilizing troops within the empire requires time, and we simply do not have that luxury. The best course of action is to intercept the Lingxiao Empire's forces outside of Linhai City. This is something everyone is acutely aware of, yet executing it is an arduous task. Tian has summoned an army of 30 million directly at the border, with the generals arriving via teleportation arrays. Just as the 3 nations were still in discussion, the 30 million troops had already begun boarding ships, with the vanguard nearly ready to land. The Fenghui Empire would need several hours at the very least to mobilize their forces to Linhai City. All 3 nations had underestimated the strength of the Lingxiao Empire's army. A mere 300,000 troops garrisoning a city could hardly withstand 30 million for long. Enough. Now, troops from the 6 cities, including Yao Yu and Ting Shui, shall all be summoned to Linhai City to defend it for me. Wang Yunfei, I appoint you as the Grand General, leading 8 million troops of the Empire to set forth. Remember, I give you but one command. Do your utmost to obstruct the forces of the Lingxiao Empire. Yes. General Wang Yunfei acknowledged the command and took the Tiger Talisman before departing. Hu Yezhe then turned to Chancellor Ai Shiweli and said, Chancellor, I require you to oversee the logistics and supply of resources. All must be mobilized for the Empire. Yes. The aged Chancellor Ai Shiweli bowed in response, just before the 3 nations could unite. The military administration led by Wang Zhan had already landed. The Yuan guards had long since gathered intelligence on Linhai City, and upon learning that only 30,000 troops were stationed there, Wang Zhan had no intention of waiting any longer and directly issued the command to assault the city with his million-strong army. 1,000 siege crossbows were promptly pushed forward by the soldiers. Amidst the shock and terror of the defending forces, the 1,000 arrows flew towards Linhai City. Each arrow measured 10 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter. The previously sealed city gates shattered under this barrage, and the city walls bore numerous breaches. Soldiers stationed on the walls suffered heavy casualties from the onslaught of arrows. No one could withstand the attack, not even the city's commanding general, who possessed the strength of the fourth stage of concentration, was sent flying, his fate unknown. Wang Zhan, standing on the high platform, observed this scene with a sense of astonishment. Initially, he had believed these siege crossbows were merely effective for breaching walls, not realizing they possessed both armor-piercing and impact capabilities. Surveying the nearly ruined city walls, Wang Zhan waved his hand and initiated the assault. In Wang Zhan's view, the foremost aspect of warfare was intelligence, followed closely by decisive action. He firmly believed that the Lingxiao Empire's army was already known to the three nations, and thus, to achieve swift success, they must secure Linhai City. Otherwise, when reinforcements arrived, the 30 million troops would likely suffer significant losses in their attempt to capture the city. As Wang Zhan commenced his attack, Zhao Jian and the other generals gradually began to land. The reinforcements from the Fengwei Empire were still en route. 2 hours later, Wang Zhan, Zhao Jian, and several generals stood atop the city walls, gazing at the approaching millions of troops, their faces breaking into smiles. What began as a siege had transformed into a defensive battle. It is indeed thanks to you, General Wang Zhan. Had we arrived 2 hours later, the fight would not have been so effortless. The generals shared light-hearted banter atop the walls, while Wang Yunfei's 8 million troops were still 5 hours away from Linhai City. Upon receiving news of the city's fall, this grand general of the Fengwei Empire was taken aback. After Hu Yuzha issued his command, he had tirelessly mobilized troops. He believed that as long as the 30,000 troops did not venture out to engage the enemy and steadfastly held the city walls, they could endure for some time, at least until the 100,000 reinforcements from the 6 cities arrived. With 100,000 troops, and by the time his 8 million forces arrived, they would surely be able to hold out for a while longer. However, to his astonishment, the city fell merely 2 hours after the assault began, while his own troops were still en route. The news of Linhai City's fall swiftly reached the palaces of the three nations. Yet, the thoughts of the three emperors diverged significantly. Hu Yuzha was filled with anguish and resentment towards the Lingxiao Empire for its lack of martial ethics, as well as towards himself for not being resolute enough. In truth, the Fengwei Empire had already diminished in strength from its initial dominance over Beima Prefecture to the subsequent rise of the Songqing Empire, leading to the present tripartite standoff. It was evident that the Fengwei Empire was increasingly faltering, with each successive ruler's control over the empire, as well as their grasp of warfare and circumstances, waning in efficacy, perhaps due to the tripartite balance of power in Beima Prefecture. Despite the incessant internal strife among the three nations, their soldiers had grown stronger, yet they had not faced the threat of annihilation for thousands of years, leading both the ministers and rulers to become overly complacent. After all, previous external threats had been easily repelled. However, in this genuine struggle for survival, their troop mobilization and situational management had starkly revealed their deficiencies. Hu Yuzha, upon receiving the news of Linhai City's fall, recognized the formidable strength of the Lingxiao Empire, one that the Fengwei Empire alone could not withstand. Shueli, issue an order to conscript 30 million soldiers. I require those retired veterans. I intend to temper the blood of our empire with the might of the Lingxiao Empire. Yes, the old minister will act immediately. Chancellor Ai Shueli departed to execute the command. He understood the current situation well. As the saying goes, there are no perfect eggs under a collapsed nest. The might of the Lingxiao Empire necessitated the Fengwei Empire's full commitment to resist it. The prince beside him spoke softly. Your Majesty, should we not seek assistance from the Songqing and Jingzha empires? Hu Yuzha's expression darkened. To be frank, he was loath to involve the other two empires. Yet, witnessing the approaching threat of the Lingxiao Empire, he comprehended that the military strength of the Fengwei Empire alone could not halt their advance. The most prudent course of action would be to concede 6 cities, allowing the Songqing and Jingzha empires to take the brunt of the conflict, ideally leading to mutual devastation with the Lingxiao Empire's forces. Then, the 30 million troops he summoned back could come to mop up the aftermath. Let them know, the 6 cities of Yaoguang, to allow passage. Similar reports also reached Chang'an City. In fact, Yu Tian, as an observer from a third-party perspective, was the first to learn of this news. However, Yu Tian did not rush to celebrate. Regarding the course of the war and the decisions on the battlefield, he preferred not to interject. Previously, on the 100 Flowers battlefield, his hasty order to initiate an attack had led to the loss of over 1 million soldiers from an initial force of 370,000. It was crucial to remember that every soldier of the Lingxiao Empire was a cultivator at the Linghai realm. Logically, their casualties should not exceed 500,000, even in the context of a large-scale war. Under the competent command of generals like Wang Zhan, losses would not surpass 1 million. Although he promptly recruited soldiers afterwards. This incident left Yu Tian with a twinge of guilt. He understood that these soldiers were mere constructs of the system, their purpose being to sacrifice their lives as a means to forge his ascendance. Nevertheless, from the outset, Yu Tian had resolved to entrust professional matters to those with expertise. After assessing the current situation of Wang Zhan and his cohort, he turned his gaze to the system panel to examine the status of Jiang Wuyuan and the others. Jiang Wuyuan commanded an army of 20 million. Advancing towards the southern wilderness. As this vast force entered the territory of the southern wilderness, the nearest sect, the Shooting Sun sect, received the news. According to the reports relayed by the Moonshadow Guards, despite the divine title, the Shooting Sun sect bore no resemblance to divinity. Within the sect, the strongest individual was merely a sage of the third realm. However, the Shooting Sun sect had been established for tens of thousands of years in the southern wilderness, boasting a disciple count exceeding 70,000. Among them, over 50,000 were outer disciples, all below the skyward realm. Only those who reached the skyward realm could be considered inner disciples, yet even then, there were still more than 20,000. If such strength was deemed insignificant, then the previous might of the Qingyan Sword sect was even more modest. In Yu Tian's view, had it not been for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's oversight, Qingyan Prefecture might have long been overrun by the forces of other states. At this moment, within the main hall of the Shooting Sun sect, the elders and the sect master convened to deliberate on how to respond to the forces of the Lingxiao Empire. Sect master, since the Lingxiao Empire dares to act in such a manner, they clearly do not regard the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with any seriousness. In my opinion, we should inform the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion directly and allow them to suppress this threat, suggested one elder. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Only a few held a differing opinion. Since the Lingxiao Empire had the audacity to send troops against them, it implied they possessed substantial confidence. Moreover, the mere act of dispatching 20 million troops indicated that the Lingxiao Empire was intent on seizing the entirety of the southern wilderness. The Grand Elder then spoke. Sect Master, I propose we directly advise the other 6 sections. He had not witnessed the military strength of the Lingxiao Empire, but their decision to attack suggested they were well acquainted with the powers of the southern wilderness. If they dared to engage in battle, it meant they had formidable backing. Chapter 73, Chain Reaction. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion takes action. The sect master, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes named Shi Hongjian, replied, let us first contact the 6 sections. We should also reach out to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, since the Lingxiao Empire has the boldness to advance against us, we must ascertain their true strength. That is not advisable, Sect Master. The enemy's willingness to attack indicates they are well prepared. You must not put yourself in jeopardy. Shi Hongjian had just ascended to the first realm of Sage, and his confidence had understandably swelled. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave now and inform the other powers. Yu Xiaodian and his 2 sons mingled among the crowd with an army of 200,000. Initially, they had intended to assault Beima, as it was a battleground for the legions and an opportunity to learn from the generals about military formations. However, being redirected to the southern wilderness left them somewhat disheartened. After all, the disciples of the sect could not compare to the soldiers. When the fighting commenced, it would not be high-level combat. Their soldiers would merely serve the purpose of capturing cities and territories. Within the military camp, Jiang Wuyuan, Zhang Qishan, Su Feilong, and Lu Qiafeng gathered around a map, discussing their strategy. The Shooting Sun sect's control over these cities was rather lax. Indeed, the garrisons of each city are predominantly composed of sect disciples. Jiang Wuyuan noted. Yet it is intriguing that a single sect can exert influence over nearly 700 cities. Suddenly, Jiang Wuyuan inquired, what does the report from the Moonshadow Guards indicate? Lu Qiafeng replied. The Shooting Sun sect has already reached out to other sects for assistance, but the specifics of their alliance remain unknown to the Moonshadow Guards. Pausing briefly, he added, I wonder if the experts dispatched by His Majesty have arrived yet. At this remark, the 4 ceased their discussion, not fearing the number of enemy troops but rather the possibility that the sect might breach martial ethics and execute them outright. We are here. Suddenly, the air shimmered as 5 figures emerged. Upon seeing them, Jiang Wuyuan and the others expressed their delight. We greet the 5 commanders. Zhang Qishan murmured, is His Majesty placing too much faith in them? According to the intelligence from the Moonshadow Guards, the strongest among the 7 sects were only at the 5th or 6th realm of Sage, yet these 5 were all peak Sage kings. Yexin smiled and clarified, we are not here on behalf of the 7 sects, but rather for other forces. Other forces, the four were taken aback. The deployment of 5 Peak Sage Kings indicated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was taking action. However, they recalled Wu Fei's warning and wondered if they should still confront the Lingxiao Empire. Su Feilong expressed his bewilderment. Does the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dare to act against us? The intentions of His Majesty are well known, Xin responded. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion does not strike us openly, would they not collude with other factions? Zhang Qishan was puzzled. They had only just arrived in the southern wilderness, so how could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have learned of their presence so swiftly? Observing the confusion on their faces, Yi Ling began to explain. While you have yet to make a move, Wang Zhan and the others have already begun their assault on a city, and that information has reached the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Prompting their concern. In the Azure Sky domain, there were 15 prefectures. When the Lingxiao Empire attacked Beima, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion quickly received word. Initially, they did not regard it as serious, but upon learning that the southern wilderness was also under attack by the Lingxiao Empire, they immediately dispatched several elders to coordinate with the powers of the other 12 prefectures to confront the Lingxiao Empire. This was precisely why Yu Tian had sent Xin and his 5 companions. With their presence, even a peak sage would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. All this information had been gathered by the Moonshadow Guards, and Yu Tian had come to comprehend the current predicament of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Originally, the Azure Sky domain had fallen under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which enabled rapid development and provided the resources necessary for their ancestors to ascend to the Great Sage realm. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Within the 15 prefectures, various factions contended with one another, yet they were compelled to offer the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a semblance of respect. However, the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire disrupted this equilibrium. They first unleashed their imperial fortune to condense the Golden Dragon, then sent a peak Great Sage to assert dominance. Had the Lingxiao Empire confined its ambitions to Qingyan Prefecture, it would have been manageable, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could have simply chosen to forego it. Yet now, after only 6 years of stability, the Lingxiao Empire was launching attacks once more, this time targeting 2 prefectures simultaneously. It was evident to any astute observer that the Lingxiao Empire was driven by ambition, and combined with the presence of a peak Great Sage within the empire, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was thrown into a state of unease. They dared not confront the Lingxiao Empire directly, yet they could incite the other 12 prefectures to wage war against it. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Long Xingtian was seething with rage, shattering a dozen treasures and unleashing a tirade within the Grand Hall. Where did this insignificant Lingxiao acquire so many soldiers, and where did they find such formidable experts? The 16 elders and 16 hall masters dared not utter a word, after a prolonged silence. As Long Xingtian's fury began to ebb, the Grand Elder finally spoke. The intentions of the Lingxiao Empire are likely to conquer the entire Azure Sky domain. Upon hearing these words, a profound sorrow washed over everyone present. Perhaps since that fateful day when the pinnacle of the Great Sage shattered their sect's grand formation, the elders had begun to sense the grim reality. The most formidable force in the Azure Sky domain was no longer their esteemed Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, but rather the Lingxiao Empire. Initially, they had clung to a flicker of hope, dismissing the looming threat. However, in the mere span of 6 short years, the Lingxiao Empire had commenced its aggressive maneuvers. Long Xingtian understood all too well that against a powerhouse at the Great Sage pinnacle, they possessed no means of resistance. Should that formidable Great Sage return with the intent to annihilate the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, it would merely be a matter of a thought. Even summoning their ancestor would not alter the inevitable outcome. Yet, what options remained for them now? To declare war on the Lingxiao Empire? Who could withstand a force of such magnitude? To pack their belongings and flee the Azure Sky domain? Where could they possibly go? Every corner of the entire Tianyuan continent was claimed territory. Relocating a force of their stature was simply inconceivable. Should they attempt to mobilize the full strength of their pavilion to migrate, they would undoubtedly invite attacks from rival factions. Chapter 74. Seeking external aid. Too many concerns after all. No faction dared allow a group of formidable beings such as the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion to approach. At that moment, Nie Tianqing suddenly spoke. Pavilion Master, we are left with only 2 courses of action. 2 courses of action. What are they? Speak swiftly, urged the others, their curiosity piqued. And even the Pavilion Master nodded in encouragement for him to continue. Nie Tianqing then stated, the first option is to surrender. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a wave of indignation swept through the elders. Preposterous. Nie Tianqing, what are you suggesting? Are you advocating for betrayal of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion? The elders and hall masters glared at him with fury, and even Pavilion Master Long Xingtian's expression darkened. Yet, he perceived the situation with greater clarity. He understood that against the absolute might of the Lingxiao Empire, The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion stood no chance. Only surrender could preserve their legacy of thousands of years. Long Xingtian squinted slightly. What is the other option? Nie Tianqing clasped his hands and replied, Pavilion Master. From the moment that young emperor established the Fortune dynasty, it was destined for expansion. Presently, there is no force within the Azure Sky domain capable of resisting them, not even through unification, beyond surrender. Our only recourse is to seek external assistance. Pa, is that truly your brilliant idea, seeking external aid? Who could we possibly enlist? The Xianyu Sacred Land? Or the Heavenly Mountain Sacred Land? They are on par with us in strength and cannot withstand a powerhouse at the Great Sage Pinnacle. The second elder interjected, suddenly struck by a thought. He hurriedly asked, Tianqing, are you suggesting we seek forces from the Central Sky Domain? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent momentarily. They had considered the forces of the Central Sky Domain. Yet that was the Central Sky Domain. The Tianyuan continent comprised 5 domains. But even the combined might of the other 4 could not rival the Central Sky Domain. It was not only the heart of the entire Tianyuan continent, but also the region with the most abundant spiritual energy and vastest geography. The area of the Central Sky Domain surpassed the combined territories of 2 of the other 4 domains. If the 4 domains were rural areas, the Central Sky Domain would be the bustling city center. While saint-level experts may be scarce in the other domains, almost every faction in the Central Sky Domain had sages or stronger beings stationed. However, even so, great sage-level experts were exceedingly rare in the Central Sky Domain. Only the most elite factions could boast 1 or 2 of such titans among their ranks. But why would others assist the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion? It was well known that even among saint-level practitioners, they typically refrained from deliberately creating enmity, let alone with those at the Great Sage Pinnacle. Such individuals stood atop the world, unless an emperor appeared. They were the mightiest. No faction would willingly offend another of equal strength, much less the Lingxiao Empire, which was bent on expansion. This was the unspoken understanding among the elders, when they were reluctant to voice. The third elder murmured, why would those factions in the Central Sky Domain aid us? What do we possess that could persuade a great sage to act on our behalf? Though his voice was low, all present, being experts above the celestial rank, heard him clearly. This utterance cast a pall over the assembly. At that moment, the 7th elder suddenly declared, if all else fails, we might as well surrender. That young emperor, given his desire for expansion, might be inclined to accommodate us. Yet, this suggestion was met with furious glares. All present were capable leaders in their own right, accustomed to authority. Before the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire, each elder had the power to oversee and mobilize an entire province. They had long been accustomed to their elevated status, only needing to bow respectfully before the Pavilion Master or their ancestors. The thought of being subjugated under an emperor's rule, forced into subservience, was intolerable. They could not abide the notion of being compelled to obey orders. Constrained by a multitude of laws. At that moment, the elder of the Great Hall's eyes lit up, and he turned to Nie Tianqing. The Lingxiao Empire is a Fortune dynasty, correct? Nie Tianqing nodded without hesitation. Indeed. He had witnessed the Golden Dragon of Fortune firsthand. Had Yu Tian not held back, he might have been slain following the fusion with the dragon. The great elder slapped his thigh, rising in excitement. Excellent. They are courting death. This remark left many puzzled, yet others began to grasp the underlying implication. Indeed. Ha ha ha. The heavens are conspiring against the Lingxiao. Pavilion Master Long Xingtian now understood the great elder's point. Historically, the Tianyuan continent had seen the rise of fortune dynasties, some even ruling for hundreds of thousands of years. However, such dynasties often fell due to their overbearing nature, coupled with the incompetence of subsequent emperors, leading to internal strife and eventual collapse. Nevertheless, the ancient records indicated that the strength of a fortune dynasty stemmed from the presence of the Golden Dragon of Fortune. As long as the empire prospered and the dragon thrived, it could safeguard the empire for millennia. Even when internal conflicts plagued the dynasty, it took nearly a century for it to fall. This attested to the formidable nature of the Fortune dynasty. The Golden Dragon of Fortune not only governed the nation's destiny but also fused with the emperor's being, granting the ruler the power to combat foes beyond their level. Even officials who tapped into the dragon's fortune could easily crush their adversaries. Consequently, the existence of fortune dynasties was nearly prohibited across the continent. Any attempt to establish one would invite suppression from rival factions. This was precisely why the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had dispatched a sage-level expert to eradicate the Lingxiao Empire when it initially rose as a fortune dynasty. However, Yu Tian's overwhelming strength had forced Nie Tianqing and the others to retreat. When they later attempted to confront the Lingxiao Empire again, they were met with a warning from that great sage. Long Xingtian had previously assumed the Lingxiao Empire would remain confined to Qingyan province and paid little mind to it. Yet now, with Yution's ambitions laid bare, they had no choice but to seek the aid of other factions to curb this threat. However, who could be sent to the Central Sky Domain? The Central Sky Domain was far more complex than the Azure Sky Domain, with numerous factions and several strongholds of great sage-level experts. Would they be willing to help eradicate the Lingxiao Empire? It was vital to understand that each great sage possessed unique abilities. If one of them were to unleash their fury, even 2 or 3 experts of the same level might struggle to prevail. Even if they could succeed, such a great sage could likely take 1 or 2 down with them before their demise. Chapter 75. The coalition grows. Yution's fury. This meant that to obliterate the Lingxiao Empire, they would require 3 great sage-level experts. Yet, among the factions in the Central Sky Domain, would those with such power be willing to intervene? If only 1 or 2 great sage-level experts were available, they would certainly have the means to escape. This indicated that the battle must involve the extermination of great sage-level beings. Otherwise, should they flee, the repercussions would be dire. The 6th Elder, brimming with excitement, suggested, "What if we disseminate this information throughout the Central Sky Domain?" Upon hearing this, the other attendees' eyes brightened. The Fortune Dynasty had long been a thorn in the side of all factions, and nearly every force might be inclined to act against the Lingxiao Empire, especially those factions reliant on willpower for cultivation, akin to the Baihu Temple in the past, had a particular affinity for the Fortune Dynasty due to the existence of the Golden Dragon of Fortune. As long as someone is capable of absorbing and refining the Fortune Golden Dragon, such individuals will undoubtedly traverse the path to the pinnacle of the Great Sage with unparalleled ease. However, for a Dynasty of Fortune, no one would dare to undertake such an action. Within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, discussions unfolded without alerting any outside parties. Ultimately, it was Long Xingtian who rose to speak. Regardless of the circumstances, the Lingxiao Empire resides within our Qitian domain. While our actions may lead to its demise, we would also be striking our own faces. I must report this to our ancestor. As the dominant power of the Qitian domain, the existence of the Lingxiao Empire was a lapse in the vigilance of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Had they recognized it sooner, Lingxiao might have remained a mere small nation, incapable of evolving to its present stature. The last time Wu Fa shattered their sect's grand formation, it had already brought disgrace upon the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, leaving the ancestor too frightened to emerge. Should they now seek external assistance, those factions would undoubtedly discern their intentions and realize that their ancestor is a timid individual. Although Long Xingtian and his associates were furious, they felt powerless, as only they knew that their ancestor was currently in seclusion, completely oblivious to the external circumstances. Even when Wu Fa arrived, the ancestor's emergence would have been futile, considering he possesses merely the strength of the Great Sage's 3rd level, able to hold out against the pinnacle of the Great Sage only for a few more exchanges. The internal matters of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion were unknown to the outside world, and even the Moonshadow Guards were unable to infiltrate, given that the Pavilion Master, Long Xingtian, possessed the strength of the Saint King's 5th level. And no one among the Moonshadow Guards could penetrate unnoticed. After the members of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion reached a consensus, Long Xingtian summoned the ancestor from seclusion, receiving the ancestor's endorsement. The 16th Elder and 16th Hall Master mobilized almost entirely, rushing to various other locations. The hidden Moonshadow Guards also followed suit, eager to uncover the intentions of these individuals. The Grand Elder, accompanied by 2 Hall Masters, headed directly to the Zhangtian domain. Visiting each faction in turn, they relayed the situation regarding the Lingxiao Empire, even exaggerating that the Fortune Golden Dragon had reached a staggering length of 100,000 meters. Initially, the Moonshadow Guards, concealed in the shadows, were unaware of these developments, but the news quickly spread, becoming common knowledge. Once the Moonshadow Guards learned of the Lingxiao Empire's exposure, they hurriedly inquired about the Zhangtian domain's stance on the Lingxiao Empire. Their hearts gripped with trepidation, and they swiftly contacted Yution. It had only been a day since the army set forth, and Yution had commenced his cultivation. As for the war, he felt little concern, knowing that even if all factions within the Qitian domain united, they would still be unable to contend with the current Lingxiao Empire. The Dizizi Sutra he had been cultivating had been continuously refining his soul. After more than a decade of this process, his soul had become flawless. However, Yution found it perplexing that the Chaos Black Dragon, nourished by blood for so many years, showed no signs of hatching. Just as Yution prepared to resume his cultivation, he suddenly received an urgent report from the Moonshadow Guards, prompting him to open the system panel for inspection. Upon doing so, his countenance darkened immediately. Damn it, how infuriating. He was well aware of the uniqueness of the Fortune Dynasty over the years, possessing knowledge far exceeding that of others. The Fortune Golden Dragon is a manifestation of the collective fortune of all beings within an empire. Such an entity not only possesses the ability to suppress national fortune, but also grants the emperor the capacity to oversee the realm at any moment. In any territory of the empire. One may harness the Fortune Golden Dragon's power, enabling an individual to fight beyond their level. These aspects merely scratch the surface. Should one gain the approval of the Fortune Golden Dragon, they could share in the empire's fortune. With the increase in the empire's populace and the emergence of more powerful individuals, the national fortune would only strengthen, and upon merging with the Golden Dragon, the power commanded would surge further. To absorb and refine the Golden Dragon is akin to assimilating nearly half of an empire's living being's fortune and energy. Such energy could allow an ordinary person to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the great sage. Coupled with a sufficiently potent fortune, one could break through to the level of the emperor without encountering any bottlenecks. What incensed Yu Tian was that the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had disclosed this information, causing numerous factions within the Zhongtian domain to be stirred to action. Yu Tian had previously dispatched the Moonshadow Guards to the Zhongtian domain, aware of its nature, though the Lingxiao Empire appeared formidable. Bolstered by the presence of Wu Fei and Wu Tian, two peak great sages, if all the factions in the Zhongtian domain united against the Lingxiao Empire, Yu Tian felt utterly cornered. Until now. He had always been the aggressor, and now the entire continent was aiming to strike against him. This was an entirely different scenario, fostering resentment within Yu Tian towards the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Originally, Yu Tian intended to conquer the entire continent within 90 years, subsequently acquiring powerful beings beyond immortals using the system's fortune points to repel the so-called enemies from the two realms. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion's sudden intervention caught Yu Tian off guard. The most prudent course of action was to retract all forces and dispatch the Empire's mightiest experts to confront the threat. Yet, this necessitated the acquisition of more powerful beings, as the two peak great sages, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, could hardly withstand the alliance of the entire continent. He was uncertain how many peak great sages resided within the Zhongtian domain. He needed to ensure he had a few more than the coalition, at the very least securing a peak expert to protect the Fortune Golden Dragon. Furthermore, he had to guard against other factions infiltrating to wreak havoc within the empire. All these matters required immediate action. One must recognize that the strength of a great sage is not to be compared with that of a saint. Their destructive power could potentially obliterate the entire Lingxiao Empire in an instant. With these thoughts clarified, Yu Tian's ire towards the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion intensified. Chapter 76, 10 Great Sages, 3 Emperors. Yu Tian promptly transmitted a message through the system panel to the two, Wu Fei. Wu Tian, report to me at once. Wu Fei and Wu Tian soon appeared before Yu Tian, observing the tension in his expression with curiosity. Your Majesty, what summons you? Yu Tian briefly recounted the news relayed by the Moonshadow Guards and then stated directly, one of you should venture to the Zhongtian domain and ascertain the number of great sages present, particularly how many are at their peak. Upon hearing Yu Tian's request, Wu Fei and Wu Tian's expressions grew grave. Though they were unafraid of opponents within the same realm, the Lingxiao Empire had reason to be concerned. Not only the great sages, but even those at the saint level could easily devastate the empire's cities. Wu Tian hastily declared, Your Majesty, I shall go at once. Yu Tian, feeling a twinge of unease, replied, Very well, just gather the numbers, do not engage with them. After Wu Tian vanished, Yu Tian turned to Wu Fei, instructing, Wu Fei, remain in Chang'an City. I will activate the Tianfeng banning grand formation. Understood. Once he arranged the two, Yu Tian quickly accessed the system marketplace. Previously, he had expended 100 million fortune points to acquire Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Initially believing he would not need to make further purchases, with the addition of Wu Fei and Wu Tian, the empire had risen to become one of the continent's top powers. However, he did not anticipate needing to make another purchase so soon. This time, Yu Tian resolved to invest heavily. Since the Zhongtian domain boasted numerous powerful factions, he would directly acquire experts at the saint level and above. He had previously considered a gradual expansion, as he lacked sufficient soldiers to garrison the territories he had seized, resulting in a sluggish assimilation process. Yet now that the enemy had come knocking, Yu Tian was unwilling to continue dragging it out. Peak Saint level, purchase 100. Peak Saint King level, purchase 95. Peak Great Sage level, purchase 7. Emperor level, purchase. Suddenly, Yu Tian hesitated, grappling with the dilemma of whether to procure an Emperor-level expert. He had previously heard the system mention that such beings would attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao. System, if I purchase an Emperor-level expert, will that draw the attention of the Heavenly Tao? Ding. Attracting the attention of the Heavenly Tao is not problematic, but it will expedite the arrival of the other two realms. Initially feeling disheartened, Yu Tian exploded in frustration at the system. Damn, are you messing with me? The two realms not only possess emperors but also immortals. Why should my purchase of a single emperor hasten their arrival? Ding. The arrival of the two realms is not a result of system actions. Please remain calm. Host. How can you expect me to remain calm? Do you believe I won't abandon the empire and retreat with my family to that little mountain village? Disregarding everything? Ding. Host. Please do not be agitated. From the moment you bound yourself to this system, we have become a community. Even if you wish to escape now, it is not feasible. Damn it. In the end, it's just a matter of dying. Do I fear death? Ding. Host. Do you not wish to ascend to the peak and behold the wondrous world? Do not attempt to become familiar with me or paint illusions. I simply wish to inquire whether it is feasible for me to procure a formidable emperor. Ding. As long as the host possesses sufficient luck points, they may acquire any item from the purchasing mall. However, beyond the pinnacle of the great sage. Halt. I understand. Do not prattle on. Why? Etion interrupted, gazing grimly at the system's marketplace. This moment. Etion's mood was somewhat dismal, yet he was acutely aware that, as an emperor, such sentiments were unbecoming. Nevertheless, he could not abide by the constraints imposed by the system. Even if those two realms were not of the system's making, Etion could not help but believe so. Presently, it was indeed ill-timed to seek out a powerful emperor. Their emergence would be sensed by all the masters across the continent. However, given the current circumstances, Etion genuinely yearned to summon an emperor forth. After all, having an emperor to oversee the Luck dynasty would deter any coalition of rival forces from daring to attack. With such a presence in place, he could develop his ambitions freely. It was merely that the generation of luck points was not contingent upon the number of adversaries he vanquished or the threats he posed. Rather, it depended on the population, the expanse of territory, and the number of strong individuals. Once he had emperors at his disposal, he could cultivate these aspects, potentially leveraging their dominance to compel others to merge into the Lingxiao Empire. Yet, this would also entail navigating the treacherous waters of rival faction schemes. At this juncture, Etion began to waver, pondering whether to invest in an emperor's might. His original aspiration had been to live as a carefree prince, yet circumstances had thrust upon him the mantle of an emperor. He had thought that ascending to the throne would grant him peace of mind, but the system now warned him of impending threats from two rival realms. After having repelled certain foes, would he then be forced to confront adversaries from the celestial realm? When would this cycle come to an end? Damn it. Enough is enough. Etion loathed the persistent sense of crisis that loomed over him. The unknown instills a certain dread, and he did not wish to wait for 90 years. Such a duration felt interminable. He was merely 31, yet he had barely begun to relish life before being thrust into ceaseless conquests. For Etion, this was a torment. Initially, he had envisioned a gradual expansion, but the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion's machinations had turned the entire continent against the Lingxiao Empire. Now, he could only muster his strength to resist and initiate a grand purge. Indeed, Etion's objective in acquiring an emperor was to enact a sweeping cleansing across the continent. Should he rely solely on the emperor's intimidation for their submission, it might breed discontent. However, he had no time for intricate scheming. Etion intended to present them with two choices, either submit or perish. In the next moment, Etion decisively selected the option to purchase an emperor, simultaneously inquiring of the system, how much time will purchasing an emperor advance me? Ding. Acquiring one will advance you by 10 years. Damn. Etion had initially contemplated that if the time frame were not extensive, he would directly acquire the Divine Dragon Guards. After all, those comprised 10 emperors, and the cost was relatively reasonable. Now, with the prospect of advancing a decade by purchasing a single emperor, he needed to calculate his options meticulously. He had previously heard that the elite factions within the Middle Heaven domain possessed keys to secret realms. Some factions even boasted their own miniature worlds. Such treasures could only be unlocked by emperors, undoubtedly containing valuable resources. Thus, it became imperative for him to secure 3 emperor-level beings, one to govern Chang'an City, one to oversee military affairs, and one to focus on plunder. With a determined mindset, Etion promptly clicked to purchase 3 emperors, simultaneously generating all available sage-level strong individuals. Chapter 77. The Emergence of Emperors. A nation astir while Etion grappled with the decision to acquire an emperor. The 4 foremost families in the Middle Heaven domain received urgent tidings relayed by the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. The families convened an emergency meeting, attended by all significant members. The Huangfu family, a clandestine lineage among the 4 great families, maintained a remarkably low profile, with few privy to their existence, even before all members had gathered for the meeting. Word from their miniature world arrived, forbidding their participation. This left the Huangfu clan bewildered, yet they understood that only the ancestors and the most gifted individuals were granted access to the miniature realm. Given their awareness of the existence of the Luck Golden Dragon and the prohibition on their involvement, it was evident that there were compelling reasons behind this decision. The other three families. While not as enigmatic as the Huangfu clan, each had their own emperors in their lineage, with the strongest among them being descendants of emperors. The Ji family, which occupied 5 secret realms, was particularly formidable, boasting 7 great sage-level individuals, with 3 having reached the pinnacle of that realm. The Ji family was also recognized as the foremost family among the 4 in the Middle Heaven domain. The other 2 families, renowned for their alchemical prowess and artifact crafting, were the Song family, the wealthiest among the 4, possessing numerous treasures left behind by emperor-level strong individuals and even 2 imperial weapons, an advantage not shared by the other 3 families, each of whom possessed only one. The final family, the Shui family, was the weakest of the 4, with a comparatively shorter history. This brevity had rendered them the most audacious among the families, as their emperor had departed the continent less than 100,000 years ago. During that emperor's reign, the Shui family had thrived, suppressing the entire Tianyuan continent to the point that none dared challenge them, even compelling the other 3 families to retreat from the limelight. However, over the past 100,000 years, following the departure of that emperor, the Shui family had diminished in stature. Yet, the hasty exit of their emperor had left them with few elite warriors. Were it not for the remnants of the emperor's legacy, they might have fallen from the ranks of top-tier factions. Upon hearing news of the Luck Golden Dragon, the Shui family displayed the most enthusiasm, as the other 3 families each had at least 2 great sage-level strong individuals to protect them. While the Shui family had only one. If they could capture the Luck Golden Dragon, it would undoubtedly allow them to swiftly add another great sage-level individual to their ranks. In the meeting hall of the Shui family, the head of the family, Shui Hanfeng, sat confidently in the main seat, addressing the gathered family members. You are all undoubtedly aware of the significance of this mission for our Shui family. Our ancestor will also lend their assistance, Patriarch. Based on the information relayed from the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, it appears that this imperial faction possesses at least one great sage-level strong individual. Should we? The speaker was Shui Tao, the second in command of the Shui family and a strategist of sorts. Shui Hanfeng responded, "We are not alone. The Wang family and the Zhang family will also deploy their ancestors. The reason our 4 great families can maintain a position of superiority is not merely due to the number of great sage-level strong individuals we possess. If that were the case, no fewer than 10 families in the Middle Heaven domain would qualify as first-rate families based solely on their great sage-level warriors. However, these families can only be considered first-rate in comparison to our 4 families. It is not just about strength and quantity, but more importantly, the depth of heritage. Families with a history of emperors have access to miniature worlds, imperial weapons, and emperor-level defensive formations, among other advantages that are unattainable by those first-rate families. Observing the history of the Tianyuan continent, numerous formidable emperors and powerful beings have emerged, alongside many elite factions. Yet, the 4 premier families have remained unchanged throughout time. Following the decision of the Shui family to take action, the Ji and Song families soon followed suit. The Shui family seeks to claim the auspicious Golden Dragon, while the Ji and Song families are merely curious about the happenings within the Lingxiao Empire. Long ago, the Tianyuan continent boasted such an imperial dynasty as the Auspicious Dynasty. However, with the fall of that empire, the methods for condensing the Golden Dragon of Fortune have vanished into the annals of history. Each of these great powers in the central domain possesses the capability to cultivate their own dynasty within their sphere of influence. Yet, they have yet to comprehend the techniques for condensing the Golden Dragon of Fortune. This is a primary reason for their excitement upon learning of the existence of an auspicious dynasty within the Qitian domain, though they cannot compete with the Shui family, who wields imperial artifacts. Should they discover the method to condense the Golden Dragon of Fortune, they could replicate it themselves. As the Shui, Wang, Zhang families, and a total of 15 factions joined forces to venture into the Qitian domain. Wu Fa took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the power distribution within the central domain and set off towards the Lingxiao Empire ahead of them. However, among the forces he encountered and learned about, the 4 prominent families were conspicuously absent, as he could not enter the smaller worlds. Simultaneously, the dominant forces of the Luojia, Lanming, and Xiantian domains received this news, dispatching a portion of their members towards the Qitian domain, not to seize the Golden Dragon of Fortune, but merely to partake in the spoils. Yet, before they could arrive in the Qitian domain, the heavens suddenly transformed. First came the resounding thunder that echoed across the continent like a war song, stirring the blood and invigorating the spirit, as if one's very essence were to erupt forth. It was akin to celestial music, intoxicating and awakening a sense of enlightenment. However, before they could fully grasp the shock, The sky shifted once more, revealing clouds of seven-colored auspiciousness and the resonant calls of dragons and phoenixes gathering above. Powerful phantoms bowed towards a singular direction, as if in homage. The oppressive aura of these apparitions compelled all present to bow their heads. In the next moment, 3 golden lotus flowers appeared in the sky, gracefully descending towards a specific location. While the celestial spectacle continued, the members of the Shui family were taken aback. Others might remain oblivious to the significance of these phenomena. But as descendants of emperors, they understood all too well. Shui Huanfeng murmured in disbelief. No, impossible. How can this be? Did not our ancestors say that the foundation of Tianyuan has been severed, making it difficult for emperors to arise? Others echoed his incredulity, many having glimpsed such sights within their family texts. Yet, witnessing it firsthand was a first for them, and this singular occurrence left them with the foreboding sense that a new era was upon them. Within the small world of the Huangfu family, 15 elders abruptly opened their eyes, appearing outside the small world in an instant. Upon witnessing the celestial marvel above, they were collectively astonished, with the leading elder trembling as he spoke. Celestial music bestows blessings. Dragons and phoenixes sing in unison, emperors extend their congratulations, golden lotuses. Just as he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon the 3 golden lotus flowers, rendering him momentarily speechless. 3 Emperors. Chapter 78. Those who follow me flourish. Those who oppose me perish. In that very moment, similar scenes unfolded within the Song and Ji families. At this instant, they all comprehended that a monumental change was imminent. The entire structure of the Tianyuan continent was poised to be rewritten. The question remained, however, whether this would bode well or ill for the 4 great families. The extraordinary phenomena in the sky were not only noticed by these powerful factions but even by smaller forces and ordinary citizens, who gazed upwards in awe. While people in other regions reacted with shock, fear, and bewilderment, the citizens of Qingyun Prefecture felt only joy, as if they had been struck by a tide of fortune. Perhaps due to the affiliation of the 3 emperors with the Lingxiao Empire, a gentle rain began to fall across the empire's domain. The raindrops nourished the crops, causing them to flourish rapidly. They invigorated the soldiers, enhancing their strength further. They revitalized the weary populace, filling their bodies with newfound vigor. They even swept away the ailments of the sick in that very moment. The entire Lingxiao Empire erupted with excitement. Many who felt the transformative rain urgently called their family and friends to join them. Simultaneously, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the city of Chang'an. A colossal golden dragon appeared in the sky. Basking in the ethereal rain, its body shimmering with a soft golden light. These golden luminescent flecks infused the bodies of all within Chang'an, elevating their innate potential. Within the royal palace, over 200 individuals stood before Yitian. Their auras varying in strength, the 3 foremost among them bore no discernible aura, appearing almost as ordinary mortals, their faces obscured as if shrouded in mist, making it impossible to discern their features. A barrier seemed to enclose them, creating an impression that they existed in a realm apart from the others. Even as they simply stood there, the 7 peak holy saints behind them bowed their heads. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty's reign be eternal and boundless. The voices of over 200 individuals resonated with a might unmatched by 1,000,000 armies. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. Yitian laughed joyfully. Raising his hand to graciously acknowledge them. At that moment, he began to inspect their statuses on the system panel. The 3 emperors included an elder, a woman, and a man. The elder's name was Shi Long. With a strength at the peak of the emperor level, practicing the dragon elephant suppression demon technique, wielding the imperial artifact known as the Black Lin Diamond Ruler. The woman, named Hua Feng, also at the peak of the emperor level, practiced the 9 transformations nirvana technique, bearing the imperial artifact, the true fire phoenix feather. The man, named Qian Ing, was similarly at the peak of the emperor level, practicing the Qian Ing transformation sutra, and wielding the imperial artifact known as the Azure Sky Oxtail Drum. According to the system panel, Shi Long practiced demonic techniques and had engaged in excessive bloodshed in his early years. To reach the immortal realm, he needed to either prove his path through slaughter or cleanse his own sins. Perhaps intentionally, the system had arranged for Shi Long's sins to gradually dissipate simply by remaining near the golden dragon of fortune. He was well suited to oversee the empire, without needing to become Lingxiao's last line of defense. Hua Feng, the true phoenix, represented a formidable demon clan powerhouse. Among the 3 emperors, she was the mightiest, likely due to her cultivation technique, which allowed her to gain a significant power boost with each rebirth through nirvana. In Yutian's view, Hua Feng was best suited for offensive endeavors, as her technique could eliminate negative influences with each rebirth. Lastly, there was Qian Ing, capable of manifesting countless forms. However, given his current peak emperor strength, He could conjure 10 mid-level emperors or 100 early-level emperors. Each of his avatars could act as a true self, ready to shift between identities at will. He excelled in group combat or could dispatch avatars to oversee various locations. Upon realizing these insights, Yu Tian declared, "Shilong, you shall oversee Chang'an." "Yes, your majesty." Shilong's figure gradually faded, disappearing from view. "Wu Feng, you are in charge of warfare. I want all forces across the Tianyuan continent to submit to my Ling Xiao." As he spoke these words, a fierce glint appeared in Yu Tian's eyes. Were it not for the existence of these factions, he wouldn't have been so eager to acquire such powerful allies. Yet, he never sought to place blame upon himself, nor did he wish to do so. For him, the fault lay either with others or with the system. Yu Tian would never be in the wrong. "In this world, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Yes, my king." Wu Feng bowed slightly in her crimson attire before vanishing from sight. Yu Tian paid no mind to Wu Feng's address and turned to Qian Ing, instructing, "I want you to visit those secret realms in the smaller worlds." Yu Tian had never engaged with the secret realms of the Tianyuan continent, though he was somewhat familiar with the smaller worlds. "Yes, your majesty." Qian Ying's figure also vanished from view. The moment they appeared, the system had already provided them with information about their current environment. Yu Tian's intentions were clear to Qian Ing and the others. Just as Yu Tian was preparing to assign tasks to the other holy saints, Wu Tian emerged from the crowd, looking somewhat aggrieved. Upon seeing this, Yu Tian understood he had been dismissed by Shilong. Simultaneously, a voice from outside called out, "Your Majesty, Wu Fa requests an audience." Previously, they were permitted to come and go freely, owing to their unwavering loyalty to Yu Tian, coupled with the fact that Yu Tian had not imposed any restrictions. However, that is no longer the case. As the number of formidable experts surrounding Yu Tian increases, including those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, they are compelled to adhere to certain protocols. "Enter. What brings you here, your majesty?" There are 134 factions in the Central Sky domain with power exceeding the Saint realm, among which 58 belong to the Saint King realm and 11 to the Great Saint realm. The factions observed by Wu Fa did not account for the 4 great families, as their peak combat strength and the prodigies within those families reside in a lesser realm, with Wu Fa's prowess at the pinnacle of the Great Saint realm. He was utterly incapable of detecting the existence of that lesser realm, unless it were devoid of any powerful guardians. However, such lesser realms have long been eradicated throughout the course of history. Yu Tian nodded. "I understand. This represents the mightiest forces across the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. There are as many as 11 visible great saints, and those lurking in the shadows are surely more numerous. Had I not expended fortune points to procure these powerful beings earlier, it is quite possible that they could have breached our defenses. Nevertheless, at that time, I too would have been compelled to acquire powerful allies. I require you to venture to the Central Sky domain, accompanied by Wu Feng and Qian Ing, to eradicate all factions on the Tianyuan continent." Yes, more than 200 individuals bowed and departed. Yu Tian then cast a glance at the map adorning the wall. The previous deployment of 50 million troops to assault the northern Emo and southern wilderness must now be postponed. Only upon the complete subjugation of all factions on the Tianyuan continent will Yu Tian consider further arrangements. Chapter 79. Wu Feng strikes, annihilating the incarnation beyond the Qing Tian domain. Shui Hanfeng of the Shui family, accompanied by a cadre of formidable warriors, initially intended to launch a direct assault on the Qing Tian domain. However, upon witnessing the celestial phenomena overhead, they began to hesitate, with even Shui Hanfeng contemplating retreat. This was due to the 3 golden lotuses that descended upon Qing'an Prefecture within the Qing Tian domain. Yet, before Shui Hanfeng and his associates could take action, a fiery red figure abruptly materialized within the void before them. This spectacle startled all present, for nearly all of them possessed the strength of the Saint realm. While many among them could tear asunder the fabric of space, the suddenly appearing fiery figure was clearly not a product of spatial rending. Upon spotting the figure in the sky, Shui Hanfeng's pupils contracted sharply, as if recalling something, and he immediately bowed in reverence. "I, Shui Hanfeng, pay my respects to the Great Emperor." "The Great Emperor?" Everyone gasped in astonishment, yet upon observing Shui Hanfeng's demeanor, they dared not harbor any doubts. In unison, they bowed. "We pay our respects to the Great Emperor." "How many years has it been?" "Nearly 100,000 years since the emergence of a Great Emperor on the Tianyuan continent." The sudden appearance of a Great Emperor left them somewhat bewildered. According to ancient texts, Great Emperors were said to possess an aura that could dominate the heavens, their every movement surrounded by the laws of the universe. How is it that this Great Emperor before them seemed so unremarkable? Many began to ponder the possibility of a false emperor, suggesting that a peak great saint, in their ascent to the realm of the emperor, had failed to grasp all of the Emperor's capabilities. What they did not realize was that Yution was still merely at the pinnacle of the celestial venerable realm and could not withstand the oppressive aura of a true Emperor. Thus, the system had concealed their auras upon its manifestation. This was also the reason why Huafeng did not exude any pressure. Observing the gathered individuals, Huafeng's eyes glimmered with a cold light. But cautious not to mistakenly harm the innocent, she inquired, "Where do you intend to go? What matters bring you here?" As her expression shifted, a subtle aura of pressure began to emanate from her. Before Shui Hanfeng could respond, one among them, feeling the weight of her aura, hastily declared, "We are preparing to head to the Lingxiao Empire to extract the Fortune Golden Dragon." Before the speaker could finish, an ominous premonition surged through the hearts of the others. Indeed, the next moment, the fiery figure unleashed its aura, and everyone felt as if a mountain had been placed upon their bodies. Even the 11 peak great saints turned pale. A pinnacle emperor, Shui Hanfeng's heart sank to the depths. If it were merely an early-stage emperor, their peak great saint could wield an emperor weapon in conjunction with the other 10 peak great saints to put up a fight. However, should this be a pinnacle emperor, they would stand no chance of resistance. "You are all doomed." Without even utilizing her emperor weapon, Huafeng waved her hand, unleashing hundreds of tiny red flames upon the gathered individuals. "No, please, Great Emperor, spare us. We were compelled into this. Help, Great Emperor, have mercy." As the flames descended upon them, they felt their bodies, souls, and even their comprehension of the laws igniting in flames. In that moment, they truly grasped the chasm between themselves and the Emperor. Shueding Tian, the patriarch of the Shui family, immediately summoned a pitch-black shield, channeling all of his spiritual power into it, causing the shield to display its utmost might. The space rippled slightly, and a layer of faint black energy enveloped all members of the Shui family. The tiny red flames were kept at bay by the shield. Witnessing this, the other saints and great saints began hurling curses at the Shui family. "Shueding Tian, you old wretch, you've doomed us all. The Shui family are all beasts, entirely selfish. They dared not insult the Emperor, but given that this operation was spearheaded by the Shui family, and now they disregarded the lives of their allies. They wished for nothing more than for the Shui family to suffer first. All these saints wielded saint-grade weapons, utterly devoid of Emperor weapons. The tiny flames continued to burn their bodies, rendering them unable to perish immediately. All members of the Shui family now huddled behind the shield, hoping to withstand the assault of the figure in red. Yet Huafeng merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She had not anticipated the presence of an Emperor weapon among them. Nevertheless, even that did not concern her, let alone an Emperor weapon. She would not hesitate to slay an Emperor. "I'm done playing with you." With that, the tiny flames erupted in a display of overwhelming power. If the initial flames had the destructive capacity of a peak great saint, at this moment, they surged forth with the might of a mid-stage emperor. Those without artifacts to defend themselves, great saints and saints alike, were obliterated in an instant. The Shui family members, filled with terror, cowered behind the shield, all pleading for mercy. "Great Emperor, spare us. We swear to leave and never return to the Qing Tian domain. Great Emperor, please have mercy. My family has an 800-year-old mother and a 30-year-old child." Shueding Tian's countenance darkened at the pleas of his kin. How long had it been? In his memory, the Shui family had always stood above all, yet now they had fallen to such depths. However, he also understood that the gulf between them and the Emperor was as vast as the heavens. To survive, they could only plead for mercy. "Please, esteemed one, spare us. My Shui family also has an Emperor. Are you not afraid that my Shui family's Emperor will return and incite an imperial war?" Huafeng's brow furrowed slightly. "You dare threaten me? Then perish." In the next instant, hundreds of tiny flames detonated, and the black shield began to fracture, crack. The shield shattered into fragments, and all members of the Shui family found themselves engulfed in the flames. Simultaneously, from the remnants of the shattered shield, a figure emerged. Gazing at Huafeng, "Friend, why do you seek to slay my Shui family's descendants?" Huafeng, unfazed, merely inquired with curiosity, "Oh, you're still alive?" "Humph, naturally, I am alive. You have annihilated my Shui family as descendants. If you do not provide me with an explanation, do you not fear my retribution?" Huafeng smiled sweetly. "Do not presume that you are merely an incarnation. Even if your true self were to come, I would still be capable of annihilating you." With a slight motion of her right hand, the burning flames instantaneously transformed into a colossal hand that grasped the phantom. "You dare?" The apparition, taken aback, had not anticipated that even after revealing his identity, she would still dare to kill him. However, Huafeng remained silent, letting her actions speak for her. As the fiery hand exerted pressure, the apparition was crushed into scintillating stardust, dissipating into the sky. What audacity! To threaten this emperor, as a great emperor of the demon clan, she had fought her way to this pinnacle. She had slain many ordinary emperors before. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of the Shui Family. The emperor's wrath, the task bestowed upon me by his majesty, must now be fulfilled. With a swift motion of her hands, Fire Phoenix summoned forth droplets of blood from the distant site where the Shui clan members had been engulfed by flames. As each drop fell into her palm, a grave expression etched itself upon her countenance. She intended to unleash a particularly ruthless secret technique known as the Blood Seal Obliteration Method. This formidable art possesses the capability to directly seal the bloodline of an entire clan. And, by harnessing the power of their lineage, obliterate them entirely. Fire Phoenix aimed to utilize the bloodline strength of Shui Ding Tian as a conduit to annihilate the entirety of the Shui family. Such an act is deemed a transgression against the heavens, and throughout the annals of ancient history, its use has been strictly forbidden. For nearly 1,000,000 years, this technique had faded into obscurity. Yet, within Fire Phoenix's lineage, this method persists. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never resort to such drastic measures. However, the presence of a living emperor within the Shui clan compelled her to reconsider at the emperor level. One could wield an array of inscrutable abilities, and Fire Phoenix was acutely aware of the descent technique. Should the Shui clan's emperor so desire, he could directly manifest through a clan member, tethered by their bloodline. Although this method is fraught with limitations, once manifested, he would possess a strength ranging from 50 to 100% of his original power. Fire Phoenix harbored no fear of this. Her concern lay in the potential for any surviving Shui clan members to flee, allowing the emperor to descend and wreak havoc upon the Lingxiao Empire. After all, even as a peak emperor, it would be impossible for her to monitor every city within the empire. Particularly, given that the Lingxiao Empire is a dynasty of fortune, the death of too many citizens would adversely affect their fate. Thus, Fire Phoenix would leave no opportunity for her adversaries. As the blood in Fire Phoenix's hands began to coalesce, it gradually transformed into a fist-sized crimson crystal. Subsequently, her other hand began to weave incantations, imbuing the red crystal with a series of unknown runes. Simultaneously, as all the Shui clan's experts perished outside, the imperial weapon was lost. Shui Dingshan, the venerable elder and a transcendent being who anchored the clan, activated the protective formation at the moment the soul lamps of Shui Ding Tian and others extinguished. Within the Shui clan, anxiety reigned. Were it not for Shui Dingshan's presence, they might have begun preparing for flight. After activating the protective formation, Shui Dingshan ordered a select group of talented individuals to enter a small world. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that the Shui clan was on the brink of a catastrophic ordeal. If they were to escape the emperor's pursuit, they would still need to guard against attacks from other forces. At this moment, Shui Dingshan could only hope that the emperor responsible for the annihilation of their clan would show mercy. As for vengeance, that thought never crossed his mind. An ant's nest trampled by an elephant would find the surviving ants focused on fleeing, never daring to contemplate revenge against the colossal beast. Such was the mindset of Shui Dingshan and the other experts. Yet, while they sought to evade retribution, Fire Phoenix had never entertained the thought of sparing them. As the crimson crystal in her grip gleamed ever more brilliantly, it revealed the entirety of Shui Ding Tian's life, from birth to his ascension as a peak transcendent, and even the whereabouts of the surviving members of the Shui clan. Should Fire Phoenix choose, she could directly seal the cultivation of every individual within the Shui family through this crystal. However, she refrained from doing so. Instead, she unleashed the might of an emperor, causing the crystal to shatter explosively. At that instant, within the Shui clan's domain, the bodies of all Shui clan members momentarily halted. Soon after, their forms began to gradually disintegrate, akin to sand flowing away, slowly dissolving. No. How can this be? Why is this happening? Ancestor, help me. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Am I truly to perish? Wails of despair echoed throughout the Shui clan, as even Shui Dingshan stared in shock at his dissolving body, powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, far beyond the Tiangyuan continent, in a secluded realm, a man sat cross-legged atop a cliff, engrossed in cultivation. Ripples surrounded him, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and his complexion turned ashen. Who is it? Who dares to employ such nefarious methods to annihilate my Shui clan? Yet, the vast space offered no reply, only the echo of his voice. In a fit of rage, the man struck out with a punch at the surrounding void, but the strike of an emperor merely compressed the air, producing a sonic boom. Heavenly Dao, reveal yourself. I demand to return. He longed to return to the Tiangyuan continent, yet found himself trapped in this place. Even with his peak emperor strength, he could not escape. He was the Shui clan's long-lost emperor, Shui Sha, known as the Blood Sha Emperor, yet none had anticipated his confinement within a secret realm. The reason Fire Phoenix's earlier blood seal obliteration method did not extend to this emperor was not solely due to his formidable cultivation. Rather, it was because the current members of the Shui clan were several generations removed from him. Lacking any contemporaries, had there been peers or even his direct descendants among them, the bloodline connection could have inflicted harm upon him. Unfortunately, while the emperor's bloodline is powerful enough to facilitate the unimpeded cultivation of descendants, the path to ascending as an emperor is fraught with difficulty. Moreover, great sages possess a mere lifespan of around 100,000 years by the time Xuexia departed from the Tiangyuan continent. His offspring had already aged considerably. He had left in search of a breakthrough and the means to attain longevity. Regrettably, he had been away for far too long, ultimately becoming ensnared within this secret realm. Fortunately, the lifespan of an emperor stretches to 1 million years, granting him ample time to squander. The fall of the Shui clan stirred no alarm among others. Even the closest forces merely observed the onset of the protective formation without witnessing the events within. After dismissing the remnants of blood from her hands as though they might taint her, Fire Phoenix displayed no sign of the recent massacre of one of the world's most formidable powers, nor of the slaughter of tens of thousands. To her, it was merely an inconsequential task, and after casting a glance toward the direction of the Central Heaven domain, she set forth toward the Liuyu prefecture. Prior to her arrival, she had already grasped the origins of the entire affair. Had it not been for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disseminating information, Yu Tian would not have acted with such aggression. In the realm of Qianing, she directly manifested as 100 early-stage emperors, infiltrating all major powers within the Central Heaven domain. Upon witnessing the spectacle in the sky, the Song, Ji, and Huangfu families hastily summoned all their kin. As premier families, they understood all too well what such phenomena signified. Their astonishment deepened upon realizing that 3 golden lotuses appeared, indicating the presence of 3 emperor-level beings. Once the 3 families discerned that the lotuses descended upon the Qiangyun prefecture, they comprehended that the situation was far from simple. Within the Central Heaven domain, the mere emergence of the Fortune dynasty had incited action among the great powers due to the presence of the Fortune Golden Dragon, only for the emergence of 3 emperors to follow promptly. This led many to perceive it as a trap, an elaborate scheme to hunt down Saint-level experts. Chapter 81. The Might of the Song Family. The annihilation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion within the domain of the Song family, many were filled with trepidation, uncertain of the stance of the dynasty's emperors toward their clan. However, the older generation remained unperturbed. For as an ancient lineage, they were aware from historical texts that newly ascended emperors typically refrained from targeting such forces, at most seeking to plunder some resources from their ranks. As the wealthiest family in the Tiangyuan continent, the loss of certain resources would hardly threaten the foundation of the Song family. They had not activated their protective formation, as they were still unaware of the attitudes of the 3 emperors. In truth, they understood well that while the protective formation was indeed an emperor-level array, should an emperor truly wish to breach it, it would merely require some additional time, seated in the position of family head. Song Changgu presided over the assembly, while the current head stood attentively at his side. They had been deliberating on how to confront the prevailing challenges when, all at once, a figure materialized within the grand hall. Silencing all conversation, Song Changgu was the first to react. Having emerged from the small world to assume command, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the sage level. Song family as Song Changgu pays respects to the esteemed emperor. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Song family rose in unison, bowing to the figure. Qianing offered a subtle nod, clearly pleased with Song Changji's demeanor. You are one of the 3 great families of the Central Heaven domain? One of the 3 great families. Song Changer quickly realized in his heart that one of the families had undoubtedly been annihilated. This revelation left him both shocked and fearful. The 4 great families had existed for an exceedingly long time, yet they had managed to endure despite the emergence of other formidable emperors who had sought to challenge them. For various reasons, none had dared to strike a fatal blow against these 4 families. However, the individual before him seemed to regard them with utter disdain, ready to kill at a whim. With this thought, Song Changer became even more respectful. In response to your esteemed predecessor, we are the Song family. This emperor has come to inform you that His Majesty has decreed that all powers within the Tianyuan continent must either submit to my Lingxiao Empire or face annihilation. Prior to this, the Shui family has already been completely eradicated, and I hope you will make a wise choice. Although Song Changer had anticipated that one family would meet its demise, he had not expected it to be the Shui family. Despite being the weakest among the 4 great families, the Shui family had not utilized their protective array due to the departure of Emperor Xuexia 100,000 years ago. How could they have perished without a trace? Was it the combined might of the 3 emperors of Lingxiao Empire that brought about their downfall? This thought filled not only Song Changer but also the other members of the Song family with trepidation. Qian Ying, seeing that no one responded, did not press further. "You have 3 days to consider." With that, Qian Ying vanished without a trace. According to Yi Tian's initial intentions, Qian Ying had planned to seize everything directly, stripping these great powers of all their resources and slaying anyone who dared to resist. After all, to Qian Ying and the others, those who were not allies were enemies. When dealing with enemies, Qian Ying was not one to show mercy. Every powerful figure who had ascended to the realm of emperors was devoid of compassion. Such individuals would have long perished on the path of cultivation. However, as Yi Tian's anger subsided, he preferred to avoid excessive bloodshed, which led Qian Ying to first notify all powers. They were granted 3 days to contemplate their fate. After 3 days, refusal to submit would result in death, for the Lingxiao Empire aimed to become a dynasty of fortune, requiring not only a sufficiently large population but also a plethora of skilled warriors. The forces in the Zhongtian domain had many sage-level experts readily available. Integrating them into the empire would catalyze the increase of fortune, thus sparing Yi Tian the need to procure powerful figures above the sage level. However, the Longfeng Pavilion was not so fortunate. As the instigator of the entire affair, Yi Tian had no intention of sparing them. As for how others would evaluate Yi Tian upon learning of this, he was utterly indifferent. As the saying goes, those who wield deadly weapons will inevitably harbor murderous intent. Even an ordinary individual, armed with a formidable weapon, would succumb to the desire to kill and seize treasures. As an emperor with a powerful army and top-tier experts, Yi Tian had every right to pursue his ambitions. Whether deemed as invasion or slaughter, he cared little for external judgment. Moreover, with the Moonshadow Guards scattered across the realm, who would dare to speak ill of him? History was often rewritten by the successful. Suddenly, the silhouette of the Fire Phoenix appeared above the Fire Phoenix Pavilion. Observing the structures that had activated their protective arrays, the Fire Phoenix could sense the circumstances of everyone inside. Upon seeing a particular plaque, the Fire Phoenix furrowed her brow. What a pathetic force! How dare they name themselves after the dragon and phoenix, placing the dragon before the phoenix? With this thought, the Fire Phoenix raised her delicate hand and brought it down in a simple yet devastating motion. To the members within the Longfeng Pavilion, including Long Xingtian, this action signified impending doom. A colossal hand, radiating an unparalleled force, descended upon them. The heavens sought the destruction of the Longfeng Pavilion, since he had ordered all elders to send messages to the Zhongtian domain. He had believed that the Lingxiao Empire would soon meet its end. However, upon witnessing the spectacle in the sky, he was compelled to awaken the ancestral protector for clarification. The ancestor, a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the Great Sage realm, had only encountered such phenomena in ancient texts, which were indicative of a breakthrough to the emperor level. Initially filled with envy, realization struck when the Golden Lotus descended upon Qing'an Prefecture, revealing the gravity of the situation. He had hoped it was merely a powerful emperor in seclusion within Qing'an Prefecture. As an ominous premonition grew stronger, he had no choice but to order the activation of the protective array. Yet upon seeing that colossal hand, he understood that the Longfeng Pavilion was doomed. In that moment, everyone within the Longfeng Pavilion beheld the descending hand. They wished to flee, yet their bodies betrayed them. Even the recently emerged Great Sage ancestor was paralyzed with fear as the hand drew nearer. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed. The protective array crumbled without even a moment's resistance. Boom! In a daze, Long Xingtian seemed to glimpse a woman clad in red standing in the void. Her beauty was unforgettable, but in the next instant, as the Longfeng Pavilion was reduced to dust by the echoing impact, his consciousness was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 82. The family submit. The sects anxious with the collapse of the Longfeng Pavilion, it signified that the entire Qitian domain would fall under the dominion of the Lingxiao Empire. Qian Ying's avatars traversed the Zhongtian domain, delivering a 3-day ultimatum to all powers. In the palace of Chang'an City, as the emperors and sages emerged, Yi Tian issued a final decree to all forces within the Qitian domain. No nations or sects shall exist within the Tianyuan continent. However, Yi Tian permitted the formation of families, provided they adhered to the edicts of the Lingxiao Empire. Concurrently, 10 pinnacle great sages were dispatched to Luojia domain, Lanming domain, and Xiantian domain. Truth be told, the Qitian domain was the most desolate region of the Tianyuan continent, with its strongest expert being the ancestor of the Longfeng Pavilion at the 3rd level of the Great Sage realm. In contrast, the other 3 domains boasted experts at the 7th and 8th levels of the Great Sage realm. Yet, even so, Qing'an Prefecture had only 300 million inhabitants, frequently embroiled in warfare. This led to over 20 small nations, each averaging a mere 10 million in population, with standing armies exceeding 1 million. While the Tianqing Empire boasted millions of soldiers, Did they desire such vast armies? Not at all. They maintained such forces out of necessity, vying for the meager scraps of territory, population, and resources. However, with limited resources to be divided among 20 or 30 nations, how much could remain? The key issue was that those sects thrived by leeching off the nations. Tian's emergence directly addressed this conundrum. He believed that unifying the realm would place all powers under the control of the Lingxiao Empire. Even if conflicts arose between families, they would never escalate to the point of war. His arrival ended years of turmoil, dismantled theocratic rule, and heralded the rise of a new dynasty. As for how many lives were lost along the way and how many innocents perished, Yu Tian was utterly unconcerned. His primary goal was to unify the continent swiftly and then dedicate some time to profound meditation. From the moment of his birth, although many had perished due to his actions, he had never personally taken a life. Previously, when he condensed the fateful Golden Dragon, the elder from Longfeng Pavilion had only been defeated because Yu Tian merged with the Golden Dragon, though it had been a fleeting encounter. It had made Yu Tian acutely aware of his shortcomings. The limitless secret realm, capable of honing combat will, and the Xian Wang Tower, designed to accelerate cultivation time, were places he had yet to enter. The Lingxiao Empire's decree for unification reached every power. Many sects began to harbor differing sentiments. For family powers, they were more than willing to comply, viewing it merely as the addition of another authority above them, something they were accustomed to. As for the nations, particularly the three nations of the southern wilderness, their imperial powers were only slightly stronger than their adversaries. However, as time passed, news from the outside world gradually reached the ears of the three emperors. After much contemplation, they collectively chose to disband their empires. This was unavoidable. The Lingxiao Empire displayed no chivalry in warfare, boasting not only 3 emperors but also hundreds of sages. Such strength left the three nations with no hope of confrontation. Even if they had previously defeated the 30 million allied forces, what then? Would Yu Tian, in a fit of rage, dispatch great sages or even emperors to annihilate them? After all, emperors were exceptionally rare, with only one emerging in over 100,000 years in the Tianyuan continent. The closest had been the emperor of the Shui family, who disappeared 100,000 years ago. If those below the sage level were deemed insignificant, then great sages, in the presence of emperors, were no different from mere ants. As the disciples progress further in their cultivation, not only does the gap in strength widen, but the very essence of their lives also undergoes a profound transformation. Once one breaks through to the realm of a sage, they are granted a lifespan of a millennium. With a deeper understanding of the laws of existence, a sage king can extend their life to 5,000 years. And upon reaching the great sage level, one can attain a lifespan of 10,000 years. Each minor breakthrough adds another millennium to their existence. In essence, a peak great sage possesses a staggering 100,000 years of life. Furthermore, with the aid of unique cultivation techniques or rare elixirs, even imperial medicines, their life can be prolonged further. These empires are essentially founded by noble families, and for them, a nation merely represents a monopoly on power and resources. Now, as the Lingxiao Empire seeks to unify the continent, the royal families of the three nations would merely transition into noble clans without much consequence. To them, submission is preferable to the annihilation of their nation and kin. However, the sects do not share this sentiment. Many among them are not bound by familial ties but are instead connected through the bonds of mentorship and teachings. Consequently, the Lingxiao Empire's demand for their dissolution strikes at the very heart of their existence. At this moment, the Shaoao sacred land within the Xiantian domain is embroiled in intense debate. A faction led by the Grand Elder seeks to disband the sacred land, while another faction, spearheaded by the Sacred Lord, is determined to resist to the bitter end. In the eyes of Sacred Lord Xiao Yuanshan, as long as their numbers are sufficient, the emperor would not dare to act against them. Over the past few days, he has perused ancient texts and learned that for a dynasty of fortune to flourish swiftly, it must possess a substantial population and a multitude of powerful individuals. Xiao Yuanshan firmly believes that no emperor would risk the world's ire by exterminating them. Grand Elder Lu Yunshan, with heartfelt sincerity, implores, Sacred Lord, please acquiesce. There are so many disciples in the sacred land. Can you bear to watch them face retribution? Xiao Yuanshan's previously dignified visage is now filled with fury. Humph! I shall never yield to that wretched empire. Do they think their 3 emperors make them invincible? Look at the myriad sects in the Zhangtian domain. Would Tianshan sect submit? The Tianshan sect stands as a formidable force within the Zhangtian domain, with its strength rivaling that of the 4 great families. Their inability to ascend to the pinnacle of power lies solely in their lack of an imperial weapon. Lu Yunshan, now exasperated, exclaims, Xiao Yuanshan, I approach you with reason, yet you refuse to listen. Ask the disciples of the sacred land how many would willingly face extinction alongside it. If the odds were even, it would be one thing. But do you truly believe that the mighty emperors are benevolent? Do you think you can withstand the might of those 10 peak great sages? What do you mean? Does the Shaoao sacred land lack great sages? Would our disciples flee in the face of a formidable enemy? Is there no cohesion among us? Xiao Yuanshan retorted, bombarding Lu Yunshan with questions. The Shaoao sacred land is named for its carefree nature. It has long been a dominant power in the Xintian domain, steadily developing without contention. However, their strength surpasses that of the Longfeng Pavilion, albeit lacking peak great sages. Chapter 83. The Choice of the Sacred Land, and Yi Tian's Intentions. Lu Yunshan, having lost the will to continue the discussion, waved his sleeve dismissively. Humph, I do not wish to debate with you. Summon the Supreme Elder and let him decide. By all means. I do not believe our ancestor would agree to your dissolution of the sacred land. Does everyone wish to become a traitor like you? With that, Xiao Yuanshan strode toward the hidden chamber in the back mountain. The elders and disciples nearby dared not utter a word. They yearned to remain in the sacred land. Not only because it is a place of tranquility with abundant spiritual energy ideal for cultivation, but, more importantly, because of the harmonious relationships among the elders and disciples. Yet the gravity of the situation left them speechless. Despite the Grand Elder's usual amiability, his strength is on par with that of the Sacred Lord, both wielding the combat prowess of great sages. This is one of the reasons the Grand Elder dares to confront the Sacred Lord directly, as they are both disciples of the Supreme Elder and thus share a brotherly bond. Before long, a more powerful aura emanated from the back mountain, rendering everyone silent with trepidation. They awaited the Supreme Elder's decision. Should he choose to stand firm, many among them might have to flee under the cover of night. News had already circulated that the Longfeng Pavilion had been obliterated in a single strike, and the Shui family had faced total annihilation. It was said that even those who had hidden in a small world were directly slain, and as one passes by the Shui family, the silence within the protective array is palpable. Soon, the Supreme Elder appeared before them. The crowd hastily bowed in unison. Disciple pays respects to the Master. We pay respects to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder, Ouyang Qing, was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, exuding an otherworldly aura. However, one could perceive a stubbornness in his demeanor. No need for formalities. I am already aware of the situation. Those who wish to leave may do so. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples felt a wave of relief, although Grand Elder Lu Yunshan trembled at the words. Master, will you not leave? Supreme Elder Ouyang Qing smiled gently, surveying the crowd. The other elders and disciples instinctively lowered their heads. He discerned that most among them harbored intentions to depart, with only a few steadfastly willing to remain and share the fate of the sacred land. I have grown old and lack the desire to move. Moreover, Ouyang Qing gazed around the grand hall, the plaza, and the structures, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This is my route. How could I simply abandon it? Master, how can you be so foolish? Lu Yunshan choked on his words. Is this not your route as well? We have devoted the better part of our lives here. The Shaoao sacred land is our home. Master, the sacred land is your route, and it is ours as well. If you were to leave and establish another family, we would still be together. At worst, we could seek an audience with the emperor and request permission to establish a clan here in the sacred land. Ouyang Qing smiled faintly. Foolish disciple, do you not yet understand what that emperor desires? From the moment the celestial phenomena manifested, I knew this continent was destined for upheaval. Each time an emperor emerges, the entire landscape of the continent shifts. I have also received numerous messages regarding the existence of the Lingxiao Empire, its age, the number of emperors and sages. It is all public knowledge, and Yu Tian has not sought to conceal it. Upon learning of the emperor's decree, I could foresee the inevitable outcome. Could the sects transform into family powers? I have considered this too. But is that truly viable? A dynasty of fortune must first amass fortune itself. However, sects are also places where fortunes coalesce. Once a disciple joins a sect, as long as they do not leave, their fortunes become intertwined with that of the sect. As the number of disciples and elders grows, and their strength increases, the sect's fortune strengthens as well. While it may not coalesce into a golden dragon, it serves as the foundation for the sect's longevity and prosperity. And what of noble families? Are they truly so secure? Ouyang Qing believes not. To genuinely unify the continent and establish an unparalleled dynasty of fortune, those family powers must be eradicated. Have you not heard the saying, dynasties flow like water? While noble families are as solid as iron, families control significant resources, and their members are often born at the pinnacle of power. If this continues, families will only grow stronger. Ouyang Qing understands all too well. Based on the methods employed by the emperor of the Lingxiao Empire to rise to prominence, The current families exist merely because he refrains from excessive slaughter. Given time, he would undoubtedly eliminate all families. Thus, rather than transforming the sect into a family and waiting for annihilation, it is better to die gloriously in battle. As for directly disbanding the sacred land, he had never contemplated such a course of action. After all, were he to be the emperor with dominion over the world, he would not permit powerful individuals to remain ungoverned by the empire. Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's insights, Lu Yunchan's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, he had considered simply establishing a family, perhaps agreeing to submit to the Lingxiao Empire's governance. As long as they remained, there was hope. However, with the Supreme Elder's words, he now understood the reality. They could either disband, register as subjects of the Lingxiao Empire, or dissolve the sacred land, becoming a family and slowly awaiting their fate. Alternatively, they could stand with the sacred land and perish in battle. Master, I understand now. I shall not leave. Upon reaching this juncture, Lu Yunchuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Perhaps it was due to the acceptance of his fate that brought him solace. Or perhaps it was the comfort of being able to remain by his master's side during these final moments. As he uttered this sentiment, a shift occurred within his state of mind, leading him to believe that with a brief period of seclusion, he could effortlessly transcend to the second heavenly realm of the great sage. Sensing this transformation in Lu Yunchuan's mindset, Ouyang Qing felt a mixture of consolation and heartache. Alas, foolish disciple, why must you take such a path? Xiao Yuanshan patted Lu Yunchuan on the shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. Dear junior brother, in circumstances such as Lu Yunchuan's, it was evident he had made a monumental decision, one that had inevitably affected his mindset, even if he and his master attempted to persuade Lu Yunchuan otherwise. Their words would fall on deaf ears. Xiao Yuanshan glanced at the familiar elders and disciples around him, his eyes filled with complexity. Chapter 84. 3 days passed. The Holy Land's demise to label them as traitors was simplistic. They merely sought to survive. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand. You may leave, and it would be wise not to return. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the Celestial Gods sect. However, they did not dissolve outright. Nor did they consider a desperate resistance. Instead, they opted to transition into a familial structure, hoping to preserve the integrity of the Celestial Gods sect through such means. As time elapsed, the 3 days stipulated by Yi Tian swiftly passed. Qian Ying and Huafeng departed from Chang'an City, heading towards the strongholds of various factions. Huafeng, having refrained from employing her avatars, materialized directly in the nearby Xiantian domain, with a sweep of her divine consciousness. She could discern the presence of all factions within the domain with clarity. Initially, she anticipated that these sects would adhere to Yi Tian's expectations during the 3-day span. However, upon observing the situation at the carefree Holy Land, she furrowed her brow in intrigue. Quite interesting. In the next moment, Huafeng's figure appeared above the carefree Holy Land, surveying the over 1,000 individuals below, led by an elderly man, with mild astonishment. Logically, a Holy Land that had stood resilient for millennia should possess a formidable protective formation. Yet, this group not only failed to activate any protective arrays but also displayed an attitude of defiance in the face of death. Curiously, Huafeng inquired, Do you not fear death? Ouyang Qing, accompanied by 2 disciples and a multitude of unwilling disciples, all turned their gaze towards the figure in the sky, sensing the pressure emanating from her. Ouyang Qing bowed respectfully. Ouyang Qing, bearing the disciples of the Holy Land, pays homage to the emperor. Witnessing this scene, Huafeng refrained from immediate action, finding herself intrigued instead. How fascinating. In Huafeng's memory, she had been born within the demon domain, yet with the passage of time, the Tianyuan continent had long since lost the existence of such a realm. At her birth, unusual phenomena accompanied her arrival. Yet she had merely been a small phoenix without any backing, facing incessant slaughter and flight from the moment she hatched. Various avian predators sought to slay her for her bloodline, while foreign beast clans also desired her demise to claim her memory and legacy. Her early life was spent amidst carnage and evasion, rendering the notion of emotions a luxury she could scarcely afford. This ultimately led to her failure in ascension, resulting in her demise without ever truly experiencing profound emotions. However, witnessing the resolve of these individuals, Huafeng perceived a different essence, an indomitable will to face death, while not particularly rare. What surprised her was that this elderly man possessed peak great sage strength and a lifespan of 30 to 50,000 years. Yet he dared to exhibit combat intent towards her. Was he courting death, or did he seek to leverage battle as a means to break through? Huafeng pondered briefly before reaching an understanding. Observing the individuals behind the old man, though they displayed utmost respect towards her, it was merely an acknowledgement of a peak powerhouse. In their eyes, all harbored a will to confront death. which was indeed a rarity. Huafeng looked down at Ouyang Qing from her elevated position, questioning, "Do you wish to strike against me?" Ouyang Qing slightly bowed, stating, "Senior, since we have resolved to face death, we implore you to grant us this opportunity." From humble beginnings, he had risen to become the inaugural Holy Son of the Carefree Holy Land, now serving as a supreme elder. Facing death, he felt no fear. Even against an emperor-level powerhouse, he was prepared to act. Not to prove his greatness, but to convey to the emperor that anyone daring to threaten his roots would face his wrath. Huafeng, for once, displayed appreciation. "Excellent. Very commendable. You may proceed. And let this emperor ascertain whether you possess the right to survive." In Huafeng's eyes, the over 1,000 individuals of the Carefree Holy Land were quite intriguing. Should they satisfy her, she might beseech Yutian to spare their lives. After all, for an emperor, there were exceedingly few things that piqued interest. Thus, they had to be offended. Upon uttering these words, Ouyang Qing ignited half of his essence blood, with Lu Yunchuan, Xiao Yuanshan, and the other disciples of the Holy Land following suit in this extraordinary act. This had been their prearranged plan. Even in death, they would do so with dignity. After igniting half of his essence blood, Ouyang Qing absorbed the entirety of his disciples' spiritual power, causing his aura to surge to the realm of a pseudo-emperor, even hinting at the potential to transcend and become a true emperor. Yet, this step was exceedingly arduous. One who had not transformed rules into laws could never ascend to the emperor's realm. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy circulating within him bore semblance to that of an early-stage emperor. Huafeng suppressed her realm to that of an early-stage emperor, yet even then, she shook her head. It was only upon constraining her power to the peak of the great sage that she deemed it sufficient. However, in Ouyang Qing's perception, this emperor was underestimating him, inciting his ire. Carefree sword technique, shatter for me. Ouyang Qing's entire being transformed into a longsword. Its formidable might seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. The power of rules coiled around the blade, unleashing a tempest of thunderous fury as it cleaved towards Huafeng. Yet, upon witnessing such an assault, Huafeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Ouyang Qing's master was likely merely a great sage, having no comprehension of the techniques possessed by an emperor. While the attack appeared formidable and exuded immense might, the power of rules remained just that. Rules. An incomplete rule could never contend against the power of law. The two were not on the same tier. It was akin to wielding a banana. Regardless of how splendidly it was wrapped, it remained a banana. Conversely, Huafeng wielded a true blade, forged from meteoric iron and exceptionally sharp. The disparity in strength was evident. Even with Huafeng suppressing her power to the peak of the great sage and refraining from utilizing the power of law, Ouyang Qing could not contend with her. For her fire-related rules were intrinsic to her being. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from behind Huafeng. A fiery red phoenix apparition materialized at her back, and at the moment the colossal sword descended. The phoenix gently flapped its wings, its ethereal claws manifesting as if they were tangible, effortlessly parrying the sword strike. The immense blade found itself unable to advance even a fraction further, while the essence blood within Ouyang Qing continued to burn. Regrettably, the ethereal phoenix offered him no chance to demonstrate further prowess. With a mere exertion of its claws, the massive sword was crushed to pieces. Ouyang Qing's figure was sent reeling from the backlash, and the over 1,000 individuals behind him fared no better. In light of the bonds shared among you, this emperor permits your reincarnation. In the next instant, the phoenix behind Huafeng flapped its wings, unleashing a potent red energy that struck Ouyang Qing and his compatriots, severing their lives entirely. However, Huafeng deliberately preserved a fragment of their souls, granting them an opportunity for rebirth. Chapter 85. The Return of Two Emperors. The desire to relocate the capital, the demise of the Carefree Holy Land, was not an isolated incident. Across the entire Tianyuan continent, numerous factions fought valiantly to defend their sanctuaries. In response, both Huafeng and Qianning executed them without hesitation. They bore no pretense of being exalted emperor-level powerhouses. Instead, they resembled mere enforcers. Currently, as Qianning hovered above the 10,000 swords sect, thousands below bore expressions of unwavering resolve in the face of death. Under such circumstances, Qianning would typically, like Huafeng, extend a chance for reincarnation. However, a single remark from the old sect master of the 10,000 sword sect shifted Qianning's perspective. For a dignified emperor to become a mere pawn of an empire is a lamentable sight. Indeed, it was this very statement that ignited a fierce wrath within Qianning. For the mighty emperors, each one of them was a proud being, even regarded as a favored child of an era. They obeyed Yutian, their allegiance forged by the system's formidable might, which instilled in their very souls a recognition of Yutian as their master. However, Such a bond did not grant others the audacity to insult an emperor, especially one at the pinnacle of power. Seeking death, this avatar possessed only the strength of an early-stage emperor, yet still bore the authority of an emperor. Qianning extended a hand, grasping forward, and the old sect master found himself ensnared, utterly incapable of movement. He attempted to utter further curses, but in the next instant, his voice was silenced. Below, over 10,000 disciples, many of whom had powers exceeding the Sky Sovereign realm, erupted in fury upon witnessing their master being captured. "Release my master. Let go of the old sect master," some of the more impassioned individuals shouted, their words laced with venom. This incited an unprecedented fury within Qianning, who with a mere flick of his sleeve unleashed a surge of power that reduced all disciples who had just ascended into the sky to mere dust. At that moment, the old sect master ceased his struggles, his eyes filled with despair. He had never imagined that a single decision of his would lead to the demise of so many. After completing this act, Qianning mockingly gazed at the old sect master, saying, "Do you see now? One must hold reverence in the face of the powerful. What use is the impotent rage of the weak?" In Qianning's memory, many individuals were endowed with great fortune, capable of turning dire situations into opportunities for survival. Yet, to achieve such feats, one must possess not only immense fortune but also a solid background and considerable strength. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Without strength, one ought to maintain a low profile. No powerful being would tolerate the insolence of the weak before them. "You too shall depart." With these words, Qianning exerted a slight force, sending a wisp of power that shattered the old sect master's vitality and soul. Following this, Qianning waved his sleeve once more, unleashing a wave of gray energy that obliterated the entirety of the Wanjian sect. At that moment, slaughter unfolded across many regions of the continent. According to the surviving family statistics, that single day saw the annihilation of 30% of the continent's powerful beings. Many of these were unwilling to submit to the Lingxiao Empire, and only a few families managed to escape unscathed. Of course, in their eyes, for Yu Tian, under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. By the shores of the earth, there are no subjects that are not the king's. When Huafeng and Qianning returned to Chang'an City, a mere 2 hours had passed. Qianning had brought back several maps and a trove of treasures. The maps detailed the locations of secret realms guarded by the Ji family, as well as 3 additional secret realms that Qianning had sensed through his formidable power. In addition, there were treasures collected from various minor worlds. All these treasures were from the Ji, Song, and Huangfu families, with none of the unworthy items taken by Qianning. As for the Shui family's minor world, it was directly refined by Huafeng with great magic into a palm-sized crystal. For these powerful emperors, creating a minor world was hardly a daunting task. The challenge lay in its configuration. The Shui family's minor world contained everything, even forming a miniature ecological chain. Bringing this minor world back was also intended for future use by the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, where it could later be developed into a training ground. Listening to the reports of the two, Yu Tian felt quite satisfied. Simultaneously, Yu Tian began to contemplate the relocation of the capital. The Tianyuan continent was not a circular entity but a complete landmass. At the edges of the continent lay endless chaos, where only a great sage dared to venture. However, to survive and move freely within it, only an emperor possessed such capability. Xiao Yangzi summoned the cabinet elders from the Internal Affairs Court. "Yes," Lu Jingyong replied from outside the door before departing. This yes was learned from others before. The individuals generated by the system exhibited a flaw. The earliest batches had somewhat limited thinking, perhaps due to system settings that confined their understanding to matters within the empire. Fortunately, their learning abilities were quite strong. After signaling for Huafeng and Qianning to withdraw, Yu Tian began to ponder the relocation of the capital. Previously, to establish the Fortune dynasty, he had placed the 9 tripod of fortune within Qingyan Prefecture. If he were to move it to the Zhangtian domain, he wondered if he could retrieve the 9 tripod. System, can the 9 tripod of fortune be redistributed? Ding. The host can relocate the capital and redistribute the positions of the 9 tripod. However, it requires a deduction of fortune value. Initially pleased at the prospect of redistributing the 9 tripod, Yi Tian was taken aback by the mention of fortune value. System, are you mistaken? I am merely relocating the 9 tripod. Why must it cost fortune value? Ding. The 9 tripod of fortune has already formed an array. To redistribute without harming the fortune, it requires fortune value for protection. Yu Tian was momentarily perplexed, inquiring, what does that mean? Ding. The system began a new round of explanation. In simple terms, the current 9 tripod of fortune had established a connection with the national fortune and the Golden Dragon. If the 9 tripod were to be moved and the imperial capital relocated, it would inflict some damage on the national fortune and the Golden Dragon. After all all the citizens of the Lingxiao Empire resided within Qingyan Prefecture. To relocate would mean forsaking the admiration of those 51 county citizens. Once the empire moved, the populace would experience a sense of loss and no longer believe in the empire. This, in turn, would harm the national fortune and the Golden Dragon. And only by expending fortune value could one remedy the situation. Yi Tian found himself wavering. He was reluctant to abandon Qingyan Prefecture, a foundation he had painstakingly built over the years. He even felt an urge to directly purchase a powerful figure from the Xianxian realm to use great magic to relocate the entire Qingyan Prefecture to the Zhangtian domain. Chapter 86. Yu Tian's imagination, preparing for the relocation of the capital. Unfortunately, he knew this was not realistic, as he was not yet at the stage of purchasing a transcendent being. If he were to take such an action, how would he then accommodate the Xianxian expert once Qingyan Prefecture was moved? Would he have them guard the imperial palace? Preposterous. Such a powerful being could sense every detail within the palace, even without releasing their divine consciousness. Yi Tian had no desire to be observed during private conversations with his consorts. Furthermore, several factions had previously sent their family daughters or former divine maidens to curry favor with him, thereby increasing the numbers in his harem. After all, as the sovereign of the entire Tianyuan continent, having several hundred consorts seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Additionally, Xianxian experts, even without cultivation, would consume resources due to the differing energies of the continent. After all, those at the 9 realms of immortality cultivated in the immortal realm, where the energy known as immortal qi surpassed the spiritual energy of the Tianyuan continent by a level. Moreover, the pressure exerted by Xianxian beings was not something an emperor could contend with. Should Yu Tian purchase a Xianxian expert, even a slight release of their aura could lead to devastation. Most importantly, Yu Tian was merely at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign stage. He was uncertain whether the system could control such a being. If the system, based on his current strength, could not manage a Xianxian expert, he could find himself in dire straits. Although the likelihood was slim, Yu Tian felt the need to prepare for the worst. All right, system, just tell me how much fortune value is required to safely relocate the capital. Ding. It requires 1 billion fortune value. What? Yu Tian suddenly clutched his chest, feeling waves of pain wash over him. Previously, due to the purchase of powerful emperors and great sages, along with a plethora of teleportation arrays, his fortune value had plummeted from over 3.5 billion to just over 2.1 billion. In the ensuing days, the presence of these powerful beings had allowed him to initially dominate the Qingtian domain, causing his fortune value to rise to 3.7 billion. Now, the system informed him that relocating the imperial capital would cost 1 billion. That was enough to purchase 3 emperor-level experts. Yu Tian began to calculate in silence. Qingyan Prefecture had developed for over a decade, with its citizens living in peace, reaching a peak fortune of just over 3.5 billion. If he were to improve the entire continent, ensuring that each state reached the same level as Qingyan Prefecture, that would mean 15, 15, 15, 15, 20 multiplied by over 3.5 billion. Contemplating this, Yu Tian felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. Glancing at the prices of peak immortal emperor experts in the system shop, which were only 10 billion each, he realized he could directly purchase over 200. At that time, there would be no need to speak of repelling any forces from the 2 realms. Merely advancing directly would suffice. When he ascends to the celestial realm alongside the empire, would that not grant him the freedom to act as he pleases? Yu Tian did not believe that the celestial realm could possibly harbor only 20 formidable celestial emperors. In such a scenario, he could easily unify the celestial realm. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he nearly drooled in anticipation. However, at that moment, a statement from the system momentarily stunned him. Ding. Host. Do not indulge in fantasies. To purchase a powerful being of the 9 realms of immortals, the host must first reach the pinnacle of the great emperor. What does that mean? Am I not allowed to even entertain a thought? With over 200 billion in fortune value, I could purchase everything in your store, yet I cannot reach the pinnacle of the great emperor. Ding. With the host's current strength, there is no authority to purchase beings or items above the earth immortal rank. No matter. It will come soon. Yu Tian was hardly concerned, especially as he contemplated his impending fortune of over 200 billion, which significantly lifted his spirits. Little did he know that as an auxiliary tool, the system would not allow him to take undue advantage. At that moment, Yu Tian was still basking in his perceived fortune. Fortunately, Lu Zhongyang's report from outside interrupted Yu Tian's reverie. Your Majesty, the 5 elders have arrived. Yu Tian straightened himself and addressed the door. Yes, let them in. Zhou Ye, greetings, Your Majesty. Wang Yuan, greetings, Your Majesty. Jiamu, greetings, Your Majesty. Su Chong, greetings, Your Majesty. Han Shu, greetings, Your Majesty. The 5 elders were all ancient sages, each possessing the capability of a chancellor. Oftentimes, Yution paid little heed to state affairs, all of which were managed by these 5 elders. Due to the system's nature, Yution trusted them immensely and granted them considerable authority. Yution gestured lightly with his hands. Esteemed elders, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yution promptly got to the point. I have summoned you all to inquire about your thoughts on relocating the imperial capital. Relocating the capital. Zhouya and the others exchanged glances. Both surprised and quickly reminded of the current state of the empire. Now, no force on Tianyuan continent could obstruct the empire's march, all having submitted to Lingxiao as a peripheral region. Qingyan Prefecture was indeed unsuitable for governance. It was only logical to move the capital to the Central Heaven Domain. However, the structure of the Central Heaven Domain would need adjustments. As the largest and central region of the continent. The Central Heaven Domain encompassed 20 states. Yet, due to the dense spiritual energy and its central location, many existing forces had already established themselves there, particularly in Tianfeng Prefecture and Tianli Prefecture. Some factions led by the Huangfu and Ji clans had occupied Tianfeng, while the Song and Shui clans had taken control of Tianli. To relocate the capital to the Central Heaven Domain, one would have to seize these 2 prefectures or establish the capital between them. Upon realizing this, the 5 elders expressed their agreement. Seeing their consensus, Yution felt a surge of joy, even though he had not initially intended to solicit their opinions. Thus, Yution deliberated with the 5 elders for quite some time, discussing everything from post-relocation construction to the arrangements for the populace. The following day, at the entrance of the Qilin Hall in the Imperial Palace, Yution stood before a multitude of civil and military officials, including the 3 great emperors and other saints. Huafeng, Qianing, you 2 lead 100 saints to the new site and clear a vast area. In truth, sending merely one of them would suffice. For moving mountains and filling seas was child's play for great emperors. Yution had already planned a location, intending to relocate the entire city of Chang'an. Understood. The 2 great emperors vanished in an instant, followed by the flight of 100 saints. Yution then turned to Shangwan Feihong and inquired, Feihong, have the citizens been reassured? Shangwan Feihong bowed slightly and replied, reporting to Your Majesty. They have been calmed. Yution did not wish for the populace to panic as the entire city was about to be relocated. Once all arrangements were in order, Yution began communicating with the system. System, I wish to relocate the capital at the cost of 10 billion fortune value. Chapter 87. The Arrival of All Nations, Preparing for Seclusion. Ding. Fortune value used successfully. In that instant, the entire city of Chang'an was enveloped by a mysterious energy. While more energy surged into the silent stone dragon nearby. Yution turned to the stone dragon and said, Old dragon, it is your turn to take action. Yes, Your Majesty. The stone dragon, as the great emperor guarding the imperial city, was granted authority by Yution. Coupled with the consumption of 10 billion fortune value, the system bestowed energy upon him. In the next moment, the stone dragon soared above the imperial city, gesturing to the 4 corners. A palpable tremor reverberated, unsettling the citizens of Chang'an. At this time, soldiers began shouting, Do not be alarmed, everyone. His Majesty is preparing to relocate the capital to the Central Heaven Domain, where the spiritual energy is denser and is the heart of the continent. With the soldiers and scholarly assistants providing reassurance, the populace quickly regained their composure. However, they were soon swept up in waves of excitement. In just over a decade, they had witnessed the transformation of Lingxiao Empire. From the initial separation of the inner and outer cities to their current state of abundance, all of this was thanks to their sovereign. Many had already knelt on the ground, chanting loudly, Long live Your Majesty. Eternal and boundless. Yet at that moment, Yution was oblivious to the scene below, his gaze fixed upon the stone dragon in the sky. The stone dragon harnessed the system's enhancement. The 9 tripod of fortune flew back from various locations. The next moment, a golden dragon emerged from beneath the palace, spiraling through the sky. Observant individuals would notice that the once less than 10,000-meter-long dragon had now grown to an impressive 21,000 meters. Each scale shimmered with life, and anticipation radiated from its eyes. The golden dragon of fortune seemed to sense what was to come and was eager for the rapid growth it would experience upon reaching the Central Heaven Domain. The citizens of the city looked up at the golden dragon, their first instinct not one of fear. Despite its enormous size and majestic presence, they felt only tranquility and pride. Their tranquility stemmed from the knowledge that this dragon of fortune would not harm them, but rather protect them. Their pride arose from living in an era that bore witness to history. In the sky, the stone dragon, having reclaimed the 9 tripod of fortune, began to lift its hands skyward with great effort. In the next moment, the entire imperial city trembled slightly, as if preparing to break ground. Indeed, when Yu Tian ascended to the throne, Chang'an had already transformed into a royal court, with its walls, roads, and residences all generated by the system. Seamlessly integrated into the original foundations. It could be said that the entire city of Chang'an was a mobile fortress. As the stone dragon steadily raised its hands, the entire city of Chang'an began to slowly detach from the ground. Soldiers stationed on the city walls could clearly see the earth receding farther away. Soon, the entire city of Chang'an took flight, the energy that had once anchored it now manifesting, enveloping the city and swiftly transporting it towards the central heaven domain. The city ascended higher and faster, soaring over other cities. Many cultivators, martial artists, and citizens within Qingzhen Prefecture witnessed this breathtaking spectacle. In a mere quarter of an hour, Chang'an reached the skies above Tianfeng Prefecture and Tianli Prefecture. Huafeng and Xianning had long awaited their arrival, with a vast plain cleared below. The city of Chang'an descended gently, connecting seamlessly with the earth upon contact. Only then did the stone dragon retrieve the 9 tripod of fortune again.